My wife cheated on me with a friend in business. My children are drug addicts and Azat games enthusiasts. So much so that they ran out of furniture in their apartments. They gave it up because I stopped giving them money. My grandchildren are members of the gang, Rob 2 at once, in which gangsters rob only pregnant women. It was a blow to my old and rich heart. Lying in my hospital bed, I realized that my money and success in business could not protect my family from my inner demons and vices. And most importantly, in the last minutes of my life, I realized that everyone around me only needed my money and my name. But they didn't need me as a man, as a husband, friend, father, grandfather. I started to remember Kin Zaofu, my sister. I loved her very much, and she loved me as a ragamuffin. It was real. What a pity I chose another girl. Even though she was my sister, I would have been better off with her. Then I woke up sitting on the bus, heading downtown after our stressful final exams. I can't help but think about my previous life. Was I reborn? Did I get a second chance? My name is Chen Kai, and I have just experienced my second birth. In my previous life, I was a successful businessman, a rich oilman who left behind a huge fortune and world corporations. I was a real tycoon and realized dreams unattainable by 99% of men in this world. I bought private jets and yachts, donated billions to charity. But in my old age, I became seriously ill, and my days flowed in anticipation of death in a hospital bed. Only those who cared about my money remained by my side, including my wife, who almost waited until my death to inherit my fortune. In this new life, my sister named Kin Zao, who is sitting next to me on the bus. She was close to me when we went to university together. But we became estranged because of my girlfriend of those years who disapproved of our closeness. Kin Zao, who never married, and I only found out about it before she died. She always loved me, and I deeply regret missing the opportunity to spend the best years of my life with her. Now, reborn and sitting here on the bus, I am thinking about how I can right the wrongs of the past, and perhaps have a new perspective on my relationship with Kin Zaofu. Then, he was reborn, which happened half an hour ago, when Kin Zao was 19 years old, and he was reborn into the past. Sitting next to Chen Kai Kin Zao, this time some angry said, "Old Chen, not I say you, although we two are brothers. But at least I am a woman, ah. You cannot pay a little attention. You look at you this sleep. Harlow are flowing down." Just woke up Chen Kai, yawned, although only just slept half an hour, but do not know why. The heart is particularly solid, probably because of the rebirth of the reason. Flowers bloom again, and people are never young again. But now he is reborn, back to the year he just graduated, 2016. Chen Kai just realized that he was born again. Soon, he then bound the system. Chen Kai leaned back in his seat with his hands on his head, his eyes staring at Kin Zaoyu from time to time. "Chen, why are you staring at me? Is there anything dirty on my face? What's that look on your face?" Little fish, Kin Zaofu froze for a moment and looked at Chen Kai naively. "What's wrong? It's just that I used to think you talked like a cannon. And suddenly I realize you're kind of good-looking." Kin Zao, who looked as if she had heard something incredible. A face of capitalized surprise. "Lao Chen, I did not hear right. You this is to praise me. The sun came out of the west." "Old Chen, you actually praise me good-looking. This is not like your usual words, ah. What's wrong? Like me. But I must correct myself, not all of a sudden. I've always looked this good okay," smiled Kin Zaoyu cheekily. What Chen Kai has to do is very simple, which probably means that he can only surprise or shock Kin Zaoyu. Then you can get a great reward for yourself. It's too easy. Drip drip. Kin Zaofu produces a surprise reaction. The host receives the Entrepreneurial Enlightenment Fund. Then now, Chen Kai's cell phone received a text message, which says, "Dear Tale number 9690 users. Congratulations on being selected as a lucky user. To give you a big prize. Please fill in your information data. Immediately arranged for you. Obviously. It's the system's reward that's been credited." And then, Chen Kai looked at the content on top of the text message on his cell phone. TKN in the past life. Similar to this kind of won the grand prize and other text messages. At first glance is a fraudulent text messages. But now Chen Kai is very convinced that this is definitely not a fraudulent text message. He took out his cell phone. This time in 2016, WeChat is not thoroughly popular. especially in small cities like Jongbei. Most of the 18 or 19-year-olds are still using QQ. However, because today is graduation day, 3 years since the grand finale, the class teacher allows students to hand over their mobile phones to her custody, as long as they do not bring into the examination room on the line, and so on out of the examination to the side of the class teacher to get. Can be in the bus back to the north of the Yangtze River, on the way to play the mobile phone to take pictures and so on. Just as to keep a memory of it, Chen Kai took the cell phone, looked at the text message just now. He filled in his bank card account number. He would have been an adult by now and had a card from J&B, so he quickly entered his account number. This scene was Qin Zioyu see in the eyes after. Old Chen, you are not stupid. This kind of fraudulent text messages you also believe ah. I also received a send me a million bonus text message it. Fake fraud, do not believe. After Chen Kai finished texting, she crossed her arms over the back of her head and leaned back on the bus seat. And Qin Ziofu's little mouth went on and on. Old Chen, we've known each other for so long. You don't seem to think of me as a girl, do you? Chen Kai held his head in his hands and leaned on top of the window seat of the bus, giving Qin Zioyu a glance with a very lazy gaze. Yeah, what's up? But Lao Chen, you suddenly praised me for my good looks just now. Why do I feel that you take me as a girl? Not ah, old Chen. I say you kid will not like me. Right, Qin Zio, who said something else. But come to think of it, I'm so pretty, and I'm good at school, and you're with me every day. So it's quite normal for you to like me. Chen Kai felt a bit ridiculous. How did not find the fish so good at brainstorming, coupled with the character of such a nagging. Simply a living treasure. Married home will certainly be very interesting. Chen Kai cannot help but laugh, but also regret. The previous world when he liked a girl in college. The result is a princess disease. Life is like this, only when you lose and then realize what is the most precious. But Qin Zioyu do not know why. Suddenly feel the old Chen seems to have changed a person, but cannot say, is a different feeling. As if the temperament, or usually, the old Chen and himself in a block are playing. Why now feel as if there is a kind of juvenile feeling. The old Chen you shelled this with me to pretend to be mature. After all, Chen Kai was just a fresh graduate before he was reborn. But after being reborn, he is no longer comparable to his peers in terms of mentality and thinking. A proper downgrade hit, and in the morning, Chen Kai only slightly complimented Qin Zioyu, caused her surprise. Immediately got the system rewarded him the bonus. This money earned, Chen Kai is a little embarrassed to take. The bus to Jongbei, sitting in the front of a female teacher, dressed very beautiful, extraordinarily temperament. Stepping on high heels wearing glasses, Yun is really Yun. Fellow students, you have just gone through an intense examination. No matter how well you did, but after all, we have worked hard for these 3 years. In the future, many years from now, you can look back again. You should not regret. At least we have worked hard. There's still half an hour left before we arrive at Jongbei. So everyone will go back and pack up their things when we arrive. There are parents to pick up the best. Parents are busy at work, cannot come. Students go back in pairs, after arriving at home to call the class president to report safe. Class president, you are responsible for recording it. Back to me. A female class president nodded. Okay, I got it. Teacher. The class president wrote down his cell phone number and asked the students to write it down. Classmates, we will be separated in the future, to different cities, different universities. The time to see each other in the future will be less. We all remember my cell phone number. Back to the free time often contact ah. Sitting next to Chen Kai's, Qin Zioyu also immediately took out his cell phone. Lao Chen, give me to say a little about your cell phone number. I also remember. Back to my home contact you. I'm afraid to go back to the QQ contact do not get on you. Qin Ziofu's family is from Fengshan, and you can hear it in their Mandarin accent. Chen Kai's family in Jongbei local, not so rich, but also considered a medium family. Parents do a little business. In the western district of Jongbei City, opened a store on the commercial street. Remember Chen Kai's cell phone number. Qin Zioyu saved to their own address book. Chen, go back and remember to call me ah. Now our exams are over. There are still 2 months before the start of the university. The summer vacation is really boring. Or I will come to Jongbei to find you to play, of course, if you are too much to miss me. You can also come to my home. I let my parents to cook and entertain you. The two boys sitting in front of Chen Kai are his roommates for 3 years. One of them wears glasses. His name is Zhang Ming, and Chen Kai's relationship with the better, sleeping in his bunk bed brother. He turned to Chen Kai and said, "Old Chen, how did you play this exam with your results? A line should be completely no problem." "Right, but then again, Lao Chen, we haven't asked you which university you plan to apply for or which city do you plan to go to college? Beijing or Magic City, or maybe Jinling, Suzhou Hangzhou?" Chen Kai replied, "I'm not sure. Let's wait for the score to come out. It should go to Magic City or Suzhou Hangzhou. In his previous life, after his results out, to go to the Magic City University. This time he still intends to go to the Magic City University. The university has a lot of good memories of the time. There are roommates with the sons of the group. One of them graduated from university, could not find a good job, actually signed up to go to Syria to fight in the war. And then Chen Kai went to see him every year during the Qing Ming Festival. This time, no matter what, we have to save the fate of that stupid son, Young. The game is not so bad. Game over also does not matter. Why so want to go to play the real version of chicken? Now it's time to mail it. Old Chen, you plan to go to the Magic City after that. Our brothers and sisters will have less chance to see each other. After all, you also know that among our brothers and sisters, only the old Chen you have the best academic performance. After all, the old Chen you have Kinzaya, or you such a female brother, every day with you in a piece, to help you counseling. Your academic performance want to be poor difficult We cannot be the same, for one thing. We do not look as handsome as you Lao Chen. The woman's edge is also relatively poor-some. So, before Zhang Ming finished his sentence, the roommate sitting next to him said something very true. "What do you mean by less popular with women? We don't have any. Okay, not to mention women. Even the female dogs on the road have to bark at us when they see us. So how can we compete with old Chen's luck with women?" Zhang Ming replied in disgust. "Why are your words so unpleasant? What do you mean all the bitches on the road have to bark at us when they see us?" "Hardly. What do you mean?" "The male dogs don't bark when they see us." Sitting next to Chen Kai's Kin Zioyu. Listening to some of the bandage here. Her character is originally a very female Homber. Fengshan people. Straight and very brash. This time patting Chen Kai's shoulder and said, "Old Chen, heard your roommate is how to comment on me. Like me such a good female brother, you have to cherish no not. How about this? Later we arrived in Zhongbei. Almost to pack up things to go back to their homes, before leaving. Asked me to drink a cup of milk tea is not a problem. The requirements are not high. $10 on the line. Chen Kai sat on the window seat above. He just reborn back. In fact, the mood has not completely calmed down, especially sitting on the bus, looking at the scenery along the road. The heart is quite touching, so there was some wandering off for a while. I didn't hear what Fish was saying. Ken Ziofu said, "Old Chen, what are you hesitating? At least we have been brothers for 3 years These 3 years I did not give you less money. Right? Well, not $10 of milk tea are not willing to buy me to drink it." Ken Ziofu is particularly naive at this time. She and Chen Kai have been heterosexual brothers for 3 years, and she has spent a lot of money on him in the past 3 years. There were even times when Chen Kai got closer to other boys, and she would be very lost and upset. Yes, you heard right. Chen Kai and a group of old men in a group. Kin Zio, who are a bit envious and jealous. Very uncomfortable. She wasn't really worried about Chen Kai getting close to his best buddy, and then the two guys getting into deep philosophical discussions with each other or anything. The main concern is that in case Chen Kai plays better and better with other people, does that mean he is no longer his best friend? Ken Zio, whose possessiveness is still quite strong, or not with you as a friend, if when you must make sure that she herself is your best friend, or rather not make you this friend, after 3 years of being heterosexual brothers with Kin Ziofu. She really didn't spend a lot of money on herself. Kin Zioyu family conditions are very good, so every week with the living expenses basically do not spend. The rest of the money either to Chen Kai charging game, or give him to buy something else. That will be the King of Honor has just become popular. But the most popular or daily cool running. Kin Zioyu can be filled with a lot of money to Chen Kai. I can't say that the brother's brain, after all, who has not had a naive and ignorant in the middle of the time it. But before Chen Kai really did not realize that the small fish so good, Chen Kai laughed. Don't worry. It's only $10 for milk tea. Who are you looking down on with this amount of money? When I get to the station, I'll buy you a drink after I get off the bus. Qin Ziyuoyu thought he heard wrong. Half a day did not react, and then looked at Chen Kai very surprised. My God, old Chen, what is wrong with you today? It would not be a cold and fever. Is not the brain burned confused, when so generous? This is not like your usual style, ah. Or you have what plans? Are you trying to trick me into packing your things and taking them to the station? Are you trying to trick me into doing your labor? If you want to trick yourself into helping him pack up his stuff and carry it to the station, you want to trick me into doing hard labor for 10 worth of milk tea. Old Chen, what do you take me for? Gotta add money. When Chen Kai heard this sentence, his mind popped up a few years later in the short video explosion in the terrain of the Money Brother, and then looked at Qin Ziyuoyu, a serious expression to say this. Almost did not have a bandage. Qin Ziyuoyu's character is big, and there is a little funny female components in it. Chen Kai is also in the heart sigh. How the previous life did not think. Small fish so fun it. It's a waste of a lifetime to leave such an interesting and beautiful female brother unloved. But luckily for God, he's given himself another chance to be reborn. This time, I'd like to make up for the regrets of my past life. An idea popped into Chen Kai's head. While the female brother is still a fool, he should first persuade her to be his wife, so as to elevate their brotherly relationship. And as long as you have the guts to do it, the fish will be on maternity leave. In his previous life, he owed too much to Qin Ziyuoyu, so he must make up for it in this life. But don't get me wrong. Chen Kai doesn't mean anything else. He's not that kind of person. He just wants to use the relationship between his wife and child to deepen and consolidate his brotherly bond with little fish. After all, we are still young. But if one day in the future to start a family, each family, become someone else's husband, someone else's wife, then how to maintain their own and the small fish brotherhood? When you think about it, it seems to make sense. There is some truth to it, but not much. Notice Chen Kai's expression at this time. Sitting next to the Qin Ziyuoyu is also puzzled and asked, Old Chen, what are you thinking? What are you thinking about? Don't really want to use a cup of $10 of milk tea to catch me as a laborer, right? Help you pack things to pack to the station. Are you kidding me? I'm so small. I can't even carry my own things, and you still want me to help you. Qin Ziyuoyu continued, besides, this 10 yuan milk tea of yours is a bit too cheap. $20 is about right. Chen Kai looked at Qin Ziyuoyu. He noticed Qin Ziyuoyu's expression and eyes at this time, especially the eyes. Clearly stupid, after all. It's still a very naive time, and everyone has a period of time like that. However, when we go out into the society, we will experience more and more things, and the dangers and beatings of the society. And our eyes will become more and more clouded. That's what they call it. There's no light in your eyes. And a few decades from now, Qin Ziyuoyu will be a great success in business. At the age of 29, he founded a financial company and spent 10 years to become the leading financial company in China. Qin Ziyuoyu is the absolute female leader in the business world, and even in the financial market as a whole, and is the only Chinese female entrepreneur to be listed in the top 3 of the Forbes 40-year-old Women of Influence list. But that was many years ago. Half an hour or so later, this bus from Mordor to Zhongbei finally arrived at the station in Zhongbei. Just got off the bus. Sitting in the car, students are getting off the bus. Today is our graduation day. It's not too early. We should almost go pack up things, ready to go home. 2 months of summer vacation are about to begin. Let's go, old Chen. Just you in the car in the first place. Not set off the car to buy me a milk tea. You said $10, Chen Kai replied. Yes, but what? Chen, you're not going to regret it, are you? $10 for milk tea and you're cheating. Are you still a human being? Chen Kai shook his head. Regret is not. It's just that. Chen Kai continued to snub. Just what? Qin Ziyuoyu looked at Chen Kai with a puzzled face, thinking to herself, what the hell is old Chen up to? Or is he really not even willing to buy himself a $10 milk tea? Are you that cheap? I'm quite generous with my money. Qin Ziyuoyu weakly spat out in his heart. Old Chen, you are also too stingy. Dare not be generous. $5 of milk tea is also fine, if not 2. $5 of fragrant floats is not unacceptable. I'm going back for the summer, before leaving. Kinzaoyu really wants to have a cup of the milk tea Lao Chen bought for himself. Such a small wish. Old Chen, you cannot help me achieve. Of course not. Chen Kai flirted in a serious manner. Little fish, I'll treat you to a $20 milk tea later. But before I drink the milk tea, I have to engage in a friendly greeting between brothers. A friendly greeting between brothers. What's that? Kinzaoyu listened attentively. What Chen Kai was referring to. A friendly greeting between brothers. Of course, was saying that he would let Kinzaoyu give him a hug. Brothers to a hug or a shoulder, this is very normal. And even the same dormitory brothers. Even if there is a father and son of each other's situation, that is also very normal. If there is anyone who trouble roommates to help fight a meal, then he will be more than a father out. Do not call a father to listen. Is no one to help you hit the rice. Kinzaoyu this time expression has a little bit of dislike. But dislike is not from the back to hug the old Chen a little bit. This is nothing, after all. Pure brother just. But the problem is, I've never heard anyone say that boys greet each other with hugs, so it doesn't seem to be so harmonious. Does it? Shouldn't we be recognizing each other's father when we greet each other as brothers? You're not a little girl. What's with the cuddling? Kinzaoyu seems to think of a certain possibility. Old Chen. You privately with your roommate will not be like this. Right? This is also too disgusting. It is difficult to imagine two men hugging together. What is the picture? Two hot eyes, old Chen. You are like this, you still say you have not discussed philosophy with men. What's wrong with this little fish? Why does he keep wondering if he's philosophizing with others? Who are you talking about? Forget it, no need. As if I have just said nothing. I was going to give you a chance to express your friendly greetings to me. Old Chen, I was wrong. Kinzaoyu quickly said, I should not say you. Do not be angry, old Chen. Or this cup I buy you. 2 cups of a total of $40 I bought. Then Chen Kai took Kinzaoyu to the milk tea store across the street from the station, and bought a cup of milk tea for $20 each, costing a total of $40, which Kinzaoyu grabbed to pay. Kinzaoyu inserted a straw and was about to drink. Oh, I almost forgot. Before you drink, you have to have a friendly greeting between brothers. Right? Isn't it just a hug? Hold the milk tea for me. All right. I can drink it now. Right? Kinzaoyu took the milk tea and drank it. This time Kinzaoyu is really Chen Kai as a brother. To the later she realized that she liked Chen Kai, and still very much like the kind. To say that the past 3 years, the two people, whether it is in the cafeteria to eat, or to go to do, basically in a piece, a kind of inseparable kind. In addition to sleep at night, one to go back to the boys' dormitory, and one to go back to the girls' dormitory, outside of the basic, are in a piece. The main reason is that Kinzaofu's character is a bit more feminine. With the girls in the class cannot play together, but with their own table with Chen Kai day and night to mix together, although he is a boy. But it doesn't matter. There's no such thing as a brotherhood. Kinzaoyu sipped the milk tea that Chen Kai bought for herself. The more you drink it, the better it gets. Good. Old Chen, we two have been in the opposite sex, brother, for 3 years. Finally, in the graduation, this day, to drink the milk tea you bought for me. In the past, or I treat you. Heaven's way is good, but it's your turn to please me. Wait, it doesn't seem right. Kinzaoyu, half a day to react to. Always feel we're not right. Just cannot say. The CPU is drying up. Didn't you say you'd treat me? Why did I end up paying? Kinzaoyu whispered, spit a little. Lao Chen, you so stingy. You future if you find a girlfriend. Then people follow you not to lose. It's not like me to be so generous. Kinzaoyu thick face said, in the future if I find a boyfriend, certainly give him money, after all. Old Chen, you also know. I even to the brother so generous. To the boy friend that even more needless to say, hey, sometimes I really admire myself. Why I'm so good at. Who will be my boy? Friend must be super happy. Chen Kai absolutely believes this. After all, Kinzaofu's character is now the time to be naive. Chen Kai smiled. Doesn't matter. Little fish is quite naive, but his character is more fun. He doesn't know what sadness is, and his mind is full of the word happy. And it's a very naive kind of thing. After a while, we arrived at the school. Today is the day when the exams are over, and everyone is ready to pack up their things and go home. If the past 3 years were a drama, today would be the day it ended. After returning to school, Qin Ziyuoyu and Chen Kai separated at the intersection of the boys' and girls' dormitories. Old Chen, see you in the summer vacation. Remember to come to Fengshan to play with me when you are free. Then it was back to the girls' dormitory, ready to start packing to go home. Qin Ziyuoyu's home in Fengshan. Have to take the train home, at least 7 or 8 hours, especially far, if it were not for the very good quality of teaching here in Zhongbei. Her family would not be willing to send Qin Ziyuoyu to study so far away. Chen Kai returned to the boys' dormitory. His own dormitory. Zhang Ming and his buddies are already packing up their stuff. Several of them wrapped a bakery car. Ready to go home together later. Old Chen, you still froze why? Quickly pack things The driver has been in our school door waiting. Good, Chen Kai nodded. He just sat on top of his bed to look at his cell phone and checked his bank card balance, which showed 100,080 yuan. $80 of that is my own. The remaining 100. 000 was undoubtedly rewarded to myself by the system when I was just on the bus. It's good money, old Chen. Summer vacation for 2 months. Have you thought about finding a place to do a summer job? Zhang Ming, they asked. Chen Kai now has 100. $0. He can rely on the previous life of the various experience and judgment. With this 100. $0 to get some business to do. Do summer jobs do not exist. These roommates are packing up their stuff in the dormitory. Among them, Zhang Ming and Wang Xiu. I two people and Chen Kai's best relationship, mainly because they are also Zhongbei local. Usually in addition to the school, Saturday or summer and winter vacations when the three brothers often in a piece. We spend more time together than the other roommates. That's why it's the best. Zhang Ming looked at Chen Kai and said, Chen brother, you have nothing to do this summer vacation, right? If not with me and handsome son of a piece of the city center, that we often go to the internet cafe as a network administrator. The pay is quite good, playing 2 months of summer work to earn a few $1,000s. And so the university started to buy a new phone. Now we use the cell phone is too worn out. I am embarrassed to bring to the university. The shame of it still. Zhang Ming said. Mr. Wang, who was beside him, also agreed. Yes, old Chan, anyway. There is no homework this summer. We graduated, or we go to work together for 2 months of summer vacation. Anyway, it is to go to the internet cafe. When we are busy, we can turn on the machine for others, get some snacks and noodles, and when we are not busy, we can even play some games there. The two of them also kept on persuading each other. He tried to convince Chen Kai to work with them for 2 months as a summer vacationer. Chen Kai refused. Old Chen, don't be so heartless. Think about it again. Please, brother. There are 2 months to go before you enter college life. Aren't you going to buy a new phone and a few more pieces of clothing before you start college life? They don't let us talk about love in high school. And we're thinking about talking about love in college. With this stupid cell phone and this stupid outfit, it's a wonder I can get away with it. Chan Kai still refuses to go. In the 2 months of summer vacation this year, he intends to soak up the internet cafe, play billiards, go fishing in the mountains when he is not doing anything. Leisure for 2 months. Enjoy a good time. Shit, old Chen, you are so heartless. Soon, Chen Kai and the three of them packed up their things, and then pulled their suitcases to the entrance of the school, and saw the red baker's cart, which the three of them had packed in advance, putting the luggage in the trunk. He got in the car and said to the master driver, Master, you can drive now. The master driver said, Okay, guys, you're done with your exams, right? Yes, master. We have finished the exam, already graduated. Sitting in the co-driver's seat, Zhang Ming, the whole with the driver master blah blah blah. His personality is more social cattle some. Not to mention with more than 40 years old uncle. Even 80 years old woman can chat to a piece of it. Can be said to be a proper social bandit. Wang Shuai, who is sitting next to Chen Kai, is a bit more socialized. At this time, Chen Kai's cell phone rang. It's Mom on the phone. Son, you graduated today. You're on vacation. Right, have you packed your things? I'm a little busy at the store, so I might have to pick you up from school later. Mom said on the phone, after all these years, after the rebirth of Chen Kai, once again heard the voice of his mother. A time also a little tearful, although he did a very successful career in his previous life, became a giant crocodile of investment in the shopping malls. But it is also 40 years old after the thing. That time busy with business things. Did not have a good time with his parents. When people get old, when their lives are almost over, they realize how important family ties are. Mom. You and my dad don't have to come to school. Me and Jiang Ming Wang Shu. The three of us have chartered a bakery bus. Mom said, well, then, son, come home early. Let's have a family dinner tonight to celebrate the end of your sprint year. Your grandparents, aunts, uncles, aunts and uncles are all here. We'll have a good celebration for you. Okay, Jiang Ming, who was sitting in the passenger seat, glanced behind him. Lao Chen. Just now that was your mom calling you. Chen Kai nodded. Really envy you, old Chen. Your mother still know to give you a phone call to care about you. Unlike my parents, I feel that I am charging a phone bill to send. The beginning of the school year or graduation baggage are my own packing. Ask, do not bring ask, Jiang Ming said in a depressed voice. I really want to say to my parents, God's way is good. You two wait and see, when you're old. I'll have to bury you and my dad separately. Jiang Ming said jokingly. Chen Kai almost got tense. I was too young to pay much attention to it. Now I realize that Jiang is really a filial son. By this time, it was already raining outside the car window. Today's weather forecast was for thunderstorms. And judging from the situation, it was estimated that it would start thundering and raining heavily in a few minutes' time. But it's a good thing they're already in the car. You can't get wet in the rain. But Qin Ziofu is miserable. Because of the train station in Jiangbei, Qin Zioyu glanced at the train ticket in their hands. The whole expression is silly. Yesterday, they have already bought on the phone back to Fengshen's ticket. The results of the temporary only to find out that the purchase is yesterday. And today's tickets are sold out, since today is graduation day. Many students are buying tickets to go home. And I just looked at the weather conditions shown on QQ. Thunderstorms are expected this afternoon. It's over, Qin Zioyu thought to himself. Oh no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Qin Zioyu took the cell phone. Better call Lao Chen. Called after Chen Kai connected the phone. Qin Zioyu's first sentence is like this. Old Chen, I bought the wrong ticket. Cannot go home. I will be in the station this time. It is raining heavily. Clothes are soaked. Has become a soup chicken. Quickly come to the station to save your best brother. In addition, the old Chen your home have spare room. Today's train back to Fengshen is already too late. Can only wait for tomorrow's. I can go to your home to sleep for a night. We are all brothers. It should be okay. Right? Qin Zioyu asked weakly on the other side of the phone. I don't know what to do, although I said that I and Lao Chen is a good brother. But how to say that she is also a girl? On a boy's home to stay a night is not a little inappropriate, What if his parents misunderstood? But the question is, I can't buy a ticket for myself, and the last bus back to Fengshen today is already too late, and the school is already closed today, so I can't go back to the dormitory. It's okay to stay in a hotel. Just not very daring. I feel a bit scared. If I meet a bad guy or something, my small body is not enough to know on him. So after thinking about it, I'd better call Lao Chen. Lao Chen, I promise. I'll just borrow your house for a night. Of course, if it's inconvenient, it's fine. Then I'll just have to stay in a hotel, or sleep on the street. If you don't want to see your best buddy out there freezing and catching a cold, come to the station now. Qin Zioyu pretended to look very aggrieved on the other side of the phone, and said with a loud voice, Sell it, maybe Mr. Chen has softened his heart. After receiving Qin Zioyu's call, Chen Kai looked out the car window and saw that it was raining heavily. I'm nervous, Chen Kai immediately replied. Okay, little fish. Then you find a place to shelter from the rain over there and wait. I'll be right over, good little brother. I know you won't leave your best brother. You won't see the death not to save. Old Chen, you really mean it. Hurry up, Qin Zio, who laughed nervously on the other side of the phone. This is good. No need to sleep on the street. But I'll have to check in with Mom. Otherwise, the family would be worried. After all, it's graduation day, and all the students have gone home, except for me. Mom and Dad must be worried. In addition, Qin Ziofu's mother is a traditional parent with a very strong personality. Otherwise, he wouldn't have developed such a character as Kin Zaiofu. I don't know how to say it. Even if you bully Kin Zaiofu every day. She doesn't even know how to get angry. She's so naive. I'm kind of an angry man. But I don't feel aggrieved. I'm still smiling all day long. I'm a heartless kind of person, and I'm fun to be around. But what should I say? I can't tell my mom that I spent the night at a boy's house, right? If I go back to Fengshan, my mom will hang me and beat me up. The thought of that horrible scene, especially the way Mom lost her temper, was like Yudutu's mom. Her head was on fire. It's horrible. Kin Zaiofu organized her language and then called her mother. Fish, did you get in the car? Mom, I'm going back to Fengshan tomorrow. I had an accident today. I bought the wrong ticket yesterday. I'll stay at a friend's house tonight and go back to Fengshan tomorrow. So don't worry about it. I'm calling to tell you. Mrs. Chin on the phone immediately replied, the concern is not about when to go home. It's a matter of whose house you spend the night at. Male and female, of course it's a man. Kin Zaiofu almost said it out loud. A woman, what are you thinking about? Mom, stupid. Kin's mother spat over the phone. You can even buy the wrong ticket. I'm really convinced. Why did I raise such a stupid daughter like you? You can even buy yesterday's ticket. Why don't you just eat yesterday's meal as if it's today's? Why don't you eat yesterday's meal as today's? Uo, Mom, don't scold me. I'm sorry. I'll go back tomorrow. Okay. Do you have enough money? Don't you want to bother your friends by staying over? It's okay. I'm close to my friends, after Kin Zaioyu reported to her mom. She stood still and waited for Chen Kai. When is Mr. Chen coming? It's raining heavily and it's cold. Kin Zaioyu shivered and sneezed. It's over. It's over. I'm going to catch a cold. Chen Kai was sitting on top of the red van, just after talking to Kin Zaioyu on the phone, sitting next to Wang Shuai, and sitting in front of the passenger seat, with the driver's master chatting enthusiastically, belonging to the kind of social mad cow disease Zhang Ming. Both of them looked at Chen Kai and asked, "TKN, what's wrong with Chen? You don't look so good. What's wrong?" Chen Kai explained the situation. Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai both asked, "What? Kin Zaioyu didn't get a ticket home. She's at the station in the rain." "Go on then, old Chan. Anyway, 2 more steps and my home will be there. So why don't the 2 of us just get off here?" Zhang Ming and Wang Shu. I spoke to the master driver and found a spot to the side and stopped the car. Then he took the luggage out of the trunk. The 2 of you have a good eye. It is better to let Lao Chen go to the station earlier to pick up Kin Zaioyu. Their brother and sister will not follow the dong, because they and Kin Zaioyu is not too familiar. In the past 3 years, Kin Zaiofu seems to play well only with Chen Kai, and not with the girls in the class. It is also mainly because they are at the same table. That's fine, seeing that these 2 brothers were so understanding. Chen Kai did not talk to them, and directly let the driver turn around and go back to the train station. Then Zhang Ming and Wang Shu, I ran all the way through the rain. Suddenly a bolt of lightning swept past. Scared the hell out of these 2. Good man, he thought it was me. I'm scared. Zhang Ming said to Wang Shuai while running in the rain. Handsome, what do you think is the relationship between Lao Chen and Kin Zaiofu? What's the point? Aren't they brothers? Zhang Ming had a look on his face that saw through everything. You really believe that, don't you? Or you're stupid. Besides, how in the world can there be a pure relationship between a man and a woman? For example, when we men want to pick up girls, don't we all recognize a sister first? It's a good way to get other girls to let their guard down, and then slowly. My sister became a little baby. Old Chen and Kin Zaiofu as what male and female brothers. Don't you think it's like this? Wang Shu, I heard these words. Crap. Ming brother, you really understand Listen to you say this seems to be a bit reasonable like. According to your words mean. We old Chen to Kin Zao, you have that kind of idea. What about Kin Zaiofu on our Lao Chen? You help us analyze. I'm not too sure. I'm not too familiar with Kin Zaioyu, and I haven't said too much in the past 3 years. But if old Chen really has that kind of idea about Kin Zaioyu, we have to help old Chen. Marshal Wang patted his chest. Leave it alone, bro, as a brother. The old Chen no matter what the need. The obligation to resign, that's fine. I'll make a date with old Chen for a drink later. It's settled. The 2 of them ran all the way through the rain. And when they got home, they were already in the soup. Chen Kai rode in the red bakery van. turn around and go back to the station. Then he saw Kinzaoyu standing in the same place, shivering, her hair all wet. Old Chen, you can finally come. So, fish, do you think I'm being nice when it comes down to it? I've been good to you, haven't I? Came out in the rain to pick you up at the station. Kinzaoyu nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Old Chen, you are really good. Too much meaning, really righteous. You braved the rain to come to the station to pick me up. I'm so touched. If not for the difference between men and women. If I were a man, I would kiss you to death, to express my gratitude to you. The system's electronic voice sounded. The system prompts at this time, dripping. Kinzaoyu generates a surprise emotion. The host receives a face enhancement opportunity to use it once, which will maximize the host's face value. Chen Kai's face value is already very high, but the system can also help him to improve his face value a bit more. That's a nice reward, after all, although money is very important. But as a man, handsome is more important. After all, as the saying goes, handsome can really do anything, as long as you are handsome enough. Even if you are a poor man, there are rich women who are willing to spend money on you and keep you. Looked at the system's reward prompts, needed to wash my face, and then I could see the effect of the face enhancement. Looking at Kinzaoyu's embarrassed face in the rain, he took off his school uniform and draped it over Kinzaoyu's head. Well, let's leave it at that for now and get in the car. Look at your clothes are wet. Later, after returning to my home, first take a shower. Change into clean clothes. Your luggage inside should have clean clothes. Chen Kai looked at Kinzaoyu's suitcase. Kinzaoyu replied, Yes, there is, but even I am drenched. So I guess those clean clothes aren't much better. The main thing is that the Kinzaoyu fish luggage quality is not very good. Not waterproof. Drenched are more than 10 minutes. The estimate is not good to say already, but it's okay. Old Chen, your home have clean clothes. I wear you're also okay. It's okay. I do not dislike you. Kinzaoyu smiled cheekily. All brothers. They will never dislike old Chen. That's what Chen Kai is planning to do. WTDNC when you take the fish home. Let her take a bath inside. He was going to go out to buy a set of clothes for Kinzaoyu. Anyway, he had money now. He had $100 in his card. Wouldn't it be easy to buy a few clothes for Zaofu? However, Chen Kai feels that he is still quite satisfied with this system that he is bound after being reborn. After rebirth, he originally wanted to persuade Kinzaoyu to be his girlfriend. As for the system, as long as Kinzaoyu is surprised at herself, she will be rewarded. Isn't this tailor-made for herself? That's great, riding in this red-colored bakery van. We arrived at Chen Kai's neighborhood in a little over 10 minutes, and then went upstairs, back home in the living room. Chen Kai took a dry towel out of the bathroom, and then helped Kinzaoyu wipe her hair. Although Kinzaoyu is a nag, but her face value is really high. It is Feng Tian's accent is too heavy. Usually a sentence out of Zaoyu's mouth is a bit funny. In addition, Kinzaofu's character is so good. Too interesting this is. Live off a living treasure. Chen Kai also cannot help but sigh. The previous life of his own, why did not find the small fish so good at? Kinzaoyu was also stunned at this time. Looking at Chen Kai said, Old Chen, although we have been brothers for 3 years, but I have never come to your home. Your home looks so cozy, ah. Kinzaoyu's family villa is very large. Her family is quite rich. Basically is also a rich girl. Dad is doing business. Earn a year of 700,000 to 800,000, no problem. Not particularly rich, but compared with the average family is still a little rich. Although Chen Kai's parents opened a store on a commercial street in the western part of the city. It was a small business, and the profit situation was not particularly optimistic. But now I've been reborn. It's also tied to the system. In the future, Mom and Dad won't have to work as hard as they did in their previous life. After all, in his previous life, although Chen Kai made a lot of money in business, but that was also when he was 40 years old. My parents were already in their 60s and 70s, nor could he enjoy much of his accomplishments, although Chen Kai's family isn't particularly rich. His mom and dad don't starve him, and the family is still very happy. Mr. Chen, I have just looked at the suitcase, and the clothes inside are all wet. You don't want me to wear your clothes. Do you want me to wear clothes that are wet from the rain? Kinzaoyu looked at his luggage. Then he looked at Chen Kai with a pitiful expression. Chen Kai said. I'll get you 2 clean clothes. Wear mine, old Chen. I knew you were the best. You definitely won't bear to see me suffer from the cold. Kinzayo Yu immediately smiled cheekily. Kinzayo, who was really naive at this time, took 2 pieces of clean clothes and handed them to Kinzayo Yu, then pointed in the direction of the bathroom. That's the bathroom. You go take a shower first. At night, our whole family will organize a celebration banquet for me, to celebrate the end of my college entrance exams. I'll bring you along then, holler. Kinzayo Yu nodded, then instructed Chen Kai before entering the bathroom. Old Chen, then I'll go in and take a shower. Don't you peek. Walked into the bathroom of Kinzayo Yu, look around, and then muttered in his mouth. Old Chen, you did not install any surveillance equipment in the bathroom. Right? What are you thinking? Kinzayo Yu, we've been brothers for 3 years. Do we still have any trust between us? But what Chen Kai actually wants to say is, Kinzayo Yu, why are you even defending your brother? Kinzayo, whose legs are indeed very thin and very beautiful, but the upper body of the body is so poor. It is very angry. Other girls, especially hot material. Why they are so miserable, Usually eat quite a lot of How can be so bad at? Not science. It's really irritating. Old Chen, you wait and see. Female big 18 change. The more change, the more beautiful. When I go home, I let my mom every day to make me stewed papaya. I eat for 2 months. Gaga eat. Gaga dazzle. Said Kinzayo Yu went into the bath. Inside came the sound of the bath water. Hearing the sound of running water coming from inside the bathroom, most people would be tempted if they were in their teens and in their prime. But not Chen Kai, after all. This is his second life, in terms of mentality and thinking. They are certainly not comparable to young boys of the same age. It's not like you're going to get any ideas about what you're going to do here, just because Fishy went inside to take a bath. Chen Kai then intends to go to the nearby clothing mall, to help Kinzayo Yu to buy a set of clothes. The family will give Chen Kai a celebration dinner at night. He definitely want to bring Kinzayo Yu a piece to go. If Kinzayo Yu wears her own clothes when she goes, what's going on? It will be hard to explain later. Kinzayo Yu's character certainly doesn't care about this, but Chen Kai always has to take care of Zayo Yu's reputation. Chen Kai stood outside the bathroom and spoke to Kinzayo Yu, saying that he was going out and would be back soon. Oh good, old Chen you go, but come back early Kinzayo Yu washed inside. After all, Lao Chen, you also know that your brother I am quite timid. I am not familiar with this place, so go early and come back early. Limit you back within 10 minutes. After Chen Kai left the door, he went directly to the nearby clothing mall to help Kinzayo Yu pick a set of clothes. Short-sleeved pants and shoes. Spent about $700 to $800 in the same kind of money. It is not very expensive, after all. Chen Kai has a lot of money in his card now, at least for a 19-year-old. Recent graduate with $100,000 on your card, you are already quite rich, after buying good clothes. Chen Kai home on the way. The old mother's phone call over, and no other things. Is concerned about him this time to the home or not. After all, outside the rain, Mom, I've just arrived home. I'm sorry I didn't get to call you back. Chen Kai just finished. The phone that side of the old mother said, It's okay, son. You arrive home on good. To home Mom will rest assured. Not worry about you. In addition, now time is not early. You wash. Change a clean clothes. 8:00 p.m. Time to go to the Shuntian Hotel. Upstairs, room 301. Tonight our family there to give you a celebration banquet. Yes, Chen Kai agreed, as his old mom was about to hang up the phone. Chen Kai suddenly said this, not waiting to hang up the phone. What's the matter, son? Is there anything else? Mom asked, puzzled. On the other end of the line, Mom. The situation is like this. I have something to tell you. I have a classmate who is very close to me in school. Isn't it graduation day today? She didn't buy a ticket, so she may have to stay at our house tonight. Let me tell you, Mom replied. Boys, right? It's okay. It's no problem. But there are only 2 bedrooms in our house, so we'll have to ask your classmate to sleep in the same room with you. So ask him if he minds. Oh yeah. Bring your classmates over for dinner tonight. Mom's got a customer at the store, so I'll see you tonight. See you tonight, son, Mom said after hanging up the phone. There is nothing to ask. more absolutely did not think that Chen Kai just said on the phone with their own classmates. In fact, is a girl, otherwise, Mom's personality would have blown up. Although Chen Kai's mother is also quite strong. She is quite interesting, in a sense. She is also a bit close to Kim Zio-yu's character. And she is also very easygoing. Chen Kai hung up the phone after, directly home to go. A few minutes back to the living room of the home. Just Kim Zio-yu finished showering from the bathroom out. Take a towel and wipe your hair. Sit on the sofa in the living room. Old Chen, you're back. Kim Zio-yu's eyes instantly fell on the commodity bag in Chen Kai's hand. Old Chen. You just went outside to do what went. Hand this is carrying what food. Quickly take over to me to taste 2 bites. The stomach is hungry. Kim Zio-yu was a bit surprised. Old Chen. Why are there girls' clothes here? Bought for me. Kim Zio-yu had a surprised look on her face. I didn't expect that old Chen would be so kind. Just now, he said he hated the fact that he was wearing his clothes. But now, not only did he lend his clothes to himself, but he even bought a new set for himself. Be really nice to me. This dress cost a lot of money, didn't it? I'll transfer it to you later. Chen Kai waved his hand and said casually, No, it didn't cost much. I bought it on the street. Just a few $dozen. The main reason why I purposely talked down is that I know Little Fish's character too well. If Little Fish knew that the clothes she bought for her cost a few $100s, she would definitely find a chance to buy them back for herself. Chen Kai, who was reborn, only wants to spoil Kim Zio-yu, and doesn't want to repeat the mistakes of his previous life. Only a few tens of dollars. Kim Zio-yu looked at the quality of the clothes, pants and shoes. It does not look like At any rate, it must be a few $100s. Are you sure it only cost a couple dozen bucks? It doesn't look like it. But it doesn't matter. A few $dozen I don't mind Kim Zio-yu's face is very happy, and then went to the bathroom to change the clothes. Changed out after. Old Chen, you look at it. I put on is not quite good looking. Chen Kai commented. The clothes are quite nice, old Chan. What do you mean the clothes are quite nice? I'm such a beautiful, heavenly, country flattering, and pretty girl. And your focus is actually on the clothes. Old Chen. You admit that I am beautiful so difficult. Kim Zio-yu said narcissistically. Kim Zio-yu skimmed her lips. Then without saying a word, she so tugged on Chen Kai's clothes. It seems to say, Old Chen, you feel your conscience. What you just said is true. I am obviously so beautiful, but you deliberately do not admit it. Only boast of the clothes is trying to cover up something. Little Fish, what I meant just now is that clothes look good. But it mainly depends on who they are worn on. Chen Kai said. Kim Zio-yu laughed. Egu, this is right. Old Chen, you really know too much. Don't praise me like this. I will be really proud, however, Old Chen. This person's biggest advantage is blindly speaking the big truth. Kim Zio-yu thought to himself, being praised by Old Chen for being beautiful. That's not easy, drip. Kim Zio-yu generates a surprise emotion. The host gets a chance to estimate the return value of investment. The bonus states that any investment made by the host can be made for a certain period of time in the future. With a predicted return on earnings, good man, that's a nice reward. Chen Kai gave a satisfied smile. He is going to find a suitable project next. Use the money in the card to invest. Direct a handful of pokies. Anyway, there is a system to give the investment return estimate to use the opportunity to make a steady profit, but also to double his current assets, or even end times. Kim Zio-yu sat next to Chen Kai at this time, and then he stuck to him like a dog. Old Chen, you quickly tell me, in your eyes, in the end, how beautiful I am. I want to hear the details. Just tell me the details. Before Chen Kai said anything, and then the next second. Kim Zio-yu looked at him thoughtfully, and then opened his mouth. Suddenly said this sentence, Old Chen. I feel like you like me. Kim Zio-yu said this after the words, then smiled and looked at Chen Kai said, How, Old Chen, you just admit it. You must be like me. Why else would you admit I'm pretty? Given your former toxic personality. We've been brothers for 3 years. I haven't seen you like this before. Kim Zio-yu continued to say, Lao Chen, this kind of thing is nothing to be ashamed to admit. After all, your female brother, I'm so beautiful. You're with me every day in a block. Like me is also very normal. It's okay. Just admit it. Kim Zio-yu, you're not boring. Chen Kai took off his jacket and went to the bathroom to get ready to wash up and take a shower. After all, he got wet at the station in the evening. The whole family is going to give him a celebration party. You can't go in such a hurry. I went to the bathroom for about 10 minutes to take a shower and wash my face. Looking at herself in the mirror, Chen Kai couldn't believe it. The system rewards him with the opportunity to improve his face value, which is indeed not easy. Chen Kai is already very handsome, and after the systematic enhancement of his face, he is even more handsome. Come out of the bathroom. Kim Zae-oyu sat on the sofa and played with her cell phone. In fact, I am not playing with the cell phone anymore. The main thing is to search on Baidu. What is the intention of the best friend of the opposite sex who suddenly praises her beauty? When Chen Kai came out from inside, Kim Zae-oyu was a little bit nervous. Subconsciously, I put my cell phone in the back. He looks like a thief. What's the matter? Fish, what are you looking at? Oh, I see, Chen Kai said half-jokingly. Sat down next to Kim Zae-oyu, and then patted Kim Zae-oyu's shoulder. Fish, even though you're a girl. There's no need to be embarrassed about this kind of thing. It's normal to have curiosity. So browse the records without a trace to find out. Kim Zae-oyu had a dumbfounded expression on his face. Lao Chen, what were you talking about? Are we talking about the same thing? Kim Zae-oyu asked with a naive face, but only then reacted. Old Chen, why do I find that after you went in for a bath, you became even more handsome than before? Is it my illusion? It is not right, ah. Lao Chen, you this face not to mention. How skin than girls better? What is the situation? You will not be secretly practicing what secret book? Right, secret book, Chen Kai asked rhetorically. What secret book? Kim Zae-oyu rubbed his head and couldn't remember. I remember when I was at home when I was little. My dad used to watch a TV show in which a man practiced some secret martial arts and then became a woman. Lao Chen, you see, you a boy. Skin than I am even better. You will not also secretly practiced, right? Good brothers share. Chen Kai cried and laughed, then rubbed little fish's head and said in a petting tone, Ken little fish, you're nuts, hey he. Kim Zae-oyu laughed. Just kidding. Why so serious? But old Chen, I didn't notice before. You're actually quite handsome. The face value is comparable to mine. Kim Zae-oyu said narcissistically. The next few hours passed, in the blink of an eye, to about 8:00 p.m. Chen Kai received a call from his mother. Let him take his classmates together to go to the Shuntian Hotel. Upstairs in the 301 room. The whole family's there waiting. Chen Kai replied back, Okay, Mom, I know. We'll be right there. Well, okay. Then you guys hurry up, ah. Our whole family is waiting for it. Chen Kai and Kim Zae-oyu took a car, then went straight to the Shuntian Hotel to go. Sitting in the taxi, Kim Zae-oyu, somewhat nervous, asked Lao Chen, I met your parents say what ah. I am a little nervous. Why are you so nervous? The ugly daughter-in-law has to see her mother-in-law. Kim Zae-oyu replied subconsciously. That's true, no, you're the ugly one. I'm so pretty. I'm so beautiful. No, who's your daughter-in-law? I treat you like a brother, and you want to treat me like a daughter-in-law. Kim Zae-oyu intentionally clasped his hands on his chest, and then said jokingly, Old Chen, you just blurted out. I told you that you have plans for me. You still don't admit it. Chen Kai leaned against the window of the car, with a very lazy gaze. He glanced at Kim Zae-oyu, who was beside him. Don't say that. Kim Zae-oyu is quite adorable in her naivety. Kim Zae-oyu continued to ask, Lao Chen, I ask you a question, ah. Your ideal girlfriend is what kind of? Something gentle, something ladylike. Chen Kai said casually, but in fact, he would rather say, just like you, little fish, Chen Kai, who has relived his life. Likes Kim Zae-oyu, who is funny, fun and happy to be together, as long as it's a small fish. He likes it no matter what kind of personality it has. But now the fish asked. He cannot answer so bluntly, or else directly report the identity card number. Therefore, Chen Kai has already made a plan in his heart, regardless of the first 7 or 21st. Must snub Kim Zae-oyu to be his girlfriend, to maintain brotherly feelings. Chen, so you like a soft character. I thought that if you were looking for a girlfriend in the future, you would take me as your standard. Isn't it more fun to be as lively as me than to be softer? Hey, old Chen, you don't understand. My mom said that girls like me, who are so naive and fun to be around, will become less and less common in the future, and you have to learn how to cherish them. Forget it. You don't understand even if I tell you. In short, old Chen, you have to cherish me know it. Ken Zaofu hummed. After a while, we arrived at the Shuntian Hotel. The two of them went straight up the stairs, took the elevator, and came to the door of the private room in 301. Push open the door of the private room. Chen Kai and Kin Zaoyu, two people, walked in. There is a large round table inside the room, filled with Chen Kai's relatives, like his parents and grandparents, aunts and uncles, and some of his little cousins too. The whole family is here. No one is missing. They all came to help him celebrate the end of his sprint and his successful graduation. Son, you're here. Come on in. Come on in. The whole family is waiting for you. Chen Kai's old mom, Lai Chunmei, immediately stood up and said, but when he saw the classmate standing next to Chen Kai, he was actually a girl. The whole room fell silent. Chen Kai's parents looked shocked, especially Chen Kai's mom. Son, didn't you say that you want to bring your classmates to stay with us for a night? Women, lesbians, new book. Kneeling readers greatly support. More comments and votes. Chen Kai, his mother Lai Chunmei. This time the brain a bit unable to react. CPU are dry burning. A face of confusion. As for Chen Kai's father. And aunts and uncles, little cousins and little cousins. He was also wide-eyed and full of dismay. The whole atmosphere was weird, and then a little while later, my mom, who is very warm and funny, breaks the weird atmosphere. Haha, welcome, welcome. What's the name of this little student? Lai Chunmei was very excited at this time, thinking, is my son bringing his little girlfriend back to see me? You just graduated, and you're bringing your girlfriend home. Good boy, quite good, Brats are not simple, But it's a good thing Kinzaofu's father doesn't know. Otherwise, I guess I would have said, good boy, to Chen Kai. Although the same sentence is said, different people, in different contexts, will give people a completely different feeling. Chinese culture is profound and profound. That's not wrong at all, Lai Chun Mei took Kin Zaofu's hand. The performance of some enthusiasm is over the top. Looking at the right and left, this little girl is quite beautiful, glancing at Chen Kai. He thought to himself, good boy, you've got a good eye. He's the son of an old man. Chen Kai's father, and his uncle and aunt are sitting together drinking. Also his erected thumbs toward Chen Kai through a look. Kid, not simple witch. Than your old man I was much stronger. Lai Chunmei looked at Chen Kai. Son, quickly introduce mom. What is this female student called? Lai Chunmei asked. Chen Kai replied, Mom, her name is Kin Zaoyu. You can just call her Zaoyu. Little fish, what a cute name. Cute person, even cuter name, lovely, in fact, if we are talking about looks. Kin Zaofu's looks and style are indeed quite pure and lovely. Honestly, but the character doesn't go with the word cute at all. Okay? Especially if you don't talk. You look like a quiet, cute little girl, but when he started to speak, he directly smashed the pot. And his mouth was full of northeastern accent, and the funny picture style came out, however, since Chen Kai's whole family was there. Ken Zaoi was also a bit more restrained and did not show his big personality. This is a very tense time. I can feel my palms getting sweaty. Chen Kai looked at Ken Zaoyu and said, Fish, let me introduce you. This is my mom. Ken Zaoyu wondered if it was due to nervousness. Surprisingly, she subconsciously looked at Lai Chunmei and said, Mom, Chen Kai was speechless. This is my mom. What's your mom's name? Ken Zaoyu quickly responded, Oh yes. Hello, Auntie. Lai Chunmei couldn't help but laugh. This little girl is quite interesting. Come, let me introduce you again. This is my father. Chen Kai continued to introduce. He even deliberately choked Kin Zaofu. You're not going to call out for Dad this time, are you? Kin Zaoyu hit Chen Kai with his shoulder. Old Chen, don't mess with me, Deliberately make me lose face, right? Because it's too tense. I don't know what to say. But I'm trying to ease the awkwardness of just calling my mom. So there's nothing to talk about, that. Uncle, how old are you? You look so young. Uncle is 42 this year. Uncle, you have a noble surname. Such a coincidence. Lao Chen, your father, has the same surname as you. Kin Zaoyu doesn't know what she's saying anymore. She's so nervous that she's incoherent. I have to say that Kin Zaoyu is simply too naive at this time. Or Chen Kai, his old mother, this time stood out and said, Everyone do not stand. Kai and his classmates are here. Let's start. I propose that we all raise our hands in celebration of our family K's year of sprinting to a successful conclusion. In addition, the son this year's study is very intense, also really hard. Nowadays children. Learning pressure is still very big. Chen Kai's parents are really concerned about him. Everyone raises their glasses, then takes a sip. Kenzeoyu hated to find a crack in the ground. What the hell were you talking about? It's embarrassing. Little fish, you eat more, don't be polite. Just treat it as your own home. Lai Chunmei sat next to Qin Zeofu and kept on giving him food. Very enthusiastic. When my son introduced himself to me, he said that Fish was just his classmate, but Lai Chunmei was completely unconvinced. If you're just a friend from school, how can you stay at a boy's house? It must be a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. Now that Chen Kai has graduated, Lai Chunmei has no objection to talking about love, even absolute support. Yes, thank you, Auntie, Lai Chunmei said jokingly. I still think that when you called me Mom in the morning. It sounded better. He also said that if Qin Zeofu didn't mind, she could really call her Mom. Qin Zeofu's face turned red. It's inappropriate, and I'm already ashamed of myself. Chen Kai sidled over and whispered in Qin Zeofu's ear. What's not to like, Fish? Aren't we brothers? Your mom is my mom, and my mom is your mom. Brothers. Listening to what Chen Kai said seemed to make some sense. Kenzeoi was fooled for a moment. After a meal, the adults chatted about some family matters. Although we are a family. After all, we all have our own jobs and families. There are not many opportunities to get together. It's a rare occasion to get together for dinner. So of course we have a lot to talk about. Chen Kai and Qin Zeofu sat together. Chen Kai ate almost, already 7 or 8 points saturated. The night he did not want to eat too much. Taking out his cell phone, Chen Kai looked for any good investment projects. He is going to use all the money on his card to buy an investment. Start by doubling your principal a few times. Then you can use the money to start a business or something. Reborn, Chen Kai binds the system. Isn't it easy to start a business so that Mom and Dad can have a better life earlier? Chan Kai went straight for a green light. Bubbly investment. Obviously, if you buy this item, you will definitely lose money. And you will lose your pants, but it doesn't matter. Chen Kai now has an opportunity to utilize the ROI. In other words, he can predict the value of the return on his investment whenever he makes an investment in a transaction. After checking the ROI of this project, it is a long-term loss type of project. No one will buy it at all. But it doesn't matter, because it won't be long before the price of the project skyrockets, and the money is earned by Chen Kai alone. You don't have to worry about cheating others. Just buy it. Chen Kai has just decided. From the card to all the money. To buy the project, a hand of pokies. The projected opportunity of the value of the return on investment was then used. An estimate was made, drip. The item will be affected by the international situation after a period of time in the future. The price will carry on a substantial surge. Take advantage of the downturn to buy. You can get aside from the principal of 200 times the net income. Chen Kai was seen holding a cell phone and purchasing this investment. Qin Zeofu, who was sitting next to him. A shocked reaction on his face, Qin Zeoyu, sitting next to Chen Kai, watched as Chen Kai actually chose an investment item with a green light and bought almost $100. Less than $100. Mainly also because Chen Kai just went to the clothing mall, spent $700 to $800 to buy a dress for the little fish. But it doesn't matter, after all. It's only a few $100, and as long as this investment can earn 200 times the investment return, it will definitely make a fortune in a minute. What's a few $100? What's more? Especially when you think of Qin Zeofu in her previous life, who liked herself for so many years and never got married in her whole life. Chen Kai's nose is a little sore. I've lived my whole life, and in the end, I realize who is the best. Qin Zeoyu said at this time, Old Chen. Are you stupid? You do not know the rules of investment. People are buying up, not buy down. You can be good. So green oil you dare to buy. This is to die at a loss. Qin Zeofu's family is a businessman, usually. Qin Zeofu's father would buy some investment projects with his friends. I've learned from childhood. Qin Zeofu knows more or less, plus Mom and Dad. All quite hope that Qin Zeofu to go to college. enrolled in the finance major. Better go to King City, but Qin Ziofu in his previous life, in order to be able to go to the Magic City University with Chen Kai apiece. That's why I secretly changed my wish. She was also scolded by her mother and father for this. But even so, she failed her in her previous life. Lao Chen, you believe me. By this investment project will lose money. Although theoretically, it's sort of a rule that when any investment falls to a certain level, it starts to rise. But it also depends on what you're buying. This project, I heard my father said, stinks to death. The price of raw materials for this project is very general. Long-term cabbage price is really no investment prospects, and recently fell. You buy at this time. Ken Ziofu looked anxious. Old Chen, next time if you make an investment, can you tell me about it? Not bragging to you, in this regard, I still know something. Really, you believe me. Trust me, Chen Kai smiled. Little fish, just wait and see. Let me wait and see what. See how you're losing money, Chen Kai said. How can you be so sure that I will definitely lose money? For sure. There's no way this project can go up after how far it's fallen. Old Chen, why don't we both make a bet? Qin Zioyu continued. If this item finally rises, and you still make money, even if I lose, then I will buy you a new handset. It just so happens that the recently released Apple 6 is quite good. If you lose, how about you buy it for me? Fair enough, old Chen. It is 2016. Apple 6 is only a year away from the market. Many young people rush to buy it. Moreover, there are some more brain-dead people who cut off their kidneys and sell them just to get a 6. That's why the Apple 6 was later called the Kidney 6. I wonder if they would cry if they knew that many years from now no one would want the Apple 6 is for $500 on Taobao. I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to pay for it, but I'm going to be able to. Qin Zioyu has a lot of pocket money. Although her mom is a bit more forceful and keeps a tight rein on Qin Zioyu, but her father pampers Qin Ziofu to death and is a slave to his daughter. Therefore, Qin Ziofu is not short of pocket money at all. You can buy a cell phone for a few $1,000s. Say it again, I definitely won't lose. Qin Zioyu is full of confidence. Seeing Qin Zioyu with a confident look, Chen Kai really wanted to say, fishy, then you're just waiting to get punched in the face. Dinner time is over. After dinner, Chen Kai's parents went to the front desk to pay the bill. It's already past 9 p.m., and the relatives have all gone back to their homes. Chen Kai's father drives a car. Mom was sitting on top of the passenger seat. Chen Kai and Qin Ziofu are at the back. On the way home, Lai Chunmei, who was sitting on the passenger side of the car, said, Little fish, there are only 2 bedrooms in our house. How do you think this is going to work? Lai Chunmei has already planned. She and Fish sleep in a room. Let Chen Kai and his father sleep in a room. 2 bedrooms just right. However, in order to test Qin Zioyu's reaction, and to find out what kind of relationship she has with her 2 sons. That's why Lai Chunmei deliberately said, It seems that I can only condemn you to sleep in the same room as Chen Kai. I intuitively told myself that. The relationship between his son and Qin Ziofu is definitely not simple. And he is not in love, huh? Qin Ziofu froze for a moment, although he said that he and Lao Chen were good brothers, regardless of gender. But isn't it too much to sleep in one room? After all, I'm a girl. But Lao Chen character so reliable. Should not have any bad thoughts about himself, right? What if Chen suddenly comes in the middle of the night? For example, is there a possibility that Lao Chen has long been secretly in love with himself? In that case, would he take advantage of such a good opportunity tonight, and then take himself down, though it was just a few dozen seconds? But Qin Ziofu's mind is filled with all kinds of possibilities. No, Chen is not that kind of person. But it's still possible to have a crush on me. Lai Chunmei was dumbfounded on the spot. She did not expect Qin Zioyu actually agreed. Could it be that these 2 children are really boyfriend and girlfriend? When we get home. It was getting late. So Chen Kai and Qin Zioyu went back to their room after washing up. Chen Kai's room is very clean. But the bed is a little smaller. However, both of them were very thin, especially Qin Ziofu. So they were just right for squeezing. Lao Chen, let's make a 3-pronged agreement. I sleep with you on a bed. Cannot cross the line in the middle. Don't get any ideas about me. I know I'm pretty. But you have to restrain yourself. We're brothers. You don't want to jump on me. Kinzaoyu smiled cheekily, then intentionally took off the jacket. Want to see the old Chen? What reaction? What are you doing? Kinzaok, don't you ever take your clothes off in bed? Chen Kai was directly confused. Kinzaoyu, you really do not take me as an outsider, ah. See, Kinzaoyu subconsciously want to take off their clothes. Chen Kai is also speechless. Just who said that afraid of me in the middle of the night animal sex jumped up. Not scared now, or what? It was only then that Kinzaoyu reacted. Right, I forgot. Old Chen, you are a man. Kinzaoyu just wanted to test what old Chen's reaction. So far. It seems to be quite upright, not bad. Not bad for my brother. Looks like we can sleep well tonight. No need to take precautions. Kinzaoyu is really cute and funny sometimes. But when he's really naive, it's really laughable, old Chen. Why do you look at me with such eyes, ah? So scared, oh, Kinzaoyu said jokingly. Chen Kai cried and laughed and said, You folder, what do you mean? Kinzaoyu asked with a silly face, Is this a compliment? This is 2016. The clip is not yet a hot internet term. Kinzaoyu of course do not know what it means. I thought I was bragging about myself. Old Chen. Are you trying to say that my voice sounds good? Indeed, old Chen, I find that you are becoming more and more discerning. Ever since the end of the college entrance exams and the bus ride back to Zhongbei, I've realized that you're getting more and more discerning, not like the old days, when I was constantly moving around spitting on me. Now brag about me all day long. I'm embarrassed and a little embarrassed. Old Chen, you won't really look at me. Right? Sleep your sleep, Kinzaoyu. Kinzaoyu used her index finger and thumb and made a zipper gesture above her mouth. Okay, I'll shut up. I'm sleeping. Kinzaoyu is a restless sleeper, especially in the middle of the night. She often rolls over and so on. Obviously, he drew the demarcation line himself, saying that it should not go beyond this position in the middle. As a result, when she slept in the middle of the night, Kinzaoyu herself was like an octopus wrapped around Chen Kai's body. And then a cold, sudden kick. Chen Kai was sleeping soundly in the middle of the night, and Kinzaoyu was too sudden. Ah, Lao Chen, sorry. I was wrong. Kinzaoyu's sleep is this way, not particularly restful. Even when he sleeps alone, often rolled to the bed. Kinzaoyu said, Ah, I'm sorry, Lao Chen. I really don't sleep too peacefully. When my mom sleeps with me, I also often kick my mom down. Thought the old Chen will be angry. The result did not expect is that Chen Kai actually touched his head. And then a suspected very pampered tone said a sentence, All right, go to sleep. Kinzaoyu in shocked. But also feel very incredible. Whoop, whoop. Old Chen, you're too good, right? I thought you would be angry at. Did not think of old Chen you are not angry at all, or that, if I were a man, certainly kissed you to death on the spot. Right at this moment, the electronic voice of the system rang in Chen Kai's ears. DDD. Kinzaoyu produces a surprise reaction. And the host is rewarded with the permanent property rights of the Charms Internet Cafe, across the street, from the city's commercial plaza. Don't look at it as an internet cafe, but it is very profitable. There are many young people surfing the internet here every day. And the net profit of an internet cafe in a month is still quite good. And, before the weekend, Chen Kai and Zhang Wangshu are two of them. Often in this internet cafe on the internet. $7 an hour is expensive as hell. And it's still 2016. Plus it's still a small town, however, from now on. Chen Kai will not have to pay for the internet access at this internet cafe. Because he is already the boss, start now, and as the owner of the bar. Chen Kai gets a lot of money every month. That's nice. This can be much faster than what he did in his heavier life, when he fought his way up by his own efforts. Step by step, on the first day of his rebirth, he directly owned a property of his own. Chen Kai also used the money in the card to buy an investment project with 200 times the return. After a while, that investment started to go crazy. He sold it all outright. The amount of money in hand is definitely a lot of money. 200 times 100. $0, and then the next. Kinzaoyu obediently slept and was much more peaceful for the rest of the night. I slept until dawn, about 6 or 7 in the morning. Chen Kai's parents opened a store on the side of the commercial street. Need to open the door early to do business. Usually breakfast are not eaten at home. when you leave the house. You can just buy a few pancakes to get you started. Every day. He would leave some money for Chen Kai to buy breakfast at the entrance of the neighborhood. I left a little extra for breakfast today, because Qin Zhaofu was there. When Chen Kai woke up, he walked out of the room and went to the bathroom to wash up, wash his face, and brush his teeth. Saw breakfast money left on the table. There's also a note from his mom with a message that says something along the lines of don't forget to eat breakfast when he gets up. Ken Zhaoyu came out of the room, yawning, and saw Chen Kai washing his face and brushing his teeth in the bathroom. Lao Chen, I am so hungry, ah. This morning we eat what? Out to eat. After Chen Kai brushed his teeth. He took some ingredients from the refrigerator. Let's cook and eat. I don't want to go down to buy it. No way. Old Chen, you actually still can cook. So powerful, really. Qin Zhaoyu looked at Chen Kai with a surprised face. Old Chen, you won't be bragging to me. You really know how to cook? My God. What can you cook? Can I eat the food? I shouldn't die if I eat it, right? Chen Kai replied. There is money on the table. You can also go down to buy breakfast. No. I really want to taste how your cooking is like. Old Chen. Qin Zhaoyu smiled cheekily. Qin Zhaoyu this time continued to say, Old Chen, how come I did not find you so powerful before? I can't believe you can still cook. I must try it later, Qin Zhaoyu's sidekick said with a cheeky smile and a wild ass kissing, like a little lapdog. After a while, Chen Kai fried a plate of tomatoes, fried eggs, a very ordinary home cooking. Qin Zhaofu picked up the chopsticks and took a bite to taste the flavor. Before I move my chopsticks, I actually want to say, Old Chan, if I get poisoned from eating your cooking, you must remember to send me to the hospital. What I didn't expect is that it's not bad at all. Take another bite. Mama, Old Chen, how do you do this? But also too delicious. Who will be your girlfriend in the future? It would not be happy to die. Qin Zhaofu continued to eat and dazzle. Compared to what you make. What my mom makes is simply not for human consumption. Qin Zhaoyu's words were as exaggerated as they could be. Chen Kai's previous life, after all, has a few decades of life experience. And he is from the bottom of the climb up, and finally became a world-class tycoon big brother. This kind of ordinary home cooking is no big deal to Chen Kai. Other than cooking, he'll do more than that. The more Qin Zhaofu ate, the more addicted he became. I don't think this plate is enough. Chen Kai just sat down. He noticed that the dish in front of him had already been swept away by Qin Zhaofu. Qin Zhaoyu, do you know what you're doing? I haven't even had a bite yet. And you've eaten it all for me. Not even a bite for me, Qin Zhaoyu heatedly smiled. Lao Chen, sorry, because you do too delicious. I did not hold back for a moment. I ate a little more. The result is that I ate it all. Chen Kai laughed helplessly, revealing a pampered smile. Qin Zhaofu has a very good figure, and belongs to the kind of body that doesn't gain weight even if it eats a lot. Let's not talk about anything else, but at least give me a little bit of fat where it belongs. Qin Zhaoyu cried out inwardly. After the second course was finished, Qin Zhaoyu looked at Chen Kai and smiled cheekily. Old Chen Ah, while I am here, you cherish me. Today I am going back to Fengshan. Short time you want to see me cannot see. Of course, if you don't want to part with me, I can actually consider staying at your house for another night. Qin Zhaofu took out his cell phone and looked at the tickets for today. Or maybe the tickets for 1:00 p.m. When I was about to buy the ticket, Qin Zhaofu's parents called. Fish, did you buy your ticket? I'm calling to tell you that Mom and Dad are going on a trip overseas. It's a rare summer vacation, and I'm planning a 2-month honeymoon abroad for the two of us. Your dad and I. Qin Zhaoyu's mother continued, when your father was young. He told me that after my daughter finished her exams, he would take me on a 2-month trip abroad. Now that you're done sprinting for your exams too, your dad's ready to keep his promise and take me on a vacation to Bali. Come home early, there's $0 in cash under the pillow in your bedroom. That should be enough to feed you for 2 months. Call your mom and dad if you need anything. Going to get on a plane. No more. Qin Zhaoyu's mom hung up the phone directly. Qin Zhaofu was dumbfounded. No wonder they say that the parents are true love, and the child is an accident. Qin Zhaofu felt like he was given a free phone bill. Mom hung up the phone so quickly, as if she was afraid she'd interrupt their honeymoon. That's unkind, isn't it? after their daughter finished the college entrance exam. Her parents were finally relieved. It's normal to take advantage of the summer vacation to travel abroad, but you leave your daughters at home alone. You give me $18,000 for living expenses, and then you don't care. What kind of parents are you? Kinzaoyu's thoughts were fortunately not voiced out in public. Otherwise, I do not know how many families will have children who will doubt their lives after hearing this. But yes, after all, Kinzaofu grew up in an affluent family, plus being an only child again. Mom is a little more forceful and strict. But Dad's a real pet. What should I do now? My mom and Dad aren't home, and it's not fun for me to go back alone. Kinzaoyu thought for a moment and then looked at Chen Kai, who was sitting opposite her. Fish, why are you staring at me? Chen Kai had a bad feeling. Old Chen, let's discuss something. Kinzaoyu continued. My mom and Dad are out of the country, and I'm alone at home. So why don't I spend the summer vacation at your house? Is that okay, anyway? When the time comes, aren't you going to apply for the Magic City University? I'll apply for the same with you. We will report to the university together. Kinzaoyu would certainly be willing to spend his summer vacation at Chen Kai's house. After all, he was born again and wanted to stay with Kinzaoyu and spend more time with her. When I think about how Kinzaoyu liked me for so many years in my previous life, I can't help but think that I'm a good person, and I'm a good person. I feel sorry for this girl, all right. I'll think about it. Chen Kai said, Great old Chen, you promised. I knew you were the best, Chen Kai. Kinzaoyu, do you not understand Chinese? Chen Kai couldn't help but laugh and cry. This little fish is too naive. And also very straight ball. Every time to make Chen Kai laughed and laughed. He. Old Chen, you take your time to consider. Consider how long it does not matter. Kinzaoyu, after dinner, actively began to show, and wash dishes and do what? Not the usual naive. I hope Chen won't reject me because I've done so well. Kinzaoyu is washing dishes in the kitchen, and she's happy while doing it. I don't know what she's so happy about, but she's too naive. Fish volunteers to do the dishes, so Chen Kai can take the opportunity to take a break. He was sitting on the couch when his cell phone rang. Looking at the string of calls to himself, without any memo cell phone number, Chen Kai got through. On the other side of the phone, there was a woman with a very nice voice, who was the general manager of the Charms Internet Cafe. Is this Mr. Chen? We talked on the phone for more than 10 minutes. Good, I know. Hang up the phone and get ready to go out. Kinzaoyu, who had just come out from the kitchen, had already cleaned up the dishes and cleaned the floor, and could hardly find any faults. You really don't have to say. Kinzaofu's body doesn't have some of the shortcomings of the female lead in TV dramas. Like what? Arrogant make and so on, or lose temper, pull the black phone, like a whining woman full of negative energy all day and night complaining. There is no. Kinzaoyu is full of positive energy, happy every day, and just plain happy, especially when you just ran your ass off to clean up the dishes. A little lapdog stance. This will pinch the waist to say to Chen Kai, Old Chen, how you quickly praise me. I just cleaned up all the dishes, but also wiped the table inside once. Look at my performance so well. Old Chen, you consider how it is. Kinzaoyu really doesn't want to go back to Fengshan. The key is that both parents are not at home. They both went abroad for their honeymoon, and they will only be back in 2 months. By then, it is estimated that I will be starting university. It's too boring to stay home alone for 2 months of summer vacation. I can't do anything about it. So I was wondering if I could spend 2 months of my summer vacation at Old Chen's house. Old Chen, please beg you, Kinzaoyu pleaded with a naive face. In fact, if Fish had stayed at his house for the past 2 months. That's a lot of fun for a summer vacation. Before Chen Kai could reply, little Fish spoke again. By the way, Lao Chen, who are you talking to on the phone just now? Auntie, no. A friend of sorts. Asking me to meet him at the Starbucks across the plaza. Something to talk about. I'm going out later. Kinzaoyu was still wondering. Friend? What friend? Before Kinzaoyu said anything. Chen Kai added, Later, Zaoyu. You also go downstairs to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities. You and I live in the same block. 2 months of summer vacation do not need to buy some of the things you use. Too, Kinzaoyu nodded, then with a silly face. It took a while before he reacted. What, Chen? Do you mean to say that you agree to let me spend the summer vacation in your house, old Chen? You are worthy of being my best brother. I love you to death, knew you wouldn't turn me down. Old Chen, you really mean it. Kinzayo Oyu, this reflex arc is indeed a little long. But don't worry, I, Kinzayo Oyu, dare not say anything about others. But my character is still reliable. I can help with the housework during the week. Kinzayo Oyu patted his chest. That's all. Don't film it. It's bad enough already. What? Kinzayo Oyu faced confused expression. Half a day before reacting. Old Chen. How much do you mean, ah? Can you not say that I have a poor figure? You wait and see. Later when I go to the supermarket to buy daily necessities. Buy more supplemental protein food. I eat every day. I don't believe it. Sooner or later, there will be a day to impress you. When the time comes, I'll be so hot that I'll scare you to death. Kinzayo said with a look of milky ferocity. Too naive, really. Then, Chen Kai and Kinzayo went downstairs together. Kinzayo went to the nearby supermarket and went to buy necessities. Chen Kai took a taxi to meet the manager of Charm's internet cafe and talked for an hour. It's noon, and it's almost time to go back. I don't know if little fish has already bought back the necessities she needs at this time. But what Chen Kai is more curious about is that Kinzayo really went to buy papaya. Really? Or maybe it's just a casual remark. Thinking of Kinzayo's face and expression when she said this, Chen Kai was a little bit unable to laugh or cry. Just on Chen Kai's way home, at the entrance of Chen Kai's neighborhood, Lao Chen, didn't you say you'd be back soon after you went out to talk about something? It's been more than an hour. Not finished yet. Kinzayo will be in the door of Chen Kai's small area. To Chen Kai called a phone. The key to the house was taken away by Chen Kai, and she waited here alone for a whole hour. Which is too bad luck, right? And it's really heavy to buy so many household items. It's mostly papaya. Buy a lot of it. It's a miracle that Kinzayo, who can carry so many things back in her small body. Kinzayo muttered. Summer vacation for 2 months. I have to eat papaya every day. And eat more papaya is good for the body. The old Chen, you just wait to see it. The female big 18 changes. The more change, the more beautiful. After hearing Kinzayo's voice on the other side of the phone, Chen Kai replied to what Kinzayo had just said. Okay, wait there. I'll go back right away, after a while. Chen Kai took a car and returned to the entrance of the district. Seeing Kinzayo standing in place, old Chen, you can finally come back. Know that I waited here for an hour. Hands are carrying numb. Good pain. This plastic bag is also really hard on the hands. Chen Kai is also laughing and crying. Choking hand you still carry. Can't you put things on the ground? Oh, yeah. Kinzayo smiled nervously. Old Chen, you wait and see. After 2 months. Definitely impress you. Chen Kai smiled and said, yeah. If that's really the case, I'll treat you to 3 days and 3 nights at Disney, and Kinzayo's eyes lit up. Old Chen, this is what you said, ah. Do not lie. Then, Kinzayo, very curious to ask, said back, Old Chen, you just went to see who? What friends, ah? I know, male and female. It won't be a woman, guys. I'm begging for votes and 5-star reviews. On my knees. Chen Kai did not have time to answer. Kinzayo brainstormed all kinds of possibilities. It could not be. The old Chen hiding me secretly have a girlfriend. Right? Kinzayo all kinds of brain supplement. Coupled with the character and very steel straight female. So directly said, Old Chen, honestly explain. You just see who went. Actually chat for more than an hour. Chen Kai casually replied, Didn't I say? I met a friend, boyfriend or girlfriend. Kinzayo asked with wide eyes. Chen Kai was speechless. Boyfriend, Kinzayo, are you serious? This I am not too clear. After all, Lao Chen you every day with me so beautiful woman in a block, but does not seem to have had any evil thoughts about me. So I seriously doubt that Lao Chen you like to engage in sword fighting. So having a boyfriend or a girlfriend, this I can't say. Kinzayo said this. Kinzayo, you suspect me of having a tendency to strike swords all day long. What do you mean, nothing? I just want to remind you that you have such a beautiful woman beside you. Don't go astray, Mr. Chen. If you ever do talk to a boyfriend, if this gets out, then my reputation as Kinzayo will be tarnished. Chen Kai doesn't understand. What's it to you? Kinzayo a serious set of course I have to do with ah. Old Chen, you think, ah. We have been heterosexual brothers for 3 years. Right, Zhenan, 3 years. We are together every day, whether it is to eat in the cafeteria, or as a table, or study group, and even after class to go to the toilet all together. It's just that you go into the men's bathroom and I go into the women's bathroom. Ah, almost. We're practically inseparable. The whole class knows it, if, in the end, you get a boyfriend and play fencing with someone. Doesn't that mean I don't even have the slightest bit of womanly charisma? After 3 years of being my heterosexual brother, you ended up with a boyfriend. Just how bad am I? If this gets out, people will laugh at me. Kinzeo, you said in a serious manner. Especially this serious expression, coupled with such outrageous advice. The picture style is particularly funny. Kinzaofu, how did you keep from laughing at that? Don't worry about that. There's no way I'm going to play fencing with someone like you said I would. Really? That's a relief. Kinzaoyu heatedly smiled. Chen Kai walks in front. Kinzaoyu like a follower holding a large pile of things, but also with his chin supported on the top of the milk crate. Very careful. Chen Kai wanted to help Kinzaoyu get her things. Little fish, however, said, No, Lao Chen, I can do it myself. I don't believe I can't hold it. They followed Chen Kai up the elevator and returned to the living room of Chen Kai's house. Kinzaoyu put these things on the ground, then hurriedly poured water and gulped it down. Thirsty me. So heavy things I carry back alone, but also a breath to move upstairs. Lao Chen, I am great. Quick to praise me. Kinzaoyu at this time is really talkative, but this character is really quite funny. Chen Kai sat on the sofa in the living room and swiped his cell phone for a while. Then he plans to set up a company, so he intends to first learn about whether there is a suitable office building on the internet. It's better to be in the neighborhood, so that it's more convenient for him to go to the office, so that he doesn't have to take a car and run so far. Kinzaoyu paid attention to the time, by the way, Lao Chen. It is now already about 10 o'clock. From lunchtime there are 1 or 2 hours. Where do we eat lunch at noon? Have you thought about it? Why don't we go to the hot pot restaurant across the square in the center of the city? Or eat barbecue is also okay. Old Chen, you say what you want to eat. Noon this meal, I treat you ah. Your fish sister has plenty of money. Kinzaoyu patted her chest and said, Chen Kai doesn't care what he eats for lunch. After all, as a person who has lived for several decades of rebirth, what kind of delicious fun has not seen? It's only teenagers who want to eat this and that all the time. Take Kinzaoyu as an example. You said it. I'll eat whatever, Chen Kai replied. How about barbecue? That stuff is delicious. Kinzaoyu looked at Chen Kai and was about to speak. At this time, Chen Kai's cell phone rang. Give him a call is Zhang Ming. His dormitory sleeping in his bunk brothers, Zhang Ming and Wang Xiu. These 2 brothers are Chen Kai, in addition to Kinzaoyu, who outside of the town of 3 years in the south of the best friends. Zhang Ming called and said, Lao Chen, where are you? Come to the internet bar open black ah. Handsome and I are in the city center across the charm of the internet cafe on the 4th floor. 401 rooms, come on. It's hard to end the year's sprint. Can finally relax a bit. The old home drilling more meaningless ah. Come to the 3 of us brothers to play a good ranked. Let's show you how good our skills really are. Zhang Ming is definitely a king of the mouth. Every time he plays a game, he talks a lot, but he is often the one who plays the most poorly. Plus the personality is already socially insane. I can't say anything else about playing games with Zhang Ming. But the atmosphere is very leveraged, anyway. Also finished the examination. The summer vacation does not have any homework. Plus this morning at home to stay at home is nothing. Chen Kai agreed to come down. Okay, 401 of the box is it? No, waiting for later will go over. Okay, old Chen, just come here quickly. You can just come over here. You don't need to buy anything to eat or drink. Handsome and I already did. Sprite, Coke, chili chips, and crispy noodles. It's no fun to come to an internet cafe and surf the net without drinks and snacks. What do you think, Mr. Handsome next to him? Wang Shuai is playing the game in a tense manner, and just now he got screwed over by his teammates. Cursing and swearing over here, after a while. After Chen Kai hangs up the phone, Kinzaoyu is very curious and asked why old Chen. Who called this phone ah? Going out again, only a morning time. You this schedule so tight. Old Chen. Still say you did not talk about love. Qin Zhaoyu asked rhetorically. Chen Kai replied, "It's Lao Zhang and Shu Weizai, asking me to go to an internet cafe to hack." Oh, it's those two. Where are they going? Where are they going? Qin Zhaoyu looked serious, and at the same time asked weakly, "Can you take me with you, old Chen? You take me a piece of it. I grew up so big since I have never gone to the internet bar it. Please, old Chen, you let me experience an adult's happiness." Qin Zhaoyu is really naive, not only when she usually speaks, but especially this sentence just now, which makes Chen Kai a little bit confused. Qin Zhaoyu, do you know what you're saying? It's just a trip to the internet cafe. What do you mean? You're having adult fun. Can't you be a little more normal in your wording? The Qin Zhaoyu looked at Chen Kai with a naive face. She really does not understand. Qin Zhaoyu is now the time to be naive, which is like Chen Kai. Qin Zhaoyu looked at Chen Kai and asked, "What's the matter? Chen, why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? I'm just asking you to take me with you. I don't think I've said anything wrong. Right? What's more, we're brothers, so you're going out without me. That's a bit unreasonable, isn't it? The big deal is that I'll pay for your internet connection and snacks. But there is a prerequisite, and that is that you must take me." Qin Zhaoyu used his index finger and pointed at himself as he said. Chen Kai was in tears. "Did I say I won't take you there in the morning?" Hearing this, Qin Zhaoyu's face immediately revealed a smile. "Happy bad, ha ha ha. Old Chen or you enough meaning. Where to play or thinking of bringing me. Good. Not in vain I take you as my best friend. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now." Qin Zhaoyu was quite excited, and had the feeling of doing something bad in secret with the head of the family on her back. "Lao Chen, do you know, this is the first time in my life to go to the internet cafe. After going to the internet cafe, if there is anything you do not understand, you cannot laugh at me. Qin Zhaoyu looked at Chen Kai and said, "Okay, no problem. I'll make fun of you when we get to the internet cafe. Hey, old Chen, you're so nice." Qin Zhaoyu smiled cheekily, almost subconsciously said it, but quickly reacted. "Old Chen, what are you doing? You're trying to piss me off, aren't you? Can't you just go along with it?" Qin Zhaoyu skimmed his lips and hummed. Soon said, "Well, Lao Chen, do not let Zhang Ming and Wang Shu. I wait too long. Let's go. I want to see what the inside of the internet cafe." Then immediately after, Chen Kai and Qin Zhaoyu locked the door, took the elevator downstairs and directly out of the small district gate, took a cab and headed towards the downtown commercial plaza. Sitting in the back of the rental car, Qin Zhaoyu looked at Chen Kai and said, "By the way, old Chen, which internet cafe are they in?" "Plaza opposite the charm of the internet cafe." Although Qin Zhaoyu is not a local of Zhongbei, but after all, he went to school here for 3 years, and is quite familiar with everything here, especially the downtown commercial plaza, which should be considered the busiest part of the entire Zhongbei. An internet cafe opened in a downtown location must be very profitable. Before taking the bus, when Qin Zhaoyu also noticed that the internet bar looks like the scale is not small-like, but also in such a busy area, the flow of people must be very large. It is estimated that the net profit of that internet cafe must be not small. Right, Lao Chen? Do you think it is very profitable to open an internet cafe, especially this section of the city center? Qin Zhaoyu sat in the back, riding in the car on the way to the city center. The small mouth simply did not bring to a stop, as if there are endless words, and also talked to Chen Kai about that charming internet cafe. But what Qin Zhaoyu does not know is that this internet bar just a short time ago has been Chen Kai's property. It was a quick ride to the center of town. After getting out of the taxi, Qin Zhaoyu paid the fare directly, almost subconsciously, with Chen Kai as 3 years of heterosexual brother. Qin Zhaoyu is really not less to him to spend money every time out to play. Basically, is Qin Zhaoyu bi-single? Just this wave is really subconscious. However, it should be said not to say. Qin Zhaoyu is really willing to give Chen Kai spend money. Spend up a little bit does not bring heartache, especially in these 2 years. A relatively hot hand game. The name is called Everyday Cool Running. Chen Kai's account, as long as the characters can be bought with money. Basically all complete. Qin Zhaoyu gave him all the money. If so, how to say that Qin Zhaoyu, more or less a little brother brain, belonged to the kind of pay type of personality. Pay to feel very happy, by the way, old Chen. You have not been playing that daily cool run before. I also gave you to charge so much money it. Now do not play. Start playing League of Legends. I've never played it, but I've heard of it, and it seems to be one of the hottest online games on the computer. Last year, Kin Zio, who ate New Year's Eve dinner at his grandparents' house. I've seen my little cousin play it. And it's so hard to play. I can't understand it at all. Old Chen. That League of Legends can charge money. I will not play, but I can give you the account number to charge money. Later to the internet cafe, after I will sit next to watch you play. By the way, I think with my IQ, I should be able to learn it easily, right? Kin Zio, you said with an air of certainty. Hearing Kin Ziofu's words, Chen Kai was also in a state of tears and laughter. Most people's teenage years are middle-aged at best. But Kin Ziofu's naive period is simply her later black history. There's no one else who can be so naive. Even playing a game. He even volunteered to give Chen Kai money. Chen Kai has made up his mind that he will never let down and miss this naive female brother in front of him, if he lives his life again. He must make up for the debt and regret he had towards Kin Ziofu in his previous life. As for how to make up for it, it is naturally to reward Kin Ziofu with 98 days of maternity leave. After a while, Chen Kai and Kin Zio, you walked directly to the opposite side of the plaza, to the entrance of the Charms Internet Cafe. Old Chen, it is this internet bar in front of us. Right, then we are here. Chen Kai walked in front of him. Kin Zio followed him like a little lapdog, and then went up the stairs together. Come to the private room on the 4th floor. Pushing open the door of the private room, Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai were playing qualifying matches while cursing their teammates and slamming their keyboards, which made for a ferocious scene. But it's also true that when you're playing a game and you run into a bad teammate, you really want to run along the internet and point your finger at the other teammate's nose and curse him or her. A handful of rice sprinkled on the keyboard for the chickens to peck at is better than what you're playing with next door to your marijuana. After Chen Kai and Kin Ziofu entered the private room, Zhang Ming and Wang Shu, I said, Lao Chen, you can finally come. Quickly come to wait for you. Just now we opened a ranked game, encountered a pitted teammate. Almost angry, I smashed the keyboard, but soon, after noticing Kin Zioyu, who came in with Chen Kai. The two of them are in complete and utter disbelief. Kin Zioyu, why also in, or with the old Chen together? Old Chen, Kin Zio, you will not spend the night in your house last night. Vote for the 5-star reviews to come in a wave, guys. Inside the Charms Internet Cafe 401's private room, Zhang Ming and Wang Shu, I looked at Chen Kai with curious faces. They brother and sister followed by asking, Old Chen, last night Kin Zioyu would not be in your home overnight. Right? You two relationship has reached this level. Good man. When did you two get together? How dare you lie to us that you're brothers? Old Chen, such a big thing actually did not talk to us before. Even we are hiding. Not good Wang Shu, I also said that is to say that I'll Lao Chen. Our brother 3, the same room 3 years of time, is also considered the best brother it. Usually our 3 best relationships. When we did not say good, to be single for life. Do single aristocrat. And so when the old in the nursing home flirting with the old lady. Dancing, playing chess and drinking tea. What a cozy old age. And you're going to betray the organization of our singles alliance. So we're the only 2 bare-ass commanders left. Wang Shu, I said with a depressed expression. Moreover, the most important thing is that old Chan's girlfriend is not someone else, but actually his female brother who has been with him for 3 years. Isn't it said that rabbits don't eat grass around the nest? How could he do that? See the look of surprise on these 2 guys' faces. Chen Kai also smiled helplessly. What are you guys thinking? It's not what you think. Okay. It was purely because little fish didn't go home and had to stay at my house that I agreed. Kind of like Dead Stalker, Chen Kai just finished. Beside the Kin Zioyu with his arm in the body of Chen Kai hit. And then skimmed the mouth. Hey old Chen, you say. What do you mean I do not go home have to live in your home? But also stalking. Old Chen, you make it sound like I'm chasing you. Yesterday it was raining heavily, and I didn't buy a ticket, and I haven't stayed in a hotel, and you've been my best friend for 3 years in Jenin, so I'm sure I'll be the first to find you if I have something to do. Chen Kai laughed harshly. Anyway. It's almost that meaning, no. It's much worse. Qin Zaoyu emphasized one point in particular. You stalking to describe me. Don't know that I thought I was chasing you. Change the word, softly. Hard to live more appropriate. Is the word sure more appropriate? Wouldn't it be more likely to be misunderstood? Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai replied. Oh, that's right. Then we misunderstood. Thought you two secretly together. Chen Kai sat down in front of the machine next to Zhang Ming, and Qin Zaoyu sat next to him. Qin Zaoyu smiled and nodded. Sitting on the chair in front of the computer also twisted and swayed a little body. This time Qin Zaoyu is really too cute, especially the character. It's just a pistachio. Seeing the interaction between Chen Kai and Qin Zaofu. Zhang Shuai and Wang Ming, who were sitting by the side, exchanged glances. These two brothers didn't say anything, but understood everything. What kind of brotherly behavior is that? What's more, there is absolutely no such thing as a pure friendship between a boy and a girl. Unless, of course, one of the parties is ugly enough. The uglier the purer, but apparently it's neither. This brother and sister have thought well. Anyway, the next to play in the charm of the internet cafe for 2 months of summer vacation. And so on the first month after the wage, must be privately invited Chen Kai Big Rub a meal. The time to ask a good question. The old Chen on Qin Zaoyu is how have you? Old Chen, come on. Let's play a ranked match below. In the morning, he matched with a teammate. Really, that skill I'm speechless. The chicken is better than him. Chen Kai quickly logged in his League of Legends account. After all, with decades of life experience, he did not play less in his previous life. So in terms of technology, not to say crush professional level gaming players, but at least ordinary players are absolutely not Chen Kai's opponent, abusing dishes with play-like. Then Chen Kai and Zhang Ming had a qualifying match. Qin Zaoyu sat on the side and watched how Chen Kai played, learning a little, and then letting Lao Chen take himself a piece of the game. Qin Zaoyu, I'm hungry. I want to eat dry, crispy noodles, Chen Kai said while playing the game. Oh, then I'll help you tear the package. Why don't I feed you, old Chen? Qin Zaoyu acted like a little lapdog, tearing the package of the dry, crispy noodles, then kneaded down a small piece of dry, crispy noodles and put it into her hand, then fed it to Chen Kai's mouth. How is it, old Chen? Still quite delicious, right? Mainly you also have to have me such a good female brother. You see you are playing games. I also feed you food. I am good. Qin Zaoyu smiled cheekily. Chen Kai continued. One more? Oh, I'm coming. Qin Zaoyu immediately fed Chen Kai another piece, making Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai on the side look dumbfounded. Qin Zaoyu's temper is too good, right? And in 3 years Qin Zaoyu to Chen Kai's good. Everyone is in the eyes, especially the boys in the class, who don't envy Chen Kai for having a female brother like Qin Zaoyu. Zhang Ming and Wang Shu, I thought so, just got distracted, then looked at the computer screen. Crap. Old Chen save me. Chen Kai's keyboard operation. The enemy 2 heroes by Chen Kai, a burst of crazy output. Directly double kill. Zhang Ming and Wang Shu. I exclaimed, old Chen, you this skill can when to steal practice, feel than your previous technology is too many times stronger. The two asked in shock. Soon after, the computer screen reads, triple kill, quadra kill, pentakill, 5 kills. Zhang Ming and Wang Shu, I looked dumbfounded at the side. Old Chen is awesome. Seeing the reaction of the two of them. Qin Zaoyu was also shocked for a moment. Wow, is Mr. Chen that good? Zhang Ming and Wang Shu. This brother and sister do not know why. Feel the old Chen seems to have changed a person like before, and the old Chen out to play games. His skills are not so hanging The speed of the enemy player is so fast that it can catch up with the professional player. Right. Or was old Chen deliberately keeping a low profile in the past? The two of them thought to themselves. Qin Zaoyu, who was sitting next to Chen Kai, also said with a face of surprise, old Chen. Although I cannot understand it, but I feel that you play so powerful, worthy of being old Chen you. Lao Chen you still eat. Qin Zaoyu took the dry, crispy noodles and asked. Chen Kai replied, no, twist that Coke for me. I'll take a sip. Oh, okay. Qin Zhaofu nodded, and then picked up the bottle of Coke, screwed the cap. But the force is relatively small, really cannot screw. To the end of the mouth began, ready to take the teeth to screw the cap off. What are you doing? It's okay. I'll screw the cap off the bottle for you. Qin Zhaofu had spent 9 oxen and 2 tigers, feeling like his teeth were about to fall out, and finally screwed the cap off the damn bottle. Hey, it's finally open. Not enough strength for the teeth. Old Chen, drink it. Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai are sitting next to each other. Originally, they envied Chen Kai's gaming skills, but after seeing Qin Zhaofu, they envied Chen Kai even more for having such a female brother. However, they do admire Chen Kai's determination, if they really have such a female brother, not to mention the face value like Qin Zhaofu so high. Even if it is just an ordinary face value, the 2 brothers would have already started. I really admire old Chen's determination. They are ashamed of themselves, but the 2 of them can't count on it, because they won't have a female brother. Women's popularity is not as good as Lao Chen's, and the female dogs on the road have to bark twice when they see them. Then Qin Zhaofu said, Old Chen, for the reason that I almost broke my teeth twisting the bottle cap for you. Take me to play with you in the next game and teach me. All right. You go log the accounts. Okay, log in. Right under Chen Kai's guidance, Qin Zhaofu logged in, registered her account, and then registered her nicknames. After a wave of process, she was organized into the same game. It's already started. Qin Zhaofu held the mouse in his right hand and put his left hand on top of the keyboard. Slightly nervous about the operation, Lao Chen, what do I have to do? Chen Kai patiently teaches Qin Zhaofu throughout the game. And after a game, Chen Kai protects Zhaofu and then wins the game. Looked at the time. This would have been more than 11 o'clock at noon. Qin Zhaofu's stomach has been a little hungry. Lao Chen are at noon. I'm already hungry. Let's go outside to find a restaurant to eat a meal. My treat, what do you want to eat? Barbecue, let's go. Right at this moment, 2 system options appeared in front of Chen Kai's eyes. Option 1. Accompany Qin Zhaofu to lunch and propose to Zhaofu. Her intention to take her to the Magic City rotisserie for a big meal before the start of the school year. Much to Qin Zhaofu's surprise reaction, mission reward a lottery. 100 can draw a higher value of the reward. There is no thank you favor this kind of lottery results. Option 2. Have a late lunch and keep playing the game. Reward a breakfast store. In the face of the above 2 options, Chen Kai's choice is definitely the first. 1 more second of hesitation is a disrespect to the reward in the system pool. What's more, it's a 100 guaranteed lottery. So there's no thank you for your patronage. As for the area of a breakfast store, this small amount of money Chen Kai is not to see. And so on 2 days after he bought the investment project rose to 200 times the earnings, cash to get the money. It is a small 20 million. Not bad for a little breakfast place, of course. The first option is preferred. After making a choice, Chen Kai replied, Well, okay. It just so happens that I'm also a bit hungry. So let's go downstairs and have dinner first. And what about you, handsome old Chang? Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai shook their heads. We too won't go. We've bought so many snacks. We'll eat this for lunch. Tomorrow is going to officially work part-time as a webmaster in this internet bar, giving people upstairs and downstairs to get cigarettes and food and drinks, and enjoying the pleasure of being a customer at the end of the day. Chen Kai nodded. Well, that's fine then. I'll go down with little fish then. Okay, you guys go ahead. After Chen Kai and Qin Zhaofu went downstairs and walked out of the internet cafe, Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai, who were staying in the 401 room, continued to play a game. While playing the game, I remembered something. Zhang Ming spoke up, by the way, handsome. This morning when we came over to do the entry formalities for the summer vacation workers of the webmaster, did you hear the sweeping auntie beside you say that this glamorous internet cafe seems to have been bought by a big boss today? Wang Shu, I was playing the game, operating the mouse keyboard. Well, I also heard that. There are so many rich people nowadays. It'd be great if we too could get to that level, and not just any rich guy. The net profit of charming internet cafe in a month is quite a lot. Right? I guess the owner who bought this internet cafe must be a rich, big boss indeed. Look at people. A shot directly bought the entire bar. How wide and then look at our brother and sister. This bitter life, ah. Okay, just be content. At least the part-time rate is pretty high. After the first month's part-time wages are paid. I'll invite Mr. Chen to dinner and have a big meal. Okay. But the two of them don't know that the big boss they just talked about who bought the whole internet bar is actually Chen Kai, who just sat down with them and played 2 games. I wonder how the two of them will react when they find out. Chen Kai and Qin Zhao Yu walked out of the charming internet cafe and went straight to a barbecue restaurant across the square. The restaurant is not very big, but the flavor is authentic and there are many customers, especially at night. When you can't even get in line to eat, find a seat and sit down. Qin Zhao Yu patted Chen Kai's shoulder and said to him with a smile, Old Chen, be strong later. Your fish sister to pay the bill. Boss, order here. Qin Zhao Yu shouted at the boss. After Qin Zhao Yu said this, she then said to Chen Kai with a smile on her face, Old Chen, what do you want to eat later? Feel free to order, to the death. Qin Zhao Yu patted his chest with a generous look. It's true that Qin Zhao Yu has lived in a wealthy family since she was a child, and she doesn't lack money at all, so she is generous in spending money, especially with Chen Kai. Even Qin Zhao Yu was never this generous when she was with her roommates. For this reason, in 3 years, Qin Zhao Yu's roommates also put forward a lot of advice, of course. It is a joke, and not really have any opinions. It's just that people think that Qin Zhao Yu was so generous when she was with Chen Kai. Why are you so stingy with us? You're a big fan of sex, aren't you? Qin Zhao Yu every time the answer is, What heavy color light friend, will not use words ah. I and Lao Chen are brothers. Okay, you must not denigrate our noble friendship with your sordid thoughts. Old Chen and I are definitely best buddies for life. It's not going to be the relationship you think it is. Don't keep telling me that there's no such thing as friendship between a man and a woman. I'm going to prove it to you. Although people say that there is no pure friendship between a man and a woman, Qin Zhao Yu doesn't believe in it. There must be, otherwise you'll just have to wait and see. One of my roommates even jokingly said, You're not going to tell us that it's pure friendship even after you've given birth to a child. Are you, indeed? This is too pure. Right away, the owner of the barbecue restaurant came over. A middle-aged man, probably in his 40s, a bit fatter but very enthusiastic. What would you like to eat, young student? The menu is here, the boss said with a smile and handed Qin Zhao Yu the menu. Yes, thank you. Mr. Boss. Qin Zhao Yu picked up the menu, immediately said to Chen Kai, Old Chen, Quickly look at what you want to eat. My personal words are more like to eat roasted leeks. This thing gaga delicious. Old Chen, you also eat more. Heard that more eat this thing, especially for boys body thief. If you start listening to me while you're still young and eat more leeks when you're not doing anything, I'm pretty sure your girlfriend won't be able to handle it if you get a girlfriend in the future. Ha-hoo-ha. I didn't hear it from anyone. I just read some girl's comics that said it, of course. The book covers of those girl comics that Qin Zhao Yu reads will definitely not be shown to Chen Kai. Because the cover of those comics, very hot eyes, basically this. The hero hugged the heroine's neck and kissed the kind of crazy. Cannot let the old Chen know that he privately read this kind of thing. The content is actually not bad. But the cover is a bit misleading. Qin Zhao Yu, I really didn't realize you knew so much before. Chen Kai is also embarrassed coughing. But this Qin Zhao Yu is also. Sayings do not go through the brain. That the boss is still looking at the side. Make him very embarrassed. Qin Zhao Yu doesn't feel awkward at all, and is a bit more socially insane than Jiang Ming. Qin Zhao Yu is quite socially horrified. Social terrorist. He's the kind of guy that everyone would shy away from, especially at the naive age of 19. Qin Zhao Yu shook his head and then replied, No, it is written in the cartoon. Lao Chen, if you don't want to eat some, it's delicious. What comic you read? Also said to eat more Leek's girlfriend. Cough, cough. You see this kind of content. Do you see that as a serious comic? Chen Kai in his previous life really did not realize that Qin Zhao Yu actually have this side. LSBA, of course it is a serious comic. Old Chen, what do you think? I am that kind of person. I saw it on the news. Yes, the news. Qin Zhao Yu even said some stuttering. Immediately changed the subject. Lao Chen. You want to order or not? The boss is still waiting next to it. Okay, I'll order. Chen Kai started to order. I ordered some lamb kebabs, grilled noodles, grilled steak, and of course, the grilled leeks that Qin Zhaofu mentioned just now. That's right, Chen won't lie to you. That stuff is really delicious. I'm purely mouth. But old Chen, you are not the same That thing, if you often eat, will come to your girlfriend can certainly die of happiness. Qin Zhaofu has always been like this. Talking without thinking, completely unaware of what she has just said and what it really means. And after a long time, Qin Zhaoyu swore that if time could be turned back, he would never let Chen touch any leeks, even dumplings. Cannot touch with leek fillings, absolutely not. This is it. After ordering the food, Chen Kai ordered 2 more beers from the boss. Drinking cold beer in the summer. It's so enjoyable. Qin Zhaoyu shook his hand. Old Chen. I can't drink wine. Yu Fengshen grew up saying you can't drink. Do you have the nerve to say Qin Zhaoyu? Chen Kai asked rhetorically. Qin Zhaofu said to the boss, Boss, do you have yogurt here? Do you have strawberry flavor? The boss nodded. Yes, I'll get it for you. Chen Kai was a bit speechless. Qin Zhaofu, you come out to eat barbecue without drinking alcohol. Drink yogurt and strawberry flavor. Qin Zhaofu continued to talk, and even vigorously. Right, I'll drink some yogurt. It's delicious. Do you want to try some? Unfortunately, now is not convenient outside. Otherwise, I am also prepared to learn from the internet tutorials to see how to do stewed papaya. I have to eat for 2 months, cannot. I heard that this thing is good for the body. Then let the old Chen you shut up. Even if you open your mouth to talk to all day and night to praise me good figure. Seeing that Qin Zhaofu is so direct in her words, I can't help but to answer her question. Chen Kai really likes it. In his previous life, he had been in the business world for so many years, and he had seen a lot of businessmen and businesswomen in the business world, and they were all fighting for each other. And everyone said things that they didn't really mean, and they had to guess whether the other side was telling the truth or not. After a long time, I really feel tired. I met a girl like Qin Zhaofu who was very sincere. Chen Kai just realized something. Life is like that. Everyone is spending a lot of time and energy to pursue something that they will regret many years later. And those who already have it, they don't treasure it. Years later, you start to regret it, and it becomes a regret that cannot be cured. Just like time, air, and life, each person is born with these things, which seem to be worthless, but in fact cannot be bought with any amount of money. In his previous life, Chen Kai already had a lot of people have not had the wealth. When life comes to an end, he only realized this truth. Noticing Chen Kai's eyes, Qin Zhaoyu froze for a moment. Old Chen, why are you looking at me with such eyes? Did you realize that your female brother is quite pretty? Chen Kai withdrew his eyes. Who's looking at you? Old Chen, I've seen it all. Don't you admit it? 20, Qin Zhaoyu continued to say. Old Chen, you this person, Everything is good, his hard mouth. I just clearly saw you staring at me for a while. Actually not admit it. Again, it's nothing to be ashamed to admit. Qin Zhaoyu boasted. After all, your female brother, I am so beautiful. Occasionally attracted by my beauty. That is quite normal. Old Chen, you say, is not it. Chen Kai can't help but laugh and cry. Little fish, how can you be so good at making up things? After a while, the boss brought the baked goods up, along with a bottle of cold beer, including the strawberry-flavored yogurt that Qin Zhaofu had asked for. To young students, enjoy your meal. If you don't have enough, call me anytime. We can roast it for you right away. Okay, thank you, boss. Qin Zhaoyu smiled faintly. Boss, you go and get busy. Go entertain the other guests. I will call you again if I need you. Okay? The boss then went off to busy himself with the other customers. Even though it was noon, there were quite a few customers. The owner and his wife are the only 2 people who help out at this barbecue restaurant. So it's still quite busy. Old Chen, you quickly taste. Last time when I came here with my roommate to eat once. This barbecue store boss's handiwork is quite good. Especially this roast lamb. Put the cumin more than some. Too fragrant. I remember that every year during the new year. My dad often grilled meat for me at home. But the taste of the grilled meat really can't be said to compare with the boss of this store. Qin Zhaoyu took a bite of the grilled meat, then took a sip of the yogurt. Good, in the middle of the day. It's still a great atmosphere to follow your only and best buddy and have a lunch and a great meal here. Moreover, Chen Kai and Qin Zhaoyu were sitting on the seats outside the barbecue restaurant, just like that ordinary Dai Pai Dong. It's better than eating in a store. It's summer now, and it just rained yesterday. So it's cooler today. So it's really nice to eat it with a little breeze, while the two of them were eating a barbecue. Chen Kai's cell phone rang. And it was his mother who called him. Old Chen, the cell phone rings. Look at the note, seems to be Auntie call. Quickly answer. See what Auntie looking for us, Qin Zioyu said. Chen Kai connected down, and then the phone came the voice of the mother. Son, this time has been more than 11 o'clock. Mom's store is still a little busy. Later I will let your father to you two to send dinner. And then wait a little while, if you and little fish are hungry. There's some fast food in the fridge. So you can eat a little bit first, Chen Kai replied. No need, old mom. You and my dad just remember to eat early. Don't worry about me and little fish. We'll both be out having a barbecue. Qin Zioyu also said at the side. Yes, Auntie. I and Lao Chen are eating out. Lai Chunmei on the other side of the phone replied, Oh. You two are eating it. I also thought that later the store is not busy after the delivery of food to you it. Then you eat it. Qin Zioyu also said with concern. Auntie, business is important, but you and Uncle must pay attention to eating early. Why don't I talk to the boss and ask him to bake more roasted meat? And later Lao Chen and I will send it to the store for you, so that you and your uncle can try it. Really, the roasted meat in the store is delicious. Lai Chunmei said no. Or you too eat it. Anti-store guests too much. This is not the end of your sprinting. Students are more than some of the store is too busy. Casually eat on the line. Oh, like that. Well then. See you again, Auntie. Qin Zioyu and Lai Chunmei chatted for a few moments. Then Chen Kai greeted his old mom and then hung up the phone. After the call, Chen Kai looked at Qin Zioyu and said, Zioyu, have you noticed that my mom seems to like you quite a bit? Look at the way she just talked to you. More enthusiastic than she was about me. Qin Zioyu got the better of him. This is of course. After all, I'm so beautiful. People love flowers, see flowers bloom. Only the old Chen you do not know goods. Chen Kai is also a helpless smile. Praise you 2 sentences. You also die on the sky. Qin Zioyu smiled cheekily, then didn't say anything more and continued to eat the kebabs in her hand. She drank all the yogurt and was ready to ask the boss for another bottle. Because the boss had just given him a box of yogurt, there was not much of it. So he drank a few sips and it was gone. However, there are more and more customers in the store now, so the boss is a bit busy. Qin Zioyu had to go inside to get it himself. Incidentally to Chen Kai said, Old Chen, you eat first. I go inside to get a bottle of yogurt. When Qin Zioyu went inside to get the yogurt, the cell phone landed on top of the dining room table. This time the screen lit up a bit. Just seemed to be a pop-up news. Chen Kai picked up Qin Zioyu's cell phone to look at. Found that Qin Zioyu's cell phone actually did not set a password. After sliding the screen to unlock the screen, the interface is stuck in a comic software bookshelf. Inside the collection of a comic book, the cover is very hot. The boss strangled the heroine's neck in the kiss. Too astringent, after seeing here Chen Kai, the whole person is stupid. Lao Chen, I'm back. By the way, I got you a bottle of Coke. Promise? Here you go. Qin Zioyu took 2 bottles of drinks, bounced out from inside, and then sat down opposite Chen Kai. He found Chen Kai looking at his cell phone. Qin Zioyu originally did not care too much. Lao Chen is his own person. It does not matter if he looks at his cell phone, but Qin Zioyu seemed to have suddenly remembered something, but couldn't recall it for a while, and always felt that she had forgotten something. Damn, that's a bad brain. Qin Zioyu's CPU is drying up. Qin Zioyu, I didn't think you still like to watch this kind of thing, Chen Kai said at this time, while holding Qin Zioyu's cell phone and looking at the cell phone screen. What Qin Zioyu face confused, until now has not remembered, until this moment. Chen Kai mobile phone screen flip over. See the cover of that comic book on the shelf. Qin Zioyu hated to find a hole in the ground. It was so humiliating. After she went out this morning to buy daily necessities, is not in the small area doorway waiting for the old Chen more than an hour. It was not interesting, so I watched a comic for a while, but the software forgot to exit, and they have not set the password. In the morning, she also thought, absolutely cannot let the old Chen know that she read this girl comics book cover in private. Because what girl hasn't read a couple of girl comics when she was young and dumb? It's normal. But the cover of the book Qin Zioyu who reads is so bad that it's easy to misunderstand. Mr. Chan wouldn't have misunderstood himself, would he? You don't imagine yourself as one of those horny girls, do you? That kind of wolf, Lao Chen. You listen to my explanation. This comic book I have not read. Is my roommate with my cell phone to read? Not me. I didn't read it. Kinzaoyu in a hurry to explain. And old Chen, this comic inside content is still very good looking. Not you think so. Is the cover slightly outrageous a little bit? The main now is the internet era. If you do not get a powerful point of the cover. Certainly no one clicked. Otherwise these days, there wouldn't be so many self-published media outlets that have all those shocks and stuff. Like that kind of headline. 70-year-old woman actually does this in the street. Shocker. Open it and scan the road. Ken Zaofu was very nervous as he explained. Chen Kai asked, Didn't you not see it? I read a little bit. Just a little bit. Ken Zaoyu smiled awkwardly, feeling that she had already lost her face to the family. Hoping that Lao Chen would not imagine herself as that kind of girl who was dissatisfied with her desires. Ken Zaofu swear, this comic book is really quite normal, is very ordinary a girl in the circle of girls is very hot. Basically every girl has seen. Chan Hoi was only teasing Kinzao Yu on purpose, of course. He knew that the comic book Kinzao Yu was reading was not the one he was thinking of. Because many years later, this manga was made into a web series, probably around 2021, and it was still popular. I was just teasing Kinzao Yu. Well, if it's not, then it's not. What are you nervous about, Kinzao Yu? This is a thief's guilty conscience or what? Chen Kai put his cell phone on top of the dining table, and then twisted the cap off the Coke that Kinzao helped him with and took a sip. I'm not nervous. I'm just afraid you'll misunderstand. Kinzao picked up her cell phone, then deleted the comic book from her bookshelf. Never to read it again. It's so humiliating just now. But Kinzao, who didn't know that at this naive and ignorant time, the study materials that boys read were much more exciting than the comics she watched. And a lot of guys have a folder of study material on their computers. And when it's late at night, they take it and study it. And look how hard they work. Studying late into the night. How hard they work. The next half an hour. Kinzao quickly forget the embarrassment in the morning. And then return to the previous as cheeky. Lao Chen. Summer vacation 2 months. What are you going to do in these 2 months? Do you have some plans, Let me talk about me first. In the past 2 months, when I usually have nothing to do. I'm going to go to the library to read some finance-related materials. My mom definitely wants me to enroll in the finance major, saying that the finance industry has a future, and my dad suggested the same thing. I'm not really interested in majoring in finance. I think I'd like to major in liberal arts, but my parents say that it's hard to find a job after graduating from liberal arts. So I think I'd rather have a future in finance. Kinzao continued. You also know that I have no strong opinions. So I thought about it and finally listened to my parents. So I'll study finance in his previous life. Basically from this summer vacation, Kinzao began to read a lot of financial department professional books. Graduated from the university, began to engage in the financial industry. Many years later, Kinzao became a big success in his financial company. Chen Kai's business is also mixing well. Heard that Kinzao do so successful. He really quite shocked. Originally, I thought that my naive female brother would grow up to be a family-oriented woman who would get married and stay at home to raise her children. Or live the life of a rich wife, after all. Kinzaofu's family is quite rich, even if they want to get married. The other family's conditions will not be bad. I didn't realize that I had founded my own company and that it had grown so big. Even like themselves for a long time, but also a lifetime have not married. And that time Chen Kai imagined completely different. The contrast can be too big. I don't know if Kinzao will have any changes in this life, but he is also willing to support Kinzao in finance. Now that he's reborn, Chen Kai wants to grow up with Kinzao, a two-way street, and then secretly pamper her. After Kinzao said, Lao Chen, I just said my plans for the 2 months of summer vacation. Then Lao Chen Yu. Summer vacation plans how to plan. Kinzao asked curiously. Chen Kai replied, I'll probably mull over starting my own business for the 2 months of summer vacation. Entrepreneurship, Kinzaoyu face shocked. Old Chen, you want to start a business. Do what Kinzaoyu feel very incredible. Lao Chen is only 19 years old. Just graduated, actually have entrepreneurial ideas. Marvelous. Boys of the same age basically at this time are playing games. Or bubble bar, bubble girl, what? Basically inseparable from eating, drinking and playing. I didn't realize that Chen was actually planning to start his own business. Not bad, old Chen. Now have entrepreneurship this kind of idea. Line do not care. Your brother I absolutely won. 100 support you. What do you plan to start? How much money do you need to start a business? How much do you have now? How much are you short of? I'll help you if you don't have enough. Kinzaoyu asked with a serious face. Chen Kai replied, AI big data. What is this? Kinzaoyu shook his head. He had never heard of it and didn't understand. Now in 2016, not to mention the 18 or 19-year-old young, many older netizens, what big data are and so on basically no concept. So Kinzaoyu, who do not understand is normal. However, there is only one question, Lao Chen. Then you do this big data. Future development prospects, many years later will develop better and better, of course, many years in the future. The technology of big data can be applied to various industries, no matter whether it is short video, medical education, or even the entire financial industry, including the blockchain needs to be applied. The most straightforward is the short video industry. In the future, it will be able to create an existence valued at trillions of dollars. Old Chen, you say these I do not quite understand. Anyway, you start a business lack of money words with me. You also know that my family has money. We are such good brothers. My money is yours. Brothers do not distinguish between you and me. Kinzaoyu patted his chest, looking very righteous. Chen Kai said at this time line Kinzaoyu. Did not think you are quite righteous. Haha, that's for sure. What kind of relationship do we have, besides? I'm a very righteous person, okay? Kinzaoyu especially emphasized, seeing that the atmosphere is almost ready now. Chen Kai is ready to start, following the option requirements that the system has previously released to him. To Kinzaoyu, for the sake of you being so righteous, I promise you that before the summer vacation starts, I'll treat you to a $10,000 meal at the most luxurious revolving restaurant in all of Zhongbei. Oh no, in the whole of Magic City. Vote if you have a monthly ticket, guys. Just after Chen Kai had finished speaking, Kinzaoyu, who was sitting opposite him, looked at him with a surprised look on her face. Old Chen. Are you serious? It's not a joke to fool me, is it? To invite me to the biggest revolving restaurant in Magic City for a $10,000 meal. My God, old Chen, what's wrong with you? Found money or what? Actually willing to treat me to such an expensive meal? Kinzaofu's reaction is simply too real. Because with Lao Chen with 3 years of heterosexual brothers, have never seen Lao Chen so generous. Therefore, Kinzaofu was a bit flattered for a while, but it's also exciting. Old Chen, the two of us have been brothers for 3 years. I find you more and more generous, and more good to me. It's like last night when I arrived at your house in the rain. My clothes were soaked through, and old Chen, you even bought me a dress. Although you said you spent a few tens of dollars. But I seriously doubt that old Chen, you are lying to me. This dress down how I think all think it has to be a few $100s. Kinzaoyu smiled cheekily. Old Chen, you just tell the truth. How much did you spend on this outfit you bought for me? Let me put it this way. If this outfit really only cost a few dozen dollars, see this beer glass in front of you, I'd swallow it in one gulp. Chen Kai replied, Kinzaoyu, don't talk about all that nonsense. Just tell me if you're going to eat this meal or not. Kinzaoyu replied decisively, Eat, of course, Kinzaoyu, who is already looking forward to 2 months from now. Before the start of the school year, Chen took himself to the Magic City Rotary Restaurant to eat a big meal scene. Kinzaofu's mind had begun to make up the picture. Right at this moment, the voice of the system sounded in Chen Kai's mind. Drip, the host has completed the optional task. Kinzaofu produced a surprise reaction, rewarding 1 lucky draw. Please ask if the raffle will be held immediately. Chen Kai made the command, draw, drip. The lottery is complete. The host receives the property rights to a downtown commercial office building, valid for perpetuity. Freehold of an office commercial building. and a commercial office building in the center of the city. That's no joke if you're paying for it. According to the price of office buildings in the city center, this side of Jongbei, the rent will be more than 200,000 a year, and there is a chance of price increases every year, not to mention an entire commercial office building. And not just one floor. Chen Kai is planning to develop his own business in the future, so it is necessary to set up a company. Moreover, as the company grows in size, the number of employees will inevitably be large, and it is obvious that only one floor of the office building is not enough. A whole seat is fine. Chen Kai also smiled with satisfaction when he saw the system rewards. Qin Ziyue, who was also smiling nervously at this time, and was already looking forward to the taste of the dishes at the Magic City rotisserie. I wish that day could come earlier. The main reason why Qin Ziyue is so excited is because he has been a brother to Lao Chen for 3 years, and he has never been so generous. Qin Ziyue cannot be excited after half an hour's style. Qin Ziyue in front of the barbecue skewers have been eaten up, and a lunch to drink 2 bottles of boxed yogurt. Burp, old Chen, I'm full. What about you? Qin Ziyue looked at Chen Kai and asked, if you don't have enough to eat, then order some more. Didn't I say so in the morning? Open your stomach and order whatever you want for lunch today. Your sister Fish is not poor in money. Boss? Qin Ziyue waved and was about to call the boss over in order to help Chen Kai order something. Chen Kai said, no need, little fish. I'm already full. Only eat so little is full. Old Chen Yu, this meal cannot. Then I eat less. Qin Ziyue looked at the number of those iron tags in front of Chen Kai. Obviously not as much as in front of himself. But since Lao Chen said he was full, let's leave it at that. Qin Ziyue picked up her cell phone and prepared to go to the boss to buy and pay for the bill. Although it is now 2016, mobile payment is not as hot and popular as it will be in 2023. But in a city like Jongbei, the coverage is actually quite extensive. Large and small stores, barbecue stalls, and breakfast stores basically can use WeChat's scan code payment. The boss smiled and said, little student, your table totaled 432 yuan. 0 wipe it. You give me a scan of 430 pieces on it. Okay, thank you, Mr. Boss. Qin Ziyue nodded and prepared to sweep $430. The result is that Chen Kai's side has already paid successfully. And after showing the boss the record of payment, he sat back down at the table. Chen, what are you doing? I said I'd pay for it. I'd buy it for you. Why are you taking it from me? Chen Kai replied, it's nothing. Little fish, what kind of relationship do we have? Can't I treat you to a meal? Yes, of course. Qin Ziyue smiled cheekily. Then old Chen, I'll treat you to milk tea later. Don't steal it from me this time. By the way, old Chen, do you have any plans for the afternoon? Qin Ziyue looked at Chen Kai and asked. Chen Kai has something going on this afternoon. He has just been rewarded with the freehold of a commercial office building. So I'm still planning to go over there this afternoon to check it out. After confirming that there is no problem, I am going to do the company registration in 2 days, and then I will start recruiting people to get the company on the right track. Chen Kai believes in it. Once your own company is up and running, it will surely burst into flames and become a national app. Not to mention the help of the system. Absolutely no problem. Chen Kai and Qin Ziyue just walked out of the barbecue restaurant at the same time. And then 2 girls walked up to them, milk tea in hand, talking and laughing. These 2 girls are Qin Ziyue's roommates in Zhenan. The tall one is called Wang Jiajia, and the one wearing glasses is called Lai Ran. After they came over, they were surprised to see Qin Ziyue and Chen Kai together. Little fish, why are you still in Jongbei? Still with Chen Kai. Didn't you take the car back to Fengshan yesterday? Qin Ziyue's 2 female roommates. Wang Jiajia and Lai Ran glanced at each other. There was silence for about 2 seconds, then crying and laughing. She said to Qin Ziyue, I know you and Chen Kai are close, but don't you go home during summer vacation? Qin Ziyue explained, of course not. The main reason is that I didn't buy a ticket back to Fengshan yesterday, and it was raining at the time. If not for old Chen coming to the station to pick me up, I guess I would have caught a cold. At this point, Qin Ziyue glanced at Chen Kai at the side. I'm still a little touched by it, although Lao Chen usually often spit on himself. But the key moment is still quite reliable. Not bad for your only and best brother, by the way, Jia. Where are you two going? Kinzaoyu asked as she looked at her two female roommates. Wang Jia replied, We are going to the library, little fish. Why don't we go together? Yeah. I was planning to beg old Chen to go with me. Kinzaoyu looked at Chen Kai. Old Chen, we are going to go to the library together. Do you go, ah? Chen Kai replied. I won't go, the three of you go. I still have something to do in the afternoon, but I'll be back early. In the morning, Chan Hoi received a phone call. The manager of Qingteng Real Estate called. Mr. Chen, I am the manager of our Qingteng Real Estate. Is it convenient to meet? Will not delay you too long. So I might have to go there later, but it's only for a couple hours, not too long, to be honest. Chen Kai wants to stay with Kinzaoyu every moment. This little girl is so silly and cute. Another date with a friend. Kinzaoyu felt that Lao Chen is not right. Too wrong. This whole day Lao Chen's schedule, how to arrange so tight. It's not possible that Chen is really in love. Is it? I don't think so. Kinzaoyu remained skeptical, given his relationship with Lao Chen. If he was really in love, how could he not tell himself, oh, that doesn't matter. Since Lao Chen you have other arrangements. Then you can busy yourself. I will go to the library with Jia, them two together. But I must ask first. When will you be back, Chen, if you're coming back later? You'd better give me the keys to your house before I have to wait another hour or so at the entrance to the neighborhood. The morning is not bad. The cold wind in the evening. Let me freeze for more than an hour in front of the small area. Old Chen, you cannot bear it, right? Kinzaoyu said with a cheeky smile. Chen Kai nodded, then took out a set of keys from his pocket and threw them to Kinzaoyu. Take it, the keys are for you. Then he showed Kinzaoyu which was the key to his house. Oh, okay. It's this one, right? Then old Chen, you busy you. Evening remember to come back early, ah. Otherwise, if I'm the only one at home. In case my aunt and uncle come back and you're not there. I'll be a little nervous at home alone. Don't even know what to talk to my aunt and uncle about. As you know, last night at your all-family banquet feast, when you introduced me to your mom and dad, the things I said in a brainwave that I think about now I'm embarrassed for myself. It was so humiliating. Kinzaoyu, who couldn't help but spit on himself, thinking of that scene at that time. Kinzaoyu couldn't help but blush. Immediately afterward, Chen Kai said to Kinzaoyu and the three of them, Okay, then you guys go to the library. Then left, ready to see the commercial office building he had just acquired. Just after arriving at that commercial office building, I noticed that Kinzaoyu, who sent herself a WeChat message, Old Chen, just almost forgot, is not said to buy milk tea for you to drink it. I will this time with Jia. They are in the milk tea store, queuing to buy milk tea. I help you also buy a cup. The night you come back to drink it, after sending a message to Chen Kaifa. The clerk at the milk tea store said, 2 cups of milk tea, 20 in total, okay? Kinzaoyu took out her cell phone, then swiped $20. After paying the money to Wang Jia and Lai Ran said let's go. Not to go to the library. Milk tea I have bought. Later to the library after, I drink a cup. Another cup to the old Chen to bring back. Wang Jia and Lai Ran. The 2 female roommates had shocked expressions on their faces. The 2 of them looked at each other. Then she opened her mouth and asked, Little fish, were you serious about what you said to Chen Kai just now? What do you mean, just now when Chen Kai was there? You managed to ask him for the house key. Kinzaoyu. Don't tell me you didn't go back to Fengshan for summer vacation and stayed at Chen Kai's house for a night. Wang Jia and Lai Ran also know that Kinzaoyu and Chen Kai's relationship is relatively good. The 2 people have been 3 years as a deskmate, although halfway through the transfer of seats, but Kinzaoyu good learning. Teachers like her. She took the initiative to offer to do with Chen Kai as a deskmate to help him with homework. As long as there is an increase in the results of the teacher, does not object. So the 3 years. The 2 people are basically inseparable from each other. To be honest, Kinzaoyu has spent more time with Chen Kai than with her 2 roommates. Wang Jia even suspected that Kinzaoyu wouldn't develop a boyfriend friend relationship with Chen Kai in private under the banner of a brotherhood of men and women. Right, it was just a suspicion. But I heard that Kinzaoyu didn't go back to Fengshan last night and spent the night at Chen Kai's house. Wang Jia and Lai Ran were shocked and said, Little fish, you are also too mean. Such a big thing or not tell us. Las we still in the same dormitory stayed for 3 years. Kin Zaofu had a dumbfounded expression on his face. I have no idea what these two sisters are talking about. Tell you what, still pretending. You and Chen Kai have developed into this kind of relationship. All living together, and still saying that you are not boyfriend and girlfriend. Kin Zaoyu is also speechless. Come on, you two are thinking what I and Lao Chen. We are pure brotherhood, okay? We've been bud. Is our whole lives. Wang Jiejia and Lai Ran looked at each other. Then he looked at Kin Zaofu. A lifetime, which generation? A quilt, Kin Zaoyu to crazy Aya. Jia, what you say? So say I can be angry I and Lao Chen so pure good brother. But by you think so dirty. Haha, okay, just kidding you. Fish. Wang Jiejia smiled and said, but little fish. Have you noticed that the way Chen Kai looked at you just now? Analyzing from my years of experience in love affairs. It was not the look of a brother. Kin Zaoyu froze for a moment. Oh, when? Just when old Chen was there. I did not notice Did he look at me? What eyes? Kin Zaoyu asked curiously. What was old Chen's look when he looked at me just now? She really wasn't paying attention. Wang Jiejia asked seriously. Let me put it this way, little fish. Don't you think Chen Kai is interested in you? What? Is Chen interested in me? I don't think so. Kin Zaoyu often joked when she was with Chen Kai. Lao Chen you will not like me. Will not be secretly in love with me. But Kin Zaoyu is very clear in his heart. The old Chen purely just treat themselves as brothers only. Interested in themselves? I don't think it's possible. Although Kin Zaofu is usually very self-absorbed. It's just a joke. I am just trying to liven up the atmosphere. But I am not really a narcissist, because to be honest, he and Chen have been heterosexual brothers for 3 years. If the old Chen on their own really interesting words, these 3 years, he would have been on his own hand. But not until now to stop a little bit of movement has not. Jia, you don't talk nonsense. Old Chen used to spit on me all the time. How could he possibly like me? You do not joke. He is to look at anyone cannot look at me. Look at Jia, you have a greater chance than to look at me. Wang Jiejia said seriously, little fish, you don't believe me, do you? I've been in love for so many years. How many relationships have I had, and how many have you had? You haven't talked about it yet, right? Do you know as much as I do, but in fact, Wang Jiejia has never been in love at all. There is always this one student who has never been in a relationship, but he always pretends to be very knowledgeable in front of everyone, analyzing this and that for others. Every time a student has a relationship problem, he or she will ask her for advice, and then she's always talking out of her ass. But in fact, he has never talked about love at all. He is a theoretical master. This is Wang Jiejia. Wang Jiejia said seriously, Kin Zaoyu, I'm very serious and responsible to tell you that I'm sure, or 90 sure that I can be sure, that Chen Kai absolutely likes you, or at the very least has a good feeling about you. Definitely not treating you as a mere brother. Kin Zaofu asked rhetorically. Really? Wang Jiejia sighed. Hey, Kin Zaoyu you are not at all understand how the boys think They are absolutely impossible to maintain a pure friendship with a heterosexual. Unless the opposite sex is very ugly, that is absolutely pure. But Kin Zaofu, don't you have any idea about your looks? It's true that Kin Zaofu is very pretty, if not for her big personality, and her putong, Yua, turns into northeastern Chinese. Which is kind of funny. She's not the type of girl who's elegant and quiet. Otherwise, there would be a lot of guys chasing after Kin Zaofu. However, it is certain that Kin Zaofu's face is definitely the most beautiful. Wang Jiejia continued Chen Kai and you as a brother for 3 years. You will not really think he took you as a brother, right? There is a saying how to say it. Boys pick up girls have a routine. Either recognize the brother or recognize the sister. After a long time, the sister will become a little baby. Brother is the same, our front only. Kin Zaoyu listened to a blank stare. Jia said seems to be quite reasonable look. Or not the old Chen really like me. Kin Zaoyu had never thought about it that way. But when Jia said it, Kin Zaoyu thought it made sense, so he was also muttering in his heart, could it be that? Just like Jia said. Old Chen actually likes himself a little bit. I told you, I'm still very attractive. Lao Chen has been my brother for 3 years, and he is not interested in himself at all. This is not normal logic at all, at one point. Qin Ziyou even wondered if Lao Chen would like men. Right, want to experience the joy of sword fighting, but now it looks like it. Old Chen is still quite discerning. Qin Ziyou said in her heart, boasting to herself, Jia, can I ask why you are so sure that old Chen likes me? Qin Ziyou asked naively, do you need to ask? Isn't it obvious? Wang Jia continued to explain. Qin Ziyou, you think, a boy if you do not like. Why always emphasize that they do not see you it? The more you say you don't see who. The more in the heart secretly like. What is this called? The more you say you don't like anyone. The more you secretly like them. What is this called? It's like when I used to go to elementary school. There were always boys in the class who would do pranks and tease the girls they liked. It's just something they do because they want the other person to notice them. Otherwise, why doesn't he play with the ugly girl? I'm afraid you'd have to take a detour if you saw an ugly girl. And you're teasing. When Qin Ziyou heard this, she also reacted with a look of surprise. Huh? Jia, you think so too? Qin Ziyou had used this reason to flirt with Chen Kai when he was with him before, and it was just to liven up the atmosphere. I didn't realize that Jia actually thought the same way. The beauty of the world is the same, can it be? At this time, Lai Ran, who stood by the side without saying a word, could not stand it any longer and finally came out to say a fair word. Little fish, you don't really believe what Jia said. Do you, Jia? Don't you understand? You have to be a few meters away to hear what she says. And at least 9 out of 10 sentences are not believable. What kind of love has she ever talked about? Don't listen to Jia. She's not a love master. She's just a paper talker at best. I do think that Chen Kai treats you as a brother. If he really likes you like Jia said, there should have been a movement after these 3 years. Isn't that whoever is in the next class taking advantage of today's graduation to confess his love to that what's-her-name's sister he recognized? The two of them are now holding hands, taking advantage of the summer vacation, travel love to go, after going to college to talk about love openly. But this, obviously, is not the same as you and Chen Kai. After listening to Lai Ran's words, Qin Ziyou also felt that there was some truth in it. And for a while she did not know who to listen to. But wait a minute. Why am I struggling with this? Didn't I treat Lao Chen as a brother? Qin Ziyou shook his head, then threw out all the thoughts that should not be in his head. Like it or not, this thing doesn't last long. It is better to be good brothers for life if we can just talk about it and then split up. And after that, we will not get along with each other. But by Jia so say. Qin Ziyou really curious. Lao Chen really like me, all right. Jia, you two just stop guessing. Qin Ziyou continued to say, do not forget that we are going to do this afternoon. All the way to grind, net listen to you analyze this and analyze that. I see us walking to the dark, cannot go to the library. Wang Jia also laughed. Then the 3 sisters stopped discussing this topic and went directly towards the direction of the library. After a few minutes, I finally reached the entrance of the library and came to the 2nd floor. Wang Jia and Lai Ran took 2 books on economics and looked at them. Qin Ziyou chose an academic book on finance from the top of the bookshelf and read it while drinking milk tea. Qin Ziyou is a student, therefore, in terms of learning ability, I am still very good, although it is very boring financial knowledge. But Qin Ziyou also read with great interest. Oh yes, almost forgot to tell Lao Chen that I went to the library, so that he would not worry. Qin Ziyou typed quickly and then sent a WeChat message to Chen Kai. After graduation today, people are starting to use WeChat one by one, and after playing QQ for so many years, I guess I can only use it to log into the game account. Old Chen, I will this time already to the library, is looking at the book. Promise, see it. Qin Ziyou also took 2 photos and sent them to Chen Kai in passing. Then he stopped talking and looked at the book quietly. It's hard to see Qin Ziyou, who not talking and being quiet. Don't say that when Qin Ziyou, who doesn't open her mouth to talk. She is really quite cute. Chen Kai was somewhere in the Tsingtao commercial plaza at this time, and he had just finished chatting with the manager of Tsingtao Real Estate. The other party said he was a big client of their company and would take care of them in the future. Chen Kai ignored those to him. The company is far less important than the little fish. Chen Kai looked at the message and photo Qin Ziyou sent to him, then typed a reply to Ziyou. Chen Kai also smiled helplessly, then quickly returned a few messages to little fish. By 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Kai went to the Trade and Industry Bureau to do a company registration problems. He plans to use Tidal Network Technology as the name of his company. Materials and documents have been submitted. The next few days do not need to worry about Chen Kai. Waiting is, after registering back, it's almost time to make preparations. Recruit more staff, and then let the staff do all the big and small things, so he doesn't need to bother much, and is responsible for giving orders and controlling the overall situation. Unconsciously, Chen Kai came out from the Trade and Industry Bureau after almost 5 or 6 o'clock. Ken Zioyu will send a message to him. Lao Chen, has been 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening. You have not come back. I'll be home by now. Auntie and uncle are all in. I'm a little embarrassed to be here alone. You quickly come back early. This afternoon when I went to the library, I also bought you a cup of milk tea. This will help you bring it back. Seeing the message Qin Ziofu sent to him, Chen Kai quickly typed back, got it. Just getting ready to take a cab back. He stopped a taxi and Chen Kai went home in it. At this very moment, in Chen Kai's house, Qin Zio, who just talked to Chen Kai's parents about the situation. Auntie and uncle, this is the situation. My father and mother went abroad for a trip. I'm alone at home. I don't know how to cook, and even if I can cook, there's no point in staying at home by myself. It's boring. So I was thinking, this summer vacation I cannot be in your home to spend. I told the old Chen, and now want to seek your advice. Qin Ziofu was a little nervous, although it is normal to bring students home for the summer vacation. But after all, he and Chen are in a special situation, and I do not know whether the aunt and uncle will agree. When Lai Chun Mei heard Qin Zioyu's words, a smile immediately appeared on her face, and she said, yes. That's great. It just so happens that uncle and auntie take advantage of the 2 months students are on summer vacation. The business in the store is also a bit more prosperous. Sometimes there are many customers come to the store at night to spend money. Your uncle and I are still thinking about staying at the store for the next 2 months, so we can take care of the business. But if you leave Zio Kai alone at home, your uncle and I are not too worried. If you are willing to spend your summer vacation at your aunt and uncle's house, that would be great, with you and Kai as a companion. Your uncle and aunt won't have to worry. Lai Chunmei looked at Qin Ziofu and said, Little fish, then how about this? For the next 2 months you'll sleep in Auntie's room. If you don't want to, you'll sleep in Kai's room and let him sleep in ours. Anyway, don't crowd the 2 of you in the same room. After all, the impact isn't too good. I'm not worried about Kai. I'm mainly worried about you, fish. And as for last night, it was a special situation. Qin Zioyu nodded. Oh, okay. Auntie, I add your Weibo. I transfer the rent to you. Always can't be in your house for nothing to disturb it. Qin Zio, who still understands. Auntie, what do you think about 4,000 a month? If you don't, I won't bargain with you. Qin Zioyu is not bad for this money. She is a little rich woman. She took out her cell phone. What are you talking about, Auntie? How can she ask you for money? Don't, or Auntie will be upset. Although Qin Zioyu and Chen Kai constantly emphasize that they are brothers, but Chen Kai's mother in her heart, completely Qin Zioyu as a daughter-in-law to raise. When Qin Zioyu stayed at her house for the summer vacation, Lai Chunmei was too happy to take Qin Zioyu's money. Just a little bit. If Qin Ziofu's mom and dad knew that their daughter was actually spending her summer vacation at a boy's house, they would probably fly straight back. This is probably the difference between parents of boys and parents of girls. Then next, Qin Zioyu helped Lai Chunmei and Chen Hai and his wife to take the things and put them in the trunk of the downstairs car. Before driving to the store, Lai Chunmei rolled down the window. Little fish, on the table I left money for you. When Zio Kai comes back, you 2 see what you want to eat. Go eat outside. Uncle and Auntie won't come back at night. With you at home as a companion for Kai, Uncle and Auntie are much more relieved. Okay, Auntie, goodbye. Uncle, you drive more carefully on the road. Pay attention to safety. Qin Zioyu stood still and waved towards the 2 of them, sending them off afterward. Qin Zioyu was just about to go up the stairs when she saw that Chen Kai had just returned at this time. Old Chen, you came back at a really bad time. Your parents just left before your feet. Qin Zioyu briefly explained the situation in the morning. Chen Kai nodded. Okay, got it. Qin Zioyu followed Chen Kai through the door. Just got home after. Qin Ziofu spoke up. Old Chen, do you know what Jia and I both talked about on the way to the library this afternoon? Qin Zioyu looked at Chen Kai and asked at this time. Chen Kai replied, Tell me about it. Qin Zioyu said it very directly. Jia said, Pay attention. It's Jia who said it, not me. Jia said that old Chen you like me. Chen Kai just sat down on the sofa, and then he took a sip of water and almost choked on it. Qin Ziofu, you're too direct in what you're saying, aren't you? You're a real simpleton. When Qin Zioyu was so direct, she told what she had talked to Wang Jia about this afternoon. I can't even give Chen Kai a chance. Qin Ziofu really deserves to be called a straight woman of steel, always speaking in such a straightforward manner. You could have been a little more tactful. Chen Kai also smiled helplessly. Qin Zioyu looked at him and said, Old Chen, let me clarify, this is not what I said. It was Jia who said it, but I am quite curious. Old Chen, what is your opinion of this statement made by Jia? Qin Zioyu was quite curious. It is not possible that Lao Chen will reply to himself like this next time. Fish, don't make things up out of thin air. Okay, what Jia said, it's you who said it. You're too narcissistic. Right, that's right. Mr. Chen must have answered that way. He knows him too well. Only to hear Chen Kai say very directly, Qin Zioyu, I treat you as my brother, but you suspect me of liking you all day long. May I ask what you mean? How could I? Told you it was Jia who said it, not me. Qin Zioyu immediately explained, I did not think so. Lao Chen, you do not misunderstand. I also treat you as a brother. It's all because of this damned Jia. Talking nonsense, back to see Jia after. See how I pack her. Qin Zioyu thought so in his heart. And then soon after the cheeky laugh, Well, old Chen, do not talk about this. Engage in some serious business. What business? I'm hungry. You make me dinner to eat. Is it good, old Chen? Please, please. Qin Zioyu pleaded, mainly because, Old Chen, you make things too delicious. This morning ate a few dishes you made. Until now, I am a little bit want to that flavor. I have a feeling that what you make, Lao Chen, is much tastier than what's sold in the hotels outside. Although Qin Zioyu's words are suspected of flattering Chen Kai, but expressions and eyes cannot deceive people, especially the eyes of Qin Zioyu, who said these words, a clear stupidity. No matter how to look at it, is not like flattering. It seems to be in the heart, but it's true, after all. Chen Kai has several decades of life experience. Seen. Certainly not the current Qin Zioyu, who can be compared. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to cook a few dishes, but I'm sure I'll be able to make Qin Zioyu, whose mouth water like this. And now he's begging himself to cook dinner for her. No matter what, just as Chen Kai was about to answer, the system's electronic prompts appear in front of Chen Kai's eyes. Diddy, please host decisively agree to Qin Zioyu's request to cook a dinner for Qin Zioyu in person, so that Qin Zioyu's emotions will rise and then produce a surprise reaction. Upon completion of the mission, the host will be given an opportunity to strengthen his physical body, which will allow the host's physical qualities, strength, to be drastically improved. After all, Chen Kai's body is now 19 years old. I've just come of age. In terms of physical fitness, there is a lot of room for improvement. The system's rewards are pretty good. After all, Chen Kai's physique can be directly enhanced, which is how much money cannot buy the service. Even if it is fitness, no months or even half a year or more is not to see what effect. After seeing the system prompt in front of you, you will be rewarded for completing the mission. Chen Kai smiled contentedly, and then resolutely accepted the task. So I faced the next words spoken by Qin Zioyu. Chen Kai agreed decisively. Qin Zioyu this time opened his mouth and said, Lao Chen, okay, as long as you cook me tonight to eat. What conditions can be? As long as you give me to do it. Qin Zioyu asked with a sincere face. I hope that Lao Chen will not reject himself. What Qin Zioyu didn't expect was that Chen Kai agreed decisively. Okay, no problem. Want to eat my rice, do you? Okay. Chen Kai almost answered the question in a second. So for a moment, to Qin Zioyu is also the whole of some confused. Almost did not react to it. Old Chen. What is your situation? Agreed so decisively. That's not like you at all. You don't think there's anything else waiting for me, do you? Qin Zioyu was a bit confused by Chen Kai's uncharacteristic answer. So he asked rhetorically, "Old Chen, you don't want to set me up, right? Are you really so kind? Kin Zio you. What's wrong with you?" "I'm just cooking for my brother. Isn't that normal? What's with that look on your face?" Kin Zioyu immediately replied, blame me. Old Chen, you are too much. Really righteous. Worthy of being my best brother. Ha ha ha. Kin Zioyu immediately got excited this time. Her face was filled with happy emotions and reactions. Chen Kai directly said, "Let's go then." "Go where to?" Kin Zioyu asked. "Nonsense. Don't you want to eat my cooking?" "There aren't any ingredients left at home. So of course, I'll go downstairs to the supermarket and buy some." "And you can see what you want to eat?" Kin Zioyu asked. "Old Chen, do you mean to say that you will cook me whatever I want to eat?" "Uh-huh." This is what Chen Kai said. After all, small fish, we two as 3 years of heterosexual brothers. The past 3 years, you have been very meaningful to me. And occasionally, it is time for me to show performance. Feedback to you. Wow, Old Chen. I realize you're getting more and more interesting. Fish is so happy. Because before this, if you have any request, Lao Chen, he has never agreed so quickly. That's why Chen Kai's response was so decisive. Ken Xiaofu is still a bit flattered. He even subconsciously wanted to touch Chen Kai's forehead to see if he had a cold and fever, or if his brain was confused. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Why are you so nice to me? Could it be that Jia is right? Old Chen, you kid would not really have a crush on me in the past. Old Chen was always against me. Now how come even began to pet me? Wow. Old Chen, you suddenly changed so much. I still have so a drop of not accustomed to it. He, Kin Zio, do you still eat or not? Noticing that Kin Ziofu was like this, Chen Kai also said with a stifled smile, No. Kin Zioyu could leave everything else aside for now, but dinner, especially the dinner made by Old Chen's own hands, was something he had to eat, because it's so good. It's so many times better than the dinners that are sold out. Really? It's not an exaggeration. Chen Kai also smiled helplessly, and then brought Kin Ziofu downstairs together and came to a supermarket near the small area. Walk in. I'm going to go to the grocery store to buy some ingredients, and then I'm going to make a dinner. I'm going to make 2 or 3 simple dishes for the little fish. However, if only 2 or 3 dishes are made, according to Chen Kai's understanding of Kin Ziofu, these 2 or 3 dishes are definitely not enough to eat. After walking into the supermarket, Kin Ziofu pulled Chen Kai's arm and said, Old Chen, you can do lobster. I like to eat that. Can you do it? If you can do it. Let's eat crawfish tonight. Good old Chen, okay. I'll make you whatever you like to eat. Little fish, having lived his life over again. Chen Kai must make up for little fish. Although it's a little more complicated to make crawfish. You have to pick the threads and whatnot. And in the end, you can't eat more than a few bites of the meat. And there aren't a lot of bites of that stuff either. But the little fish likes it. Lao Chen, I feel that you have really changed. Kin Zaoyu face seriously said, I thought. I said I want to eat crayfish. Old Chen, you will be 2 sentences against me. Eat what crayfish? To give you randomly the whole a few dishes to make up for eating is not bad. But also picked on you. I didn't think that you agreed so decisively. Old Chen, but really Old Chen. You'd better not be so nice to me, or else I'll really misunderstand. Chen Kai asked, What's the misunderstanding? Of course it's a misunderstanding that you like me. Chen, Kin Zaofu said with a cheeky smile. However, Kin Zao, who has always spoken without going through her brain. So she just said this sentence casually, and then forgot about it. Then I asked the supermarket staff to help me get some crayfish and put them in a plastic bag. Next, it was time to pick out the other ingredients, like tofu, mushrooms, potatoes, and various side dishes. Having bought so many ingredients, it looks like we'll have a big meal to eat tonight. Old Chen, not me. We have been heterosexual brothers for 3 years. How come I didn't realize that you cook so well before? Even I didn't know that you can actually cook. Looks like whoever is your girl. And in the future will be too happy when it comes to eating. Even I, who am a brother, have dipped my toe in the water in advance. Kin Zaoyu said with a cheeky smile. The following is a summary of the results of the study. But it should be said that even Old Chen, a boy, can cook and cook so delicious. As a girl, I am a mess in cooking. so I feel that I may not be able to get married in the future. Ken Zaofu thought in his heart. After buying the ingredients, I went to the front to pay for the food. Walking out of the supermarket, and then walking on the way home, Ken Zaoyu and Chen Kai walked side by side. Old Chen, really, taking advantage of the 2-month summer vacation, has a lot of time. Back to the time to teach me how to cook. I also want to learn. You see, you a boy cooking are so delicious. In this aspect of cooking. Did not think that I actually inferior to old Chenuit. Hey, too failed. If I don't study hard. I don't think girls like me will be able to get married in the future. And I don't think anyone will want me, of course. It's not true that she can't get married. But it's true that Kin Zaofu's cooking is a mess. On the way back from the supermarket, Kin Zaofu's little mouth was not idle, as if she had endless words. And she didn't know where she got so many words. It's not too much to say that Kin Zaofu is a social bully. But with such a cheerful girl, it's really fun to be with her. And she can be amused by a certain sentence from time to time. Plus, Kin Zaoyu is from Fengshan and speaks in a comedic accent, which makes her more and more likable. So it's no wonder that Mom still likes Kin Zaoyu. I'm sure there's no older person who wouldn't like a girl like that. Not to mention Chen Kai's mom and dad. Even he is no exception. The more you look at Kin Zaoyu, the more you like it. In my previous life, I didn't realize that Kin Zaoyu was so good, and I wasted so many years for nothing. If it were not for the fact that I have now been given the chance to be born again, it would really be a pity to die. Chen Kai thought so in his heart. A few minutes later, Chen Kai and Kin Zaoyu, 2 people returned home. 2 people carrying a large pile of ingredients into the home. Chen Kai is still good. Kin Zaoyu has been tired, almost dead. Although Kin Zaofu was carrying the smallest bag, it still felt quite heavy. No way. The main thing is that Kin Zaoyu figure is still quite thin. Plus now is 17 or 18 years old. Especially the physical aspect is certainly not as good as Chen Kai and their boys. Fish, when I came out of the supermarket, I told you to let me carry it, but you didn't want to take it from me. I'll do it. When he came out of the supermarket, Chen Kai was going to carry 3 bags by himself. A small problem for him. It is Kin Zaoyu must show a bit, but also yelled, "Old Chen, later back to the big meal, you have to work hard to make me eat. So I help you carry a bag. The result is embarrassing. Chose one of the smallest, actually so heavy. The plastic bag to their hands are a bit painful. I do not know whether it is the problem of the bag, or their own strength is too small problem, but it's true. I really do not know where the old Chen so strong. A person carrying 2 big bags, all the way home without red face and breath. No, no, no. I have to carry one." Fish emphasized, however, it is also a bit admiring to say, "Lao Chen, you know, sometimes I really envy you. The strength is really great, ah. I even screwed a bottle cap, cannot twist open. Sometimes you have to rely on the teeth to bite open. Back and forth feel my teeth to fall out. I don't know if other girls can wring it out, but I can't anyway. Am I too much of a waste? Looks like I need to work out more in the future. There are 2 whole months of summer vacation, so I don't have anything to do anyway. In the afternoon, to go to the library, to read a book in the afternoon. In the morning, if there is time, you can let the old Chen to take themselves a piece of climbing, or morning exercise or something. Exercise a physical, after you put the stuff in the kitchen. Kin Zaoyu tired cannot stand, then directly paralyzed sitting on the sofa. Lao Chen I cannot, the rest you, well, you sit on the sofa and rest for a while. I'll go to the kitchen to cook, and call you when it's ready later." After Chen Kai said this, he directly went into the kitchen and started to busy himself. Cooking a few dishes is nothing to Chen Kai. After the 3 courses are done, one of the dishes was crayfish, and the remaining 2 dishes were shredded pork with green pepper and spicy tofu. Kin Zaofu's mouth was about to water when he smelled the fragrance. "Kin Zaoyu exclaimed, 'Wow, old Chen, you're too good. These few dishes smell just better than the ones made in the morning, and much more flavorful when your female brother is also too happy. It's really tasty. It smells so good.' Kin Zaoyu picked up her chopsticks and ate, and soon the 3 dishes on the table were swept away. But Kin Zaoyu, who felt that she hadn't eaten enough, old Chen, just these 3 dishes, not enough to eat. Please, old Chen, go and make another one, doing too delicious, fragrant all fragrant dead. Old Chen, I love you. This cooking with who learned, Auntie, too powerful it, dripping. Kin Zaofu generates a surprise emotion. The host receives a physical strengthening reward. The current host's physical strength has successfully undergone a certain degree of enhancement. And due to the better completion of the task, the host is additionally rewarded with a double increase in the host company's running water expenses. Chen Kai was a bit surprised by this extra bonus. In addition to the increased physical fitness, there were actually additional rewards. It's a bit of a windfall, I guess. Double increase in company expenditures bonus after receiving this bonus. The host can designate a company under his/her name to receive a double increase in its expenditures. Simply put, Chen Kai can designate a company under his name and spend a sum of money from the company's account whenever he wants. It doesn't matter if it's for business investment or to pay employee bonuses and wages, as long as the money is taken off the company's books. Then you can get double the increase that the system award gives him. For example, if a company pays an employee 10,000 in wages, the money is credited to the company's account. Chen Kai here will be able to get the double increase. That is 20,000 awarded to him by the system, after seeing the detailed explanation of the system. Chen Kai's eyes lit up. Seems to have discovered the wealth code. This reward is not bad. In that case, he could employ more staff in his company and even offer them higher wages. So Chen Kai would not lose out in any case. And you also get a double increase bonus. It's not too easy for Chen Kai's company to get bigger. But entrepreneurship is not important. That is all secondary. The previous life of Chen Kai has already enjoyed enough rich life. Being born again is only a matter of being with fish. Please, old Chen, cook me a few more dishes, okay, Not enough for me to eat, in the face of Kin Zaofu's plea. Chen Kai also smiled, then to a few dishes. Small fish is not full. Just Chen Kai is also not full. In the morning, he did not eat a few bites of the 3 dishes. Let Kin Zaofu to scavenge clean, wait. Chen Kai went to the kitchen and made another dish or 2. Then the 2 of them ate, finally burping a full stomach. Ken Zaoyu touched his stomach and then praised, Old Chen, I'm full, I have to say. You're too good at this. Lao Chen, I've gotten my belly bigger. Chen Kai, what are you talking about? What do you mean? I knocked you up. Luckily, he and Kin Zaofu were the only 2 people in the house. If his mom had heard that, there would have been a misunderstanding. Ken Zaoyu replied, What I mean is that the dinner you made for me, Old Chen, was so delicious that I ate so much in one night that my stomach felt stuffed. Ken Zaoyu, please speak clearly next time. If this is overheard by others, hey, it's okay. There's no one else here anyway. It's just the 2 of us. What are we afraid of? What's more, in front of my own brother. Do I need to pay special attention to what I say? Ken Zaoyu said with an air of justification. Chen Kai also smiled helplessly, and then noticed the time. This time is already not early, almost time to rest. The night passed by in a hurry. 2 or 3 days later, at around 12:00 noon, Chen Kai and Kin Zaofu had lunch outside. Chen Kai received a notice. A few days ago, he went to the Trade and Industry Bureau, that side of the registration of the company's information. In the company's name, this piece has been approved by the next need to go through the process of business certificates and seals and so on. There's also the issue of recruiting for a new company. So this afternoon, Chen Kai plans to make a trip to the company. Ken Zaoyu also made an appointment with Wang Jiajia, and Lai ran to go shopping together in the afternoon. Ken Zaofu waited for a while at the Tsingtao Commercial Plaza. He saw Wang Jiajia and Lai ran walking over. Then he rushed to Ken Zaofu and said hello. Wang Jiajia looked at Ken Zaoyu and said, Zaoyu, I haven't seen you for 2 or 3 days. How is your relationship with your family's Lao Chen progressing? Any new breakthroughs? How far has it gotten? Are you on base yet? After Wang Jiajia walked over, she smiled and said to Kin Zaoyu, a gossipy flavor. Although I am not 100 sure, but no matter how Wang Jiajia thinks about it, she feels that the brotherly relationship between Kin Zaoyu and Chen Kai is not quite right. Getting on base, Kin Zaoyu was dumbfounded. She was too simple to know what it meant. Wang Jiajia explained in Little Fish's ear. Ken Zaoyu's face turned red. Blah, blah, blah. Jiajia, you are too evil. Looks like I have to stay away from you. Or I'll be spoiled by you. Wang Jiajia said, Little fish, I'm not that evil. I'm actually very pure in the comics I read. Little fish, you haven't answered my question yet. How are you doing with Chen Kai, dead Jiajia? You still have the nerve to say it. Last time it's all your fault. Insisted on saying that what old Chen likes me. You're just talking nonsense, you. He treats me purely as a brother. And I even feel that old Chen has never even thought of me as a woman. I asked him directly last time, and guess what old Chen said? That's what old Chen told me at the time. Ken Zioyu mimicked the tone in which Chen Kai spoke at that time. Jiajia, listen carefully. That's what old Chen said at that time. He coughed, then started to imitate. He just looked at me like this. Ken Zioyu, I treat you as a brother. You suspect me of liking you all day long. What do you mean, dead Jiajia? Do you know how embarrassed I was at that time? I hated to dig a hole in the ground and drill into it, making it seem like I had some thoughts about old Chen. Ken Zioyu said seriously to Wang Jiajia, Don't talk nonsense in the future. Old Chen and I are purely good brothers. After hearing Ken Zioyu's words, Wang Jiajia was also a bit surprised. I don't think so. Is it possible that my intuition has misjudged the situation? Lai ran on the side, spat out. Come on, Jiajia, with your broken intuition. Isn't it a normal operation to make a mistake in judgment? If you get it right, you're really out of your league. Hey, why do you say that? Wang Jiajia was also skimming her lips. I'm also trying to help little fish analyze it. After all, in this area, I still know a little more than little fish. Come on, it's just you. It's all on paper. Talking like you've been in a relationship. Lai Ran instructed. Zioyu, don't believe Jiajia. She doesn't know shit. Do you dare to believe what she, a closed-door love expert, says? Jiajia, don't you know this person? Casually reading a few girls' manga, and then put on an act as if she knows a lot about love. Shelving that to act as a guru. Speaking of romance novels, Kin Zioyu had to criticize Wang Jiajia once again. Jiajia, it's all your fault. Wang Jiajia felt that she had been shot even while lying down. How could she blame me again? What did I do? You're still saying that. Stinky Jiajia. That manga you recommended me to read last time. It's nice to look at, but that cover is too hot to look at. Last time I and Lao Chen in a piece of dinner. Was Lao Chen saw that cover. Almost were misunderstood, but also thought I was looking at what immodest things. Indeed, the cover of What Husband Night Pet, if you have not read the contents of the book. Just read the cover of the book is indeed easy to be misunderstood. Blame me? Wang Jiajia hitched her shoulder. I remember before in school, the night came, after the dormitory lights out. I told you about the plot of the comic, as if it was a small fish you listened to with great interest. Nan, let me tell you what the title of the book is it. Now I'm to blame. Kin Zaya, who was a little embarrassed to think so. It seems that I did ask Jiajia to tell me the name of the book. With an awkward smile, Kin Zioyu quickly changed the topic. Right, Jiajia, aren't we going shopping? Let's go. Come to the door of a big shopping mall. Walked in. Take the elevator, Kin Zioyu said. Later we first go to the men's special area. I want to buy a jacket for the old Chen. Last time Lao Chen bought me a dress. I think back when I'm free to come out to shop, I'll also buy one for Lao Chen. After all, there's a back and forth, so that my brotherly relationship with old Chen can go farther. Hehe, Kin Zioyu smiled cheekily. Then Wang Jiajia and Lai Ran followed Kin Zioyu to the men's warehouse. Then he helped Chen Kai pick out a blouse. The price is not too expensive. It's only about $1,000. Wang Jiajia and Lai Ran on the side froze. More than one. 0. 0 clothes. This is called not expensive. Little fish. You can be really colorful and lightweight, friends. Before many times with you out shopping. Also did not see you give us to buy what things. And now to buy clothes for Chen Kai is quite willing to give up. Kin Zioyu grunted. What is the heavy color, light friend? Will not speak, you guys. I and Lao Chen are brothers. How many times have I said, we are brothers? Okay, Wang Jiajia on the side has a look of seeing through and not saying anything. Chen Kai is not interested in Kin Ziofu. This time she no longer know, but Kin Zioyu seems to have a crush on Chen Kai. Little fish, be honest. Are you interested in Chen Kai? Kin Zioyu skimmed her lips. Jiajia, I think you don't need to study economics. Not to mention what economics major. You should go to the entertainment industry to develop. specializing in paparazzi. Or you should be an unscrupulous media reporter. You have such a rich imagination. It's really a talent not to go and make up fake news. This Jia is really a god. Even if she said that Lao Chen likes her, she actually said that she likes Lao Chen. Are you kidding me? In the case of myself and Lao Chen have been together for 3 years in a brotherly relationship. If it really develops in that direction, I guess it will be very uncomfortable, right? Thinking about that scene. Ken Zaoyu felt a little bit weird. How could I possibly like Lao Chen? At most, it's just a little upsetting to see him with someone else, especially a girl other than yourself. It only shows that you are too controlling. But it doesn't prove that you like Chen. Does it? This Jia, she really knows how to talk nonsense. Ken Zaoyu warned her. Fellow student Wang Jia. If you talk nonsense next time, beware I'll beat you up. Ken Zaoyu clenched her pink fist, threatening with a milky, ferocious look. And with the milkiest voice, she said the most ruthless words, but it's cute. Wang Jia cannot help but laugh. Small fishy this threat, but not a little bit of oppression. Invalid warning. Go, go, go. Don't care about you. Ken Zaoyu took out her own cell phone, then took a few pictures and sent them to Chen Kai. Lao Chen. I will this time, and Jia, they are in the shopping mall shopping it. Help you pick a few clothes. Do you think it looks good? Photo sent to you. Chen Kai has arrived at the company's office building by now. Busy recruiting for the company, as the salary package offered by Chen Kai was relatively generous. There were quite a number of job applications from him, even for a new company. One of them is a woman in her 30s named Annie Yong, who is from Fengshan like Ken Zaoyu. I just left a big internet company in Beijing, and I want to apply for the position of HR manager. So I made an appointment to come to the company for an interview later, taking advantage of this time. I just saw that Ken Zaoyu had sent a few photos to herself. It's a couple of men's tops that are quite trendy, and they're all brand name clothes, costing thousands of dollars. It must be said that Ken Zaoyu is not cheap when it comes to spending money. I've even been a little too generous with myself. In the words of Ken Zaoyu, hey, it's okay, we're brothers. Old Chen, you quickly pick one. Let's see which one you like. Picture 2, the second one is it. Okay, Chen, then this dress, after chatting with Chen Kai. I was sure which dress Chen liked. Ken Zaoyu, who directly asked the salesman to pack the bag for her. Then you can scan the code and pay directly. Although it cost more than $0.00, Ken Zaoyu didn't care. It didn't hurt to spend money on his own brother. What's more, Ken Zaoyu is a wealthy woman herself, and her family is already in a very favorable position. It costs $1,000. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't feel like anything. But of course, Ken Zaoyu is generous. But there are different people, for example, with people other than Chan Hoi. They are not so generous, but then again, how can anyone be compared to Chen? Come on, Jia, go upstairs. Didn't we come here to shop for clothes? Just bought a piece of clothing for the old Chen. Has been okay. The rest of the time we can vigorously shopping. Shop until dark are fine. If you two are not in a hurry at night, I invite you to dinner. After Ken Zaoyu finished speaking, she and Wang Jia Lai Ran sisters went upstairs to the women's clothing area. After arriving at the women's clothing section, Ken Zaoyu picked out a skirt that seemed to be quite nice, and went to the fitting room to try it on. The two people sitting outside, Wang Jia and Lai Ran, just a few words. This little fish said she is more colorful than friend is not happy, and also does not admit to Chen Kai is colorful. What kind of brother is this? Seeing Chen Kai getting close to someone else makes you so angry. Is this a brother? Lai Ran, who was beside her, nodded. Well, Jia, you've said so many things, and finally one of them has hit the nail on the head. Right? I don't dare to say anything else. But our little fish definitely means that to Chen Kai. I don't know if little fish is pretending to be confused with us, or if she really doesn't know that she has that side of her heart for Chen Kai. However, after careful consideration, according to Ken Zaoyu's big-hearted character, it should not be possible to pretend to be confused, and she is not the kind of person who can keep her composure. After talking about Ken Zaoyu, Lai Ran changed the topic of conversation. By the way, Jia, we are now in the shopping mall. Do you know which company opened it? This I certainly know. Of course, is our Jiangbei's largest real estate group, Qingteng Real Estate Group's clothing mall. And even the entire Qingteng Commercial Plaza's real estate are people's. Eek. Why do you suddenly ask this? It's nothing. It's just that just now, when I was scrolling through the local news on my cell phone, I saw the news that a 19-year-old boy has fully financed the purchase of Office Building 7 in the Tsingtao Commercial Plaza. It's so awesome. It seems to be in the same class as us. I want to know who this person is. What? A full-funded purchase of commercial office building? No. 7 under the Ayato Real Estate Group. Wang Jiajia's expression was surprised, mainly because the other party's age is actually only 19 years old. That is, the same age as us. It actually took down an entire commercial office building in one shot. My God, what kind of fairy is this? Is he from our school? I've never heard of such a person at school. That's awesome, you know. If you want to take down a whole commercial building under the Qingteng Real Estate Group, you have to take it down by billions or even tens of billions of dollars. Generally speaking, small and medium enterprises may only rent 1 or 2 floors for office use. Only big corporations or even some listed companies would only invest tens of billions of dollars to buy a whole building. If you want to say that people have their own destiny, we graduated, but still worry about which college to go to. The future after graduation to find what job. Look at others. I guess it must be the son of the boss of a big enterprise. That is, the kind of family super rich second generation. You have to say. Have a good father, really less decades of detours. Truly envy. Wang Jiajia and Lai Ran were chatting. Qin Zhaoyu tried on the dress she had just worn, walked out from the fitting room, and then tapped Jiajia behind her. Jiajia, what are you two chatting about so vigorously? Look at how I look in this dress. Does it look good? Qin Zhaoyu stood in front of Wang Jiajia and Lai Ran and gave the two sisters a look. Although Qin Zhaoyu is quite skinny, but her legs are really thin, white and thin. Wearing this dress is really too beautiful. Although Wang Jiajia was a woman, she also wanted to touch Qin Zhaoyu's legs. I'm so jealous, fish. Your legs are so pretty, aren't they? If you find a boyfriend in the future, he will be too happy. Qin Zhaoyu was speechless and said, Wang Jiajia, you can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Just kidding. Wang Jiajia laughed harshly. By the way, Jiajia, what were you two talking about just now? Qin Zhaoyu asked curiously. I think I just heard you guys talking about a 19-year-old boy who bought Office Building 7 under the Green Vine Realty Group. Is that true? Qin Zhaoyu is also quite shocked. Although her family is quite rich, however, given the operating conditions of his father's company and the cash flow in the company's books, it is still difficult to take a whole office building at once. That's right. I just saw it when I was scrolling through the local news. I just don't know which fairy it is. I don't know who it is. But I don't think it's from Zhenan First High School. After all, we've never heard of a boy at our school whose family is so rich. Indeed, Wang Jiajia, who was beside her, also nodded. Surprise is indeed quite surprising, but the three sisters, including Qin Zhaoyu, did not associate it with Chen Kai at all. After all, you're only 19 years old, and you've taken an entire commercial office building in one fell swoop. Obviously, the family is rich, and the father is the one who put up the fight. Otherwise, how could a young man of 18 or 19 get so much money? I just don't know which fairy is this, Qin Zhaoyu, who didn't care too much. Just take it as a gossip news. Qin Zhaoyu stood in front of the fitting mirror, took out her cell phone and took a few pictures, focusing on her legs, and then sent them to Chen Kai. Old Chen, what do you think about me wearing this dress? Does it look good? After seeing the photo Qin Zhaoyu sent me, Chen Kai was a bit speechless. Qin Zhaoyu, what are you doing? Didn't you let me help you to see how the skirt looks like? Why did you just shoot the legs? Where is the skirt? After sending this message over, Chen Kai is also helplessly laughed, also muttered in his heart, Qin Zhaoyu, you really do not take me as an outsider. However, in Chen Kai's impression, he had never seen Qin Zhaoyu wear a skirt. I didn't expect it to look pretty on me. But the key is that Qin Zhaoyu's legs are thin and white, so it does look good. Oops, sorry, old Chen. Sent the wrong photo. Should be this one. Well, the dress is okay. Yeah, I think it looks pretty good too. Of course I'm not talking about the skirt. I'm talking about my legs. Kin Zao very narcissistic said. After all, my legs are so beautiful, wear anything good-looking. Old Chen, you say right, then, after an hour. Chen Kai interviewed Annie Yang, who is also from Fengshan with Kin Zao, at 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening. Just as she stepped out of the company's building, Annie Yang's cell phone rang. The caller was her sister, Yang Zao Hui, Kin Zao-yu's mom. In other words, the person who came to Chen Kai's company for the interview was actually Kin Zao-fu's sister-in-law. Nini, Sis said that you left that company in the capital city and went to Zhongbei for development. Yes, I just got my interview and I'm just leaving the office building. Oh, that's great. It just so happens that Little Fish is in Zhongbei. I heard from her last night, when I was chatting with Little Fish, that she didn't go back to Fengshan. Recently stayed at her classmate's house while your brother-in-law, and I went on vacation overseas. It's a 2-month summer vacation, so you can look after Little Fish for us when you're not doing anything. If it's not possible, you can take Little Fish to live with you, so that our Little Fish won't be disturbed in other people's classmates' houses. Annie Young is curious. Sis, does Fish live in a gay house or a lesbian house? Does Fish have a boyfriend? That's not true. I'm sorry, but Fish wouldn't have the guts to live in a gay house. Fish's mom said on the phone. Annie Young said, Don't worry, sister, this matter is on me. People have come to Zhongbei that certainly take good care of my baby Nisa. Not to mention, I'm the one who raised Fish, and originally I was planning to ask Fish out for dinner tonight after my successful interview this afternoon. Well, don't worry, sis, get off the phone. And after leaving the office, Annie took a cab to go back to her apartment. It's not that far from the office. It seems to be quite convenient, as it does not take much time to commute to and from work on weekdays. Sitting in the back of a taxi, Annie Yang took out her own cell phone, then called her niece, Kin Zao-yu. This time Kin Zao-fu also followed Wang Jiajia Lai ran 2 people shopping. A girl's energy seems to be inexhaustible, especially when she's shopping. This point. But all girls shopping with the male compatriots should have a deep understanding. Shopping for several hours do not feel tired. Gay men are different. Even a 10-minute stroll is a bit too much. It's a lot of trouble to buy a dress, isn't it? It's just a matter of buying a dress that you can wear. After Annie Yang called, Kin Zao-fu is about to try on a set of tops, feeling quite good, quite in line with their own style. I was about to go into the fitting room. The cell phone rang. Wang Jiajia, who was sitting on the side, said, Fish, your cell phone is ringing. Who's calling me? Mr. Chen, give it to me. Kin Zao-fu immediately said. Wang Jiajia smiled helplessly. Kin Zao-fu, do you want to react so aggressively? It's not Chen Kai. It's your sister-in-law's phone. Wang Jiajia had just noticed the comment on the caller ID. My sister-in-law. Kin Zao-yu was a bit surprised. Wasn't Auntie in the capital at this time? Why are you calling me at this hour? Kin Zao-fu was quite curious. After answering the phone, Kin Zao-yu immediately said, Hey, dear sister-in-law, why did you remember to call me at this time? It's been a while since I've been back to Fengshan. Have you missed me? Auntie, ever miss your most precious niece? But I missed you. Kin Zao-yu's phone just picked up, and she smiled cheekily. He was raised by his sister-in-law. After all, Mom and Dad are pretty busy with their business and spend most of their time at work. Therefore, the relationship between Kin Zao-fu and his sister-in-law is simply too good to be true. Not at all like sister-in-law and niece. Instead, they're like sisters and friends who can talk about anything and everything. And they don't have to talk about anything. There is no sense of distance between the younger and the older generation. It's like being around people your own age. Fish, I'll be in Zhongbei. What? Kin Zao-fu was very excited. Auntie, have you come to Zhongbei? Yes. For a long time to come. My sister-in-law will be developing in Zhongbei. No, Auntie, aren't you working for a big internet company in the capital city? Been transferred to Zhongbei. That's not true. I quit my job. Changed companies. Just had an interview this afternoon. And I'm officially starting tomorrow. Resignation. Kin Zao-fu was quite surprised. I don't know what happened. But in the future, my sister-in-law will stay in Zhongbei for development. Kin Zao-fu was quite happy. That means the next 2 months, or the whole summer. If you want to see your sister-in-law, you can do so at any time. In addition to Lao Chen, he is not alone in Zhongbei. otherwise. Mom and Dad would be traveling abroad for vacation. Stay by yourself in Jongbei, except for Asar, Chen of course. There are also Wang Jiajia and Lai Ran. The two roommates, other than that, I'm all alone and have no friends. But it's okay now. My sister-in-law is also in Jongbei. That's great, Auntie. I'm staying at my friend's house this summer anyway. I'll introduce you to my friends when I get a chance. He's so nice, Qin Zaofu emphasized. However, my sister-in-law may not know that the friend she is talking about is actually a boy. And not girls, but Qin Zaoyu wasn't worried that her sister-in-law would snitch on her parents. Absolutely not. After we agreed to have dinner together, Qin Zaoyu said before hanging up the phone, Auntie, I'll see you tonight. I'm hanging up now. I'm out shopping with two friends. After the phone call, Qin Zaoyu took out his cell phone and immediately sent a message to Chen Kai, which said, Old Chen, just in the morning my sister-in-law called me. This time people in Jongbei. The night to take me out to rub a meal. Are you free tonight? Go with me, by the way. I'd like to introduce you to my sister-in-law. I'm telling you, my sister-in-law is wonderful. After Qin Zaofu's message. Fish's sister-in-law. What if Fish's family finds out she's living in their house? Lao Chen, I can tell you my sister-in-law is a big beauty. Qin Zaoyu and Chen Kai are chatting, trying to beg the old Chen to accompany himself for a meal tonight. But right at that moment, two messages popped up on her cell phone. The news went straight to the top of the search engines and blew up the internet, especially in investment and finance-related circles. There was also a story about a major international event, and these two stories are related, especially on Weibo. It went straight to the top of the Weibo hot search. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of netizens have left messages in the comments section. As a result of the international impact, the price of raw materials for the project that Chen Kai had invested in before suddenly soared, with almost 200 times the gain. Moreover, the name of this project impressed Qin Zaoyu very much, because the last time with the old Chen together to participate in their family, to give him a celebration of the banquet. Qin Zaoyu noticed it. This is the one that Chen Kai bought at that time. Qin Zaoyu was very shocked at that moment. So I was very excited to type a message to Chen Kaifa. Holy shit, Lao Chen, you're in a hurry, watch the news. Watch the news in a hurry, recently, due to international influence. The price of raw materials for one item has skyrocketed. Quickly check if it's the one you bought before. It can't be that I'm wrong, right? It can't be, Qin Zaoyu said. After seeing the message Qin Zaoyu sent to him, Chen Kai also looked at his cell phone. Sure enough, I saw a news story that set the internet on fire. It's about the hot search related to the investment you bought before that skyrocketed 200 times your earnings. Open the comment section. Many netizens are commenting below. I go, what is this situation? Wasn't the price of raw materials 200 times higher than before? What is this? A flashback to death. Didn't you read the news? The price of this raw material has skyrocketed as a result of international influences. And whoever bought this item before would have made a fortune. Yes, assuming that the low price when buying $100,000. Now hands almost small 20 million or so. Instantly a millionaire out. A lot of netizens, especially those who usually like to study investment. I'm going to be so sorry. I should have known that this project could have surged to 200x in the last few days. You should have gotten in early. And Chen Kai looked at his account in the back office. The balance has been shown to be around $20 million. All you need to do now is to withdraw your money, and you will be able to get your money back in no time. Not bad, almost $100,000 or so, and directly earned a small $20 million, 200 times earnings. Chen Kai is very satisfied with the result, then silently apply for a withdrawal. After all, is a large amount of money. It is estimated that it will take 1 or 2 working days of review. After applying for a cash out, Chen Kai faced the message Qin Zaoyu sent to him, also a smile. Fish, I remember, didn't you bet me before that if this program really went up, you would buy me a new phone? Apple 6 is right. Qin Zaoyu was a little embarrassed. Old Chen, you still remember this. Why, Qin Zaoyu, you look like you're trying to renege on your debt. Who says I'm that kind of person? It's just a 6 is, so buy it. I'll take the bet. After Kin Xiaoyu sent the message, she said with a bit of pain. But seriously, 200 times the return Old Chen, you make a lot of money. After calming his shocked emotions, Ken Xiaofu returned to the topic. Well, old Chen, return to the main topic. This and so on back, we say. First of all, my sister-in-law to invite us to dinner tonight. You in the end do not come Won't you think about it? Just so you know, my sister-in-law is very pretty, a real beauty. Sure you don't want to come? It's better if Chen Kai doesn't go. After all, Kin Xiaofu has no control over her mouth. She's a parent, too. If people knew that their niece had been living in their house for such a long time, they would ask questions. Elderly people will surely think in other ways. Chen Kai is still not going to join in. Who knows what kind of character Kin Xiaofu's sister-in-law has? What if they are very protective of their calves? And what if they think of other aspects? Then they will be in deep shit. Although Kin Xiaofu stayed at his home for a few days, Chen Kai did not do anything to Xiaofu. But it cannot help that people's parents will be suspicious. Parents who are like slaves to their daughters. If I knew that, I'd have to chase you 18 blocks with a chopper in my hand. Good boy, just fucking arch my daughter, Although the other party is only Kin Xiaofu's sister-in-law, not mom and dad. It should not be so exaggerated, but it is not easy to say. After all, these days, there are plenty of sister-in-laws who love their nieces and nephews. Just think of the images that could happen. Chen Kai will just answer and forget about it. Anyway, just in the morning, he had an appointment with Wu Kaiyan, the manager of Charming Internet Cafe, and he might not have the time in the evening. So let's talk about it some other time. After replying to Kin Xiaofu's message, Chen Kai just sat down in his office and packed up some things. Then he went downstairs. A car was waiting at the entrance of the company, a sedan. It was Wu Kaiyan who was sitting in the driver's seat and was responsible for driving the car. Chen Kai just got into the car and sat in the back. Wu Kaiyan said in a shocked voice, "Boss, why are you coming out of the commercial office building under the Green Vine Real Estate Group? Are you here to talk about something? I've heard that the building is being wholly owned by a young entrepreneur." Wait, halfway through her sentence, Wu Kaiyan reacted immediately. The CPU is spinning rapidly and frantically. A certain possibility comes to mind. Boss, you're not the one who bought this commercial building, are you? Wu Kaiyan sat in the driver's seat and through the car's rearview mirror, glanced toward Chen Kai, who was sitting in the back. A shocked look on his face. He had just said this, but he had not waited for Chen Kai to reply. Wu Kaiyan thought about it again and thought that it was unlikely. Although it was said that Chen Kai had taken over Charming Internet Cafe, the capital flow on hand was definitely quite large. After all, Charming Internet Cafe's turnover and water flow are actually very impressive. It's huge. And best of all, there are several other locations in other parts of the city. The internet fee is also quite expensive, and there are quite a few items to spend in the store. Plus again, it's open to a downtown location. The traffic flow and the unit price are quite high. But that's still nothing compared to the value of the Tsing Teng commercial building. If you want to buy a whole building, you can't expect to do it without billions of dollars. This is not a rental. And it is not just 1 or 2 stories. It's the whole building, okay? Chen Kai replied, Chen Kai's expression did not show any reaction, and he acted very calmly throughout the whole process. This is despite the fact that the entire commercial building has been secured through the system. And just now, it was awarded the Tsingtao commercial office building. But Chen Kai's reaction was muted. As a business tycoon with so much wealth in his past life, I have seen and encountered so many things. After rebirth of Chen Kai, not so much because of this small property rights have any emotional ups and downs. On the contrary, it was Wu Kaiyan who was sitting in the driving seat. It's going to be exciting and also shocked. Surprisingly, just like what he thought, Mr. Chen was really the boss of that one who had taken the Tsingtao commercial office building. That tidal wave network technology, although it is not easy to imagine the identity of Chen Kai. However, I did not expect that it would be so bullish. You've taken the whole building, and you're still so calm. The more Wu Kaiyan thought about it, the more curious she became. I don't know. Which capitalist group's son is the boss? Is it the biggest capitalist group in the capital? The average rich family is not so impressive as to be able to take out so much cash flow in one go. Horror can only be described. Driving to the Charm's internet cafe, Chen Kai, who was sitting at the back, slowly opened his mouth. He said with a bland expression, "Manager Wu, what did you want to talk to me about at the internet cafe? And you had to do it in person. Couldn't you tell me over the phone?" Wu Kaian, who was driving the car, replied, "Boss, the situation is like this. I asked you to come out this afternoon to meet. To our internet cafe, my office, to sit because our internet cafe in the last day or two to expand. Because you also know. We Charm Internet Cafe has been developed for many years of time. The development of this scale is now quite not easy. Ideas for expansion have been put forward in terms of the current management of CyberCaf's. Want to change our glamorous internet cafe into a large-scale internet cafe. Then we'll add a lot of entertainment consumption equipment and items. When the time comes to visualize the earning power of internet cafes, it can definitely be further increased. But the expansion will cost a lot, and it will come out of our CyberCafe's books. Therefore, we do not dare to make decisions without authorization. Thought I'd invite you over in person and we'd discuss it. Seek your permission, and listen to your thoughts in the meantime." I heard Wu Kaian, who was driving the car, say something like this. Chen Kai, who was sitting at the back of the room, brightened up and thought to himself that the expansion of the scale was very necessary. So he has no opinion. Also, Tidal Web Technologies will give him a constant stream of money. Other companies and properties under his name are also included. Not to mention the glamorous internet cafes in the district. The monthly revenue is just a drizzle. A sprinkle at the thought of this. Chen Kai immediately smiled with satisfaction. So he answered directly. "To expand into an internet caf, right? Cost-wise, I'll give you guys a free pass. Do whatever you want. Don't have to think about the cost, among other things. I would like to ask what is the approximate wage and salary of the existing staff of our cyber cafes? From the ants sweeping the floor, to the webmasters, to the maintenance staff of the cyber cafe's equipment." Wu Kaian also thought that Chen Kai intended to give employees a collective pay cut. By taking a pay cut, a large sum of money will be saved, and all of it will be invested in the budget for the expansion of internet cafes. I thought that's what Chen Kai meant, but what Wu Kaian did not expect was, this is what Chen Kai said next. "Forget it. I'm not going to ask our cyber cafe employees what their current salary is. You can just double their original salary. Starting from this month, that's the way it is. If you want people to do well, you have to feed them." After Chen Kai finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and played for a while, looking at some of the products related to short video in this era of 2016. The number and product experience varies. We have mastered the relatively mature big data technology after many years. Chen Kai is confident enough that he can make his company stand on the cusp of the times, and to take the short video industry in the future market capitalization of hundreds of billions of dollars, or even trillions of dollars in the plate and share. Wu Kaian's expression at this time cannot be mentioned how shocked. "I thought I had heard wrong. What, are you kidding me? Boss, internet cafes will have to be expanded next. And the amount of money they need to spend is already quite a lot, according to general business strategies. Isn't it always better to give employees a collective pay cut, and then use the money saved to cover the cost of expenses? This is equivalent to asking employees to raise funds to help the company expand its business. Even if the employees were upset, they could only hold it in. Anyway, if you don't do it, you can leave. If you don't do it, someone else will." But Mr. Chen is too conscientious, isn't he, in this era? There are really not many capitalists with a conscience like Mr. Chen. Wu Kaian thought to herself. Then after a while, it was time to go to the Charms Cafe. I just went into the bar and didn't see Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai, who are working part-time summer jobs here, and they are in charge of the second floor. Chen Kai and Wu Kaian went to the office and talked for about an hour. Then an hour or so passed. Wu Kaian gathered the staff of the glamorous internet cafe together and announced a major event regarding the issue of collective wage increase. Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai, who worked as summer vacationers for 2 months. After hearing about the salary increase at the internet caf, the two were thrilled. "Did you hear that? Handsome, the manager just said he's going to give us all a raise. I'm not going to talk about other people. Let's just say we have summer jobs, part-time wages of about 2,000 a month, as long as it's doubled. That's 4,000 in a small city like Zhongbei, which is not particularly economically advanced. A salary of $4,000 a month is not bad. Not to mention the fact that it is only a summer job for 2 high school seniors. It's just a part-time job. It's not like it's a full-time job. $4,000 is a lot of money. Oh my, that's a lot of money. The new boss is too conscientious. And we're so lucky that we've just come to work summer vacation. And we've just gotten a raise in pay. Even for the part-time summer jobs we've been doing. Yes, and if old Chen knew that we 2 brothers make $4,000 a month, he'd regret it to death. I regret that he didn't come to the summer job when we asked him to come with us, estimating that if old Chen knew about it, his bowels would be green with remorse. Haha, I guess so. Then why don't you invite Lao Chen to a meal tonight? Talk to Lao Chen about this matter. Let him envy a bit. Looks fine to me, after all. Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai, the 2 brothers to Chen Kai, are quite righteous. High school 3 years. 3 people had the best relationship. I remember my sophomore year of high school. The 3 of us snuck off to the internet together, or ran out over the wall, because of the night out of the wall. That night, the surveillance equipment did not capture Chen Kai's face, only photographed Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai and their brother and sister. The homeroom teacher called them to the office and questioned them for a whole day without finding out who the person was who snuck out with them to go online. Quite righteous. I'd rather stop school and call my parents than sell out my teammates. Chen Kai is the first one to think of when something good happens. After thinking about this, Zhang Ming and Wang Shu, I sent a few messages to Chen Kai. Then we made a date to go to a food court and have a beer barbecue. Chen Kai had nothing to do in the evening, so he agreed, yeah, I'll see you tonight then. Soon it was about 8 p.m. The food court is full of stalls for dinner. Very busy. It's really nice to have a barbecue and a beer on a summer's day. After Chen Kai arrived, he saw Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai sitting on a seat. The 2 of them stood up and waved towards Chen Kai and said, "Old Chen, here." Chen Kai walked over. Then he sat down and said, "Lao Zhang, Shu Aizai, what's wrong with you 2? Did you pick up money or what? Why did you suddenly think of treating me to a barbecue? Haha, old Chen. See what you say. Did not pick up the money, cannot invite you to eat. But this time really let the old Chen you said right. I and handsome son, we 2 brothers really found money. Lao Chen do you know? On the internet cafe that we just joined. The glamorous internet cafe across the city center. A while ago did not change a boss. This thing you know. Right? Chen Kai is sitting across the table. In the face of these words from Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai, Chen Kai also smiled silently. Listen, old Chen you do not know The new boss is too righteous. Give us all the staff of the Internet Cafe collective salary increase. Double the original salary basis. After 2 months of summer vacation, maybe we'll get 8,000 bucks each. It's so exciting, this is not. Think in advance to invite old Chen you have a meal. A good celebration, by the way. Let old Chen you envy us. Let's see if you have any regrets about not signing up for a summer job with us in the first place. But they don't know that Chen Kai, sitting across from them, is the new owner of charming Internet Cafe. So Chen Kai is also quite curious. Neither. How will Chang and Handsome react when they realize that they are their bosses? I don't have to think about it, but I know that the 2 of them will have a wonderful expression on their faces. One night at a time, eating barbecue and drinking beer with Mr. Zhang Ming and Mr. Wang is quite cozy. I've been busy studying for the college entrance exams, and I've been very nervous. It's been a long time since I've been out with Lao Chen, so I'll have a nice dinner together. What a pain in the ass, especially a cold beer in the middle of summer. It's so good when it goes down, and in the meantime, young Annie will take a taxi and come directly to the place where Qin Ziofu and the others are shopping. I have to say, Qin Zioyu and the 3 of them are really can shop from the afternoon until the evening and even towards the night. It's really something. I bought several sets of clothes, all of which Qin Ziofu preferred, and also bought Chen Kai a set of tops, plus a pair of shoes. It's kind of a full house. Just walked out of the mall and came outside. I saw a tall woman standing at the door. It was his own sister-in-law, Annie Young. Qin Ziofu said excitedly, "Auntie, there you are. It's been a long time. My sister-in-law has really gotten prettier and prettier. Kinzeo, who speaks very well. And Yong-an listens to her with a blank stare. Then he pinched Kinzeo-yu's little face, as expected of our little fish. Her words are just as good. Much better than your little cousins, who talk so much better. Go. Auntie will take you to a good meal. If you want to eat anything, Auntie will pay for it tonight. Eat and drink whatever you want, oh yeah. And don't forget to bring that friend of yours along too. After all, I've been living in someone's home for so many days. Oddly disturbing people. Auntie would also like to take this opportunity to meet that classmate of yours. That's all. Annie Young glanced at Wang Jiajia and Lai Ran, who were following Kinzayofu. Then he asked in a puzzled manner, Fish, aren't you staying at your classmate's house these days? Which one of these two is it? Kinzayoyu shook his head. Neither. My classmate has something to do tonight. I'll introduce you to Auntie some other time. Oh well. That's fine, then let's eat first. Ask your two classmates to go together. There are many people also lively. Walking to the restaurant, walking and talking, but then again, Auntie, did you go to the interview for your new job this afternoon? How did it go? Kinzayoyu asked curiously. The interview turned out very well. Speaking of this, Annie Yong is in a much better mood. Fish, you don't know. The interview went well this afternoon. The new boss is very young, and the point is that he's quite nice. I thought, after all, it's a new company, when I ask for a salary of 50,000 per month. The other party may put a downward pressure on my expected salary, because they are currently at the startup stage and have to control costs. Conservatively, I'd say it's about 20 or 30,000, but what I didn't expect, people didn't even try to pressure me. And they even gave me an extra 30,000 increase in my base salary. That is to say, your sister-in-law, I am now employed in this company, with a salary of $80,000 per month at worst, higher than my base salary at my last company. Kinzeo, who heard the excited and happy words of Annie Yong. I am also happy for my sister-in-law. Oh yeah? Then this new company is pretty well capitalized, isn't it? It's a company called Tidal Network Technologies. The name of this company is quite unfamiliar. Kinzayofu and the sidekick Wang Jiajia. Lai Ran, I don't think I've ever heard of it. But if you think about it, isn't it normal that you haven't heard of the new company? Oh yeah. This is the same company that bought the Green Vine Real Estate Group's office, Building 7, in the last few days. Annie Yong added at this time. Kinzayoyu and Wang Jiajia Lai Ran glanced at each other. The three of them were quite surprised. What? The one who bought the commercial office building under the Green Vine Real Estate Group is actually this new company that you're working for now. Auntie, yeah, why? It's nothing. The main reason is that the three of them were talking about it just now. I did not realize that the company in which my sister-in-law had joined was this one. No wonder my sister-in-law said that the boss of their company is quite young. Because just now, Jiajia and Lai Ran also saw it when they refreshed the news. I heard that the new boss is a 19-year-old boy. Therefore, at this time, Wang Jiajia's expression was very shocked. And then she whispered in Kinzayoyu's ear, Holy shit, Fish. The boss of this Tide Network Technology that your sister-in-law joined is actually the one who bought the whole commercial office building we just talked about. And he seems to be only 19 years old, the same age as us. He won't be this year's high school graduate, too. What a cow, at only 19 years old. You own an entire office and commercial building, and have started a new company. You're starting a business at such a young age. I'd like to meet this boy. I don't know which high school in the north of our river. Wang Jiajia and Lai Ran said, in addition to these two sisters, the two also include Kinzayofu, especially Kinzayofu. They didn't know that the man they were talking about was in fact their own brother, Chen Kai. Although Kinzayofu and the three of them didn't know which fairy was the boss of Tidal Wave Network Technology. However, it is still quite admirable. He's so young, the same age as us. But he's so cool, that's awesome. It really is, without realizing it. It was already around 9:00 p.m. Kinzayoyu and Wang Jiajia Lai Ran, as well as his sister-in-law, were having dinner here. Several of them burped. Kinzayofu touched her stomach. Auntie, I'm full. This dinner today is really enjoyable. It's been a long time since I've eaten so hard. But it's a pity that old Chen is not here tonight. Otherwise, it would be much more interesting. Jia ran you guys say right. Kenzaoyu smiled and looked at Wang Jia and Lai Ran, who were sitting beside him. Before the sisters could say anything, Annie Yang, who was sitting on the other side of the table, was a bit surprised. Old Chan, fish, is that what you girls call each other? Annie Young feels like she can't keep up with the times. I still remember when I went to school, the girls, or girlfriends call each other. Call some of the names are more gentle. Prefer to listen to a little. Shouldn't this kind of old Chen, Lao Lai, and so on be called by boys only? It's rare to hear the word old used as a term of endearment between girls. That is why Annie Jung is still quite surprised. Or is it that I am really a bit out of touch with the times? Annie Young sighed, by the looks of it. Auntie, I'm really a bit out of step with your current girls' era. Anyway, when we were in school back then, we rarely heard girls refer to each other that way. But it may also be because, small fish, your character is too feminine, right? Ha ha ha, just kidding. Our family little fish is the most gentle, the most adorable, Kinzaofu hummed. Auntie, what do you take me for? But what you just said isn't entirely true. When I was with Jia and Ran, I wouldn't call them Old King and Old Lai. It's not a nice name to call them. Then why do you call your friend Old Chan? Annie Young is a bit confused. That's because Chen is a boy. Kenzaoyu said it very directly, and then silently spat out in her heart. That can't be called Lao Chen by the name between girls. Right? What do you call it if not Lao Chen? Not Kai. This is also to meet num right. Do not know that I think we are what boyfriend and girl, and relationship it. Have you ever seen brothers call each other that? That's a little gross. Thinking about it makes me feel a little numb. Even if you call them boyfriend and girlfriend, it's still a bit too much, anyway. If Kinzaofu were to fall in love in the future, she would definitely not call her boyfriend by that name. It's really too meaty. However, Kinzaoyu would not mind if her future boyfriend called her that. What, fish? So what you're saying is that you've spent the last couple days at that boyfriend of yours' house. Yang An at this time is very excited, because really did not think Kinzayo, who these days actually live in a boys' home. Wang Jia and Lai Ran, who were sitting by the side, were also admiring Kinzaofu in their hearts. I thought to myself, fish, you're too brave for me. If we were to stay at a boys' schoolmate's house for such a long period of time, our family would ask us about it. We wouldn't dare to say anything, Kinzaofu. How dare you just say it outright? You're so brave. Admirable admiration. Kinzaofu nodded, then looked at young Annie with a naive face. Right, Auntie, why are you making such a fuss? I and old Chen. We two high school, 3 years of brotherhood. Usually relationship can be good at, but you don't worry. I have been living alone in a room these days. Definitely not what you think. Old Chen and I, we pure friendship. Pure brothers only. After hearing what Kinzaoyu said, Annie Yang felt more at ease. Luckily, it wasn't what I thought it would be. I thought Kinzaoyu, who was in love. This is cohabitation. The speed of development is also too fast, however, after careful consideration. I still find it a bit inappropriate. Little fish, why don't I suggest that you stay with Auntie for the next few days? It just so happens that the apartment that Auntie is renting has 2 bedrooms. Even if you're brothers or something, it's not really appropriate for a man and a woman to live under the same roof. Is it? And I expect your mom would just blow up if she knew. Plus, I just had a successful interview this afternoon and got a call from your mom as I was walking out of the office building. Your mom told me on the phone to keep an eye on you for the next 2 months of summer vacation. If your mom finds out that I know you're living with a male student and I still don't care, then when your mom comes back from her overseas vacation, I'll be in deep shit. Fishy, do as you're told and move right in with me tonight. It's not much fun for Auntie to live by herself, and she's usually quite lonely. So you can be my companion. Who knew that the moment Annie Yang finished her sentence, Kinzayo, who then made his attitude clear directly. Absolutely not. Auntie, you don't worry about it. This is really nothing. The old Chen is not that kind of person. Will not have any improper thoughts about me. This I dare to give you a guarantee. I trust old Chen's character. Plus, I've already promised Lao Chen's mom that I'll be Lao Chen's companion for the summer, because his mom and dad are doing business down the street. The store is a little busier in the summer, so he's staying at the store. But since I don't worry about old Chen being home alone, after I come, Won't his mom and dad be able to go to the store and stay there without worrying? And I've already promised people. I can't go back on my word, otherwise, if word gets out, what kind of person would I be? The kind of person who doesn't honor his word. Ken Ziofu said in a serious manner. Wang Jiajia and Lai Ran, who were sitting next to each other, glanced at each other. The two of them didn't say anything, but it was as if they were making eye contact. Wang Jiajia muttered in a small voice. Ran, you heard what little fish said just now. She promised Chen Kai's mom. It's too fake. It's obvious that little fish is willing to live with Chen Kai. Lai Ran also nodded. Yeah, Jia, you and I are on the same page. I also feel like it's what little fish meant. What with the promises and no promises. That's why I'm even more skeptical now. Our little fish definitely has that kind of intention towards Chen Kai. Yes, I found it too. The two sisters whispered to each other. Annie Yung is also a bit helpless. I've always favored fish since I was a kid. So basically whatever fish says is what she wants. And Annie Yang has never objected to it. Even now, there's nothing Annie Yang can do, in the end. He could only smile helplessly. Well, there's nothing you can do about it. Since you have to stay at your boyfriend's house, then there's nothing I can do about it, after all. As you know, your sister-in-law, I've always been like this. It's always been, since I was a kid. Whatever you say. Ken Ziofu said with a smile, Haha, I knew that Auntie you are the best to me. Surely you won't force me. But there's one more thing I'd like you to keep a secret from me. And that's not to tell my mom and dad that I'm staying at a boyfriend's house. Otherwise, if my mom found out, she'd be on a plane right back and skin me. I know my mother as well as my daughter. And I know my mother's character very well. If your mom knows that you have been staying at your male classmate's house for so many days, according to your mom's character, she will be furious. Even taking yourself to the hospital for a checkup, if you're not good enough, is not ruled out. But fortunately, my sister-in-law always listens to herself. I'm sure he'll keep his secret for himself. Annie Young also shook her head helplessly. Why do I feel like I'm on a ship of thieves, when things get out and your mom finds out? I guess your sister-in-law will have to be scolded. Haha, it won't, as long as you help me keep it a secret. Auntie, Mommy, and Daddy won't know. Well, but may it be. Annie Young looked at Kin Zao Yu and said, But I'd still like to meet that boyfriend of yours when I'm free. No matter what, it's still a boy. My niece is living in his house. I, as a sister-in-law, still need to give more instructions. Ken Ziofu was also a bit speechless. Then he said helplessly, Auntie, next time you say, can't you directly say boy, friend, ah? You're saying boy, friend right, and boy, friend left and right. And people who don't know what you think. Jia and Ran are getting the wrong idea. Annie Young laughed harshly. Sorry, fishy. I meant male friend. Male friend only, male friend. Short for boyfriend. Come on. That's a big difference. The language teachers are going to cry when they hear this. You little girl, you're spitting on your sister-in-law now. I won't help you keep your secret any more. No. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. Annie Young smiled helplessly. And then the evening passed. And dinner was soon over. Annie Young took a cab and drove Kin Ziofu back. Sisters Wang Jiajia and Lai Ran live nearby. Go back to your homes after a while. Annie Young sent Kin Ziofu to her home. Before he left, he gave Kin Ziofu a word of advice. Don't forget, little fish, when that boyfriend of yours is free, be sure to let me know. And Auntie will treat him to a meal. I'll invite him to dinner and meet him on the way. Brothers, it's brothers, not boyfriend. Kin Ziofu emphasized again. Annie Young laughed. Well, it's brothers, not boyfriends, then little fish. Auntie will go back first. You should rest early at night. Bye-bye, sister-in-law. He said hello to Annie Young and watched his sister-in-law get into the taxi to go back. Ken Ziofu then went upstairs and returned to the living room of the house. I realized that Chen Kai hadn't come back yet. So I immediately sent him 2 messages. Lao Chen, calling Lao Chen. You're not back yet. You and Jiang Ming and Wang Shuai outside to eat barbecue drinking, is it? Well, not drink too much, right, old Chen Yu. Need me to go over to find a stretcher to carry you. Chen Kai and Jiang Ming Shizi. The 2 of them, this meeting is over. This barbecue dinner was a blast. After all, we are all busy with the college entrance exams. So the study task is quite intense, and seldom have a barbecue like this. especially in the summer. Eating barbecue and drinking beer is really quite refreshing, mainly in a good mood. Eat well. Chen Kai sat in the taxi and looked at the message Kinzeo sent to him, and then typed, "Fish, I'm getting in the car now, ready to go back. What's the matter? Have you already finished your meal and gone home?" Little Fish replied, "Yeah. My sister-in-law dropped me off. I'm home now. I'll take a picture for you. See, I'll be home by now. Old Chen, you come back early. Waiting for you. When you come back, play a game with me. And help you celebrate in the meantime. Celebrate." Chen Kai was a bit curious, so he asked what the celebration was. Ken Ziofu skimmed his lips, then typed a little breathlessly. "Old Chen, you what is going on, ah? You cannot, ah. Just made a large sum of money and began to pretend to be stupid. Didn't I send you a message this afternoon? I've seen that the item you bought before directly soared to 100 times the earnings, if I'm not mistaken. You seem to have bought almost 100. 000 at the beginning of the bar. Nowadays, you can get a little $20 million or so. Old Chen, you are now a rich man, but don't forget about me. Brother," Kinzeofu said with a smile. Chen Kai typed back this sentence. "Kinzeo, you are thinking too much. When I first bought in, didn't you advise me that this project would definitely lose money? That's why on the second day I just put it all up. That is to say, not making a lot of money. No profit. No loss." Kinzeofu froze. "I will not, Old Chen. Really false. You will not fool me. You really put up all the money." "That would be too bad, ah. That project has now skyrocketed to 100 times the earnings. If the Old Chen you did not realize the words, now has become a millionaire, it's over. It's over." Kinzeoyu learned that Chen Kai had withdrawn the money on the second day. "I'm panicking and a little bit of guilt. Originally, I was worried that Mr. Chen would lose money and lose all of his 100. 000. So I tried to persuade him not to buy the project, and who knows? The program made a fortune. Now it's gone up to 100 times. Instead, the Old Chen missed an opportunity to get rich and wealthy. Kinzeoyu is feeling quite guilty. I wondered if Lao Chen would blame me when he came back. Finished. Lao Chen, I'm really wrong. It's all my fault. Causing you to miss an opportunity to get rich. Blame me in the morning." Chen Kai was only joking and teasing Kinzeofu. "I didn't realize that Kinzeo was such a fool to believe in such things. He's not bad for a simpleton. And look at the way you've just met me, and that's all in your head. I feel guilty. I feel as if I've done something wrong to Chen Kai." Chen Kai felt that he was really defeated by Kinzeofu's bean. What I didn't realize was that the system's rewards had arrived instead. Drip, Kinzeofu brainstorms himself, produces a surprise reaction, and receives a reward. Chen Kai did not expect. Just at this time, the system's voice sounded, only to see the system's prompt interface appeared in front of him. Drip, system reward credited. 1 opportunity to use investment futures prognostication. Warm reminder. After obtaining the award, the host can invest in the futures trading market. The system will analyze the most profitable futures projects with the highest rate of return for you in the current trading market. Seeing the rewards the system gave him, Chen Kai smiled with great satisfaction. Not bad. The key thing is that he didn't do anything, but just made a joke to tease Kinzeofu. I didn't expect Kinzeo to actually self-CPU at this time. It's true. The ego CPU is the most deadly. Watching just the introduction of the system, Chen Kai was quite satisfied with the reward. You have to know that with high-risk investments, you can either make money and die, or you can lose money and lose everything, or even lose your pants if it is worse. 9 out of 10 have to be pits. Basically, it's all about losing money. But Chen Kai is not afraid. Let the system help you select the most profitable items in the futures market. Then avoid the risk of dropping 100. If you invest in this wave of investment, you will make 100 profit. Chen Kai smiled with satisfaction. I'm going to open the futures market from my phone later and have the system analyze the most profitable items on the market with the highest rate of return. It just so happened that the project he had bought before had directly surged by 200 times its earnings. He should have gotten his hands on about $20 million, but 2 million of them have other things to do. The current readily disposable amount is basically 18 million in hand, but it is not a big problem. Chen Kai has applied for cash. He just looked at the phone above the estimated time of withdrawal. The fastest tonight. The slowest is tomorrow before 6 p.m., and then right after that. Qin Zaofu continued, "Old Chen, really sorry. Sorry for you. I had good intentions at the time. I was afraid you would lose money. After all, who knew that project would skyrocket too? 100 times earnings. That green stock price, what a drop. But anyway, it's true that it's because of me that you missed an opportunity to make a fortune. I feel so sorry for you." Qin Zaoyu felt especially guilty at home at this time. So after talking to Chen Kai on the phone, Qin Zaoyu sat on the sofa and fell silent on the spot. I felt I had to do something. Give a good performance to make Chen a little bit happier. After careful consideration, it seems that I cannot do anything. Why not make a midnight snack for Chen? Although Qin Zaoyu will not cook at all, and at home when basically as a big lady to serve. Usually parents are not at home. We'll leave a lot of money to Qin Zaoyu. Let Zaoyu go out to eat under the restaurant, or the babysitter will do the cooking. If I remember correctly, this should be the first time Qin Zaoyu cooks, a little nervous. Qin Zaoyu took out her cell phone, then looked at the tutorial recipes from the internet. Why don't we just make a regular omelet for old Chen? This shouldn't be too hard. Isn't it just a matter of putting oil in and frying the egg on top? It's too easy. Qin Zaoyu did what he said he would do. Then 10 minutes or so passed, because it is the reason of the night. Chen Kai taxi home on the road, a little bit of traffic jam. So after returning home is already more than 10 minutes after the matter. Just got home. Push open the door and walk into the living room. Fish, I'm back. Where are you? I was just passing by the food court. And I know that you usually like to eat the Zio Longbao sold on that street. So I stopped by and bought 2 drawers for you. Where is everyone? Just entered the door Chen Kai. Smelled a burning smell floating in the living room. What is the situation? This is a fire in the house, but it doesn't seem to be. Looking at the kitchen. Qin Zaofu was choked enough by the smoke in there. Turned his head to look at Chen Kai. Qin Zaofu has an awkward look on his face. His face is black and unkempt, which is a little bit funny. What are you doing? Qin Zaoyu, I'm sorry, I'll allow Chen. Play error. Accident. I was thinking, all because of me. Let the old Chen, you missed an opportunity to get rich and make a fortune. If it is not because I let you take out the money in advance, your money if still on the account, this would not have risen 200 times the earnings. Thinking about it makes me feel a bit sorry for you, old Chen, so I saw it. Old Chen, you are almost back soon. I give you a few fried eggs let you taste. Too sorry for you, thinking to show a little. The results are screwed up by me. Qin Zaoyu was a little embarrassed. It seems that she really doesn't have the talent to cook. It's also too stupid. I'm kind of sick of myself. After looking at the freshly fried egg, the front side is okay, just enough to eat. But look at it the other way around, dark and creepy. It's horrible. It makes me sick to my stomach. It's darker than the bottom of the pot. Who can eat this? I've lost my appetite, old Chen. I've made you laugh. But don't worry, this is just my first attempt. I'll practice more in the future. And sooner or later, I'll be able to let you taste the eggs I've fried with my own hands one day. Chen Kai smiled helplessly. Come on, Qin Zaoyu. You'd better save your breath. You have no talent in this area. Stop working on this. Look at the mess you've made in the kitchen. You don't even know how to turn on the hood when you're frying an egg in oil. And the heat is so high. Do you want to blow up the kitchen? Pulling Qin Zaoyu to the outside of the kitchen. He went straight to the restroom and let Qin Zaoyu wash up. What's with the black face? It's like a kitten. After washing her face, Qin Zaoyu came out from inside, looking very different from the awkward look she had just had. Notice the steamed dumplings sitting on the coffee table in the living room. Qin Zaoyu, who can't stand the smell of this fragrance. Wow, Lao Chen, is this a late-night snack that you bought for me specially? How did you know that I like to eat this family's Zai Longbao? It smells so good, although Qin Zaoyu was talking to her sister-in-law and Jia. They had just had dinner not long ago. But when I saw the Zio Longbao Lao Chen bought for myself, I couldn't resist the temptation. So I picked up 2 Zio Longbao and stuffed them into my mouth. And they tasted really good. Old Chen, you really mean. I thought you would be angry with me. I caused you to miss an opportunity to get rich and make a fortune. I didn't think that not only did I not get angry with you, But you actually bought me Zai. Oh, long bow. Old Chen, you are so nice. I am a little touched. After Chen Kai sat down. Kin Zio you. Or you're a simpleton. Are you serious about this? Kin Ziofu froze for a moment. What do you mean, old Chen? You don't mean to say that you didn't take out the 100. $0 you bought earlier in advance. That is to say, Lao Chen, you really earned $20 million. Kin Zioyu looked at Chen Kai with a shocked expression. Hoping Lao Chen, you fooled me. Kin Zioyu this time patted his chest, although the old Chen fooled, causing himself to think that he really took out the money in advance. But it's okay, as long as the results are good. Old Chen, you scared me. I thought you really listened to my advice. Early in the morning to take out the money it. Good. Old Chen, you have the initiative. Insist on their own ideas. This is good. Old Chen, you now become a millionaire. Earned about 20 million. 19 years of age to earn so much money. Old Chen, you can be too kawa. Makes your brother me kind of adore you. Old Chen, you know, like stocks and investment. I feel that I still understand a little bit, after all. In the future, my parents also want me to study finance and work in the financial industry in the future. I didn't realize that I had such a bad eye, and I thought that the project would definitely lose money. Old Chen, you are too uncomplicated. Kin Zaya, who suddenly had a bold idea. Then he looked at Chen Kai with a serious face. Old Chen, or not so, when we two appease to go to Mordor University, not to report the same professional it. Old Chen, you have such judgment. It's a pity if you don't study finance. Chen Kai is not interested in studying finance. He is still following his old profession, as he did in his previous life, majoring in business management. Ken Ziofu said with some regret, Old Chen, you want to go to study business management. Too bad. Just because of the old Chen you this judgment. Learning finance absolutely have a future, but that's okay, as long as we're both at the same college anyway. Although my parents want me to enroll in Peking University and go to the capital city to develop my career. This way it's also closer to Fengshan, but I still plan to go to Mordor, the same college as old Chen you enroll in. Ken Ziofu patted his chest and said with a smile, How about old Chen? I'm good enough to mean it. But old Chen, you do not misunderstand. I am not for you to give up to go to the capital city. I mainly think to go to the magic city is more suitable for me. Don't think about it, Kin Zioyu emphasized a bit, but on the contrary. Such an emphasis revealed Kin Zioyu's inner thoughts even more. It's obvious, the reason why I enrolled in the Magic City University. Entirely because Chen Kai to go. But then again, Lao Chen, you bought this Zai along. Bao is really too delicious, and don't just let me eat alone. Even though I can eat okay, but I'm still a girl. How can I eat so much? What do you take me for? A hippopotamus? Or a pig? Kin Zioyu actually described herself that way. Chen Kai almost lost it after hearing it. Indeed, Kin Ziofu is sometimes too funny, and his personality is really funny. It would be fun to marry such an interesting and fun female brother. Chen Kai thought so in his heart. Lao Chen, I'm talking to you. What are you staring at all? Just thinking about what you, nothing. Eat it all. I can't eat it all. Chen Kai nodded, then sat on the sofa and took a small dumpling and ate it. Indeed, Kin Ziofu was right. The Zio Longbao store in the food street really cannot be faulted for the taste of its Zio Longbao. Juicy and succulent, with an array of flavors. Let's not talk about how Chen Kai is doing, but Kin Zio, who herself is a big fan of the food. Love to eat, then immediately after, this big night is nothing. Chen Kai sat on the sofa while eating small dumplings. He took out his cell phone, getting ready to look at the current state of the futures market. And by the way, let the system analyze it to see which programs are currently the most profitable. Make a judgment in advance. Then Chen Kai directly put all the $18 million he earned into it. Then the cash flow in hand may be doubled. Just thought of this. Chen Kai directly picked up the cell phone to look up the futures market. Soon, the sound of the system came to his ears. The system analyzed it for him. Investment program. Pork investment cycle. Half-a-month investment return, 0. 5 times the principal amount. Chen Kai looked at the list of analysis given by the system. For example, in the case of pork futures, if one invests 10 million in the futures, one can earn 0. 5 times of the original capital. That is half of the original capital, though zero. 5x is already a high return, and it is the system to help him analyze out. Can guarantee 100 profit. Absolutely no loss. But this is a valuable opportunity to use your investment judgment. Chen Kai could use a good look. Then choose the projects with the highest investment returns to invest in. Next, Chen Kai's eyes fell on the system's alert screen, looking at one futures item after another. Some projects have a return on investment of 0, 3 times, while others have a return of 0, 2 times of course. There are also losses, such as 0, 4 times, and even 1 times for futures projects, which means that investment in these projects is basically a huge loss. Either you lose 40 of your capital or you lose it all. Soon, however, the system has filtered out the money losers and those with poor returns. Finally, we helped him to choose the best investment. Iron ore investment project. Iron ore investment cycle. 50 days return on investment. 3 times the principal note due to various reasons. The price of iron ore will increase dramatically after 50 days. It is recommended that the host buy now and sell at a high price after 50 days to get a triple return on investment. See the instructions given by the system. Chen Kai was very satisfied and decided to go with this one. Triple the investment return on the principal amount. Chen Kai has about $18 million in his hand. If all the money is invested, he will get $54 million after 50 days, and it's on a principal basis. In other words, in addition to the principal of $18 million, there is a net profit of $54 million, totaling $72 million in the account. Chen Kai is still quite satisfied with such a high investment return. An hour later, Chen Kai previously applied for the withdrawal of funds. This time has been accounted for. All hit his card. This can be used to buy iron ore futures. Chen Kai opens the marketplace interface. 18 million all in, for the system to help him analyze the investment forecast. Chen Kai is still very much believe. Without any doubt, Qin Zhou, who was sitting next to him, looked at him with a shocked expression. Old Chen, what were you doing just now? Buying futures. 18 million all invested. I go. Old Chen, you bet also too big. Although it is said that last time Old Chen you judgment play exceedingly. Before I do not favor the project you not only bought, but also earned 200 times the earnings, but the high yield project this thing. The investment risk is still very big. The Old Chen, I think. It seems that you should not put the eggs in the same basket, to make financial investments. You should diversify your investments in batches so that the risk may be more controllable. Old Chen, you invested all $18 million. Are you not afraid of the worst? Qin Zhou was also very worried. But after thinking about it, he suddenly changed his mind. Or do you have any insider information? Mr. Chen, can you confirm that the price of iron ore will definitely rise in the future? Qin Zhou asked with a curious look on her face. Qin Zhou stared with wide eyes and asked Chen Kai with a curious face. To Qin Zhou, Chen Kai naturally does not want to hide anything. The reason why he had relived his life was that he hoped to make up for the regrets of his previous life. That is why it was stated very directly. Fish, let me ask you this. Answer me first. Do you trust me? Qin Zhou froze for a few seconds before reacting. Old Chen, you say what? How can I not believe you? Of course believe you. I do not believe you. Who else to believe? You tell me, good. Then I'll get right to the point. I have insider information that the price of iron ore will rise dramatically after 50 days. So if you buy it now at a low price, you'll be able to make at least 3 times the profit in the future. What? Qin Zhou is excited at this time. 50 days later, he can make triple earnings. It's really fake. Lao Chen. Also too powerful, right? So explosive insider information can get. Qin Zhou, a naive person, was already convinced of Chen Kai's words. And with such a naive personality, he was not suspicious at all. Then Old Chen, can I buy iron ore futures with you a piece? I still have some private money on me, which my father left for me to use as dowry in the future. It's not particularly much, about $2 million. Lao Chen, if you are very sure about this insider information of yours, this $2 million I invested all. Maybe after 50 days, $2 million will become $6 million. Then I'll be a little rich woman. Qin Zhou thought prettily. Lao Chen, I give you a guarantee. if let me earn 3 times the money. To the university after I treat you to a big meal every day. You want to eat what I buy you what? I'll buy you whatever you want to wear. Games and so on. League of Legends skin. What I don't know. Anyway. I'm all for you to charge. If someone else had said this, Chen Kai might have thought that the other party was painting a big picture. But Qin Zhaofu said this. Chen Kai does not need to doubt, because this bean always does what he says he will do. Even 3 years of high school down the line, Qin Zhaofu has already spent a lot of money on him, not to mention the money he has made since then, according to my understanding of Qin Zhaofu's character. Definitely give yourself a hard spend of that kind. Chen Kai smiled. Good Qin Zhaoyu, but you said a month or so from now, it's almost time for our university to start. If you make money, don't forget to give me more to spend. It's not as if I'm making you money for nothing. Under the guidance of Chen Kai, he registered a futures trading account. Then Qin Zhaoyu charged $2 million directly from her dowry card to her futures trading account. Buy all iron ore directly. Now just wait a month or so. The price of iron ore will go up, and then triple your earnings. Qin Zhaofu was very excited, but at the same time, I'm a little worried, really old Chen, although I trust you 100. But in case of any accident, assuming that my 2 million all lost into the loss of blood and money, why my parents will certainly cut me. There's no point in hanging me up and beating me. Of course. That's a bit of an exaggeration. At that time, old Chen, I have no other requirements for you. Just want to share the blessings and difficulties together. Then with me a piece of the fight. Is it done? Chen Kai laughed, seeing Qin Zhaofu, who said this in a serious manner, especially the clear stupidity in her eyes. Chen Kai was a bit tense. Qin Zhaofu, how on earth did you manage to say such a funny thing in a serious way? Chen Kai smiled helplessly. Cheng. How old Chen, you're so mean. Worthy of being my Qin Zhaoyu's best brother. But say really old Chen. Tonight you and Jiang Ming Wang Marshall, why you remember to go outside to eat barbecue. Do not bring me to go. Chen Kai replied, it's nothing. It's just that the two of them aren't working part-time at charming internet cafe as summer vacationers, and the new boss doubled their wages. So the two of them are so happy that they want to drag me out for a drink. Oh, that's right, Qin Zhaofu went on to say, but old Chen, I tell you really, my sister-in-law, you know it. Just tonight I am with my sister-in-law in a piece of dinner. My sister-in-law was originally developing in the capital city, but now she's come to Zhongbei. And she even had an interview with a company called Tidal Network Technology this afternoon. Not only did the interview go well, but the new boss offered a very high salary, higher than the last company my sister-in-law stayed at. What the hell is today? Why is everyone getting a raise? Even you, Lao Chen, have made so much money. Qin Zhaofu was a bit envious in his heart. He muttered silently, hoping that this time he followed Lao Chen to buy futures. More than a month later can earn 3 times the income. I really hope so. Even if it is not 3 times. 1 or 2 times will do. That'll double it. Hearing what Qin Zhaoyu said just now, Chen Kai immediately reacted. Qin Zhaofu's sister-in-law came to her company for an interview this afternoon. Is it Annie Yang? What? Is Annie Yang actually Qin's sister-in-law? Thinking about Chen Kai after here is still quite a surprise, because I really didn't expect it. I must say that it is a small world. The first employee of his company was actually Qin Zhaofu's sister-in-law. But Chen Kai didn't think much of it. But it is Qin Zhaofu this time. Small mouth rah endless. And also continue to say to Chen Kai, old Chen, you still don't know. This Tides Network Technology is a new company, but it's exceptionally well funded. And not only does it pay my sister-in-law a very high salary, and on top of that, their company is so well funded that they bought commercial office building 7 of the Green Vine Realty Group before they started the company. And I heard that the boss of their company seems to be only 19 years old, the same age as us. Geez, I have to say, there are more and more cowboys these days. Lao Chen. We also have to work hard, cannot be left behind by others. Qin Zhaoyu was eating a small dumpling while her mouth was stuffed full. He also wants to play the chicken soup game for Chen Kai, and to cheer myself up. In the next 1 or 2 months of summer vacation, I'm going to read all the important finance-related books, no matter what, It's a small goal I've set for myself. WTTNC. Oh yes, old Chen. Beg you a thing, okay? Kinzayo, who managed to keep his mouth shut for a while. But soon it opened up again. Old Chen. I beg you for one thing. I don't know if you'll agree. Say it. Chen Kai sat on the sofa and looked at Kinzayo and said, Tell me, fish, what are you begging me for? Kinzayo was a bit embarrassed to open her mouth. After all, what she was about to say was still quite embarrassing. Even though Lao Chen is his own brother, forget it. Just say it, old Chan. Just in the morning you also saw. I made a mess in the kitchen. The fact proves that I really have no talent in this area. So I want to beg you. Begging me to teach you to cook. No. Old Chen, I do not mean this. On my previous you remember. I did not buy a papaya before. Lao Chen, you help me stew it. I've got to eat this stuff for a couple of months. I have to make up for it. I've heard it's good for you. I have to try it. But I don't know how to stew myself. You saw in the morning. I even fried an egg and made the kitchen so messy that I almost blew up the kitchen. So it's hard on you. Old Chan, in the face of Kinzaoyu's little request. Chen Kai naturally has no opinion, but the problem is, Kinzaoyu on your this. It is estimated that not to say eat 2 months, even if eat on 3 months is also general. The body skeleton in the pendulum, who said that, as long as you stew it for me and let me drink it for 2 months. You'll definitely be impressed after 2 months. Please, old Chan. Kinzaofu continued. Old Chen, I know you're the best. Surely you won't refuse such a small request from your brother me. Chen Kai agreed. Okay, really. So old Chen, you promise. Chen Kai nodded and said ahem. Kinzaofu was so excited that he didn't know what his name was anymore. Then he immediately said, That's great, Lao Chen. You are worthy of being my best buddy. Just wait. When the future comes, I'll definitely find you a beautiful, sexy and big old girlfriend, and what if you can't find it? Chen Kai asked, half jokingly, How can that be? My brother is so handsome and has such a high face value. What kind of women can't he find? You're kidding. If you really can't find it, then so be it. I'll just be a little aggravated. You may not, Chen Kai said directly. Kinzaoyu, you'd better forget it. Kinzaoyu directly confused. Old Chen, what do you mean by this? I am so bad. Look at you with a look of disdain. Kinzaoyu skimmed his own mouth. Old Chen, it's not enough. I do your girlfriend, how? There is so unworthy of you. I feel like I'm okay with myself. Are there many girls on the street who are as naturally beautiful and have such a good personality as me? Kinzaoyu, old Chen, you really don't know anything. Kinzaoyu hummed. After all, I'm a pretty famous and beautiful high school student in Jinan High School. That's true. Kinzaofu's face value is very high. In the whole Jinan First High School, basically no face value, then Kinzaofu's face value is still high. Simply cannot be found, but because of the character of Kinzaofu. So most of the boys persuaded to back off. Plus, Kinzaoyu spends all day with Chen Kai, so it's hopeless to even think about it. So many of the suitors don't have any hope. Plus, the higher the face value of the girl, in a sense, the lower the probability of being chased. Because we all think that people have such a high face value, the probability of success is very low. So often do not dare to chase. He seems to have a high face value, but he is actually a widow. Okay, old Chen. You quickly go to help me make stewed papaya. Please. You just promise me. Okay. This will help you get it. Hehe, you're the best. Old Chen. Chen Kai followed the online tutorial and went to the kitchen to help Kinzaoyu make a bowl of stewed papaya, which seems to be quite tasty. Kinzaoyu ate it. Well, it tastes good. It's not bad, Chen. Why don't you try it? Take your time eating by yourself. The time is not early. Chen Kai tonight and Jiang Ming Wang Marshall also drank a lot of wine. Although with several decades of life experience, this amount of alcohol is nothing. Not enough to get Chen Kai drunk. But being reborn, he intends to develop a habit of going to bed early. This is also better for your health. Those bad habits from his previous life, he planned to quit them all, like smoking and drinking and staying up late. By about 11 p.m., Chen Kai had already fallen asleep, but his cell phone rang at this time. It's a Microsoft message. A message from Jiang Qingsu, the manager of Qingtang Real Estate Group. Jiang Qingsu at this time with friends in the outside dinner, and a few friends have not seen a long time. It is not easy to get together in a piece of the original thought of the evening to eat a good meal, and then go to sing a song or something to relax a little, but just a short while ago, Jiang Qingsu suddenly received a notice. He said that the office building of his group, no, 8, had also been bought by a wholly owned company. And it was Chen Kai who bought office building no. 8. After learning this news, Jiang Qingsu is a little shocked, and even a little doubt life. I thought to myself, when did the commercial office building under my family's ownership become so bad and worthless? Hasn't Mr. Chan just bought his company's office building no. 7. How long has it been since he bought building no. 8. You have to know that the commercial office buildings under the Qingtang Real Estate Group are worth billions of dollars. Buying a building is a big deal. This Mr. Chen actually bought a whole building. It's amazing. Noticing Jiang Qingsu's shocked expression at this time, a woman in her 30s, wearing an all-uniform and sitting across from her, spoke up. What's wrong, Yuki? What's wrong? Look at your face. Sister, do you know recently, a particularly young Mr. Chen bought our office building no. 7. Does that ring a bell? Of course I'm impressed. What's wrong? Let me tell you. Just now I received a notice from our group. Our group's building 8 has also been bought by this Mr. Chen. What? No way. Buying 2 of our group's office buildings in a row. The woman sitting across from Jiang Qingsu, who was called her sister, had a shocked expression on her face. What is this Mr. Chen all about? Such a strong capital. Is it from some capital group? But I haven't heard any news about any capital group buying real estate buildings lately. Snowy, how about this? You contact that Mr. Chen right away, tomorrow at noon. Let's meet that Mr. Chen for lunch. I want to see him, and I have a hunch that this Mr. Chen is definitely not simple. After hearing these words from my cousin, Jiang Qingsu immediately replied, Don't worry, sis, I have a number in my heart, just now. I've sent a message to Mr. Chen, asking him to have lunch tomorrow. Have a chat face-to-face. It's not clear over the phone, but I just noticed that Mr. Chen didn't reply my message, after all. It's so late. I guess Mr. Chen is already asleep. Jiang Qingsu continued. But it doesn't matter. Tomorrow after Mr. Chen returns to me, cousin, let's go see Mr. Chen together then. Okay, no problem. Jiang Qingsu, her cousin, nodded and agreed. The other party also holds an important position within the Ayato Real Estate Group, and his own working ability is quite high. Plus, having joined the group so many years before Jiang Qingsu, she was familiar with all aspects of the business. There were some things that Jiang Qingsu didn't quite understand, and often Jiang Qingsu had to ask her for advice. But Snowy, let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart. I've been in our group for so many years. I've helped your parents with their business, and I've been to big and small business receptions, and I've met a lot of young and talented entrepreneurs. There's no shortage of the kind of wealth and ability that has a particularly high cash flow. But there really aren't many like Mr. Chen, who bought 2 commercial office buildings under our group in a row. After all, as you know, our office building under the Green Vine Real Estate Group, if you want to buy a whole building at full cost, you can't do it without billions of dollars. I can't say that the economy is doing much better these days, and there really aren't many businesses with that much capital on hand. Jiang Qingsu also nodded. Yes, cousin. I also feel that this Mr. Chen is not simple. Then when we meet tomorrow, we must be more courteous to him. That's for sure. You can't offend such a big client, and maybe. The other party is also the young proprietor of some consortium. The 2 Jiang Qingsu cousins muttered at this moment. The girl sitting across the table asked, What's the matter with you 2 sisters? It's not easy for us to get together for a meal and get together. Are you still busy with the company? There are still so many things to do after work. It's worthy of being the largest real estate group in Zhongbei. When will my father's company be so successful? No. Cheers, everyone. Let's go one. The 2 Jiang Qingsu cousins had a dinner party with their friends and didn't get back to their house until after 12 p.m. The night went by in a hurry, and before we knew it, we were in the morning of the second day. It's around 7:00. It's summer vacation anyway. It is not in school, do not need to get up early. The first few days when Chen Kai will get up early to exercise the body. But I need to rest and relax once in a while. And today it's a rare day to sleep in, however. Chen Kai had not yet woken up, and realized that his body was pressed like something. It's Qin Ziofu. Lao Chen, wake up. Get up and eat. I just got up early and went out to buy breakfast for you. There are your special favorite hand-scratched cake and wonton. Get up and eat it while it's hot. After being woken up by Qin Zioyu. Chen Kai got up from the bed and put on his clothes. Then he walked out of the bedroom and followed Qin Zioyu to sit on the sofa in the living room. Old Chen, you wait, ah. I go to get a few bowls. Qin Zio, who went to the kitchen to get a few bowls, and then bought these breakfast. From the plastic bag, she poured the breakfast into the bowls and plates. The main reason is that the plastic bag is not very hygienic. So it's better to put it inside the dish. Old Chen. Try this hand cake stall. It's delicious. Try it if you don't believe me. And this bowl of wonton. I went all the way to the neighborhood near our school to buy it for you. It's your favorite place to eat. Qin Ziofu hemmed and hawed. How is it, Old Chen? Don't you think you're happy to have a brother like me? In fact, secretly tell you, Old Chen, sometimes I also think I'm quite good. Hey, I do not know so say is not a little too narcissistic. Chen Kai smiled helplessly. Qin Zioyu, you're not bad. You actually know that you're self-loving. Not bad. You still have some self-awareness. Hey. Old Chen, why do you say so ah? To not give face to it. Actually said I am narcissistic. Qin Ziofu hummed. Look at me this morning. Hard work so far to buy you wonton. Actually said I narcissism. Old Chen, you cannot ah. Seeing as I'm getting out of bed in the morning. Like the bedwetter that I am. You should feel very happy to be able to get up early in the morning and travel so far to get you breakfast. You should be praising me. Why don't you follow the script? Qin Ziofu grunted, then picked up a handful of biscuits and took a bite. It should be said that not only Chen Kai likes to eat the handmade cakes of this restaurant, but also Qin Zioyu, who also likes to eat them, because after 3 years of high school, there are times when you don't want to eat breakfast in the cafeteria. I would sneak out over the wall to get some breakfast or something, or ask a walker to bring one from outside. This place in front of the school has wontons and hand pies that taste really good. There is a huge difference in flavor between the ones sold in other places. Okay, no kidding. Chen Kai continued. Good performance this morning. Commendable. Hey, I told you. I got up early to get you breakfast. At least give me a compliment. Don't spit on me. Qin Ziofu smiled cheekily. Then she looked down and ate. The so-called ladylike appearance of the food was not very nice, and it did not match with Qin Zioyu at all. But then again, Qin Zioyu, you're suddenly behaving so well. Early in the morning to make a big offer with me. Directly say it, and what is it that you want to beg me? It just so happens that I'm in a good mood, and I'm not likely to consider it. Chen Kai said directly. Old Chen, how can you think of me like this? Qin Zioyu emphasized. Old Chen, you don't think about what kind of relationship we have. We've been best friends for 3 years in high school. I woke up early to buy breakfast for my brother. Isn't that normal? Old Chen, you actually doubt me. In fact, the reason why I got up so early and ran over to the school to buy breakfast was mainly because I wanted to thank you. Old Chen, Qin Ziofu continued, didn't you take me to buy futures last night? I'm thinking, if it really makes me triple my earnings by then. Well, then I, Qin Ziofu, will be rich. 1. $2 million of private money will directly become 3. $6 million. Qin Ziofu thought prettily. If we do make 3 times as much, that's too much. It makes me happy just to think about it. So, I definitely have to perform well. My brother brought me money. If I don't behave better, isn't that too unconscionable? Qin Zioyu especially emphasized. Lao Chen, I told you so. You understand me. You must know that I, Qin Zioyu, am not the kind of person who doesn't know how to be thankful or rewarded. Right? So when I make money, it doesn't matter if it's tripled or doubled or tripled. It doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter. It's not too little, not at all, but of course, if we say we really made a triple gain, I intend to give some of that money to you. Lao Chen, after all. It's Lao Chen Yu who led me to make money. Surely I have to share some of it with Lao Chen Yu. I'll take $1, $5 million, and that's it. The rest can all go to you, Lao Chen. Qin Ziofu's character is more straightforward. So if Qin Ziofu said something now, We will definitely do so when the time comes. And we will definitely not just talk about it. After all, that's just the way it is. Chen Kai couldn't have taken so much money from Qin Ziofu, but he didn't say much at the moment. He'd wait for a month or so to get his hands on the money. By the way, old Chen, forgot to tell you. I may not be at home today at noon. The morning about Jia and Ran, they go to the library to study. I even ran into Jia and Ran when I went out to buy breakfast this morning and made a date. Chen Kai nodded. Okay, you go. Don't miss me too much, Chen. Qin Zioyu hemmed and hawed, seeing that Chen Kai had answered so decisively. Qin Zioyu said would also have to flirt a little. Lao Chen, if you do not want to let go of my words, you can directly tell me. I can cancel Jia and Ran and stay home with you. After all, Jia and Ran were my roommates for 3 years in high school, and they usually ate and slept together, so their relationship was quite good. However, in my heart, Jia and Ran together are not as important as the old Chen you in my heart. So old Chen, if you don't want to part with me, I can let them pigeonhole. When Qin Zioyu said this, it's good that sisters Wang Jia and Lai Ran weren't listening. Otherwise, one would have to be skeptical to hear this. Really good sisters. Sell your teammates when you say you will. Chen Kai directly said, Qin Zioyu, you think too much. You go to the library to study. Study until as late as possible. You are not in my quiet, otherwise have you beside me. All day long beside me talk. Are almost annoyed by you to death. Chen Kai intentionally said this, but in reality there is Qin Zioyu at the side of the company. Indeed quite happy. Feel the boring life has become much more interesting. To have such a beautiful and fun female brother by my side. Jane Straight is not too interesting. If it were not for Chen Kai's decades of life experience, he would have casually sat next to Qin Ziofu for a while. If you hear Qin Ziofu say a few words, you will probably burst out laughing on the spot. But Chen Kai is okay. Being a born-again person is not so bad that you can't manage your emotions because of a sesame seed. But in my heart, I do feel more at ease with Qin Ziofu. WTKNCO after Chen Kai replied this. He looked at his cell phone. He noticed that last night after he fell asleep, Jiang Qingsu, the manager of Qingteng Real Estate and her subordinate in her previous life, sent herself a message. This is probably what it says. Mr. Chen, do you remember me? I am the manager of our Green Vine Real Estate, Jiang Qingsu. Last time we met, at that time also left each other a WeChat. The situation is like this. I also received a notice on my side that you even our group's office building know. 8 also bought it together, is it? Mr. Chen, I do not know if it's convenient for you today. Free to come out to meet, talk about something, and at noon a piece of a meal, if I may indeed, these days. Chen Kai went through the system and even obtained the 8th building. It's hard to believe that Jiang Qingsu would react this way. Seeing the message Jiang Qingsu sent to herself last night, at this moment, Chen Kai was about to reply. Jiang Qingsu sent another one. Mr. Chen, did you see the message I sent you last night? Maybe you fell asleep at that time. But it doesn't matter. I'll wait for your call today, Jiang Qingsu sent out a sentence at this time. And at this time, Chen Kai quickly typed and then sent a message saying, Let's meet up. Yeah, no problem. I've got some time this morning. Why don't you just come to my company? I'm going to go to the company for a bit in the morning. My company is just starting up. It's still in the recruiting startup phase. There's a bunch of things that I need to take care of. But it's still okay to spare some time for a chat and a meal. Jiang Qingsu immediately replied, Okay, Mr. Chen, then I'll go directly to your company and wait for you after breakfast later. I'll see you later then, Mr. Chen, after sending the message. Jiang Qingsu was having breakfast at the breakfast store outside. My cousin, who was sitting across the table from me, asked, How's it going, Snowy? Did Mr. Chen reply to your message? What did he talk about just now? Let me see. Give the cell phone to your cousin. Jiang Qingsu said, Mr. Chen has said in the morning, Let us go to the company to wait. Cousin, then we will have breakfast. Directly to their Tide Network Technology office building it. Is our original group under the know. 7 commercial office building. After reading the chat log between Jiang Qingsu and Chen Kai just now. Well, okay. Then you eat quickly. And after that we'll go to the office and wait. Good. Jiang Qingsu nodded and ate her breakfast. The two cousins then drove to the side of the Tsingtao Commercial Plaza, where Chen Kai's tidal wave cyber technologies office building was located near the plaza. It's also the busiest part of the city center. Otherwise, a building wouldn't be worth so much. Billions of dollars. I just came to the door of Tide's Network Technologies company. I saw a woman entering the office. The person in question is Annie Yang, the HR manager of Chen Kai's company. May I ask who you are? Yang An asked as she looked at the two Jiang Qingsu cousins. Hello, I am the manager of our Green Vine Real Estate. Before with you Tide Network Technology Chen General Manager met. We chatted on WeChat. Said later in your Chen's company to meet. Annie Yang nodded. Oh yes, since you're here to see our Mr. Chen, then please come in. The three of them walked into the company building together. Because Tidal Web Technologies has just been established. So basically, the only person coming to work today is Annie Yang, the HR manager, but she's already recruiting. It is estimated that more than 30 applicants will be interviewed throughout the day. After all, the company's Mr. Chen is particularly generous. To the staff of the payroll does not bring any pain. It is as if money is coming by storm. So naturally, the number of job seekers applying for the job is quite good, both in terms of the number of applicants, and there are some Looks like we've got a busy day ahead of us. Think about it here later. Yang An did not have any slowness. After all, as the manager of the personnel department, at present, the company is just starting up and there are not many employees. Before Chen Kai came to the company, one must help Mr. Chen to treat the guests well. So, Annie Yang took the two Jiang Qingsu cousins to Chen Kai's upstairs office. Then he helped pour 2 cups of tea. By the way, they also sat down and chatted with the two Jiang Qingsu cousins. From Annie Yang's mouth, we know that although the company, Tidal Wave Network Technology, is just starting out. However, the salary announced by the external recruitment is quite high, which can make Jiang Qingsu a bit shocked. No way, as a company that has just started, to the staff to open such a high salary. Yu Chen is also too generous. Jiang Qingsu was indeed quite shocked. After all, his own company is also known as the Green Vine Real Estate Group, which is technically considered the largest real estate company in Jiangbei. And the amount of money earned every year is definitely something that ordinary people would never dare to think of in their lifetime. It is also one of the top 500 enterprises in China, and it is also ranked quite high. A company like Aoto Real Estate is a great company to do any investment and business in the beginning stage. They don't pay their employees very high wages. After all, you have to control costs. And what if a new project doesn't make any money? If you pay so much to your employees, the company will lose money in the end, won't it? Then you're Mr. Chen is really okay with the staff. To be honest, there really aren't many entrepreneurs as conscientious as you. Mr. Chen, nowadays, after all, most of the enterprises need to consider the cost and so on. So to reduce costs and increase efficiency. Jiang Qingsu politely said a few words of scene, but subconsciously, she glanced at her cousin. The two sisters are now 100 sure. This Mr. Chen is definitely not simple. The acquisition of 2 commercial buildings in a row has already cost a lot of money. And the salary offered to the employees is so high, good man. This is definitely not easy. It must be the minority owner of one of the top capital groups in China. Otherwise, in this case, not many enterprises can afford to burn, and meanwhile, just now, not long after Chen Kai and Jiang Qingsu finished chatting, he spoke to Ken Zioyu as well. Fish, you're going to study at the library with your 2 roommates this morning, aren't you? Right, old Chen, what's the matter? Listen to your tone. Do you want to go with us? Ken Zioyu looked at Chen Kai and asked. That's good. That's great, old Chen. I was just about to let you accompany me, after the library. You can read some business management books, so that when you go to college, will be some basic knowledge to start always higher than others. Chen Kai directly said. Some other time. I also have an appointment this morning. There is something I need to go and get busy. Old Chen, I realize that you have been so busy lately. Although I don't know what Chen is really busy in private. Ken Zioyu is really quite curious, but since Lao Chen did not say, he did not need to ask anything more. After breakfast, Chen Kai and Ken Zioyu went out together, and then went directly to the Qingteng Commercial Plaza. Taking a taxi there, it took about 10 minutes. When we arrived at the Tsingtao Commercial Square, we saw the two sisters, Wang Jiajia and Lai Ran, waiting there at an early hour near the statue in the square. This little fish in the end is not reliable about us to go to the library in the morning to study. How to so far have not seen her people it. 2. No concept of time it. It will not let us pigeon, right? Lai Ran also nodded. Well, I don't think we can rule out this possibility. Anyway, it's not the first time we've been pigeonholed by a small fish. Do you remember the time we went to the aquarium with little fish on the weekend? But she went to play soccer with Chen Kai, and left us to fend for ourselves for the whole afternoon without even notifying us. Not again today. Wang Jiajia spread her hands. Can you blame me for suspecting that little fish is interested in Chen Kai? After 3 years of high school, isn't little fish's various behaviors very indicative of the problem? Ran, you say right. You're right, Jia. But wait. I think I see a little fish. Lai Ran had just nodded his head when he saw that not far ahead, Chen Kai and Qin Zaoyu had just gotten out of a car. And then the two of them were walking towards this side. Little fish, this way, Lai Ran beckoned, after walking past. Qin Zaoyu said with embarrassment. Jia Ran, I'm sorry. You two have been waiting for a long time. I'm sorry. I got a little delayed on the way. Qin Zaoyu looked at Chen Kai. Old Chen, I've arrived here safely. Don't you still have an appointment to talk about something? You can go and get busy. Bye-bye. Oh yes. Don't forget to come back earlier in the evening, old Chen. Because this evening, never mind. We'll talk about it when you get back tonight. Qin Zaoyu originally wanted to say. Today is his birthday. I hope the old Chen come back early in the evening, and then together to celebrate the birthday or something. But on second thought, I will not say anything. With his understanding of Lao Chen, he certainly does not remember that today is his birthday. In that case, when Lao Chen comes back at night, he must have felt guilty when he realized it was his birthday tonight, and he didn't remember. Qin Zaoyu thought in his mind, It's all right, old Chen. You go about your business. Bye-bye. It's almost time for us to go to the library to study. Qin Zaoyu waved, then followed Wang Jiajia. Lai ran to the library to study as usual. It must be said that Qin Zaoyu is usually a big talker and is not serious. However, she is still a good student and works very hard. After 3 years of high school, the reason why Chen Kai was able to get into such a good university in his previous life. Thanks to the fact that I have a girl who's a bully and helps me with my homework and studies. Although the words Qin Zaoyu had just said did not come out, Chen Kai had already guessed what Qin Zaoyu wanted to say. Tonight, it's Qin Zaoyu's birthday. Of course, Chen Kai remembers it. And just at this time, the electronic voice of the system came from Chen Kai's ear. Tick-tock. The system releases a task. Tonight is Qin Zaoyu's birthday. Please ask the host to prepare an exquisite birthday gift for Qin Zaoyu, so that Qin Zaoyu will be touched and thus have a surprise reaction upon completion of the mission. Depending on the level of Qin Zaoyu's reaction to the surprise, the host will have a chance to receive Grade A, Grade B, and Grade C rewards. Look at the tasks posted by the system, and some of the related instructions. Chen Kai roughly understood. That is to say, as long as one prepares an exquisite birthday gift by oneself this evening, so that Qin Zaoyu will have a surprised reaction, then you can get different levels of rewards according to the level of excitement of Qin Zaoyu. After figuring out the task and the rewards associated with it, Chen Kai gave a satisfied smile, then went straight back to the office. In the evening, prepare an exquisite gift for Qin Zaoyu. Given his understanding of Qin Zaoyu's character, he did not really need to be very refined, as long as it is delivered, or as long as you remember the day of your birthday. Qin Zaoyu will self-CP. You, therefore, Chen Kai is not at all worried about the rewards, so this is the time. He went straight to the office building of his company, Tidal Web Technologies. It is estimated that Jiang Qingsu should have already arrived at the company by this time. Just when he thought of this, Chen Kai noticed that Jiang Qingsu had sent himself a WeChat message. That is what it says. Mr. Chen, are you on your way to the office now? My cousin and I have already arrived at your company, and we're in your office right now. If you come over later, just come straight up. We're waiting in the office. Got it. I'll be right there. I'm already on this side of the square. Chen Kai typed a reply and then went straight in the direction of the office. And two sisters, Qin Zhao Yu and Wang Jia Lai, ran. It was also headed toward the library, on the way to the library. As usual, I had to buy a few cups of milk tea before going to the library to study. Otherwise, if you don't have something to drink, you won't be able to learn anything. It's like you have to eat something to make a movie taste good. But it was a good day. The milk tea store was not very crowded. So I got my milk tea after queuing for a minute or two, toward the road to the library. Wang Jiajia noticed that Qin Zheofu was in a particularly good mood today. He looked very happy, so he asked curiously, "Little fish, what's wrong with you today? You're in such a good mood as if you've picked up money. You don't have something happy to announce to us, do you?" What Wang Jiajia guessed was basically the same as what Lai Ran thought. Is it possible that the relationship between Fish and Chen Kai has taken a quantum leap? Otherwise, how did the fish get so excited? Oops, where are you guys going with this? Of course, there's a reason why I'm in such a good mood. What's the reason? Share it with us. Forget it, I'll just say it. Little fish, you're in such a good mood. Is it because of Chen Kai? Of course, it has to be because of old Chen. Who else would it be? Wang Jiajia and Lai Ran glanced at each other. The two sisters said, "What's the matter, Ran? Just as I thought, right. There must be a ghost between Little Fish and Chen Kai." Look at Little Fish's reaction. It already explains the problem. I guessed correctly, didn't I? So next time, don't say I'm some kind of theoretical love expert. I actually know what I'm talking about. I don't dare to say that my intuition rate is 100. But at least it's okay. Lai Ran has not yet said anything. Qin Zheofu, who was next to him, had a confused look on her face. "What are you talking about, Jia? You know what's going on. You're just talking nonsense. I am in such a good mood today." Indeed, because of Lao Chen. This is not false, but not in the way you think. Okay? Qin Zheofu explained. The reason why one is in such a good mood is actually because, wasn't there a big, hot news story on the internet just a little while ago? You all should have seen it. There's just one project that's been going down in price for a long time, and it's looking like it's going to be delisted. Remember, but that day it suddenly skyrocketed 200 times earnings. Wang Jiajia and Lai Ran were a bit impressed by the news. It seems that on that day, it even went straight to the top of Twitter. It caused a great deal of discussion, and it was a hot topic at the time. Qin Zheofu continued, and guess what? Let me tell you, Jia. Lao Chen bought that project, in fact, at the beginning. I even advised him not to buy that project. It's mainly because of the way the prices have fallen, and if you buy it, you're going to lose money. But old Chen insisted on his own idea, so just for a few days, when the initial investment down the $100,000 or so, directly skyrocketed about 200 times. Do you know what this means? It means that the old Chen earns money in the hands of 20 million or so. What? $20 million? That much? Wang Jiajia and Lai Ran sisters glanced at each other. Most of the people are from ordinary families. For example, those like Qin Zheofu, whose family is quite wealthy itself, are still a minority after all. Most of them are medium-sized families, so I don't even realize what it's like to have $20 million or so in cash. And most importantly, this was not given by her parents, but by Chen Kai's own judgment and vision. I spent 100,000 on a project and made 20 million. Geez, really? You're not kidding us. Fish, is it true that Chen Kai made $20 million? Really? Wang Jiajia and Lai Ran's expressions were shocked, as they stared daggers at Qin Zheofu at this moment. Fish, you're not kidding us, are you? You can't say that. That's $20 million, and before the time I also brushed on the internet. It seems that the internet is a relevant report. Said that this item skyrocketed 200 times, beyond everyone's expectations. Who did not know that this raw material by the international impact, resulting in such a scarcity, naturally? There was a lot of attention paid to the people who bought that item at the time. One of them bought it early sometime before the project skyrocketed. It's not possible that this person mentioned on the internet is Chen Kai, right? Wang Jiajia and Lai Ran asked with surprised expressions. I'm not so sure about the online thing then, and I don't know if they're talking about old Chan. But one thing is for sure. Lao Chen really made $20 million. I've seen it. How is it? Don't you think that our old Chen is quite powerful? Ken Xiaofu smiled cheekily, and then in your mind, it is really a great honor for oneself to have such an investing genius brother as Lao Chen. Although it is said, his father and mother want to let himself learn this aspect of the financial profession, and also read a lot of investment futures, this kind of related books, more or less understand some, plus the usual. Ken Xiaofu's father also often engaged in some investment projects, although some of the cases are losses. But there are also times when it is more profitable. So many years of ear to ear. Ken Xiaofu thinks, in this aspect of investment, should be stronger than his peers. I did not think that the gap between myself and Lao Chen was so big. He was even left far behind by old Chen. Ken Xiaofu didn't feel unwilling either. I just feel that old Chen is really awesome. Worthy of being my Ken Xiaofu's brother. Seeing Ken Xiaofu's expression at this time, especially when she talks about Chen Kai. She looks like a little fangirl. Wang Jiajia and Lai Ran, who were by the side, exchanged glances. Then he said to Ken Xiaofu, I say, Xiaofu, I realize that something is wrong with you. Really, really wrong. Look at your expression. You look like a little fangirl. Are you sure you really just consider Chen Kai as a brother? Ken Xiaofu skimmed his lips. Then I gave Jia and Ran a look of disdain. And I said, you two really know how to see a needle in a haystack. My brother made $20 million. $20 million. What's wrong with being my brother's little crush? Isn't that normal? Don't you two think old Chen is great? Wang Jiajia honestly said, it's really something. See, so you guys like Chen too. Chen Kai has a very high face value, so it is not impossible to say that he likes it. But there's no hope, and in Wang Jiajia and Lai Ran's opinion, Ken Xiaofu definitely likes Chen Kai. Absolutely, there is no need to be skeptical. This worship is quite worshipful. But we won't compete with little fish for your man. Good sisters don't do this. What a man-stealer. You two are really dogs with your mouths full of ivory. Ken Xiaofu hummed. The three sisters bickered as they made their way toward the library. It won't take long to get there. I plan to spend the morning studying here and then find a place to eat for lunch. I will study and learn more in the afternoon. If you have enough time, you can go to the movies or something to relax a little. If you stay in the library all day, you'll be a fool to learn by this time. Chen Kai has also arrived at the office building of Tidal Network Technology. He walked straight into the company, which had just been established. Naturally, there is no one in the company. However, there are still many people who come to the company for interviews. After seeing Chen Kai, Annie Young immediately put down her work. Stop the interview now. Then he went over to say hello to Chen Kai. Mr. Chen, you are here. What's that? The two from Green Vine Real Estate are already waiting in your office. No. Chen Kai nodded directly, then glanced inside. There are quite a lot of people coming to the company for interviews today. Aren't there? Annie Young glanced behind her, then immediately replied, well, yeah, after all. Our company is still in a great office location. Office Building 7 at Green Vine Properties. Environment-wise, it's great. Much better than a lot of big companies that have been around for years and have a much better working environment. And most importantly, Mr. Chen, you are generous and friendly to your employees, according to the rules posted on the hiring side of the company. Employees will not be asked to work overtime. There is no such thing as flexible work, and the pay offered is great. Plus the business involved is a bit wider, like short video, and gaming, music, socialization, and other internet areas. So naturally, there are a lot of people who come to our company to apply for jobs. That's hard for you. Chen Kai said, it's okay, Mr. Chen. This is my job. There's no such thing as hard work. Annie Young smiled faintly. Plus the hard work is only for these 1 or 2 days, when we have new employees coming into the company. I'll have someone to help me out, and then I won't be so tired. Okay. Go ahead and interview the staff then. Chen Kai said, I'll go upstairs to the office and meet Jiang Qingsu and the two of them. Okay, Mr. Chen. You go then, after Annie Young said hello to Chen Kai. Watch as Chen Kai takes the elevator to the upstairs. Then go back to your original position and start interviewing employees again. Okay. Just went over and said hello to our company's Mr. Chen, it's okay. Now the interview continues. Annie Young was interviewing the employee at the same time. There are many job seekers, men and women, lined up outside the office, whether you are a 985 graduate of a famous brand, or you have returned from overseas study, or you have left a large enterprise, all in all. These job seekers on the scene. At this time, there was a whispered discussion, especially a few girls who came to apply for the job. Look at this situation should be a few people grouped together. The boy who was greeted by the interviewer in the morning, who looked only 17 or 18 years old, is not the boss of our company, is he, my mom, only 17 or 18 years old and opened such a big company. This is too young. I guess the family is very rich. It can't be a senior who just graduated this year. If that's true, that's enviable. You can see from here how important it really is to have a good family and a good dad. I've heard that this Tide's network technology is well funded. Before the company was even formally established, it directly spent a huge amount of money, reportedly billions of dollars, to buy the planned commercial building under Greenvine Properties. Use it for the future office building of Tidal Web Technologies. The whole thing, and it seems to have taken the one next to it. Oh my God, 2 office buildings in one go. Is this company so well funded? The few job seekers on the scene were whispering, curious about Chen Kai's identity. It's not the young owner of a capitalist group. Is it otherwise? How can an ordinary enterprise possibly obtain such a large amount of capital flow? It seems that if you join this company, you will have a bright future, absolutely, and then the rest of the time. These job seekers are then very nervous and focused on preparing for the interview. Everyone wants to pass Annie Young's interview and join the company, although it is only a new company at present. We all know very well that it is so well funded that it will definitely take off in the future. And it's just in its infancy. If you join the company now, you can wait until the company gets bigger. In that case, the present group of staff is the senior level. Maybe, by then, they can even enjoy some relatively high employee benefits and treatment. Chen Kai rode the elevator quickly to the top floor of the company. His own office was set up here, and he pushed the door straight open and then entered his office. Just entered the door to find, sitting on the office sofa, Jiang Kingsu, and next to a tall woman in a conversation chat. I was just talking about Chen Kai. The next second, Chen Kai came in. The 2 cousins immediately stood up, then took the initiative to greet Chen Kai. Mr. Chen, you're here. Chen Kai replied, well, you guys have been here for quite a while, I guess, so I've kept you waiting. I just had a little business, so I'm late. It's all right. Mr. Chen, we've only just arrived. It doesn't matter. The 2 Jiang Kingsu cousins took the initiative to say a few words. Then he said, Mr. Chen, it's not a big deal for us to come here. We just want to talk to you, after all. You've now, in addition to this building 7, you've also bought that building 8 next to it. Right? Then you should be considered a mega client of ours at Greenvine Realty. So I just saw it too. Your company has also just been established. So I wanted to come over and ask if there's anything we can do to help our group. Don't hesitate to ask for help if you have any. Our group will be happy to help. Although Ayato Real Estate Group is in the real estate business. It's kind of a traditional industry, but there are also many friends in the internet industry, especially Jiang Kingsu's dad. Every year, when I attend some entrepreneur summits, I meet many entrepreneurs who are doing internet business. Like every New Year's Eve, there will be a lot of internet bigwigs come to the family to pay a visit to the new year. The relationship is still very good. For Chen Kai, this is nothing. As a reborn person, he not only carries the memories and experiences of his previous life, and there's the help of the system. No need to rely on what connections. You can make the company very big. Chen Kai completely have this confidence. After some casual conversation, Jiang Kingsu cousins 2 very curious asked, by the way, Mr. Chen, I still do not know what business your company is doing. The main thing is to do big data. Short videos, games, music socialization. But it's based on big data technology. Big data technology. Now it's 2016. Many enterprises do not know much about this technology. At least with the current technology. It's still pretty much retarded, so it's not a popular choice. It is just like the e-commerce and cloud computing in those days. In the early stages of development, not many people were optimistic. It took many years for the technology to mature. And then it became bigger and better known. Oh, Mr. Chen, you're starting so much business at the same time. It seems that your company is well funded in terms of capital flow, Jiang Qingsu said. Then the next hour or two, they were also chatting about some company matters, and in the blink of an eye, it was noon, at the invitation of the two Jiang Qingsu cousins. They went to a nearby fancy restaurant for lunch. It ended at about 1:00 p.m. Chen Kai returned to the company's own office. Then I got busy with some company stuff. After all, it's just been set up. There's a whole bunch of things he needs to take care of. The two Jiang Qingsu cousins had lunch, and were on their way back to the Tsingtao real estate group in their car. While driving the car, he said, Zio Zhu, after having lunch with Mr. Chen of Tidal Network Technology at noon today and chatting about it. Do you have any impression of him? Or how about his first impression? Let me put it directly. Jiang Qingsu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, replied, I feel that Mr. Chen is not quite the same as I imagined. I originally thought, Mr. Chen is so young, only 17 or 18 years old. No surprises. It must be Which Capital Consortium's young proprietor. Rich entrepreneurs like these basically have a more or less inflated and impetuous character mentality. Even if it's a business case, especially this will be highlighted. That's why a lot of rich second-generation entrepreneurs often end up losing all their money and finally have to let their parents to clean up the mess. In the end, it's a matter of mindset. It's too puffy. But after having lunch and chatting with Mr. Chen at noon today, Sis, have you noticed that Mr. Chen's mind is very stable? It's not even like the mentality of a 17 or 18-year-old. So all in all, my first impression of Mr. Chen is still quite surprising. More than an accident, Jiang Qingsu's cousin talked about her opinion. I even think that the big date technology proposed by Mr. Chen is very much a futuristic and ahead of its time concept. Maybe it's true what he said, that in the future this technology will be applied to all areas of the internet. It's even applied to traditional industries, like real estate, healthcare, education, etc. I think. Snowy, we need to talk to the president about this. Jiang Qingsu asked, My mom, that's right. A big client like Mr. Chen is very important to our group, so I think it's better to make contact with him from the senior level of the company. Between the two of us, it's just a preliminary contact to get a feel for it today. But I felt the need to mention it to your mom. Don't go back and miss out on a top-tier client, you know. Although our Qingtang Real Estate is the largest real estate company in Zhongbei. But there are a lot of real estate companies that compete with us. What if Mr. Chen has to purchase any more real estate and office building projects in the future? And other real estate companies beat him to it. That's a big loss for our group. Jiang Qingsu nodded, also feeling that there was some truth to it. The two cousins returned to the Tsingtang Real Estate building. Just go straight to the Executive CEO office. Zhang Lai, the Executive CEO of Qingtang Real Estate, is Jiang Qingsu's mother. She is also the Executive CEO of the entire group. A strong woman with great working ability. Quite remarkable. What's up, Snowy? What's the matter with coming to Mom's office at this hour? Zhang Lai sits in her office chair, busy labeling orders and working on some paperwork, while answering, Mom, stop what you're doing for a minute. There's something I need to talk to you about. What is it? Just now. My cousin and I went to meet with Mr. Chen of Tides Network Technology. Tidal Network Technology. The name of this company seems to be unfamiliar. This is the first time she's heard of it. So it's not surprising that it's not very old, right? Yes. Mom, you're right. This company is indeed newly established. However, the boss of this company, Chen Kai, is a big client of our group. I don't know if the sales department has told you that. Our company's 2 commercial office buildings, No. 7 and No. 8, were both taken by this Mr. Chen in one go. What? Zhang Lai had a surprised expression on her face. Dumbfounded, he looked at the two Jiang Qingsu cousins in front of him. In that case, this Mr. Chen is a big client. Then old Mom is in need of a good contact with someone else. This will be a great benefit to our group in terms of future business cooperation and orders. But what Zhang Lai did not expect was the name of Chen Kai, the boss of Tidal Wave Network, is quite unfamiliar. I haven't heard any news about any capital group in Zhongbei purchasing commercial buildings recently. Snowy, tell old Mom a little more about this Mr. Chen. since old mom asked herself to tell her more about Mr. Chen. Then Jiang Qingsu will go straight to the subject first. First of all, this Mr. Chen is about 18 or 19 years old. And secondly, the words have not yet been spoken. He was questioned by his own mother. Zhang Lai Yuki. Are you kidding, Mom? An 18 or 19-year-old entrepreneur. Are you serious? Are you kidding me? This. Old mother certainly does not believe. You do not joke with old mother. So young, how is it possible? All three were released together. Zhang Lai is indeed a bit skeptical. After all, 18 or 19-year-old entrepreneurs are really too unbelievable. Right? Not so young. Even if he is the young proprietor of a group, like at the age of 18 or 19, most of the second generation of rich people are either racing cars or spending their time drinking and having fun with the group of stilts in the circle of the rich. Rarely have I heard of such a young age being an entrepreneur. So Zhang Lai thought. Snow. Are you exaggerating? An 18 or 19-year-old entrepreneur. Are you sure? Are you serious? Seeing that her mother didn't believe her. Jiang Qingsu replied seriously. Why are you like this, Mom? You don't even believe the words of your own daughter. Besides, Mom, don't you know me? Am I the kind of guy who makes up his own mind? This is true. My own daughter is not that kind of person. And she will not say anything rashly. But the point is, it's a bit hard to believe, Mom. If you don't believe what I'm saying, then you should believe what my cousin is saying. She's been in the group with you for so many years. That's true, Jiang Qingsu's cousin. Into the Green Vine group has been many years. And it's also helped the group a lot. He is very good at his job and has a calm and cool personality. If even Yuki's cousin says so, then there should be no mistake. Yes, Yuki is right. What about this morning? Snowy and I personally went to Tide's Network Technology and paid a visit to Mr. Chen, and then we had lunch together at noon, chatting with Mr. Chen. I realized that Mr. Chen is a person who, how should I put it, really can't be compared to an ordinary 18 or 19-year-old boy. Some of the big data ideas he has come up with are truly amazing. And it's more ahead of its time. I think that our group, on this side, really should have a good relationship with others in advance. This may also be beneficial to the future development of our group companies. And if it's not good enough, at least if Mr. Chen has any more ideas about purchasing real estate, it won't be too cheap for our competitors. This one is, Zhang Lai nodded, then instructed Jiang Qingsu. That's fine, Yuki. You help Mom contact that Mr. Chen right away, just the last 2 days. See if you have any time. We'll invite him over for dinner. Okay, I got it, old Mom. I'll ask for you right away. Jiang Qingsu nodded, then took the cell phone, also did not call. Only but sent a WeChat. Soon, staying in the company. Chen Kai received a WeChat message. That is what it says. Mr. Chen, if you are free in the next 2 days, come to our home as a guest. My mom said that she would like to invite you for a meal and come to our home. Time-wise, let's see when you're free. Mr. Chen, whenever you want. There's no rush. Chen Kai typed. Got it. I'll see about scheduling it in the next couple days. After replying to the message, Jiang Qingsu then showed her old mom. Zhang Lai, the chat history. Mom, I have just told Mr. Chen. I see. Then there's nothing else going on here. You two sisters go about your business. I'm going to call your dad later. Jiang Qingsu nodded, said a good, and then followed her cousin downstairs together. Went to their respective offices to be busy. After all, Tsingtao Real Estate is such a big real estate company. Businesses big and small are indeed quite busy. If it is not for the sake of the relationship with Chen Kai, close the distance, and strive to retain this big customer. The two Jiang Qingsu cousins had long since returned to work. It is true that we do not have so much time. Zhang Lai, who stayed in the office, waited for Jiang Qingsu's sisters to leave her office. Zhang Lai sat in her office chair and pondered for a while. I can't think of anything, even though I've been thinking about it for a long time. Tidal Wave Networks Technologies Chen. In the end, what is the origin? I've never heard of such a young owner of a capitalist group in Zhongbei. Is it hard to be from out of state? Zhang Lai called his lover, the chairman of Green Vine Real Estate. Jiang Qingsu's dad, Jiang Zhiguo at this time, with a large internet business, executives to eat together. Usually have a good personal relationship. Occasionally have a meal together if you have time to talk about business, and whether there are any areas of cooperation. After all, although the Tsingtao Group is a real estate company, it has many sub-businesses under its umbrella. There is also a lot of cooperation with internet companies. Excuse me, Mr. Lee. I'm taking a call. My wife called. What's the matter, wife? Calling at this hour. Is there something urgent at the company that requires me to go back? I'm eating out with Mr. Lee. Zhang Lai's voice came from the other side of the phone. Honey, I have something big to tell you. It's like this. The 2 commercial buildings under our group, No. 7 and No. 8, were bought out by a new company called Tide Network Technology. Buy it all, full payment. Jiang Zhiguo was a bit surprised. The 2 buildings' value added up. That can be more than $10 billion. Nowadays, the economy of various industries is not particularly prosperous, and the growth rate is already very slow. It's not like the growth rate was as dramatic as it was between the 90s and the 10s. It is surprising that such a company has bought 2 buildings at once. Jiang Zhiguo asked curiously, but Tidal Wave Network Technology. This company is a bit unfamiliar. Is it a new company or, well, according to our Snowy, it does seem to be a new company, and the new boss is very young, about 18 or 19 years old. I'm going to ask someone to come over. You'll be back early these next 2 nights. Remember, Jiang Zhiguo promised. Good. Don't worry, wife. I promise you. I'll put off all the social engagements in the last few nights. But then again, at the age of 18 or 19, he's already running such a big business. Do you know what kind of person this young man is? Zhang Lai replied, You asked me. I wanted to ask you. Okay, I'll check back then. That's all. After hanging up the phone. Sitting on the opposite side of their own as the boss of the internet business, Mr. Lai is a giant of the domestic internet enterprises. Mainly to do the search engine, Mr. Lee, the boss of Chido, legendary bigwigs in the business world. At this time, Mr. Lai opened his mouth. What's up, Brother Jiang? What's wrong with your sister-in-law's phone call? No big deal. Just told me about the fact that 2 of our group's commercial buildings were bought out in full. Oh yeah, which commercial building was bought? Mr. Lai of 1000 Degrees continued to ask. It can't be the No. 7 and No. 8 buildings, can it? These 2 commercial buildings have the best location. Brother Jiang, I originally asked you out to dinner. Just want to talk with you to buy these 2 buildings this matter. What? Did someone buy it first? Chidu Company's Mr. Lai this time frowned, feeling that today's dinner table with their own expectations are not quite the same. I had already planned to have dinner with Mr. Jiang, the president of Tsingtao Real Estate Group. We are old friends, and we have known each other for so many years. Although Jiangbei is not as big as the Magic City and other big cities, but according to the relevant policy development, the future is definitely a very good city. The economic development of the takeoff is also sooner or later. That's why it was necessary to buy 2 commercial buildings in Jiangbei a few years in advance. When the time comes, it will be treated as the business expansion of your own Chidu company, or as a branch building in Jiangbei. Although there are many large commercial offices under the Ayato Real Estate Group, the best locations are definitely No. 7 and No. 8. That's why we're having lunch today. 1000 Degrees Company Lai is also hoping to discuss with Jiang Zhiguo about these 2 buildings packaged sold to their own price can be preferential how much. After all, the whole 2 office buildings add up to more than 10 billion even if the 1000 Degrees of the company is the domestic internet giant. That is not a small number but I didn't expect it. Everything that he had carefully prepared for today had actually been shortchanged by a new company called Tidal Network Technology. These 2 buildings have been bought by someone else. I've been a bit of a fool at lunchtime today. 1000 Degrees of the company's Lee. This time is also a face of confusion. They have been mixed in the internet business community for so many years, from the beginning of a small company to be so big now, and especially in the search engine, is considered to be the first major domestic website. There are hardly any opponents. Even Google in the early days was beaten by itself. But how come I have never heard of a network technology company called Tidal Wave in the internet industry? Then Mr. Lai, the president of Chindo, spoke up. Brother Jiang, is this Tidal Wave Network Technology a new company recently? How come I have not heard of such a company in Jiangbei? Who are the shareholders behind? You Jiangbei local. Or is it a capital group outside the province? I heard Mr. Lai from Chindo ask a curious question. Jiang Jiguo of Qingtang Real Estate was also a bit surprised. Why, Mr. Lai, judging from what you said, you don't know either. Have you never heard of this company? I was just thinking of asking you about it after I hung up with my wife. After all, you're from an internet company. And now you're one of the biggest internet companies in China. Haven't you heard of it? Jiang Jiguo was a bit bored. That's really strange. I don't know what this tidal wave network technology is all about. Anyway, the boss is only 18 or 19 years old. So that explains one thing. This boss must be a rich kid. Otherwise, he would only be 18 or 19 years old. Probably just graduated from high school. How could he get so much money? How can he afford to open such a big company? There must be a consortium chairman's father behind it. It looks like he really needs to put off all his social engagements for a few days. Find a chance to have dinner with that young man. A chat is indeed necessary. After thinking of here, Jiang Jiguo has been in the heart of the intention, these 2 days, such as Chen Kai to their own home as a guest. Then meet after the meeting. Must talk to people a few words, find out what's going on. Maybe he's the young owner of some big syndicate. Such a consortium of companies must be the object of one's friendship. Anyone who spends more than 10 billion to buy 2 commercial buildings in one go must be taken very seriously. Sitting across the table is Mr. Lai from Chidu, at this time also in the heart of the calculation. Back to their own to inquire about, or contact a friend around, side to understand the Tide network technology. By the way, understand the company's boss Chen Kai in the end what is the head. If possible, Mr. Li from Chindo will come up with the price, and then take the 2 buildings where Chen Kai's company is located. No, 7 and no, 8. After all, they are 2 commercial buildings in the best location in the center of Zhongbei City. The future of commercial buildings in this location is bright, even if they do not have to do in the Zhongbei branch office space. Even if it is used to collect rent for some enterprises to rent here. Just rent and so on. The future will be able to skyrocket n times the price. Completely belongs to the kind of lying down also collect money. And in the meantime, Chen Kai is in the top floor office of his company's office building. A busy afternoon passed, and in a flash, it was already 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening, when the company had already finished work. Today's entire day alone, as the company's HR manager, Annie Yong, has been interviewed by dozens of employees. I've hired about a dozen of them, and they're all pretty good. And many job seekers have made appointments for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and even for the next 2 or 3 days. The next few days will also be a bit busier. After coming to Chen Kai's office, Yang An walked in and said, "Mr. Chen, it's already time to get off work. Are you free tonight? If you are free, let's have dinner together." Annie Yang took the initiative to send out an invitation, mainly because, at present, the company tidal wave network technology is in its infancy, and the company does not have any staff. So I was thinking of having a meal with my boss. Anyway, I have to find a place to eat after work. Chen Kai waved and refused directly. No need, some other time. There's something going on tonight. Chen Kai refused. Tonight was Qin Zhaoyu's birthday, and he had previously accepted a mission issued by the system to prepare a gift for Qin Zhaoyu tonight to shock her slightly, and incidentally cause a little bit of surprise reaction from Qin Zhaoyu, as well as earning a reward for any one of the 3 ABC levels. So for this reason, Chen Kai naturally has to pay attention to it, and cannot drop the chain at the critical moment. Oh, well then, since you have something to do, boss, then you should get busy first. Yang An smiled faintly. Originally, I was thinking that if you're not busy tonight, I'd treat you to a meal, after all. I've just joined our company, so I'll need to ask you to take care of me in various aspects in the future. If that's the case, I won't bother you. Mr. Chen, I'm off duty first. See you tomorrow. Mr. Chen. Annie Young waved and smiled politely. Immediately afterward, he left Chen Kai's office and walked out of the company building. It's already late in the evening. It's time to find a place to have dinner. However, Yang An just walked out of the company and seemed to remember something. Ah, right, I almost forgot. Today is my baby niece's birthday. I almost forgot such an important day. Look what a failure I am as a sister-in-law. When Annie Yang thought of this, she immediately called Qin Zhaoyu. Fesh, it's your birthday today, isn't it? What are your plans for tonight? Having dinner with friends? If not, Auntie will treat you to dinner. Your father and mother are not with you. In Jongbei, you only have Auntie as a relative. So, Auntie will treat you to a big meal in a high-class restaurant tonight. How about that? Qin Zaofu replied. Auntie, this well. Qin Zaoyu originally wanted to say that she was actually planning to spend her birthday at Lao Chen's house tonight. I'm planning to go to a nearby restaurant to order a few dishes and get a drink or something after I leave the library. Waiting for the old Chen home, just enter the door. Let the old Chen surprised. Old Chen, for one, certainly doesn't remember my birthday. He must be made to feel guilty tonight. Qin Zaofu has it all planned out. But I didn't expect that my sister-in-law would call me at this time and say that she was going to take me to a big dinner. So Qin Zaofu stumbled. I don't know what to say. Just reject it. It's too cruel to my sister-in-law. Isn't it, however? At least Annie Yang has been working in the workplace for so many years. She still has the ability to read people's mind. Hearing the phone side of the Qin Zao fish this stammering style. Naturally understand. What's the small fish? You tonight with friends have made a date, is not it? You want to get together, in that case. Then Auntie won't interrupt your gathering. Indeed, you'd probably be more comfortable and have more fun with your classmates at a get-together. Have a good time, then, tomorrow night. Auntie will invite you out for dinner alone again, and I'll take you to a big dinner then. Also, check your cell phone later. Auntie will give you a red packet after the call. Annie Yang sent Qin Zaoyu an 8,888 RMB birthday transfer. That's too much, isn't it? It's okay. How much is this talent? I'm giving my baby niece a birthday party. Shouldn't I spend this much money? And what's more, Auntie has now joined a particularly promising new company. The key is that the boss of this company is very nice. When I get my salary next month, I'll be able to pay you several tens of thousands of dollars. So I'll treat you to a big meal, and if you're free, I'll take you out for a little bit of fun. Oh yeah. You can bring your classmate with you then. Aren't you staying at a boy's house? Your brother. Call him too. Auntie must have treated him well, after all. You've been living in someone's house for such a long time. And it's quite intrusive, so we have to show something, Annie Yang said. Okay, sister-in-law. Qin Zaoyu typed in reply and then collected the red packet. But what Annie Yang doesn't know is this. Qin Zaoyu's male classmate is actually his boss, Chen Kai. At this time, Annie Yang knew nothing about it. Naturally, Qin Zaofu is the same. Qin Zaoyu also did not know that his sister-in-law's company is owned by Chen Kai. At this time, Chen Kai, who was staying in the office of the boss of Tide's network technology, was busy with his last job and finished a few small things. I'm also packing up and getting ready to leave the office. It's time to go home. He is going to prepare a birthday present for Fish when he comes home later. In fact, this gift does not need to be so precious, nor does it need to be so extravagant. What we want is an attitude. Just like Qin Zaoyu know that he remembered her birthday. This alone was enough to make Qin Zaoyu happy for half a day. Chen Kai knows Qin Zaoyu too well. Then immediately after leaving the office, Chen Kai took a cab directly and went to pick out the gifts on his way home. It took like 20 minutes after choosing your gift. You are ready to head towards home. At this time, Qin Zaoyu, Wang Jiajia and Lai Ran had just left the library and were on their way home. Qin Zaoyu asked, Jiajia Ranran, let me tell you something. Let me ask you a question. Do you know what day today is? Qin Zaoyu thought to himself that he and Jiajia Ranran had been roommates and friends for 3 years in high school. If it's such an important date as your birthday, these two sisters must know about it. Right, of course. It is estimated that old Chan certainly does not know. He never remembers his birthday. On the contrary, he himself, whether it is Lao Chen's lunar calendar birthday or solar calendar birthday, he remembers clearly. Thinking about it, Qin Zao Fish tootled his mouth. It is a little unfair. I really hope that one day old Chan will remember his birthday. That would be great, however, according to the present situation. Rely on your own understanding of Lao Chen. Trying to get him to remember his birthday is harder than ever. So Qin Zao, who didn't make any more extravagant hopes. Anyway, Jiajia and Ran Ran will definitely remember it, however, not expecting an embarrassing scene to happen. Wang Jiajia and Lai Ran looked at each other and then asked with a confused face, "Today. Is today an important day?" "Do you know, Gia," the two sisters couldn't think of anything. "Too much, Kinzaoyu said with her mouth open, inwardly crying, did not think that even Gia and Ran do not remember their own birthdays. "I am also too bad lucked. Doesn't anyone remember their birthday anymore, except their sister-in-law? That's too bad. Forget it." Then immediately after, Kinzaoyu rode a taxi back to the neighborhood of Chen Kai's house, ordered a lot of food from the surrounding hotels. "I'm going to pack it up and take it home, then buy some drinks, like Coke and Sprite and juice, and go back for more. Prepare to have a good birthday celebration tonight. After this birthday, I will be a year older, but this year is quite rare. In the past, this time of the year, basically at home, I didn't expect to spend this year at Lao Chen's house. But it's not bad, Kinzaoyu heart quite happy. Also do not know when Lao Chen back. More do not know Lao Chen recently busy what. Packing up these orders, after returning home, I've just been waiting for a while. Chen Kai came back. Just entered the door. Kinzaoyu immediately said, "Lao Chen, you enter the door before I ask you a question. Do you remember what day today is? Old Chen, you surely don't remember. I'm not wrong, indeed. One should not have any expectations." I didn't expect Chen Kai to answer directly. "What's today's date? Kinzaoyu, are you all right? Isn't today your birthday?" Kinzaofu's expression was instantly stunned. What, Chen? You actually remember my birthday?" Kinzaofu had a very shocked expression on her face, mainly. I didn't expect that Chen Kai actually remembered his birthday, which was really too rare. That's why Kinzaofu is very excited at this time. The expression is so exciting. It's a bit incoherent. "Old Chen, be honest. Do you have any designs on me? You don't really like me. You're secretly in love with me. Right. I remember when you used to never remember my birthday like this." Kinzaofu was indeed very puzzled. I have known Lao Chen for 3 years. 3 whole years, every time. I remember Lao Chen's birthday by myself, and I'll even get him a gift. But only Lao Chen never remembers his birthday. Even if it was his birthday, he might have taken the opportunity to slip away and avoid giving himself a gift. "Is the sun coming out of the west today?" Hearing Kinzaofu's words, Chen Kai also said, "Kinzaoyu, are you being grateful to me, or are you belittling me? Why do I sound like I'm being demeaned?" Kinzaoyu heatedly smiled. "No, old Chen, how would it? You rarely remember my birthday. How could I possibly demean you? No. I was thinking, old Chen, you surely don't remember my birthday, after all. Even Gia and Ran, and the two of them don't remember. And old Chen, you don't even have to say anything. The result is just the opposite. Old Chen remembers his own birthday instead. On the contrary, Gia and Ran had forgotten all about it. So it is said, Kinzaofu was really caught off guard. Old Chen, you're back just in time. I just ordered quite a large meal at the restaurant outside, and then packed it up and sent it back. And drinks, Sprite Coke juice bought a lot. Let's have a big dinner at home tonight to celebrate my birthday. By the way, there's one more key." Kinzaoyu rubbed her small hands together, then smiled cheekily. "Old Chen, since you have remembered my birthday, you should have prepared a gift for me. Right? Come on, take it out, and I'll look at it." "Look what you got me for a present. Looking forward to it." Kinzaoyu got a little excited. But I didn't hold out much hope. The birthday gift that old Chan gave to himself was surely a cheap one. Absolutely. But as a good brother. Kinzaoyu was already very happy to see that Lao Chen remembered her birthday. After all, Lao Chen, this person, is so easy to forget. So more than once said, "Old Chen, you say you are young. Even their own good brother's birthday do not remember. When you are old, that can be how to do You're so forgetful at such a young age." Kinzaoyu had a look of excitement on her face. Then Chen Kai said, "Here's the gift. Take over a gift and unwrap it." When Kinzaoyu saw what was inside, her expression was stunned on the spot, because inside the gift is a girl's bag, and still brand name, estimated to have thousands or even tens of thousands of samples. "Mom, old Chen, you are giving me a bag. And so expensive, old Chen, you're too good. Not only did you remember my birthday, but you bought me such a beautiful bag. If it weren't for the difference between men and women, if I were a man, I'd be kissing you to death right now." Ken Ziofu said excitedly, then picks up the bag, straddles it on her own, and spins it around. Old Chen, you see. I carry this bag is not quite good looking. Come on, evaluate it. Give some face, will you? Today is my birthday. Ken Ziofu said proudly, this little girl, especially in her teens, is really young and cute. Chen Kai is a bit of a laughingstock. He was about to comment on his perception, but Ken Ziofu immediately jumped ahead and said, Lao Chen, let me first explain. Today is my birthday. Be happy for the Lord. Don't be ugly. Such words affect my mood. Chen Kai replied, it looks good. Can the bag I bought not look good? But the rest, it's hard to say. Ken Ziofu was stunned for a moment and almost didn't react. The CPU was a bit burnt out. Then, very quickly, he understood the meaning of Chen Kai's words, so asked in surprise, Lao Chen, so you mean to say that this bag you bought looks good and I am ugly? Old Chen, how can you spit on me like that? I think I'm pretty good looking myself. Doesn't it hurt you to talk like this without a conscience? Ken Ziofu's character is indeed too funny. Being with Ken Ziofu, who gave Chen Kai the most intuitive feeling. It's a lot of fun every day, even when you're in a bad mood. There is Ken Ziofu saying a few words next to him. This tone, this Fengshan accent, and saying those words, it will make you laugh and cry. All right, let's not talk about these things. Old Chen, let's eat dinner. Once the food gets cold, it won't taste good. I've bought a lot of them. It's just the two of us. I think we'll be able to hold our own. Let's go. Let's go. I've already put the stuff in the kitchen. Let's clean up the place, and then we can get started. Ken Ziofu said. Then the two of them went to the kitchen and took the dishes that Ken Ziofu brought back to the coffee table in the living room. Two men took two small benches, sit on the side of the coffee table, and then eat. Ken Ziofu said, Old Chen, let me pour the drinks. I come. Can you do it, you? Chen Kai really isn't joking about Ken Ziofu. Given Ken Ziofu's strength, it was indeed a bit difficult to unscrew the cap of a vat of Sprite. Who says I can't? I can, I'm sure I can. Ken Ziofu was now unconvinced. So I twisted the cap with all my might. I can't twist it. Old Chen, I can't, or you come. Ken Ziofu skimmed his mouth with an aggrieved expression. Too funny, really. Told you couldn't do it, and you're still trying to do it. Voila. Chen Kai twisted a little bit. A little bit of force, the bottle cap opened. Why, Old Chen, why your strength is so big. Ken Ziofu said with a skewed mouth. Well, then I'll pour us both drinks. I'll do it. After pouring 2 drinks, Ken Ziofu coughed twice, then expressed his pre-drinking feeling before he started drinking. Old Chen, before we start drinking this drink, I will make a speech. Listen up. And today, it's my Ken Ziofu Fish's birthday. Didn't call any friends. And Mommy and Daddy weren't around. Just Old Chen, you accompany me to spend my birthday together. Originally, I thought that you must not remember my birthday. But I didn't realize that you not only remembered it, but also prepared such an expensive gift for me. Old Chen, you're too good. 47. You sing a song for me. Chen, Ken Ziofu, who had an excited look on her face. Obviously she was very happy. Hey, looks like you still have me in your heart. Old Chen, Ken Ziofu had a smug look on his face. Don't deny it. Mr. Chen, after flirting a bit. Ken Ziofu poured Chen Kai a drink and said, Old Chen, let's have another toast. Thank you for giving me such an expensive gift. Wait for the next time you have a birthday. I promise I'll give you a more expensive one. You believe in me, Old Chen. I Ken Ziofu said a word of honor. My character is still okay, Ken Ziofu said as he patted his chest, seeing Ken Ziofu's action. Chen Kai directly said this. Ken Ziofu, speaking of which you should stop filming indiscriminately. Why, it's small enough, Ken Ziofu grunted. Old Chen, deliberately angry with me. Right, today is my birthday, Cannot say something nice to make me happy. Do you need coaxing? Look at you. Hehe also. The more Ken Ziofu looked at the bag Chen Kai bought for herself, the more she liked it, and Old Chen's vision is really good. I picked this bag for myself, and it looks so beautiful with my outfit. It's a bit narcissistic, though, but Ken Ziofu really thinks it's pretty, and it doesn't matter if the bag is a bit ugly. After all, it was bought by Mr. Chen for himself, so I don't mind if it's ugly. Look at what you're saying, Ken Ziofu. How reluctant are you? You think the bag I bought you is ugly? Fine. If you think it's ugly, I'll give it to someone else. Ken Zioyu immediately said, hey, no. Lao Chen. I did not say this bag ugly ah. Then again, there's no taking back a gift that's been given, and it is really pretty, really, Ken Ziofu emphasized. Seeing Ken Ziofu look so happy, it was really similar to what Chen Kai and thought. You don't need to buy anything extravagant. Just a little bit of an ordinary bag will already make Ken Ziofu happy to the point of explosion. With Chen Kai's current wealth, a bag that costs a few $1,000s is still more than enough. No problem at all. Plus, I've started a big company now. And to top it all off, Commercial Building 8 is currently sitting idle as well. In the short term, he may not be able to use 2 whole commercial buildings. So the other building could be considered for investment promotion. After all, Commercial Building No. 8, like No. 7, is located in the center of Jiangbei City, and it is also the 2 buildings with the highest traffic flow under the Aoto property group. When the time comes, we can consider allowing a lot of businesses to move into Building 8, can collect quite a bit of rent. Every year, we can make a lot of money even if we lie down. Immediately afterward, the system voice sounded, and a reward arrival prompt appeared in front of Chen Kai's eyes. Drip. Kin Ziofu's surprise reaction has been detected. Mission accomplished, and due to Kin Ziofu's greater surprise reaction, the host is rewarded with a level, a bonus. I didn't realize that I was getting a great award. Not bad. It's much better than Chen Kai expected. ABC 3 levels of rewards. Originally Chen Kai was thinking, get B level is not bad. I didn't expect to end up with a grade. It seems that Kin Zioyu, this silly simpleton, is really going to self-CPUA. Chen Kai also smiled helplessly in his heart. Chen Kai next is quite want to see. They get this a level of reward in the end is what? When you open it. The system's interface says this, dripping. The host has obtained a rotten construction building in a certain section of the city's western district. According to the system's prediction, there is a new policy to create an elementary school in the neighborhood of this building in 2 months. This crumbling architectural building will create hundreds of millions of dollars more in wealth. The current host has acquired the freehold of this crumbling construction building. See the system's reward alerts, indeed. Don't look at it as just a run-down building now. But if an elementary school were to open in the neighborhood, it would be a good idea. That crumbling building would have created hundreds of millions of dollars in wealth. Chen Kai is quite satisfied with this reward. Lao Chen. Kin Zioyu tugged at Chen Kai at this time, then looked at him with a dumbfounded face. Old Chen, called you for a long time. What did you just daze ah? Nothing, just got lost in thought. Lao Chen, I just wanted to say to you, in fact, I think it is still quite happy to have this birthday today. But on the downside, no one sang me the happy birthday song. So, Old Chen, could you give in and sing a birthday song to your best buddy? I know, Old Chen, you certainly do not want, because you can't pronounce it well. Am I right? A lousy voice. This time in my previous life, that's not so bad, but as a reborn Chen Kai, it is not the same after all. This time in 2016, all kinds of music in the domestic entertainment scene is pretty hot, though, but many years later, there are a lot of godly songs that exploded on top of short videos. For example, the song Wind Up, especially this song, has exploded on short videos, especially the arrangement of this song. How about it, Old Chen? Although I know you can't sing in 5 voices, but a happy birthday song can always be sung, right? Come on, let me hear you sing. Ha ha ha. I need to take notes. Wait. I'm going to get my cell phone and film the whole time you're singing happy birthday to me. Ken Ziofu can't wait. So he ran up and got his cell phone. Then point the camera of your cell phone's rear camera at Chen Kai. Old Chen, I'm ready. You can sing for me. Hurry up. It's my birthday today. The birthday boy is the biggest. You shouldn't have to turn me down. Besides, isn't it normal to sing a happy birthday song to your brother? I used to sing to you every time you had a birthday. It's not going to be my turn, and you're backing out. Old Chen, is it? Kin Zioyu assured. Don't worry, Old Chen. I just shoot a video, as a memorial in the future only. Guarantee that will not be forwarded everywhere. This you can rest assured. Chen Kai replied, okay. But forget about the happy birthday song. It's not like you're a grade schooler. So what's the point of singing a birthday song? Kenzao replied, Okay, old Chen, no matter what is sung, as long as it is a song anyway. Like that one song that's been pretty hot lately. What's it called? Let's see. Oh yes, The Road to Mediocrity. It's so hot right now. Can you sing, in addition to this song? It seems that recently there is a song quite hot, and in the circle of boys seem to be quite high. Old Chen you should have heard. Let's see, what was the name again? Kinzaoyu thought for half a day, and finally figured out what the name of the song was. Old boys, yes, old boys. Old Chan, do you know this song? At this time in 2016, especially within the city's high school circle of River North. Old Boy and Ordinary Road are indeed on fire, including a divine song called Little Apple, although many years later it became the exclusive BGM of Square Dance Mothers. But it was still hot for a while, before it was played by the big moms. Okay, sing a song right. Okay, no problem. It's a pity there's no guitar here. Never mind, just clear the song. Kinzaoyu's expression at this time is directly capitalized shock. No way, old Chen. You can still play the guitar. Really fake. Not bragging with your brother me. We've known each other for 3 years. And every time I've heard you sing, it's like a pig-killing scene. How come I didn't know you could play guitar? Does it mean that in the past, you have always kept a low profile? Kinzaoyu was also half convinced at this time. Then listen quietly. But the cell phone has also pressed the option to take a picture and is ready to record. No matter how old Chen sings later, anyway, the black history is there. After all, the old Chen is not a perfect pentatonic. Hey, Kinzaoyu thought so badly. In the future, if old Chen bullies me again, I'll threaten him with this. Bullying me? Okay. I'll post the song you sang on the internet. I'll make you lose face. Ha ha ha. You're scared. Kenzaoyu thought in her heart. Then immediately afterward, Chen Kai slowly opened his mouth. Start by singing the first line of this song. I have to say, the intro to this song is also really amazing. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to dominate short videos. Just by opening her mouth and singing the first line, Kinzaoyu was amazed. My goodness, old Chen. When did you sing so beautifully? Am I dreaming? Am I in a dream? Holy shit. Is this my brother who can't sing? It's unbelievable. Kinzaoyu reaction at this time simply do not too real. Mainly because, has always been the old Chen gave himself the impression that the pentatonic incomplete. So every time when the school organized a New Year's Day party, or talent show, even though I would like to let the old Chen with himself on stage to perform a program. But Lao Chen will not go to death. I have always thought that it is a pity. The biggest regret is that throughout the 3 years of high school, did not perform with Lao Chen in the New Year's Day party on top of what program. It is because Lao Chen's voice is not perfect. So he is embarrassed to go on stage. The result is that when you open your mouth at this time, Kinzaoyu almost knelt down. It sounds so good, but Kinzaoyu didn't say anything. Don't interrupt old Chan. Let him continue to finish this song. Then immediately afterward, Chen Kai sings the second verse of the song, word for word. Kinzaoyu listened more and more confused. Do not dare to imagine. Such a good song is actually sung by the old Chen. Surprisingly, it is really sung from the mouth of the old Chen. Oh my God, are you serious? And the most puzzling thing to Kinzaoyu is that this song is so catchy. It should be quite hot, right? Then why haven't you heard of it? Kinzaoyu is a bit confused. He usually quite liked to listen to music. Why haven't you heard of it? Later, when the old Chen finished singing, can be sure to ask him. The name of the song in the end what is called. I'm going to be a single song cycle. Every day non-stop repeat listening. It's so good, it is, although it was just less than 1 minute. It really refreshed Kinzaoyu's impression of Chen Kai. Why didn't I know before? Lao Chen is also so versatile. Worthy of being my Kinzaoyu's good brother. Not only is his face value so high, but his talent is even better. Kinzaoyu said in his heart. Then, after a while, we finally got to the climax of the song, the most moving part of the song. This chorus, again, is the one that is used most in short videos. It's even out at 0.8x speed in various versions. Chen Kai sings every word with great emotion. In my previous life, I often saw this song on short videos, and I didn't even need to learn it. I had already brainwashed it. pairing it with a photo from my high school days, a text, and the addition of the song's soundtrack. It's truly sensational. Here comes the climax. The lyrics of this song are written with a youthful, teenage feel and a sense of regret, especially for Chen Kai. The rebirth has a sense of resonance. It's much more flavorful. After the whole song, Kinzeo Yu's entire expression was shocked on the spot. After the recording stopped, Kinzeo Yu instantly started to applaud like a little fangirl. Wow, old Chen, you sing too well, don't you? Previously, I really did not realize. Old Chen, you sing so great, honestly. Did you intentionally play a low profile in front of me before? If I hadn't asked you to sing me a song today, how long did you plan to hide it? How long are you going to lay low? Don't we have any trust as brothers? Kinzeo Yu grunted and then said. Chen Kai also smiled, but did not say anything more. I liked this song in my previous life. Besides this song, there are several others that he likes more. For example, by the time next summer's vacation rolls around, there will be a lot of popular and classic songs popping up one by one. The song Fading Sorrows has amazed the whole internet, and even singers in the entire Chinese music circle have retweeted it. And it has been played billions of times. That song really touches the heart. Compared to that song, this song is just an appetizer in terms of the lyrics. As for the arrangement of the song Windy is actually quite impressive. It's a foreign song called Jealousy Arrangement Accompaniment. Then, the lyrics have become popular in China. Old Chen, you didn't write this song, did you? I just searched the internet on my cell phone, following the lyrics of the song you sang. How come it didn't come up at all? Kinzeo Yu asked in a bored manner. Old Chen, before I did not find. You so talented it, all ready to improvise a song. That's amazing. Kinzeo Yu looked at Chen Kai with a look of adoration. Then I played a video that I had just recorded myself. I was thinking of asking Lao Chen for the title of the song after he finished singing it. But Kinzeo Yu did not expect. Lao Chen actually improvised a song and sang it to himself. It's key. And it's so beautiful, whether it's the melody of the song or the lyrics. It's all so emotional. If you want to rate it, out of 100 points, Kinzeo Yu is going to rate it 99 points. The reason for deducting 1 point is that I am afraid old Chen will be proud of himself. Kinzeo Yu had a look of adoration on her face. Old Chen, you're amazing. In the face of Kinzeo Yu's mountainous praise, Chen Kai also tells it like it is. He didn't have to pretend to be some kind of modern-day porter in front of Kinzeo Yu. Fish, you're mistaken. I didn't write this song. What is not you write? Old Chen, you don't pretend. I have just searched from the internet. The internet simply cannot be searched, okay? Old Chen, you this person. With brothers still hiding, is it? You're so talented. I bet this video will be able to create a big impact after it's posted online. At this time in 2016, everyone has begun to play microblogging Pastebar, this kind of public social platform. And it's already pretty hot. As for short videos, Flash videos have also gained some popularity. The number of users and players has reached several million to tens of millions. But Chen Kai is in no hurry. His own short video business is gradually getting on track. After all, in the past life, even if the Flash video started to develop for so many years, but in the end, it was defeated by a certain sound with the precise push technology of big data, especially in the overseas field, that can be described as crushing. So Chen Kai is not worried about starting late. Having mastered the technology of accurate big data, it is only a matter of time before it takes off. Old Chen, I'm going to post the video I just recorded on the posting bar. What do you think? Seek your permission first. If you agree, I'll just send it out, of course if you don't want to. I'll do as you say, and definitely not send it. And I'll enjoy it all by myself, in fact. After Chen Kai was reborn, he didn't particularly care about this kind of fame. But today is, after all, Kinzeo Yu's birthday. Chen Kai still does not want to have any rejection of Kinzeo Yu on this day. So just nod. Okay, you watch and get it yourself. Great, Kinzeo Yu said happily, before uploading a quick video and posting it on the Imperial Bar. Preparing to write the title, Kinzeo Yu asked, by the way, Lao Chen, have you written a good name for this song? What a name! Chen Kai was a bit helpless. Fish, didn't I tell you? I didn't write this song. Oops, old Chen. Don't be modest. You're so talented. All you need is exposure, and you're guaranteed to skyrocket. Don't be so low-key. You must have written this. I can't even find it on the internet. If you didn't write it, who else could have? What Qin Zhao said was indeed correct. Chen Kai wanted to refute, but he didn't know what to say. You can't just tell Qin Zhao that you're born again, right? I don't think Qin Zhao will think she's a psychopath. Never mind. Chen Kai didn't think about it so much and directly answered Qin Zhao. The name of this song is called Wind Up. Wind Up? Qin Zhao thought for a moment. Not bad. This name is quite okay. Then without saying a word, Qin Zhao directly uploaded the video to the posting forum. I have not bothered about this since then. He put the cell phone aside and said to Chen Kai, Old Chen, let's continue to eat and toast. Try to stay up a little later tonight. Why don't you play a game with me later? Aren't you guys playing League of Legends? Teach me again. Last time you told me to hide in the bushes. I really hid in the bushes for half an hour. You can't screw me over this time. Chen Kai replied with a smile. Fine, fine. Promise not to screw you over this time. I'll teach you later. Qin Zhao smiled contentedly. An hour or two passed quickly in the course of the night. This year's birthday. Although the parents are not around, only the old Chen accompanied himself. But Qin Zhao felt very happy. It was even more fun than previous years when I spent time with my mom and dad. Of course. I don't know if my mom and dad will be sad when they hear this. But there is one point that needs to be emphasized. That is, Qin Zhao meant what she said, from the heart. With Lao Chen, I am more relaxed and at ease, although there is a difference between men and women. But with Lao Chen together, really do not feel anything. Soon dinner was served. The dishes on the table were basically swept away by Chen Kai and Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao touched his stomach. Wow, tonight eat good saturated Old Chen Yu, eaten saturated have not Well eaten, then let's take a break and clean up this stuff. This mess on the table. Together later. And then teach me to play the game, tonight. That's what's scheduled. Old Chen Yu do not see it. Chen Kai gave an okay sign to indicate that there was no problem. I'm just teaching Qin Zhao to play a game. It's simple, besides. I don't have anything to do tonight. So it's good to play a game to pass the time. The reborn Chen Kai. There is only one purpose, and that is to make up for the regrets of the past life. That's why I stayed with Qin Zhao, no matter what I did. It's all pretty good. Then soon, the two of them were almost rested. After the satiety gradually decreases, just cleaned up the mess, tidied up and wiped down the table. After everything is done, Qin Zhao was sitting in front of the computer, and Chen Kai was teaching beside her. Give Qin Zhao a side to explain, starting with the simplest. Let me tell you the general rules, some of the more basic stuff. That's called the upper road, this is the middle road, and this is the lower road. Then he taught Qin Zhao the basic terminology of what it means to play the field, and what it means to counterattack. Qin Zhao also listened seriously, but don't look at Qin Zhao as a school bully. She learns things very fast and gets very high grades in exams. But it is really quite slow in terms of playing games, not even a clue. I've said one thing and I've forgotten another. However, Chen Kai was very patient and continued. It's okay, take your time. Let's start a game first. Yes, at this time, Qin Zhao is busy learning the game, so I didn't bother to look at my cell phone at all. At this time, Qin Zhao's posting account, the backstage private message and all sorts of 8, including back to the post. It exploded straight away, the posting account of Qin Zhao. At this time was countless netizens' crazy reply. All kinds of in the following message, comment and forwarding. Oh my God, this song is so good, isn't it? Who is this young man? He's quite handsome and talented. Good guy. Nowadays young people are getting smarter and smarter. Yeah, but here's the catch. What's the name of this song? What's the name of the song? Didn't the owner of this post type the name of the song above the title? It's called The Wind Rises, but I just searched in the sky, and I didn't find this song at all. What's going on? No search, I don't think so. I'll try. A lot of posters are replying below with all sorts of comments. A lot of people went online and searched. I can't find it. Even based on the lyrics. That's completely unsearchable. It's true, there's really no information about this song online. It's not possible that this young man composed the song himself. Is it? It must be, otherwise. Why can't we find it on the internet nowadays? Information is so advanced that all kinds of music videos and learning materials can be found in one search on the internet. Why can't you search for this song? It must be this young man who wrote the song himself and hasn't officially released it to the public yet. Wowza, looking forward to it, guys. Don't you think this song has a nice melody? And the lyrics, they're amazing. Yes, 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 especially the climax part. I got goosebumps listening to it. It's like I remembered scenes from my high school days. Close your eyes and your mind creates images. It was only half an hour ago, but the posting of the bar account of Kinziofu. It's already over 3,000 replies, and it continues to grow after another hour. The post has already reached 10,000 replies. And there are a lot of posters who uploaded the video to Weibo and Flash videos. And in the meantime, I was in a record company in Magic City. The name of this record label is Star Records. It's a pretty big record company in the Magic City, with many of the most popular artists currently on the major music platforms. Whether it's a traditional singer, it's the kind of singer who gives concerts and releases records. It also includes some internet singers. Push open an office door. Although it's already late, there are still quite a few people working overtime at Star Records. There's a movie coming out recently that's based on youth. Need a theme song. So we gave it to Star Records to produce. So far, many musicians have been approached to arrange the music. We also got some good singers from the company to sing. But it doesn't feel right for this reason. As the person in charge of this project, Chen Kai, is also quite a headache. It's over at this rate. I don't know how long it'll take to come up with a good theme song to go with a youth movie. Right now, the office was pushed open. One of the assistants said in a panic, Mr. Yong, Mr. Yong, Mr. Yong, Mr. Yong, what's the matter? Look at you panting. What's the matter? Slow down. Don't be so fussy. At least you've been with me for so many years. Why haven't you made any progress? You're so fidgety. Just like before, Chen Kai criticized. The assistant replied, Mr. Yong, it's not too late for you to listen to the song before criticizing me. What song? The assistant handed over the cell phone. Chen Kai looked at it. It was a song that had suddenly exploded on the top of the sticker bar this evening. Open the post, and it's already been bumped to the top of the trending posts. The number of replies has now exceeded 10,000. The posting time is only a few hours ago. But there are so many replies, by the looks of it, it should be quite popular. Click in and play it. Just for the sake of listening, the first line directly surprised Chen Kai. What's the name of this song? Is it a cover or is it an original? It's a great arrangement. It's a masterpiece, and the lyrics, they're pretty good. Just listen to the first lyrics. Chen Kai was immediately surprised and subconsciously wanted to find out who wrote the song. The assistant replied, Mr. Yang, you should stop talking for now. You listen to the song first. I guarantee you'll be blown away after you hear this song. When I first heard this song, oh my God, how can I describe it? Mr. Young, you say. I also stayed in our company for a few years. Right, we, Star Records, have produced a lot of singers and artists, big and small, right? And there are a lot of great songs that have cut a lot of hearts. Right, but a song as emotional as this is the first time I've heard it, at least in a while, to hear the assistant give such a high rating. Chen Kai was also a bit stunned, so I kept it on and listened to it. It was amazing from the intro, so memorable, especially when you hear the climax of the song. It gives you goosebumps and brings back memories of high school. The whole song gives Chen Kai a two-word feeling. Shocked at this moment. Chen Kai's expression was directly dumbfounded. I froze on the spot. Then he said sharply, Chang, check it out for me right away, right now. Who is the author of this song? I want to know all about him right now. This song is so well written, and it fits the theme of youth in particular. I think we've finally found the right song for this theme song project we're taking on. The assistant immediately replied, Mr. Yang, I've already checked this song on the internet, and I can't find any information on the internet in terms of the lyrics. Unsurprisingly, it should be an original, not a cover. Yankee was surprised. The main reason is that the guy who sings the song in the video looks very young. He seems to be only 17 or 18 years old. I guess it's either a high school student or a recent high school graduate. Almost at that age anyway. He is so young. Only 17 or 18 years old. I can't believe I created a song that gives me goosebumps. This young man is amazing, Zhang. You immediately help me find out who this young man is, what his name is, and where he lives now, if you know. Contact the other side right away. The theme song project we took over from our partner company. It had to be him. This young man must be asked to sing the theme song. Chen Kai said in a very agitated manner. No matter how much it costs, this young man must be brought to me. Hundreds of thousands, millions. Whatever, Assistant Xiao Zhang nodded. Okay, Mr. Yang. I'll go contact them first thing in the morning. Okay, waiting for Zhang to walk out of the office. Chen Kai listened to the song carefully a few times. And the more he listened to it, the better he felt. The key is to pair it with a youth-themed movie as the theme song. That's just perfect. So after Chen Kai thought of this, I immediately forwarded the song to the director of the youth movie. Let him try it out and see what he thinks. If the director thinks it's a good idea, no matter what. This young man must be brought in, and if possible, Chen Kai even wanted to spend a lot of money to bring this young man to the company as a signed singer under Star Records. Have this confidence in yourself. With his voice and the talent he showed in creating this song, I'm sure it'll be a hit, and it's an internet-wide explosion of presence. Chen Kai has full confidence in this. Director Wang, I just sent you a video. How about you listen to this song sung by this young man? Doesn't fit the theme song for that movie of yours. Remember to get back to me after you hear this. I'll be waiting. After posting this message, Yankee then looked at the messages and replies on the top of the post. The comments made by netizens can also reflect some of the problems. At least it can represent a lot of netizens. How they rate the song, word of mouth issues fruity. After opening the post, there are already more than 20. 0, 0, 0 replies below. There were only 10 0. 0 odd entries in the first place. But the number of entries has increased by a few thousand so quickly. At this rate, by tomorrow morning, it will be no problem to exceed 40. 0 entries, 1 post, 40. 0 replies. That's pretty hot, and the point is, it's not just the sticker bar. I don't even know who retweeted it on Twitter and Flash videos. Open the comments section and read them, and they were unanimously favorable as well. Both are begging for song titles. There's even a sharp eye, I'm going crazy. This song is so good. Why can't I find it online? Why can't I find it on the internet? What's going on with all the music platforms? What the hell is the title of this song? Someone please tell me. Oh my gosh, this song gives me goosebumps, especially when I tasted the climax part. I don't know why, but I felt a coldness in my back and arms, and suddenly I had a tearful feeling. It's like inexplicably starting to miss my youth. Wow, this song sounds so emotional. Seeing the unanimous favorable comments from so many netizens, Chen Kai has already made a good plan. As soon as Director Wang has heard the song, he will give his opinion on it, whether Director Wang thinks this song is suitable for his movie-themed song or not. Anyway, this young man included this song. You must take it yourself. It doesn't hurt to spend a lot of money to take it down. The copyright of this song in particular is worth millions, even tens of millions of dollars. And then after a while, Wang sent a WeChat message, almost a bombardment. I'm going. Mr. Yang, is this young man a signed singer of your company? This song is so perfect for my movie. That's how I want to feel. You, Star Records, are worthy of being the biggest record company in Magic City. This song is great. It's like it was tailor-made for my movie. It's great. It's just great, Mr. Yang. It's settled. If I work with your company on this movie, I won't do it without this song. Let me put it to you this way. Mr. Wang made a direct statement. If you can't take this song and work with us, then we don't have to cooperate. That's the song. Seeing that Director Wang is so determined, Chen Kai thought to herself that her judgment was correct. It was correct. Now just hope for tomorrow. The assistant can put himself in touch with the young man. In the blink of an eye, it was like 11 p.m. Qin Zhaoyu and Chen Kai are sitting in front of the computer at home. Teach the little fish to play the game for 2 or 3 hours. Qin Zhaoyu's hands are sore from all the fighting. But he's still making a lot of progress. That figured it out and basically figured it out. It's just that I'm a bit of a novice. But it's okay. Game skills can be practiced slowly through long hours of practice later on. Just play and know how to play. That's all. How about old Chen? I'm smart, right? Ha ha ha. Kinzayo smiled triumphantly. I told you. I, Kinzayo, am still very smart, although I really don't know anything about games or anything else. And I don't dare to be interested in anything, but if I want to learn, I just need an awesome teacher to teach me. I'm sure I can learn. Kinzayo gave a cheeky grin, and then I thought, that's good, in the future. If Lao Chen followed Jiang Ming and Wang Shuai and their brother and sister to go to the internet cafe to play games, you don't have to watch from the sidelines and gawk yourself. You can play 2 games with them, and Kinzayo, who believes that with his own intelligence, after practicing it over and over again with my high IQ brain, I don't dare to say that I can surpass old Chan in terms of game technology. That's definitely not going to happen. But I'm sure there's no problem in surpassing Jiang Ming and Wang Shuai. Fish said confidently, Oh yeah? Why old Chen? You do not believe ah? Kinzayo grunted. We'll see old Chen. Every night from now on, I'll practice for 2 hours, sooner or later. I'll impress you. Kinzayo sat up from her computer chair. Then I stretched. I have to say that playing games is really tiring. Much more so than memorizing a few texts by yourself. But it's still fun, especially if you can play it. It's no wonder this game is so popular. Not without reason. Kinzayo yawned and looked at the time on the clock hanging on the wall. It's after 11:00, and it's almost 12:00. I can't believe it's so late. I don't feel like I've played for long. It's going by too fast. Fish is a little sleepy now. Both yawned. If you're sleepy, go to bed early, and if you want to play, I'll take you tomorrow night. When you're almost done practicing, I'll take you to an internet cafe, lest the technique be too noobish and you lose face in public. Kinzayo nodded. Uh-huh, then old Chen. I'll go wash up first ah. Kinzayo finished speaking, picked up her own cell phone, and then prepared to go wash up. As a result, I just turned on the screen of my cell phone and found that my cell phone was sending notification after notification from the Sticky app. All sorts of replies, comments, and messages, as well as 8. It's already 99. No, 999 to be exact. Mom, old Chen you quickly come over to see. You fire. Kinzayo, who was about to go to the restroom to wash up and then sleep and rest. After all, it's already late. It's after 11 o'clock. It's almost 12 o'clock, but at this very moment. Kinzayo looked at his cell phone and found that the back end of the posting. 999 unread messages. There are all kinds of comments, messages, and tweets. Kinzayo was instantly confused and almost didn't react. What's going on? I usually, although occasionally also water 2 posting bar, but only 3 fans off. Not as hot as this, right? Then Kinzayo's brain suddenly thought of something. That's right. A new post was published by myself this evening. It's the video recording of Chen singing that song. Is it really the old Chen's video fire? Think of here Kinzayo. 2 words immediately opened their own private messages, as well as backstage messages. Fruity. It's the same as you think. The thread that I posted has over 30. 000 replies at this point. Mom, old Chen you quickly come over to see. Catch up, catch up, catch up. Kinzayo said very urgently. Obviously a little surprised. Just kidding. I've been online for years. Kinzayo has been in touch with the internet since it became popular. But after all, I'm a girl, and I'm not particularly interested in games or anything else. In the era of 2016, or even earlier, there aren't many girls who play games, but at most they play a dazzling dance or something like that. Mainstream online games that girls basically don't play much. But I do chat online, or write blogs, listen to music, and so on. Kinzayo has been in touch with the internet for a long time. I also play a lot on social media platforms such as Post-it. But the amount of fans is very small, just a few. The most I've ever gotten out of a post is a dozen or so replies. And as few as 1 or 2, where have you seen this before? That's over 30. 000 replies, old Chen you know. I touched the network for so many years, is almost 7 years of age, right? But I've never seen such a scene before. A post with a whole 30. 000 replies, that's amazing, old Chen, you know what? You're now on fire on the bar. Kinzayo said excitedly. I just opened the bar and saw the hot post on the homepage. I posted this one. and it got topped on the homepage. Do you know what this means, old Chen? This time you will become the red man of the posting bar. I remember in the last few years, there was a guy named Yi Lianchen on the bar, and he was on fire for a while. It's just out of the bar. Old Chen, if you are on fire, you must thank me, after all. You wouldn't be this hot if I hadn't remembered to videotape you and post it on Twitter. Though that's a little bit of a smarmy thing to say, but I just want to emphasize, old Chen, you have to thank me. Ken Ziofu smiled cheekily as Chen Kai's brother, seeing his good brother so hot on the internet. Ken Ziofu is also a bit excited. It's none of your business, though. Old Chen is on fire and has nothing to do with himself. However, I am happy for him. This is what Ken Ziofu thought in her heart when Chen Kai saw this situation. His expression didn't change much, mostly because, after all, I have had a few decades of life experience. Not so much because of this little bit of fame. There is no sense of expansion. Not so much. Just a small fire. No big deal. It's not like I'm on the level of a singer. However, if you want to gain a certain status in the Chinese music industry, you will be able to do so as a born-again person. That's not too easy. It's 2016, and while a lot of the old classics have already come and gone, but there were plenty of hits that came out many years later. I can't say that it's beyond the classics, but at least it represents the aesthetic taste of young people in this age of the internet, including the future age of self-media. To be able to grasp the preferences of young people is the best way. Also trends. Chen Kai this time faintly smiled. Ken Ziofu, what are you so agitated? Make it seem as if you are yourself on the internet fire-like. Haha, it's more fun than my own fire. Ken Ziofu had a serious look on his face. I didn't think that you, Lao Chen, would actually explode on the internet on my birthday. What does that mean? Did you know about old Chan? Ken Ziofu grinned cheekily. Take a guess. Hehe. Chen Kai knew what Ken Ziofu wanted to say, but he didn't say anything. Can't guess, can you, old Chen? I was trying to tell you that the fact that you set the internet on fire on my birthday means I'm a blessing to you. Right? Be nice to me from now on, in that case. Maybe you'll become more and more popular, more and more famous. Ken Ziofu smiled cheekily. Regarding Ken Ziofu's crooked reasoning, Chen Kai was also a bit saddened by the tears and laughter. This little fish is really good at talking, so I have to thank you for all this. Of course, then. Ken Ziofu smiled triumphantly. Grunting and laughing, I was a little sleepy, so I thought I'd go wash up and go back to my room to rest. But seeing the situation now, no, 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 no. No, I have to pay more attention to what's happening on the internet. So Ken Ziofu sat down on the sofa. Grab your cell phone and swipe through the web for all the new updates. Old Chen, you quickly come over to see. In addition to in the posting bar, even microblogging and flash short video above has also been forwarded to the above. In the past few hours, the flash video has more than 200. 000 likes. It's already a big hit, and most importantly, it's only a few hours of data. If it lasts more than a day or two, the number of likes on this one could be over 1 million. Ken Ziofu said with surprise old Chen, I thought you just had a small fire on the posting bar. I didn't realize that you're an internet sensation. Worthy of my brother, so powerful, sure enough. Gold will shine sooner or later. Just one video like this, and it's directly blasting the whole internet. Great, but Ken Ziofu mentally spat. Lao Chen, you sing so beautifully and are so talented. Why don't you talk to yourself for 3 years in high school? You're not even hiding it from your brother. It's not interesting enough, is it? Ken Ziofu skimmed his lips, then muttered in a small voice, and then, as Chen Kai's video became more and more popular on the internet, the result is that the weekdays will be connected. Normally, even Chen Kai's parents, who have reached a certain age, do not pay much attention to the internet. At this time, I also noticed the movement on the internet, including some of my relatives and friends. All of them forwarded it. It's hard not to know, after all. It's already such a big hit on the internet. Not only in the posting platform, even in the microblogging. Flash video above also caused such a high degree of popularity. So she called in, and then Mom was very agitated. Son, Your aunt just forwarded me a video. How come Mom didn't realize before that my son is so talented and gifted in singing? Haha, it's so uncomplicated. Worthy of the son I gave birth to. Mom said happily, after all. Any mom wants her son to be a great man. Chen Kai's mom is certainly no exception. So when I saw that my son was so popular on the internet, and I watched the video, the song was really good. The key is that I can't find the title of the song on the internet. And I can't search for the lyrics. This tells us one thing. The song must have been written by his own son. It's so talented. So the old mom directly stated her position and said, "Son, old mom hasn't formally asked you which university you plan to enroll in, and what major you're applying for. Originally, Mom wanted you to go to architecture school. But look at the situation now. Son, if you want to learn music, old Mom supports you. 100% support you, in this regard. My mom is definitely not as rigid as other parents, who feel as if studying music and acting, or something like that, is not good for finding a job in the future. And the job is unstable. Wait a series, Mom doesn't think so, and I think, son, you've become such a hit on the internet with just one random song. In the future, will that be enough? I heard my mom's excited words on the phone. Chen Kai for a moment. Also do not know how to answer, after all, in his previous life, when he was 19 years old and had just graduated from high school. There were too many areas for his old mom to worry about. But when you have a successful career, finally, I can return the favor to Mom, but at that time, Mom and Dad are also old. Said it is also one of the regrets of Chen Kai's past life. I never thought that in this life, I would see myself accomplishing something. A song is so hot on the internet. Mom was also excited from the inside, and not just from the inside, just when Chen Kai did not know how to answer. Ken Ziofu, who was standing by the side, immediately opened his mouth. Kin Zio, who always speaks without thinking. And most importantly, she doesn't feel embarrassed, even for Kin Zio Yu. It is estimated that he does not know how to write the word embarrassment. Auntie, do you know, in fact, the old Chen Popular Network this matter, said also quite a coincidence. In fact, today was originally my birthday. Old Chen as my brother. I originally thought to deliberately tease him. After all, the two of us have been buddies for 3 years, and I know him too well to sing in 5 voices. That's why I purposely asked him to sing me a happy birthday song. Just want to record a Black History video. When Lao Chen his birthday, this Black History video to play to him to listen to. Haha. Think about it all feel very interesting. Kenzeoyu continued, but Auntie, I really didn't think that it turned out that old Chen had been putting on a low profile all along. What's wrong with your voice? What's wrong with your singing? It doesn't exist. Not only does she sing like a champ, but she writes her own lyrics. Amazing. Well, after posting it on the internet, it became a hit, after listening to Kin Zeofu's explanation of what had happened. Chen Kai's mother immediately understood what was going on, but no matter what the reason. Anyway, I saw my son become popular on the internet. There are more than 30,000 comments under the posting. Basically all good reviews. Can't find a few bad reviews. This shows that the public still recognizes the song written by his son. This is the way things are going. Your own son's future is unlimited. Chen Kai's mom. At this time he thought excitedly in his heart. Because just in the morning, Mom has already received many phone calls, either from relatives or friends. Ha ha ha, no matter how you say it. Little fish, you've done your share of the work tonight, tomorrow. Auntie's store shouldn't be too busy. When we go back in the evening, let Auntie cook herself. Make you two a nice big meal. On the one hand, it's good to celebrate Ki. After all, a good thing has to be celebrated. Don't you think so? On the other hand, a big thank you to you, Fish. Kin Zioyu froze for a moment when she heard this. Thank me, right? Didn't you say in the morning? If it wasn't for Fish's birthday today, this wouldn't have happened. Haha, no lay Auntie, even without me. Chen's singing is so good. He'll be hot sooner or later. Kin Zioyu was just joking. But she didn't realize that Auntie took it seriously. Jokes and jokes. But Kin Zioyu does not feel that the old Chen is so hot on the internet. And he has a little bit to do with himself. Well, that's pretty much all that needs to be said. So here goes. It's getting late. It's 12 o'clock. You guys should rest early too, tomorrow night. You two will be waiting at home. Auntie will go back and make you some good food and celebrate then. Okay, Auntie. Kinzayo nodded her head obediently. Then said goodbye, Auntie. Hang up, just after the phone call. Kinzayo's cell phone received WeChat messages from Wang Jiajia and Lai Ran. The two sisters sent a message. Little fish, what's the situation? I was just swiping through short videos on the internet, and I swiped a video of Chen Kai. Nice guy. He's in the 5th class of high school. I remember every year when you were stalking and trying to beg Chen Kai to sing and perform on stage with you at the New Year's Day party. But didn't Chen Kai reject you every time? He said his singing was awful. Is that a bad song? Wang Jiajia and Lai Ran sent a message to ask a question. Let's not talk about how the vocals are, or how the tone is, just the melody of the song and the lyrics. Then it's not something that can be written by ordinary people. Not to mention the fact that Chen Kai is only 17 or 18 years old. Which is amazing, haha. Right. I also think our old Chen is so awesome. I heard Jiajia and Ran send a message praising Chen Kai. As a brother of Qin Zaifu, is also inexplicably happy. At this time, it was in the glamorous internet cafe. Jiang Ming was sitting in front of a computer when he saw the hot search that was on the news. The whole group's expression froze. Crap, handsome, get your ass over here, hurry up. It was already very late, around 12 o'clock. There aren't a lot of players at the internet cafes anymore, even if they do. They're only chartered for all-nighters. So there's nothing going on at night. Jiang Ming and Wang Shuai, who work part-time as summer vacationers in this internet cafe. The two of them have found 2 computers and are going to play some games to pass the time. After all, it's been a whole night. It would have been too painful to sit in the front desk and stare at the time. It's not. Just now Jiang Ming and Wang Shuai finished a game. Jiang Ming is sore from sitting and intends to rest for a while. So I went to the toilet, and when I came back, I thought I would go to the internet and watch a movie to relax. When I opened the search engine, I saw a hot search item on the top. I clicked on it. What a guy, is it Chen? Jiang Ming's face was stunned. He couldn't have been mistaken, could he? Is the boy in the video really Chen? It's really fake, so Jiang Ming said excitedly. Shuai Zai, don't be busy playing around first. Hurry over and take a look. There's explosive news. Mr. Wang is sitting in a seat in front of him, and has just started a qualifying game. I'm staring intently at my computer screen right now. I'll wait until I'm done with this game before I talk about the great things in the sky. Mr. Wang continues to play the game. Jiang Ming stood up and yanked Wang Shuai straight up. Handsome. You're still in the mood to play games. You hurry over to see. Old Chen in the internet burst fire. What? Mr. Wang looked puzzled. What's the situation? After hearing that it was about Chen Kai. Wang Shuai asked curiously. I clicked on the posting, and then I saw the video on the posting that Qin Zaifu had posted. After a few minutes of video playback, Jiang Ming and Wang Shuai, the 2 brothers, were dumbfounded on the spot, especially Wang Shuai. This time exclaimed crap. Video this boy, really is Chen brother, seriously, after 3 years of high school. I didn't know Chen sang so well. What about you, old Jiang? Jiang Ming shook his head. What the hell do I know? If I had known that Lao Chen sang so well, would I have been so surprised? You don't think so. But I just found out that this song is not available on the internet. Can't search, Wang Shu. I was a bit strange. This song sounds like it has such a nice melody and the lyrics are so good. It should have been a hit song. It's not like it's folk music for the masses. It's impossible that you can't find it on the internet. Or is the song original to Chen? It hasn't been posted online yet. So it's not searchable. Is it possible? Jiang Ming nodded. Well, that's what I think too, and I think that is highly probable. Okay. I think we 2 brothers do not hard guess here. Immediately give the old Chen call to ask about it will not know. Mr. Wang looked at the time. It was already around 12 o'clock. Old Chen should be asleep, right? Why don't we fight tomorrow? Send a WeChat. See if old Chen replies. Okay, then immediately after that. Wang Shuai and Jiang Ming sent a few messages directly to Chen Kai, waiting for his reply. The time to do this is when Wang Shuai and Jiang Ming continue to watch the internet, including the various comments and replies on the post, as well as the word of mouth on Weibo and short videos about Chen Kai's song. Almost all good reviews. Hard to find a bad one. It's hard to imagine that this song was actually written by Chen. It's so awesome. Lao Chen deserves to be called Lao Chen. This is too talented. What about the future? Moreover, as Lao Chen's brother. Handsome, I don't know what you think. Anyway, I feel. Too damn good. Back to the old Chen if it explodes to a certain level. Even in the future. If I become a singer. A celebrity. Haha, saying that out loud, that would be so honorable for me. My brother is old Chan. Jiang Ming said so. On the sofa in the living room. Qin Zhaoyu reads and rereads the internet, and at the same time, she is also busy replying to the messages sent by Jiujia and Ranran. Chen Kai also received WeChat messages from Jiang Ming and Wang Shuai. He quickly replied with 2 entries. A very bashful attitude. It's nothing. Today little fish's birthday. Insisted that I sing a song for her. So I dedicated a ugly song. It was uploaded to the bar by a small fish, and I didn't expect it to go viral by accident. It's as simple as that, and nothing else. I heard Chen Kai speak so calmly. No matter it was Jiang Ming or Wang Shuai. They all had a look of admiration on their faces. Then he said enviously, Old Chen, you are really calm. It's all on fire like this, and you can still maintain this attitude, if I were you. I'd have my tail up in the air if I was on fire like this. Haha, or say we brother and sister can not it. Look at others, old Chen, he's so hot, but he's still so low-key. Old Zhang learned from Chen when Lao Zhang heard this. He was a bit unhappy. Handsome, you say this as if I'm the only one who's got a thing for you. What about you? What you mean is, can you compare yourself with Chen? I'm sure I can't either, and then. Right after that, Chen Kai chatted with Jiang Ming and Wang Shuai on WeChat for more than 10 minutes. It's after 12 o'clock. Wash and rinse, and it's estimated to be 1 a.m., but it's okay. When he was reborn, he felt that his body and spirit were unusually vigorous. After all, I'm only 19 years old, and that's the prime age of a person. I'm not 30 or 50 years old. It is not a big problem. But Kinzaya, who did get a little sleepy and yawned. I have tears in my eyes, and I'm really sleepy. Old Chen, I really can't top it. I'm so sleepy that I'm going to fall asleep. There's something happy to be celebrated when you wake up tomorrow. I'm going to go wash up first. It was the first time Kinzaya, who had slept so late in recent times. I don't think I'll be able to get up in the morning. Maybe I'll have to sleep in, after washing up. Kinzaya went straight to her room to rest, and then Chen Kai also washed up and went back to his parents' bedroom to sleep. The night passed in a hurry. It was already day 2, around 7 a.m. Chen Kai got up from his bed and went outside to buy breakfast. Kinzaya is here, as expected. They are still asleep on the bed. I went to bed too late last night to do anything about it. After about 20 minutes, Kinzaya opened her eyes in a daze, yawn. He put on his clothes and went out of the bedroom. Ready to call Chen Kai to get up. Lao Chen, wake up. Today is the first day of your popular network. Is it that you want to sleep lazy? The door doesn't open when I call. Lao Chen, I came in awe. Kinzaya pushed open the door and walked into the bedroom where Chen Kai slept, and found that there was no one inside. Strange. What's old Chen doing this early in the morning? Won't be going to morning practice. Will you? Lao Chen's physical quality can be really good. Slept so late last night, and got up so early on the second day. He ran to the morning exercise. How envious. If only my body was as good as old Chan's. If only I had as much energy as him. Kinzaya thought so. Then Chen Kai's cell phone rang. Kinzaya was startled and almost didn't react. My mom. It scared me. Old Chen's cell phone ringtone is too loud, isn't it? But then again, what's the matter with Chen? He didn't bring his cell phone when he went out for morning exercise. Cell phones are lost in the bedroom. But it's possible that I forgot it. Kinzaya picked up Chen Kai's cell phone and looked at it, thinking it was an alarm clock ringing. It turned out to be a phone call, and the place of belonging is shown as Magic City. Is it a Magic City cell phone number? Kinzaya was a bit curious. What's going on? Why is the Magic City's phone call? Does it mean that the Magic City University side has begun to contact the old Chen to apply for their school? In that case, the results of the college entrance exam will be released soon. Kinzaya thought so, and then connected for Chen Kai. After all, Lao Chen is not here now. I'm alone at home, so I'm going to answer the phone for him. It's not good if you miss an important call. After connecting, Ken Ziofu weakly asked. Hello, may I ask who is this? A woman's voice, probably in her 30s, came over the phone. They were very courteous and polite. Is this Mr. Chen Kai Chen's cell phone? Oh yes, it's his cell phone. May I ask who you are? Ken Ziofu asked. The woman on the other side of the phone replied. It's like this. I'm the assistant to General Manager Yang of Magic City Star Records, and here's the situation. We've noticed that the song sung by Mr. Chen Kai, Wind Up, has exploded in popularity on the internet, whether it's posting, microblogging, or social platforms like Flash videos. It's almost always gained some popularity, and we also feel that, no matter from the aspect of lyrics and compositions, or from the emotional aspect of singing, Mr. Chen Kai really sang out a kind of feeling, as if a middle-aged man in his 40s is nostalgic for his youth, even though Chen Kai was only 19 years old at the time. But to sing about what it's like to be a middle-aged 40-year-old man, that's amazing too. So we at Star Records have taken notice. We think that Mr. Chen Kai is very promising and very commercially viable, and he sings a song that fits the theme song requirements for a movie our company has been working on recently. Therefore, we would like to talk to Mr. Chen Kai. Would it be convenient to meet with you to discuss matters related to the purchase of the copyright of his music? Anyway, we're in Mordor, and if we drive there, it'll only take us 3 to 5 hours at most to get to Zhongbei. It's not that far away, hearing the assistant of Mr. Yang, who claimed to be the president of Magic City Star Records on the other side of the phone. He said something like this. Kin Ziofu froze on the spot, almost didn't react. Oh my God, old Chen is so awesome. Just last night, he became famous on the internet, and today he is being looked at by such a big record label in Magic City to pay a high price for the copyright of his music. My God, Lao Chen, you are going to go on the peak of life. You're not going to be a big star, are you? Kin Ziofu was a bit excited at this time. If his brother could cooperate with Magic City Star Records. That's great, too. You should know that Kin Ziofu's years of experience in the internet, although he does not play many games. But I always listen to music and talk to people. It's very clear how good a company Star Records really is. A few years ago, in the 12 years or so of that non-mainstream era, Star Records, the company's several artists, have become the existence of the music platform above the dominant list, and in recent years, its singer-artist. They are also releasing new singles all the time, still not obsolete by the times. The newly released albums are also on fire, although it is not as good as Zhu, Chen and Zhang, the three kings of the Chinese music industry. But it's also mastered the music aesthetics of young people, and it's getting a lot of airplay online. If Lao Chen can cooperate with this company, then he will be able to burst into flames when the wind picks up at this time. But Chen Kai wasn't there after all. He's not back from his morning exercise yet, so he can't make decisions for him, whether or not to cooperate with the other company. This still depends on the old Chen's own wishes. Ken Ziofu replied, Well, I'm sorry, I'm his friend. He went out for a morning walk. He's not at home. And he left his cell phone in the bedroom. I'll tell him for you when he gets back. I'll call you back. Do you think this arrangement will work? Yang Kai's assistant on the other side of the phone replied. Okay, no problem, then later on, when Mr. Chen Kai comes back, I'd like to ask you to convey the message for me. Just say that we at Star Records are sincere, and are willing to pay a high price for the rights to this music of his. Even if you don't want to just buy it out all at once, but at least sell us the right to use it. The price and so on is negotiable. I guarantee to give a price that will satisfy Mr. Chen Kai. Well, that's all I have to say for now. After I hung up, about 10 minutes passed. Chen Kai is back from outside. He went for a morning exercise. But he also went to buy breakfast. After all, it's not Saturday, especially when it's time to work. And many office workers get up early to buy breakfast. That's why the breakfast stand was quite full. There was a long line. I bought pancakes and soy milk. Chen Kai just bought breakfast back after. Kin Zioyu immediately excitedly said, Lao Chen, you quickly come over. There is good news to tell you. Guaranteed that you will be very excited after hearing it. Ken Ziofu was excited to announce the news. Kin Zioyu, are you okay? What's wrong with you in the morning? Who's crazy? I'm not. I have good news for you. Just now you weren't there, so I don't know. Your cell phone rang and I answered it for you. Guess who called you? You'd never guess. It's from a record company in Magic City. I know this record company. There are a lot of singers and celebrities who were brought up by their company. Do you know Lao Chen? This company's what Yang General. See your song. To spend a lot of money to buy the copyright. Kinzio, you said so excitedly. Especially with this expression, and her hands also danced. It's as if they are making money, but mainly because. Kinzio you too much as Chen Kai as their own people. So, when I saw Chen Kai explode on the internet, and a record label in the Magic City reached out to him, I thought it would be a good idea to get him on the record label's radar. He said that he would spend a lot of money to buy the copyright of this song of Mr. Chan. Kinzioyu, a little excited, said, Lao Chen, you are going to get rich, mind you. Although I don't know much about this aspect of gaming. This I admit, but then, after all these past years of being online, that's not for nothing. I often listen to songs on the internet, and I know too well how great this company, Magic City Star Records, is, on the top of the major music charts. Many of the most popular lists, not to say, but in the top 10. There are definitely singers from their company. This company is awesome, and we've trained and tapped a lot of singers who are particularly hot these days. Really? Kinzaoyu noticed Chen Kai's expression, acting so calm throughout. So he was surprised and said, Old Chen, your reaction is so calm now, if I were you. I'd be so excited I'd explode, just kidding. A song explodes right off the internet. How rare it is for a boy who has just graduated from high school to speak at the age of 17 or 18. How hard can it be? Many singers who have been singing for decades. It is not unusual for them to remain silent for 20 years. Where is Old Man? A song that exploded right out of the gate. Other companies may even offer millions or even tens of millions of dollars. Buy the copyright of the song, Old Chan. Too powerful, Old Chen. I'm starting to admire you a little bit. Kenzaiofu smiled cheekily, seeing Kenzaio, who so excited. Chen Kai was also in tears. This is how Kenzaio, who sees himself making money and getting better. He's more excited than Kenzaio, who himself about making money. He's a real simpleton, but it's no wonder. After all, 2016 was when Kinzaiofu was in her youthful prime, and at this time, Chen Kai's mind came the voice of the system. Drip drip. Kinzaiofu produces a surprise reaction. The behavior is valid. Reward the host with a chance to draw a prize. Will you proceed with the drawing? Chen Kai replied. Raffle. Don't say that Chen Kai was quite surprised. I didn't realize that I was on fire on the internet and got the attention of a record label in the Magic City. I can't believe Kinzaio, who was so excited. It also gave Chen Kai a chance to win a lucky draw. I have to say, this bean is good to himself from the bottom of his heart. Chen Kai's heart was a little touched, for such a naive female brother. In this life, we must reward Kinzaioyu with 98 days of maternity leave, as the saying goes, as long as you have the guts to do it. Small fish can take their maternity leave, drip. The lucky draw was successful. The host is rewarded. The system has successfully acquired the arrangement and accompaniment copyrights through the high price amount, and it is currently vested in the host's name. The system rewarded itself with the rights to the backing track of the song Wind Up. I'm still surprised. The main reason is that it is now 2016. I was born again, and I sang this song many years in advance. There are no copyright issues, but now, the wind has caught up with the backing vocals of this song, which was originally named Jealousy by a foreign singer, and it's already been posted 2 or 3 years ago. But the good thing is, you have already acquired the copyright for the arrangement accompaniment by means of a system bonus. Then there's no problem. Afterwards, Chen Kai can just release the song and come up with an official version. After releasing it, it's sure to be a huge success. Even more so than it is now, after all. It's only a solo performance, and it's already a hit. What if this was made into a song with a backing track? Kenzaioyu said at this time, Old Chen, what are you looking at? I'm talking to you seriously. You are now so hot on the internet. Is not the Old Chen you are not excited at all? Not excited as your brother. I'm getting excited for you. Kenzaiofu said seriously, but in the middle of his sentence, his stomach growled and growled. I'm a little hungry. It's true, I went to bed so late last night and didn't have any snacks. I didn't eat anything when I woke up this morning. So of course I'm hungry, old Chen. Let's chat while we eat. Right? Let me see what you went outside to buy breakfast back. Wow, not bad. Smells good. Chen Kai and Qin Zhaoyu washed their hands. Then the two of them ate breakfast. Qin Zhaoyu said, "The breakfast at this restaurant is really good. Quite tasty and fragrant, but of course, compared to your cooking, there's still a big difference. Qin Zhaoyu's mouth is so sweet." Chen Kai said, "Qin Zhaoyu, you are now starting to flatter, right?" Qin Zhaoyu haha laughed, "That must be ah. Old Chen, you are now so hot. In the future, if you become the top of the domestic singer, by then, you've created a song that's on fire in the streets. When the time comes, you mustn't forget that you have a female brother like me." Chen Kai smiled and said, "That's for sure. You are my best brother. Of course I won't forget you. Even, you won't be able to expect to escape in this life. You're mine." Chen Kai was also brought into the atmosphere by this sense of atmosphere. In a moment. I have said just what I have just said. Huh? Qin Zhaoyu froze and almost didn't react. The expression is dumb and silly. And it looks so adorable, old Chen. This is not appropriate. I have always thought that you treat me as a brother. How? Qin Zhaoyu back Chen Kai said the word scared a jump. This time also a little nervous. She's even blushing a little. The next moment, Chen Kai said, "What are you doing? Qin Zhaoyu, I mean, for the rest of my life. You'll always be my best buddy." Is there a problem? Qin Zhaoyu is a bit embarrassed. It turns out to be his own misunderstanding. I thought the old Chen he. Qin Zhaoyu skimmed his lips, then mentally spat at Jia, the stinky one. It's all Jia's fault for saying all day long that Lao Chen is interested in her. I've been thinking about it myself. I just lost face in front of Chen. So embarrassing in the morning. He thought that Chen meant to confess to himself. For a moment, Qin Zhaoyu had a little bit of anticipation. No way, I've always treated Mr. Chen as my brother. What makes you think that? Is Jia really right? The reason why they are not accustomed to other people and Lao Chen close. Not because of what brothers desire to control. Rather, like Jia said, jealous, no way. Qin Zhaoyu was also shocked by his own thoughts, but on the whole, if one day Lao Chen can really become his boyfriend, then the picture really cannot imagine. But judging from Qin Zhaoyu's experience as a brother to Chen Kai for 3 years, old Chen is a person of good character, although sometimes they will bully themselves a little bit. But just feel that Lao Chen is quite good. Qin Zhaoyu is eating her breakfast now, but she doesn't know what's going on in her head. Brainstorming some of the yesies and no's. I don't know what the plot was, but I laughed out loud. I actually laughed out loud. It's so humiliating. Qin Zhaoyu, who even admired himself. Chen Kai, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, was confused, and when he saw Qin Zhaoyu smiling inexplicably, he asked directly, "Fish, what are you thinking about?" No. Qin Zhaoyu shook his head, a bit nervous at this time. I feel my heart beating a little faster. Oh, no, 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 no. No. It must be an illusion. Yes, that's right. It must be an illusion. It must be because Jia has been talking about this to herself so much lately, that she has formed such a wrong impression. Qin Zhaoyu immediately adjusted. Then I changed the subject and tried not to think about it. Lao Chen. Say, what kind of opinion do you really hold about that record company in Magic City? Agree to work with their company. And call them back if it's agreed. I promised the people. Said if you have the intention of cooperation. Give them a call back. They'll be in Mordor, so if they come to Jiangbei, it'll only take a few hours by car. It is estimated that if we cannot arrive at noon, we can arrive in the afternoon. Qin Zhaoyu finished speaking. Chen Kai considered for a moment. The copyright, he could not sell it. In the short term, Chen Kai is not a man who is short of money. But it's okay to sell the right to use it. Anyway, whoever wants to use this thing has to pay him royalties. They are also making a lot of money. There is no point in not taking the money that is given to us for free. Not to mention the fact that the song is intended to be the theme song of a movie. It's a great opportunity to get a little fire under your belt. So you're not going to lose out, Chen Kai replied. It's okay to work with their company. Fish, why don't you take my cell phone and call their company and tell them I agree? Let them take the time to come to our Jiangbei. I don't have time to go to Mordor. Let them come by themselves. After Chen Kai finished speaking, Kinzao Yu nodded his head. Okay. Very willing to serve my best brother. Kinzao Fu obeyed in a subversive manner, and then took Chen Kai's cell phone, opened the call log. Then I found the latest call and dialed back. The phone didn't ring long before a voice came from the other end. Hello, is this Mr. Chen? I'm from our Magic City record label. And when I called you this morning, a girl answered. I'll ask that girl to relay for me the idea that our company would like to work with you. Mr. Chen, I wonder what you're considering. On the other side of the phone, Magic City Records Yong Kai's assistant. It's a very tense time. I wonder if Chan Hoi will agree. Anyway, the company has already made a decision here. No matter how much Chen Kai offers, as long as there is sufficient cash flow on hand, no one will have a problem with that. Now that the song is so popular, the commercial value of the song must be huge. If they don't get it, they'll get it from another label. After all, there is a lot of competition between companies. It is also very intense. After hearing the voice on the other side of the phone and the words that were said, Qin Ziyuoyu said, This lady, our old Chen, has agreed to cooperate with your company's application. If it is convenient for you, come directly to Jiangbei, but the copyright of the song will not be sold to your company. But I can sell you the right to use it once. For a price, let's talk about it in person. After hearing Qin Ziyuofu's words, the assistant on the other side of the phone, too, was ecstatic. I never expected to be able to buy out the rights to the song in perpetuity, but anyone with a long-term vision. It's not for sale, but it would be nice to take a one-time license. At least it won't affect that movie-themed song project. Yes. Then may I ask this female student, what do you call her? Is it Mr. Chen Kai's girlfriend? I'll remember your cell phone number. Let's keep in touch. We'll go downstairs and get in the car right away, and then depart for Jiangbei. I'll call you to get in touch when we get to Jiangbei. Do you think that's a good idea? After all, Mr. Chen is so hot on the internet now. He might be busy in private. He may not have time to answer the phone because he's composing a song or something. It's okay for them to ask for their phone number. Qin Ziyuoyu immediately told the other party his cell phone number. But the question is, what did the other guy say just now? It was a little embarrassing for Qin Ziyuofu. Girlfriend, can't we be brothers? You think you're Chen's girlfriend. Qin Ziyuofu was on speakerphone, and old Chen could hear it clearly from the back of the room. It's embarrassing. If we were talking about normal times, Qin Ziyuofu wouldn't think anything of it. Just now, he was caught by Chen's words. Think of somewhere else. It was already a bit of, and now this. Qin Ziyuoyu felt a bit uncomfortable, and in her head, she was still thinking about some things. Qin Ziyuofu shook his head, and then said, Well, then either that's it for now. When you arrive, call me and we'll get in touch. The other party replied, Okay, let's keep in touch. Hang up now. The other party hangs up the phone. Qin Ziyuoyu put her cell phone aside and sat back down opposite Chen Kai. Then he looked down and ate his breakfast. Qin Ziyuoyu felt a bit uncomfortable, but it was really strange. Why would she have such thoughts? Is it possible that Jia was right? I don't think I really like old Chen, do I? Qin Ziyuofu was thinking about it, shouted by Chen Kai. Qin Ziyuoyu was startled. Ah, Lao Chen, you just called me, talking to me. Chen Kai laughed helplessly. What do you think, Qin Ziyuoyu? There are only two of us here. I'm not talking to you. Am I talking to a ghost? Qin Ziyuoyu, you're not right. Why are you blushing? I noticed that Qin Ziyuofu's face was red at this time. Chen Kai gave a deliberate smile. Then he teased Fish a little. No, I'm not blushing. No, Qin Ziyuofu will not admit it. This naive. Sometimes is such a dead duck mouth hard. He is so red in the face, but he still refuses to admit it. Qin Ziyuoyu covered his face with both hands, and then said, Old Chen, what are you doing? Ah, so staring at me, are embarrassed by your look, not allowed to look at me any more. Seeing Qin Ziyuoyu's reaction, Chen Kai couldn't help but look at him a little more. This bean is too cute indeed. Well, don't look. Chen Kai laughed helplessly, and then stopped teasing little Fish. after the two of them finished breakfast. Ken Little Fish directly took the initiative to offer to wash the dishes and help pack up things, mainly fleeing the scene. Otherwise, by the old Chen saw his face so red. It is too embarrassing, but why are you blushing? Is it possible that I really like old Chen? Are you sure? Could it be that I am mistaken? High school 3 years of time down, I do not feel. Nor have to old Chen have thoughts other than Brother Ah. This is rather strange. While Kin Xiaoyu was busy cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen, she herself was looking at the ceiling inside the kitchen and then pondering. Quickly cleaned up afterwards, Kin Xiaoyu took out her cell phone and then sent a message among the sister WeChat group of her, and Wang Jiajia Lai ran. Jiajia ran, are you in? If so, come out. Tell you something Tell me something that even I kinda don't believe. Where's the guys? Come on out. I'm looking for an answer to my confusion. Critical moment, cannot see your people. You too cannot Limit you within 30 seconds back to my message. I'll start counting now. 123. Not yet counted to 4. The group appeared. Wang Jiajia and Lai ran two people's message. Came to come. Small fish, what is the matter? This big morning, I just still eating it. Hearing the news in the group bombarded. Immediately put down the bowl. Went back to the bedroom to look at the cell phone. Just got all scolded by my parents about being busy playing with my phone even during dinner. And in the process spouted off about my academic performance. It is quite sad to say. This time the college entrance examination is not good. If we wait for the results to come out, if the score is very low, then surely will be my father and mother mixed gender double beatings. When that happens, fishy Ranran, you two will be waiting to collect my corpse. Whoop whoop. Lai Ran also typed in the group. Little fish, you do not take care of Jia Jia. Jia Jia is not serious. Say what is the matter, what to announce to us. Yes, little fish, looking so anxious just now. Do you have something important to announce to us? Speak up. You've successfully aroused my curiosity. Kin Zaofu typed. I have a question for you too. I have a friend. This friend of mine, with her a heterosexual friend relationship, is particularly good. And then 3 years of high school time to get along very well. Basically, that kind of pure friendship brotherhood. Little fish, what are you making out of nothing? Don't think I don't know who this friend you're talking about is. I'm afraid it's not yourself. Yes, and friends, obviously yourself. The friend of the opposite sex you mentioned is also Chen Kai. Right, little fish, you don't have to hide anything. What else do you have to hide from the two of us? Just say it, don't be so indirect. It's not like the way you usually do. Little fish, that's right. Little fish, you're usually very open and honest. You say what you want. What's wrong with you today? What's wrong with you? I can't believe I'm starting to stutter and make something out of nothing. There's something going on. There's definitely something going on here. Ran, believe it or not. I do anyway, to my Wang Jiajia's intuition to judge. There must be a situation here. Speak up, little fish. In the end, what happened? Today, how to stammer. Have not seen you like this. Quickly say. Sisters to help you analyze. Did something happen between you and Chen Kai? On base, how many bases? It's not a home run, is it? For Wang Jiajia this nerve big. Kin Xiaoyu are a little speechless. Please Jiajia, your brain cannot install some clean things. Why always to the evil side to think about it? What do you take me for, or what do you take our old Chen for? Lao Chen is not that kind of person. It's okay for you to talk about me, but not Lao Chen, good guy. Ran, you heard it. Look at the little fish, a mouth of their family's old Chen. Hear me goosebumps up. Lai Ran's character has always been much more stable. At least more stable than Wang Jiajia's nervousness. But at this time, she was also very curious and asked, Little fish, I don't think Jiajia was right. Are you and Chen Kai really? Kin Xiaofu replied. Ranran, what are you talking about? Don't let Jiajia lead you astray. It's not what you think, that's it, this morning. I and Lao Chen is not eating breakfast. Then, Kin Xiaoyu roughly explained the situation in the morning. And then quickly typed and sent out. Then you helped me analyze. I was looking at the old Chen. Why heartbeat so fast, And there is a little blush. I feel my face so hot, Shouldn't Jia be right? I really like old Chen. No way. It's hard to imagine that I'd be that way with Chen. Wang Jiajia analyzed. What's so hard to imagine? I've already guessed it. I've been telling you for a long time that you like Chen Kai. And you still won't admit it. Let's not talk too much about what's far away. Do you remember the year we were in our senior year of high school? There was a girl in the next class who wrote a love letter to Chen Kai. Do you remember? Ran, you always remember. Don't you? I remember. The little fish even cried at that time. If you really treat Chen Kai as a pure brother. Seeing his brother have a girl write him a love letter to express his love. Why are you crying? This is clearly jealousy. I told you that at the time, little fish, and you scolded me. Did you forget? After hearing Wang Jiujia say that, Kenzeoyu immediately remembered. Seems to be a bit of an impression, if you say so. Do I really like Chen? Not an illusion. Kinzaya, who typed a couple of words, and then sent them out to a group of only 3 sisters. Asked again, could it be that you guys got it wrong? I'm like this to Lao Chen. Is it considered a favorite? Of course it counts. That's not even a favorite. Fish, tell me what's a favorite. Then what? Kinzeoyu was also a bit nervous at this time. Mainly because it was the first time she liked a boy, and she didn't have much experience. Just like Jia said in the morning. During the senior year of high school, probably in the first half of the semester, there was a girl in the next class who wrote a love letter to Chen Kai to express her love. After all, one thing is for sure. Although Kinzeofu's face value is very high, but Chen Kai is not bad. His face value in the pile of boys is also quite high. It is not too much to say that the class grass school grass. Naturally, there are a lot of girls who have a crush on Chen Kai, which is normal, after all. What girl doesn't like a handsome boy? And in a place like high school. I'm afraid I don't need to go into detail about how important it is for a boy to be handsome. So naturally, there are a lot of girls who like Chen Kai, but after all, she was a girl, and it was high school. So she was not allowed to fall in love at an early age. So there are not many who dare to express their feelings. The girl in the class next door, whom I just mentioned, is one of them. At that time, Kinzeofu just thought, if Lao Chen really accepts the other's confession and then goes out with that girl, is he not going to play with himself in the future? Now I have a good relationship with Lao Chen, and I feel very happy every day when I stay together. Kenzeoyu enjoys her life and her relationship with Lao Chen. Don't want anyone to step in, much less break it. At that time really thought Chen Kai to accept the girl. So Kenzeoyu is very sad, but also back to the dormitory cried to seen it. Jia and Ran also comforted her. Finally from the mouth of the old Chen, learned that he directly rejected the girl. Just heard the news. Kinzeoyu heart not to mention how excited. Really thief happy. Is this what it feels like to like a boy? It's amazing. Kinzeoyu really does not know much. After all, this is the time of youth. About this kind of thing is very ignorant. Then Jia ran. What do you think I should do now? What's going on? What else can I do? Little fish, if you like Chen Kai. Just confess, I don't care about the consequences. First give the old burkini a fuck, and then say it. When the rice is cooked, they will naturally be together. Wang Jia typed in the group, and then helped Kinzeoyu come up with an idea. Being criticized by Lai Ran, Jia, are you reliable? What kind of stupid idea did you come up with? Fish, you don't listen to Jia, or listen to me, I think it. If you like Chen Kai's words, a short period of time. It is best not to directly confess, after all, a lot of times. Especially like you and Chen Kai, this kind of relationship is that kind of special acquaintance. If you confess and Chen Kai accepts, then naturally everyone will be happy. But have you ever thought about what if the confession fails? I guess we won't even be able to be friends by then. And it'll be so embarrassing when it happens. Then what to do? Kinzeoyu was a bit anxious. Lai Ran replied, although you can't confess directly, you can do it by hinting. What's the hint? Ran, you're the best. Why don't you analyze it for me and teach me what I need to do now? What's the hint? Lai Ran thought about it for a while. Let's start with the simple ones, the last 1 or 2 months. Just take advantage of this summer vacation. You're a little bit nicer to Chen Kai. Show a little bit more earnestness. Let him feel that you treat him differently than you used to. Let's start with that. Can it be done? Kinzeoyu replied. Surely no problem, To old Chen good, this is not simple. It's a piece of cake. Kinzaya, who typed quickly and then chatted with Lai Ran, listening to the other side of the table to help you with your ideas. While looking at the cell phone screen, Kenzeoyu also giggled, with a little bit of anticipation and happiness in her heart. Chen Kai stood on the opposite side of Qin Zaofu at this time. Then he looked at Qin Zaofu, who had just called out to Zaofu 2 or 3 times. I don't know what's going on with this bean. He's been screaming so much, but he doesn't hear me. Fishy. Ah. Qin Zaoyu then reacted. What's wrong, Lao Chen? I was just chatting with Jia Ran and got too absorbed in the conversation. What were you saying to me? I'm sorry I didn't hear you just now. Chen Kai smiled helplessly, then looked at Qin Zaoyu and said, I just said, Zaoyu, I'm going to go inside to take a shower. Didn't we make an appointment with someone from Magic City Records? And they'll be here in a few hours. So I'm going to take a shower and change my clothes. After all, the other party is a well-known company in the entertainment industry. Qin Zaoyu nodded. Well. Old Chen, you go to the bath. But why specifically with me to say it? I am not likely to wash with Old Chen you together, ah. Or Old Chen you want to wash with me, ah. Just after saying this, Qin Zaoyu was a bit embarrassed. Is the CPU shorting out or something? Qin Zaoyu is now feeling embarrassed to death. Why did she say the latter part of the sentence in good time? Really convinced myself. Chen wouldn't imagine herself as that kind of horny girl. Would he? A horny girl who wants to take a shower with him. Don't. I still want to leave a good impression in Chen's mind. The heavens and the earth. Do not let the old Chen think of me in a bad way. Qin Zaofu cried out in his heart. In fact, Qin Zaoyu had made similar remarks and jokes in the past. But she didn't feel anything at that time. But now, after realizing that I like Lao Chen, Qin Zaoyu suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. Is this what people are saying? That the Brotherhood has turned sour? Chen Kai has already gotten used to Qin Zaoyu's character of talking without thinking. He just smiled helplessly, and then went directly into the bathroom. Take a shower. Wash your hair and change your clothes later. It was estimated that it wouldn't take more than a few hours for someone from Magic City Star Records to drive to Zhongbei, and he planned to take Little Fish along with him. Although he was there to talk about cooperation, Chen Kai still wanted to bring Little Fish with him, mainly because reborn back to Chen Kai, although they need to take care of a certain career, but still want to stay with Qin Zaoyu more together. And from what I know about Qin Zaofu, even if Chen Kai doesn't open his mouth, Qin Zaofu will probably clamor to go with him, while Chen Kai went inside to take a shower. Qin Zaoyu slapped her forehead and typed in the group. Jia ran. Just now I was too embarrassed. Old Chen said he was going to take a shower and just told me. Guess what I said back to him? I can't believe I said to Lao Chen. Why talk to me about this? It's not like I'm going to be able to wash with Lao Chen with you. I even asked Chen if you wanted to wash with me. It's over. It's over. It's a disgrace. Just, what a shame. I can't wait to dig a hole in the ground and never come out again. Old Chen doesn't think I'm a woman of color. Right? Seeing this message sent by Qin Zaoyu, Wang Jia and Lai Ran, who are at home, looking at the cell phone screen, puffing and laughing. Fish, you're too funny, aren't you, Qin Zaoyu? I am really defeated by you. Let you hint at Chen Kai. You can't hint to this extent. Lai Ran cried and laughed, and sent a laughing and crying emoji. What a talent, Little Fish, I see. You in Chen Kai's mind. The image and label of a horny girl is afraid that it will not be washed away. I'm laughing my ass off. Fish, you're too funny. What were you thinking? I can't believe that came out of my mouth. Let's see, Qin Zaoqui. You're just the colorful girl. It must have been Chen Kai's body a long time ago. Qin Zaof, who sent an aggrieved expression. I'm innocent. I really didn't think that way. Okay. You guys think I'm too nasty. I, Qin Zaofu, am honorable and decent. Okay. Wang Jia sent a message saying, yes, gentlemen. You want to take a bath with someone together. And you're still a gentleman. Is there still a rogue in the world? Let's see, Fish, you're that female rascal, Qin Zaoyu said in an exasperated manner. Hey. Hey, Jia, are you okay? Actually calling me a female hooligan, sitting on the sofa. The two of them. Qin Zaoyu and Jia Lai Ran, typed and chatted, and before I knew it, half an hour had passed, just at this time. Chen Kai also came out of the shower inside. Do not talk to you guys. Old Chen finished showering out. Why, are you ready for action? Qin Zaofu, you can. Wang Jia sent a bad joke emoticon. Fuck off. Stinky Jia. Qin Zaoyu returned the last sentence, then looked at Chen Kai out of the bathroom. Kinzaoyu took the initiative to greet. Old Chen, you finished the bath, ah. Wow. The way old Chen's hair is wet after a shower. So handsome. Right, Kinzaoyu, who didn't know what was going on. I used to think that old Chen was quite handsome, but not like now. Think old Chen so handsome. Is this what it feels like to like someone? It's wonderful. Seeing Kinzaoyu's expression. Chen Kai said, Kinzaoyu, what kind of expression is this? What kind of eyes are you looking at? Is it appropriate to look at me with such hungry eyes in my house? Blah, blah, blah. What hungry eyes? Old Chen, can you describe it? I'm such a simple, pretty, cute little girl. And you use the word horny to describe me. Kinzaoyu skimmed his mouth and said, But to be honest, old Chen, you are really handsome, Kinzaoyu said, then patted Chen Kai's shoulder again. Fish, you're not doing well today. What's wrong with me? Haven't I always been like this? Kinzaoyu was a bit panicked. Wouldn't old Chen have noticed something? Right? Chen Kai laughed in his heart, then replied, Nothing. I just think you have a sweet mouth, hey. Hey, that's for sure. I have a sweet mouth. Do you want to try it? Don't you think too much? I didn't mean it like that. Really, Kinzaoyu, who had a serious expression on her face. This bean is really bad at lying. Chen Kai saw through Kinzaoyu's little thoughts at a glance. Old Chen, that what? Will come later after the Magic City Records people come to Jiangbei. You are not going out to talk to people to cooperate, ah. Kinzaoyu also realized the embarrassment she just experienced, so she quickly changed the topic. Chen Kai didn't poke at Kinzaoyu either. Instead, he answered directly, Well, that's for sure, naturally. We go out to talk about it. Do we invite them to our homes? Kinzaoyu stammered. Then old Chen, can you? Can you, is it? Kinzaoyu stumbled over his words. Finally, I said, What about taking me with you? May I? Chen, Kinzaoyu wanted to go with Chen Kai. But I don't know if Lao Chen is willing to take me there. After all, people are talking about a big cooperation. Visual estimate. If the old Chen song licensed to the other party to use the words, according to how much the internet is exploding right now, millions of dollars in royalties are possible. It might not be appropriate to bring yourself along for such a big deal. Right? Old Chen will definitely not take himself there. Kinzaoyu's heart thought so, but still hold a mentality of luck. What if old Chen agrees, but I was not confident. But I didn't expect Chen Kai's next answer to be like this. What's the matter, Kinzaoyu? Do you mean you don't want to go with me? Kinzaoyu froze for a moment. What? So old Chen, you mean to say? Want to take me together to go to? Great, I knew old Chen you were the best and wouldn't leave me alone. Wait then. I'm going to go wash and rinse and change my clothes too. And then briefly dress up, after all. He's also a member of Magic City Records, and in the entertainment industry. There might even be reporters, photographers, and so on, taking pictures of him, if it's on camera. Then I'll have to dress up. Cannot give old Chen you disgrace, ah. You say it is not ah. Kinzaoyu smiled cheekily, then happily ran to the bathroom to take a shower and dress up. The last time Kinzaoyu went to the supermarket by herself. She bought a lot of daily necessities. There are also some cosmetic things in it. For 3 years in high school, makeup was not allowed, but after graduating from high school, a lot of girls want to try how they feel after applying makeup. Definitely prettier than before makeup. Kinzaoyu also bought a few cosmetics, but that kind of heavy makeup and so on is definitely not suitable for her. It's better to wear a lighter makeup that is more beautiful and natural. Kinzaoyu thought in his heart. And since he likes Lao Chen, he naturally wants to dress up nicely in front of him. What's the saying? Oh yes, a woman is a woman. Kinzaoyu spent half an hour in the shower, then changed clothes and put on makeup inside. Push open the bathroom door and come out later. Kinzaoyu was dressed in a very pretty outfit. White short sleeves and then that short skirt. Kinzaoyu's legs were particularly long and slender. No wonder Wang Jiajia said, Fish, whoever will be your boyfriend in the future will be too happy. What Wang Jiajia said was not unreasonable. Kinzaoyu is really pretty, and her legs are really nice. She has been eating a lot of high-protein food for a while now, and she is still getting results. After Kinzaoyu came out, she came in front of Chen Kai and then smiled cheekily. Old Chen, see me in this outfit. How is it? Does it look good? Look at my legs, how fine and white they are. and old Chen, you found it. This period of time I ate so many tons of papaya. In fact, he has begun to pay off. Isn't it a little bit more than before? Qin Zaofu's character is like this. He speaks too directly and is very straightforward. She's definitely a straight woman. I never hide what I say or do. I just say what I have to say. This is also Chen Kai's favorite thing about Qin Zaoyu. And right after that, Qin Zaoyu said, "Old Chen, don't just look at the cell phone, ah. You instead look at me, ah. Don't I look as good as my cell phone? Quickly evaluate it. Please, old Chen, praise me. Quickly praise me. Seeing Qin Zaofu's dress, honestly. It looks good indeed, but Qin Zaoyu, are you going to show your white legs on the street? The vast majority of gay men probably have a mentality. I don't want anyone to see my girlfriend's legs, so I'll wear as much as I can give. However, for other people's girlfriends, they also try to look as much as they can and wear as much as they can. Although it is the same sentence, it has a completely different meaning. Speaking of which, I have to hand it to you. Chinese culture is profound and profound." Qin Zaofu nodded. "Yes, what's wrong, Lao Chen? Do you think I don't look good in this outfit? Good looking is quite good looking. It's just bar." Chen Kai stared at Qin Zaofu's legs, then prepared to speak. Qin Zaoyu understood at once. "Old Chen, I understand. You don't need to explain. I've been your heterosexual brother for 3 years now. What do you want to say? One look. I'll understand in an instant. I know you too well, old man. You must be thinking that I have such beautiful legs that you don't want me to go out on the street dressed like this and be seen by other boys. Right, Ayo, Lao Chen, you say straight. Then I'll replace it." Qin Zaoyu smiled proudly. "Hey, old Chen, you still do not admit it. You sure like me, otherwise. What's it got to do with you if I show my legs on the street? You're obviously jealous. Don't you admit it?" Chen Kai sat on the sofa and listened to what Qin Zaoyu said. "You're overthinking it." "I'm just casually asking." Chen Kai also smiled, and then continued to look down at his cell phone. Qin Zaoyu cut a sound, then muttered in her heart, "Old Chen, you definitely like me. Wait and see. Sooner or later, one day. Surely let you admit it." Qin Zaoyu knows too well what Chen Kai's character is like. It's just a stiff upper lip. The first time I saw her, I suddenly felt that Jia was simply an expert in love. That is so true. Originally, Qin Zaoyu didn't think Jia's words were true. Old Chen likes himself. How can that be? But just after seeing Lao Chen's reaction, Qin Zaoyu was convinced. Old Chen definitely likes himself. Of course, otherwise, why would he look like that when he wore such a short skirt on the street? Does anyone mind their brother wearing a short skirt on the street? Definitely not. Qin Zaoyu smiled cheekily, secretly happy in her heart. "I told you, I've been old Chen's brother for 3 years. How could he possibly have no interest in me at all? Have no interest in me at all. Looks like I, Qin Zaoyu, am still quite attractive." Qin Zaoyu looked at Chen Kai and said, "Old Chen, you wait, ah. I go to the bedroom to change pants. Where am I that jeans? Can it? That pants are very long. Do not show legs, but drooled on by you. But it doesn't matter. I was already cleaned up after the rain at the station the other day. It's a pity that you didn't wash it for me yourself. Chen, it's a little regrettable. Wait," Qin Zaofu said, and then went straight back to the bedroom. "Replace the jeans I wore on the bus back to Jiangbei after the entrance exam." While changing pants in the bedroom, Qin Zaoyu was also excited to take out her cell phone and couldn't wait to share it with Jia and Ranran. Jia, Ran, you guys come out quickly. I have good news to share with you, especially Jia. Come out of there. Come on, 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 come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, back to me. Wang Jia quickly returned the message in seconds. "What's up, fish? What do you want? What's the good news? You didn't confess to Chen Kai directly, did you? What's the result? Did you get it? If you ask me, little fish, you shouldn't have listened to Ranran. You should have listened to me directly. First give the old burka to fuck and then say, raw rice, cooked rice. Better directly have a child. You do not want to be a lifelong brother with Chen Kai. You want to be brothers with Chen Kai for life. Don't you have a child directly, and you'll be a good brother for life. Only, it's a good brother who eats together, sleeps together at night, and whatnot. This is so good, bro. Sure enough. Jia is such a bad guy. It's evil, Wang Jia. Are you sure you're a girl? Now you're seriously questioning your gender. How can you be so dirty? Kenzeoyu typed, Jia, I simply love you to death. You're right. Old Chen just likes me. I have proof. Let me tell you what happened in the morning. Kenzeoyu typed excitedly. Just now. Lao Chen said he wants to bring me along to meet with the people from Magic City Records to talk about the cooperation of his song that exploded on the internet. Because the old Chen song on the internet is not a fire. And then the back of the Magic City that the record company saw. They specially from the Magic City to drive over, to talk to old Chen, I reckon, if they want to use this song of Lao Chen's. The royalties would have to pay like $1 million anyway. And then Chen wants to take me along to talk to them. I just took a shower in the bathroom and changed into that short dress I bought the last time we went to the mall together. But guess what old Chan's face looked like when he saw it? Kinzeoyu quickly typed, and then said, at that time, Lao Chen that expression as if not too willing to me to wear such a short skirt out of the door. Tell me, is this not a bad thing? If old Chan doesn't like me at all, why should he mind? Do you think so? How about Jia Ran? Do I make sense? What do you think? After sending the last message, Kinzeoyu quietly waited for Wang Jia and Lai Ran's replies. I don't know what Jia and Ran will think when they see this. Before waiting for Wang Jia and Lai Ran to reply to the message, Kinzeoyu heard Chen Kai's voice coming from outside. Zeoyu, packed up or not? We should almost go out. All right, it's coming. Old Chen, you wait for me. After responding twice, Kinzeoyu quickly changed her pants, then walked out of the bedroom and came into the living room, looking at Chen Kai. Kinzeoyu turned around in place. How about old Chen? This body is not bad, right? I'm wearing jeans that don't show off my white legs like that skirt. So I guess it's okay now. Let's go. But then again, my cell phone isn't ringing, and the people from that record company in Magic City shouldn't have arrived in Zhongbei yet. So are we leaving so early? Kinzeoyu asked curiously. Chen Kai replied, take you out for a coffee or a movie or something to pass the time. There's no point in staying home. Kinzeoyu excitedly nodded and said, good, great. Old Chen, you really good. Then let's go, out the door. Then not a moment later, Chen Kai and Kinzeoyu, two people directly downstairs, and then walked out of the door of the small area, took a cab, and headed in the direction of the plaza neighborhood. Chen Kai and Kinzeoyu were sitting in the back seat of the taxi. Chen Kai said, small fish, you look from the phone. Recently there is no what is good-looking movie. Later to take you to the movies. Coffee next time. There's Coke, popcorn, and stuff in the movie theater. I'll get you some more when we get in later. Hearing Chen Kai say these words, Kinzeoyu, full of brain in the rapid rotation of the old Chen, recently not right to me also too good. Right, it used to be that I was always spit on and iked out. Since the end of the college entrance examination. Why is Chen treating me better and better? That's not the way to treat a female brother. It is simply the attitude of a boyfriend to his girlfriend. Old Chen, you still say you don't like me. Kinzeoyu, who muttered to himself mentally. Oh, okay. Then I'll have to look and see what movies have been in theaters lately. Kinzeoyu looked at it for a while, then finally picked one out. Why don't we watch this one, Lao Chen? I think you'll like it. What movie? Wraiths. Kinzeoyu said to Chen Kai with a naive face. Chen Kai was a bit surprised. Little fish, you like watching this kind of movie? No. Kinzeoyu shook his head, then said with a naive face. Isn't it because I want to cater to you? Old Chen, you should like it. Right? Let's go see whatever movie you like. I'll take anything, as long as with the old Chen you. As long as I'm watching a movie with you. My best buddy Lao Chen. I'll watch anything. I don't even have a problem watching Pleasant Goat. Kinzeoyu, who said in a subversive manner. Chen Kai checked on his cell phone. The summer vacation file recently hit the movies. One of the movies is very hot. Called The Big Fish Begonia. Fish, I think this is the right movie for you. What movie? Kinzeoyu, who took a curious look and scooted over. Big Fish Begonia. My name is Little Fish, and the name of this movie is Big Fish. What do you mean? You don't need to pay me royalties for taking my name. Kinzeoyu, who said with a smile. Chen Kai is also holding back laughter. Almost could not hold back. Kinzaya Oyu, this naive is really too cute, and talk too funny. Really is a treasure girl, ah. Kinzaya Fu, just tell me if you're going to watch it or not. Look, it must be seen. Kinzaya Oyu nodded her head. And a few minutes later, the two of them arrived at the commercial plaza in a taxi. There is a very large movie theater near Tsingtao Commercial Plaza, also named Tsingtao Cinema. It must be said that Tsingtang Properties has really done a great job. But many years later, this company will be wholly owned by Chen Kai. It was like that in his previous life. It's even more so when he's reliving his life and has a system tied to it. A few minutes later, I got out of the taxi. Chen Kai and Qin Zaya, who walked directly into the movie theater, and then bought a movie ticket. Qin Zaya, who pulled Chen Kai's arm and said, Lao Chen, I want to eat that big bucket of popcorn. Good for you, I still want that big Coke. Okay for you, is there anything else? Let me think. I'd like a Sprite. All for you, noticing that Chen Kai answered so decisively, and also answered 3 times in a row. Ken Zaoyu's expression was astonished. Wow, old Chen, I realized that you're getting better and better to me. Oh, I'm so moved. Lao Chen, you are so good. I feel that in the future, if I look for a boyfriend, do not find a like Lao Chen you like. I am in any case not willing. Qin Zaya Fu joked in a silly manner, but in fact, I am speaking from the bottom of my heart. Especially think, high school 3 years. Lao Chen often spit on his own, but brotherhood, not all are not each other. This is normal, but Qin Zaya, who felt that since the end of the college entrance examination, especially in the recent period of time, Lao Chen has really treated himself very well, including just now. He bought himself whatever he wanted to eat. Chen, I love you so much, of course. Qin Zaya Fu is a bit of a social bully, but there are so many people in the theater. Men, women, and staff. I must have been too embarrassed to say this in the first place. Otherwise, I'm afraid people will think I'm crazy. Right? This little girl is so cute and petite, but she doesn't seem very smart, so it's a mental cry. Old Chan, sooner or later, I will make you my boyfriend and kiss you to death. You've been so good to me. Ken Zaifu fantasized in her mind, and at this time, a little bit of a daze, so completely did not hear what Chen Kai said at this time. Fish, I'm talking to you. Ah. Qin Zaoyu came back to his senses and then, with a dumbfounded face, looked at Chen Kai. I'm sorry, old Chen. I just got distracted and didn't hear what you said. You say it again. Chen Kai smiled helplessly. He originally wanted to ask Qin Zaoyu if he wanted a large or small cup of Sprite. After all, he had already ordered a large glass of Coke, and he wondered if Qin Zaofu's small stomach could drink so much. And a big bucket of popcorn, can you finish it? But it doesn't matter. Chen Kai, who has lived a new life, is going to spoil little fish and make up for the regrets of his previous life. So he smiles helplessly at this point and then says to the staff, Sprite extra large, please. Qin Zaoyu heard it now. What? Extra large cup. Lao Chen, I know you are good to me, but you cannot support me to death, ah. Qin Zaoyu naively continued, Old Chen, may I ask, you are treating me like a pig. Where can I drink so much, ah? Chan Kai continued to say to the staff, Extra large cups, please. The staff member nodded and said yes. Then in no time at all, a large bucket of popcorn, a large Coke, and an extra large Sprite are ready. Come on, fish. Let's go to the screening room. This is the one we bought tickets for. It's starting in a few minutes. Ken Zaoyu asked, Old Chen, you just buy it for me. Don't you eat it yourself? Why did you just buy a popcorn? Chen Kai, as a person who has lived for decades, what delicious food has not eaten? What have not seen? What popcorn Coke have long been tired of eating? He came to the movie theater to accompany Qin Zaofu. Seeing Qin Zaoyu eating happily was enough for Chen Kai. As for the popcorn, it's not worth mentioning. Although he was 17 or 18 years old in body, he was not a child in the dimension of his mind. I don't eat it. I bought it just for you. Let's go. Check the time. It's going to start in less than 2 minutes. Oh, okay. Ken Zaoyu nodded. It doesn't matter, anyway. A big portion of popcorn is a lot, and the portion is quite sufficient. Let's eat it together. Plus there's a large Coke, and an extra large Sprite. Should be enough for us. Walking into the screening room, I waited a minute for the movie to start, and the movie Begonia, A Big Fish, caused a bit of a stir in 2016. especially the second part after many years, on the platform of short video. And with the exclusive BGM, it is really hot. It's a lot of money to see the box office of these movies going up and up. Chen Kai also intends to have the opportunity to engage in the future. Then you can specialize in the establishment of a film company. He has a lot of scripts in his mind, is about the last few years and box office hits in theaters. Now he's born again. It is possible to release these movies in advance. Billions or even tens of billions of dollars of box office. Not all of them will be Chen Kai's own, right? However, he is perfectly capable of handing over these things to the people under his command. He just has to do a little bit of big picture control. The rest of the time, Chen Kai, apart from enjoying the life of the university. That is to accompany Qin Zhaofu. The movie begins to play. Time passed little by little. Qin Zhaoyu watched the movie with great interest. Eating popcorn while watching the movie. Well, that's good. A sip of drink, a piece of popcorn, and then watch the movie. It's great, old Chen. Why don't you eat too? Don't just let me eat alone. Chen Kai said yes, after a while. Chen Kai was a bit thirsty, so he picked up the cup of Sprite and took a few sips. Qin Zhaoyu watched the movie with full attention. And after an hour or two, the movie finally ended. The audience in the screening room dispersed one by one. Qin Zhaofu stretched, then picked up the glass of Sprite next to him and took a sip. But after just one sip, I realized that the Sprite had gone down quite a bit. Qin Zhaofu froze for a moment. Lao Chen, did you just drink this Sprite? Drunk? Why, old Chen, you drank. Qin Zhaoyu, a face of surprise expression, and then muttered in his heart. Then this is not indirectly kissed. Just when Qin Zhaoyu was full of thoughts of indirect kissing, the cell phone rang. A series of unfamiliar phone number called, and the place of belonging is shown to be the Magic City. Qin Zhaoyu immediately understood. The caller should be the Star Records people. May have already arrived in Zhongbei style. So Qin Zhaofu connected to the phone. On the other side of the phone, Yang Kai's assistant's voice came out. May I ask if this is Mr. Qin Zhaoyu? I'm the assistant of Mr. Yang of our Starry Sky Records, who contacted you earlier. Mr. Yang and I have already arrived at your Zhongbei this time. Just this side of the commercial plaza. A cafe, upstairs in a private room. Are you and Chen Kai in the same group? When would be a good time to come over? Let's meet and talk about the cooperation of the song's license. Qin Zhaoyu nodded. Okay, no problem. I'm in a piece with Lao Chen. We're both watching a movie outside. Right here in the commercial plaza at the movie theater. But it doesn't matter. The movie just ended too. Already watched it. Now we're just going to go over to you guys. Wait over there. Yang Kai's assistant on the other side of the phone immediately replied. Okay. Then you guys can just come over directly. I'll wait for you there with our general manager Yang. See you later then. Qin Zhaofu nodded and said okay. Then he hung up. Immediately after that, he said to Chen Kai, Old Chen, let's go to the opposite side of the cafe. Star Records people have arrived. In the upstairs room waiting for us to go over it. Good, Chen Kai nodded, then stood up from his chair and walked out of the theater with Qin Zhaoyu. Walking on the way to that cafe, Qin Zhaoyu said with a heated smile, Old Chen, have you noticed? Feel I become your agent. That song you so hot on the internet, although I Qin Zhaoyu, who did not have a lot of credit it, but is also slightly so a little bit of meager credit. Old Chen, you say right, after all, the video of you singing that song, Lao Chen, was circulated from my posting account and caught fire. And just now, the record company's people also contacted me by way of contacting me. Maybe people are also afraid of disturbing you. Lao Chen, but that is to say, doesn't it seem that I am a bit like your agent in Lao Chen? Qin Zhaofu smiled cheekily, not waiting for Chen Kai to say anything. This little girl and said, So old Chen, like me such a penny does not want the agent. You can cherish in the future, if you become a big hit. Don't forget me when the time comes. You must repay me properly. You know that, don't you, Lao Chen? Qin Zhaoyu gave a cheeky smile. Go. Qin Zhaofu walked in front. Then Chen Kai walked behind, looking at Qin Zhaoyu's back. He also smiled slowly. Indeed, in any case, the fact that Chen Kai is so hot on the internet, these 2 days does have something to do with Qin Zhaofu. It is indeed a credit to them, and just like what Qin Zhaoyu said in the morning, of course, I have to repay Kinzayofu properly. But this way of reporting, Chen Kai may have to think about it. For example, rewarding Kinzayofu with a maternity leave. This should be good. Old Chen, what are you doing? Quickly go People are still waiting for us to it. Kinzayo looked at Chen Kai and noticed the way he was looking at himself. Old Chen, what were you staring at me for just now? Do you think I'm pretty, Aya? If you think I'm beautiful. Old Chen, you can say it directly. Don't be ashamed to admit it. Chen Kai also admired Kinzayofu somewhat, whenever she doesn't say something. She brags about her own beauty and asks Chen Kai to agree with her. So for a moment, Chen Kai was a bit confused. I don't know what to say. Kinzayo smiled cheekily. Haha, old Chen, this reaction of yours is very obvious. You do know that I am beautiful, but you just don't say it. I get it. Kinzayo patted his chest, a very understanding look. Old Chen, you this person What all good, really, anything good, just one point, is to, how to say, let me think Which word to describe old Chen you more appropriate? Kinzayo walking side thought, in fact, the heart wants to say that Lao Chen is a little arrogant. He must think he's pretty in his heart, but he just won't admit it. That's a bit arrogant, isn't it? But this is a better word to describe a girl, to describe old Chen. Feel there is a more appropriate word. Kinzayo thought so, and then thought too much. Directly hit the roadside tree. This is a commercial plaza. But there are still some green plants and trees nearby to beautify the city. Kinzayo hit his head. Ouch, touching his head. Kinzayo rubbed his forehead. It hurts. See Kinzayo, this awkward. Chen Kai is really crying and laughing. This small fish, what do you think of her? All bumped into a tree. How about it, little fish? Bumping hurts, right? Let me rub it for you. Chen Kai stood in front of Kinzayo. He reached out his hand and then placed it on Kinzayo's forehead where he had been hit. Rub the little fish, and a little blowing with his mouth. Kinzayo was also a bit stunned for a moment. If it was an ordinary girl, she would definitely blush or feel nervous when she saw this scene. However, Kinzayo's character is too naive. Plus Fengshen's accent brings its own sense of humor. There is also the question of one's own personality. So he said, Old Chen, I did not see it wrong. I did not blink, right? You actually rubbed it for me. Really? I'm not dreaming, am I? Old Chen, you quickly pinch me and drag me into reality. I can't imagine. If I had put it before, you would have laughed at me if I had hit my head. Recently, Old Chen, you are getting better and better. I'm getting a little emotional, right now. The electronic voice of the system rang in Chen Kai's ears. Tick-tock. Kinzayo produces a shock reaction. This line is valid. The host is rewarded with 100 proficiency in singing the 2017 King Bomb song, Fading Sadness. In the summer of 2017, a song by the name of Fading Sadness went straight across the internet, although many years have passed. But thinking back to the summer of 2017, Chen Kai still remembers very clearly how amazing the song was when it came out. And now, he or she has gained 100 vocal familiarity with the song. That means that the singing is absolutely explosive. Chen Kai is very satisfied with this award, and then I don't think about it anymore. Instead, he continued to rub Kinzayo's forehead. Kinzayo said with a cheeky smile, I'm so lucky to have a good brother like you. Chen Kai replied. It's good to know, cut. Kinzayo beamed, then patted his shoulder. Old Chen, are you really not ashamed? Can't you be humble, as a good brother of my Kinzayo fish? You should learn the quality of my body. For example, elegant beautiful especially the humility of this aspect. You must learn from me. Kinzayo said this. I guess I can't hold it in myself. Kinzayo is pretty. As for elegance, forget it. As for modesty, there is no need to talk about it. If Kinzayo was humble, there would be no proud and arrogant people in the world. But it should be said, Lao Chen is really good, although he hit a tree and his forehead hurts a little bit. But by the old Chen so rubbed and blue, fish is feeling much better. Okay, Chen, I'm fine. I'm not that delicate. Let's go. The cafe we have an appointment with the other company is up ahead. It's already here. Chen Kai and Kinzayo, you walked into the cafe. Then I went upstairs to the private room that I had arranged with the other company. Pushing the door open, I saw two women sitting inside. One of them was wearing a lady's suit, and she was the one who had mentioned Chen Kai on the phone earlier. Holds a key position at Star Records, responsible for the sale of many artists' songs and related work. As for the one next to him, his aura is relatively ordinary, so he should be the assistant who talked to Qin Ziyuoyu on the phone. Fruity, the other party, took the initiative to open his mouth and said, "Two students, may I ask if you are Mr. Chen Kai and Mr. Qin Ziyuoyu? Hello. I'm the one who talked to you on the phone earlier. This is our Mr. Yang, to give you a formal introduction. Yang is our Magic City record company, one of the existence of the first two. Training and incubation of a lot of singers and artists. Creates several hit golds every year, and last year, it created a gold-winning song that is quite famous in our industry." The assistant gave a brief introduction. Chen Kai is one of the biggest names in the industry, and it is just like what the assistant said just now. We have nurtured many singer-songwriters and created many hit songs, but for this person in front of me, who is only 17 or 18 years old, has written such a song, Chen Kai. This small achievement of my own is indeed not worth mentioning. Chen Kai listened to this song over and over again last night. The more I listen to it, the more I realize that it is really well written. As for the melody part of the song, it's 2016, and the short-form video industry hasn't yet seen an explosion. So online information isn't spreading as fast as it will many years from now. Most people don't know much about the melodic part of the song Wind Up. Actually, the melody part of this song is the theme song of a foreign song, Late Night Diner, which was released in 2014. The domestic melody of the song is just a foreign arrangement with Chinese lyrics. Chen Kai has also understood the situation clearly. In other words, the melody part of the song was not written by Chen Kai himself, but even so, the lyrics are very well written. A very young student who can write such good lyrics, even if the arrangement is average, is a musical genius. That's why Chen Kai opened her mouth at that moment. Qin Ziyuoyu, who was sitting next to him, also listened quietly. Curious, I do not know how much money Lao Chen can earn from this cooperation with the other company. Will it be $1 million? If it really reaches $1 million, then the old Chen is also too powerful. Qin Ziyuoyu thought in his heart. At this time, Chen Kai opened her mouth and said, "Fellow student Chen Kai, and fellow student Qin Ziyuoyu, you two please take a seat. That's right. I've already explained the situation to Mr. Qin Ziyuoyu on the phone. I'm sure you know why we're here. Yes, we took a car from Mordor to your side of Zhongbei. Just want to talk to you about the idea of using this song as the theme song of our movie. For royalties, we're willing to pay $2 million. After all, we've also done the understanding. Although the lyrics part of your song, Mr. Chen Kai, is very well written, but melody-wise, it's an application of a foreign song, right?" Yankee continued. Now this song is a big hit on the internet. The lyrics are well written, but the melody is actually more important to most listeners. The lyrics of a song may be well written, but if the melody is mediocre, then it's really hard to get that much traction. Originally, we thought that the melody part of the song was all original by you, Mr. Chen Kai, and we originally intended to pay $4 million in royalties. But since the melody is accompanied by a foreign arrangement, and Chen Kai only wrote the lyrics in Chinese, we decided to pay only $2 million, because the remaining $2 million we have to use to pay the copyright party of the arrangement company. But also please, Chen Kai students, you understand. Qin Ziyuoyu was listening to the other party's words from the sidelines. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. Chen Kai touched his nose, then looked at Chen Kai and said, "The melodic part of the arrangement of the song is indeed foreign, but the copyright of that song is now in my hands. That is to say, if your company wants to use this song, just give me the royalties for the arrangement and accompaniment part directly." What? Chen Kai and her assistant both looked at Chen Kai with surprise. With a look of dismay. "Fellow student Chen Kai, you're not kidding, right?" Chen Kai pulled a document from his cell phone. It can be proved that the copyright is owned by himself, and the system took care of it for him. Speaking of which, I have to marvel at how awesome the system is. Everything was straightened out for him. However, it was prudent for Yankee to make a phone call. Soon after 10 minutes or so, my overseas friend called back and gave me a positive answer. Yes, the copyright of this song was indeed purchased by a gentleman named Chen Kai. If your company wants to make a movie and use the song's arranged accompaniment part. It has nothing to do with our company. Just talk to that Mr. Chen Kai directly. After receiving the reply, Yankee was surprised. I can't believe it's true. It's amazing. I was thinking that while Chen Kai is now a big hit on the internet, he himself is still a high school graduate and has little money on hand. So I might be able to pay a signing fee and sign him to the company. But he actually had enough money to buy the rights to the arrangements. I guess there's no chance of signing the contract. Yang Kai thought to herself. Qin Zheofu, who was next to him, had just taken a sip of coffee. Listening was also a blast. Wow, old Chan is amazing, just now. People said that the melody of his song is an arrangement of a foreign song, not his own original work. In the next moment, he was hit by Chen's face at lightning speed. It means that he has already bought the copyright of this song. What a bull! Not bad for an old Chan. Qin Zheoyu had only heard Chen Kai sing this song. You can hear the melody of a song even if you sing it cleanly. But it's certainly not the same as listening to it with an accompaniment. Qin Zheoyu, who began to look forward to it. I don't know what will be the effect of this song of Lao Chen, after it is made into a real single and released. Qin Zheoyu plans to talk to Chen Kai later. Lao Chen, if the official version of your song is released, I want to be the first audience. Can you, Lao Chen? Well, yes, later on. We will say this to Lao Chen. Lao Chen will definitely agree. Qin Zheofu thought in his heart, and then, immediately afterward, Yankee, who is sitting on the other side of the table, after calming down her surprise, opened her mouth. Then, since that's the case, that's great. It also saves us from having to contact foreign copyright holders. $4 million in royalties. Mr. Chen Kai, do you think it's okay? 5 million. What? $5 million. Yang Kai's expression is also stunned. Thought like Chen Kai, such a young man, to hear the price of 4 million should have been very moved. Must be happy to find the North. However, I did not expect that he would actually ask for a fair increase. Finally, I gritted my teeth and said, okay, $5 million is $5 million, after all. The song was a hit on the internet, and the movie was about to be released. And the director had asked for the song to be the theme song, or else he would not cooperate with their company. And there was no other choice, and Chen Kai sighed. The income from the 5 million in royalties is not a loss. MS, Yang Kai prepared the agreement document for the cooperation between the two parties. After signing the seal and confirming that there were no problems, then Yang Kai said, then we'll work hard for you, Mr. Chen Kai, to make the official single of this song. When the time comes for our movie to be released and aired, we will use this song as a promotional song on the one hand. On the other hand, it will also be our theme song for this movie. Mr. Chen Kai said it was fine. That's great. Immediately after that, he notified the finance to call the money, and soon Chen Kai's bank card received a payment of $5 million. Immediately after that, the other party asked for Chan Hoi's opinion. Mr. Chen Kai, are you willing to come to our company? Our Magic City Star Records. The strength is still very strong, and all kinds of promotion and publicity resources. Is also one of the industry with your musical talent. Mr. Chen Kai, if you come to our company as a singer, you'll be guaranteed to be on fire within half a year. How's it going? And our company? We will definitely give you a signing fee that will satisfy you. Chen Kai has not answered yet. Qin Zheofu, who was sitting next to him, muttered in his heart with excitement. Wow, such a big record label in Mordor actually wants to sign Lao Chen. Amazing. Old Chen is going to be on fire all over the internet. Qin Zheoyu exclaimed. However, Chen Kai rejected him almost without hesitation. She said that she is not interested to be a signing artist in the other company. After he came back from his rebirth, the thing he wanted to do most was to accompany Qin Zheoyu. The rest of the stuff is not very important to him. Just do it as a daily routine. No need to invest excessive time and energy. He didn't want to go down the same path as in his previous life. What's more, Chen Kai has his own company, so he doesn't need to sign with someone else's company at all. No need, thank you for your company's kindness, but I have my own plans, after being rejected. Yang Kai also smiled faintly. Well then, in that case then I won't force it. Then we talked for a while. Yang Kai and the others said that it was almost time to go back to Magic City. After all, as a fairly large record company in the Magic City, the company needs to deal with large and small business. Cannot stay in the north of the river for too long. After Yankee and the others left, Kin Zaofu, who was sitting by the side, asked, Lao Chen, I'm curious why you rejected each other. It's a rare opportunity to sign to such a big record label in Mordor. Ken Zaoyu asked curiously, Little fish, do you really want to know? Chen Kai asked. Ken Zaoyu looked at Chen Kai. This time nodded and replied, Of course I want to know. Old Chen, you quickly say ah. I'm still really curious as to what exactly made you turn down the other company. Give me a reason, for what and for whom, Kin Zaoyu said seriously. Chen Kai answered directly, He is also the truth. Who else can it be because of? Is not because of you, Kin Zaoyu. Because of me. Kin Zaoyu froze for a moment, almost failing to react, then pointed at herself with her index finger, a silly face, surprised and shocked at this time. No way, old Chen, you are joking with me, right? How could it be because of me? It's not like I'm not letting you sign to a record label. What's more, old Chen, you're so hot on the internet now. You really should be labeled. Chen Kai replied. But if I signed it, wouldn't I be busy all day long releasing records and making albums, flying all over the world for concerts, and being asked by the company to take this commercial show and do that endorsement? Kin Zaoyu asked. Isn't this good, being a top-rated singer and having the whole internet explode? You can make a lot of money. But like that, I won't have time for you. It was only then that Kin Zaoyu reacted. Old Chen. After saying half a day, the main reason why you rejected the offer sent to you by the other record company is because you can't let go of me. So you can't bear to have me away from you, old Chen. Exposed your mind, right? You just like me. You still do not admit it. I've never heard of a few men these days who'd give up their careers for the sake of staying with their brothers. If you still say you don't like me, I think the dogs on the road side would have to shake their heads when they hear it. The moment Kin Zaoyu's words came out of her mouth, she almost made Chen Kai laugh. Kin Zaoyu, your words are too unpleasant to listen to. Aren't they? What do you mean the dogs on the side of the road have to shake their heads? Chen Kai couldn't help crying and laughing. Fish is still cute, but some of the things she says really make you cry and laugh. Kin Zaoyu heatedly smiled. You don't care about these details. I just want to emphasize. Old Chen, you still care about me, right? Don't deny it. After a while, the two of them walked out of the cafe later. There's still an hour or two before evening, and there's nothing to do. So Kin Zaoyu said, Lao Chen, say where we go to eat dinner tonight. Oh yeah. Kin Zaoyu suddenly remembered. Auntie said she wanted to go home and cook for us to help you celebrate. Right, great. I can taste Auntie's handiwork tonight. And I don't know if Auntie's cooking is any good. If I can, I'll make sure my aunt teaches me how to cook. Old Chen, if I learn, I will make it for you. Ken Zaoyu said with a naive face. Chen Kai replied, Okay, you do it for me. Aha. Ken Zaoyu nodded, but still made a special statement. But if it's not done well, Lao Chen, you don't mind Don't mind. After doing it a lot, you'll get used to it. Also, Kin Zaoyu nodded and replied, Then for the next hour or two. Chen Kai and Kin Zaoyu went to a glamorous internet cafe to play games for 2 hours. When I was at home last time, I taught Kin Zaoyu to play League of Legends for one night. At this point, I'm pretty much done with the technique. So I guess I'm starting to get the hang of it. Not great, but barely playable. Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai. The two brothers came over and said, Old Chen, you kid Bola. We've been listening to your song over and over again, and it just keeps getting better and better. It's starting to get to us. Before is really did not see. Old Chen, you in music actually so talented. Admire, do your brother. We brother and sister two-face. Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai, the two brothers, also said with a smile. Then they took a lot of snacks and drinks and put them in front of Chen Kai and Kin Zaoyu's computers. This is what the two of them paid for themselves and bought for Chen Kai and Kin Zaoyu. Then send it up. But in fact, what Zhang Ming and Wang Shu, I do not know is that this internet cafe is actually owned by Chen Kai himself. In fact, they don't need to pay when they spend money in their own cafe. But they still don't know anything about it. And at this time also said, By the way, Old Chen, tell you a thing. In a couple of days, the day of the release of the list is not to arrive. When we get out, didn't we agree to have dinner together that day? We may not be able to go. the two of them explained, is because in the next 2 days we charm Internet Cafe to organize an internal staff meal. It seems like our manager, Mr. Wu, said that he's going to invite the new boss to meet with the employees of the Internet Cafe, and that there will be a dinner party then, and it's not just our cafe, but also the staff and managers of the other branches in the north of the river. I think there will be quite a lot of people there, me and Handsome. The two of us need to go even though we're only working part-time for a summer job. So when the time comes, when the scores of the college entrance exams come out, our original appointment to have a drink together can only be a day or two later. Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai apologized. Chen Kai also smiled, and then looked at them and said, "Okay. No problem, you guys get busy. Okay, then, old Chen. You and Qin Zaiya, Fu continue to play here. We'll be busy." Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai went back to the front desk, and then started to busy themselves with the machine. During the summer vacation, Charm's Internet Cafe's business is getting better and better. More and more people are coming here to surf the Internet. Just now, Mr. Chung Ming and Mr. Wang mentioned about the staff meeting. Chen Kai is aware of that. Wu Kaiyan also called and asked Chen Kai's opinion before notifying down, without Chen Kai's permission. Wu Kaiyan naturally does not dare to make decisions without authorization. At this time, the system released a task, drip drip, in 2 or 3 days, when the host attends the charming Cyber Cafe Industry Dinner Party. One of its industries, bring Qin Zaiya Fu along. Let Qin Zaiya Fu have a surprise reaction. Upon completion of the mission, the host will be eligible for a rank lottery. Seeing the mission requirements, Chen Kai smiled with satisfaction. It's too simple. You're not taking the fish with you, are you? Even if there was no mission. Chen Kai had originally planned to bring little fish along with him. But don't say that. Kind of curious. I don't know that Zhang Ming and Xu. I know that they are their bosses, and that they have been working for them for a long time. How will they both react? It also includes Qin Zaiya Fu. Similarly, Chen Kai is very curious about the reaction of Qin Zaiya Yu. Played for like 2 hours at an internet cafe. Soon it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. Chen Kai's cell phone rings. It's a call from his mom. Mom's on the phone saying, "Son, are you out there with fish? When are you two coming back? Bring little fish back early. Mom will cook something delicious for you two tonight. Also, give the cell phone to Fish, so I can say a few words to my daughter-in-law, Chen Kai's mother. Lai Chunmei to the end of the day do not believe that their son and Qin Zaiyu just ordinary brotherhood. It's definitely not that simple. Hey auntie." After Qin Zaiyu received the cell phone, I heard Lai Chunmei on the other side of the phone say, "Daughter-in-law, not, small fish, that what?" As soon as Lai Chunmei opened her mouth, she shouted daughter-in-law to Qin Zaiyu. And after realizing the embarrassment, she immediately withdrew her voice. "What's that? Little fish? Are you with Chen Kai? Come home now. Auntie will cook you something delicious tonight. Auntie and uncle bought a lot of ingredients. This will be at home for you to do it. You two come back early. Auntie would also like to ask if there is anything you prefer to eat, or have any contraindications." After Lai Chunmei had made such a remark, in an instant, Qin Zaiyoyu's face reddened, even to the base of her ears, mainly because Chen Kai's cell phone is on speakerphone. That is to say, just that sound daughter-in-law has been Chen Kai heard clearly. It's no wonder Qin Zaiyofu's face is so red at this time. I felt like I wanted to dig a hole in the ground. It was so embarrassing. Old Chen's mom actually called herself a daughter-in-law. Moreover, the cell phone is still on speakerphone. Was Lao Chen heard clearly. It's so humiliating. Qin Zaiyu didn't know how to face Chen Kai. He was blushing like a pig in shit. It's not often that a girl with such a big heart like Qin Zaiyu blushes like this. When Chen Kai saw how red Qin Zaiyu's face was, there was no change in his expression. But I can't help but laugh. Fish is so cute, isn't he? I wish I could pinch her in the face. So immediately afterward, Qin Zaiyu said to Lai Chunmei on the other side of the phone, "That, auntie, I know. Old Chen and I will go back right away. Ahale, come back soon then, you too. Your uncle and I are waiting at home." After hanging up the phone, Lai Chunmei was only able to return to the kitchen. Chen Kai's father was busy washing and cutting vegetables in the kitchen. Chen Hai opened his mouth and said, "Wife, what did you just call our son's female classmate? Didn't our son say? The two of them are male and female brotherhood. Why do you call people daughter-in-law when you come up here? Hearing Chen Kai's words, Lai Chun-mei rolled her eyes. Husband, I say, how did you grow this brain? The discerning can see that our son and the little fish is definitely not just a brotherly relationship so simple. Really? Then how come I didn't feel it at all? Chen Kai's father is also an old steel straight man. But he is also very practical. He is also very nice to Chen Kai and his mom. What can you tell when we were dating? How many times did I give you hints and you couldn't tell? Lai Chun-mei rolled her eyes when she talked about her youth. Chen Hai also smiled awkwardly and scratched the back of his head. It's been so many years. What's the point of mentioning that? Besides, haven't I made some progress in the past few years? Lai Chun-mei replied, Forget about you. It's thanks to my son inheriting my emotional intelligence and ability to react to changes. Anyway, our son is much better than you in this area. Yes, yes, yes. Chen Hai also nodded. Did your son and little fish say what they wanted to eat on the phone? I'll prepare it for the two of them. No, our son's taste. Don't you know what he likes to eat? As for other people's little fish, ask them when you get back. Make the seafood first. Both kids must love it. Chen Hai returned, okay. No problem. Chen Kai's parents were busy in the kitchen. Qin Ziyou just returned her cell phone to Chen Kai after talking to Lai Chun-mei on the phone. I touched my face and it was still boiling hot. Qin Ziyou was a little nervous at this time, and then in my mind, I don't think Chen realized something was wrong with him. Did he, after all? He won't notice anything if his face is so hot right now. Well, I heard Chen Kai say, Fish, did you hear what my mom called you just now? I hear you. Auntie misunderstood our relationship. Yeah, it's quite embarrassing. Chen Kai cried and laughed and said, Then why are you blushing? Qin Ziyou has no words. Cannot tell Lao Chen that he has plans for him in his heart. Right? Will not be too direct. Just kinda what that. Oops, not important, not important. Old Chen. Let's go back quickly. Don't let uncle and aunt wait for a long time. Otherwise it seems too impolite. You don't matter. I have to make a good impression on my aunt and uncle. Qin Ziyou muttered in his heart, in case he fell in love with Lao Chen in the future. Then the uncle and aunt are not their parents-in-law. In that case, then you must start now to make a good impression on your future in-laws. Qin Ziyou, who doesn't want it? Chen Kai's mom and dad hate themselves. This is something that I will never allow myself to do. However, Chen Kai flirted at this time. Little fish, let's not talk about the good impression or anything. But then again, my mom and dad must be very impressed with you. Especially my mom. Of course my dad does too. Qin Ziyou was a bit confused. So she looked at Chen Kai with her eyes wide open and asked, Why, old Chen, what do you mean by this ah? I do not seem to understand. Qin Ziyou shook his head with a naive expression. I really don't understand. So Lao Chen, can you explain to me what you meant by this just now? What do you mean I must have impressed your mom and dad? What impression, good or bad? Qin Ziyou asked innocently. Chen Kai directly stretched out his right arm as usual. Then put it on Qin Ziyou's shoulder. It's like a brother on a shoulder. Qin Ziyou fish you want ah? Before taking you to attend my whole family to me, to organize the celebration of the high school entrance examination banquet. Chen Kai hasn't finished speaking. Qin Ziyou instantly remembered how humiliated she was that night. Lao Chen, you quickly stop talking about this matter. Think about it, I feel embarrassed. It seems I've pretty much forgotten. Old Chen, you say so, and remind me, later to the home after. I am embarrassed to face your father and mother. Qin Ziyou touched his forehead, then mentally admired himself, that night. I don't know what's wrong with my brain. I can't believe I'm saying this. What a coincidence. You have the same last name as your father, Chen. Thinking about that scene made Qin Ziyou feel embarrassed to death. It's humiliating. The most crucial thing is that when Lao Chen introduced his mom to himself, I can't believe I subconsciously said mom, although it is a questionable sentence. In fact, I want to say, Lao Chen, your mother's so good temperament, but in that situation, I shouted mom out of my mouth. The rest of what I was going to say got stuck in my mouth. It gives you a feeling of on-the-spot identification. It's a disgrace, Qin Ziyou, who shouted shame on you. As he ran forward in a frenzy, it's not even cute. Chen Kai laughed, well, small fish, Do not say no more. Say it again is nothing. We are brothers. Is not in front of me you are still afraid of losing face? Kenzaofu replied, Of course not. Lao Chen, you are my best brother. In front of you. No matter what humiliating things to do. I do not feel embarrassed at all. But I want to make a good impression on your mom and dad. Now this. Failing can be shameful and humiliating. Kinzaofu said she would do something. Trying to redeem himself. This way, Lao Chen. Later we go to the mall. What? Kinzaofu replied. Go buy some gifts for your mom and dad. Go, you help me go pick it out. I don't know what uncle and aunt like. Old Chen, you know best. You help me pick a few pieces. Chen Kai cried and laughed. Little fish, there's really no need for this. There's nothing on my parents' side that won't do. I must buy it for my aunt and uncle. Kinzaofu said insistently. And muttering in my mind, if one day in the future, he and Lao Chen are together, then today's performance might be a big plus for your aunt and uncle. What's it called? I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it. Kinzaofu feels that he is too smart to understand. Played a big game of chess. Chen Kai helplessly smiled this way. All right, since you insist. Let's go with you for a bit. Just buy whatever you want. No need to be too elaborate. My mom and dad. They're pretty easygoing, not about that. Kinzaofu has money in her pocket. Plus it's her birthday. My sister-in-law transferred a lot more to herself. It's easy to buy a gift for your aunt and uncle. Not long after, Chen Kai and Kinzaofu arrived at a shopping mall. After walking in, he first helped Chen Kai's father pick out a suit, which cost about $3,000 to $4,000. As for Chen Kai's mom, Lai Chunmei, Kinzaofu also picked out a nice dress. It is very suitable for the old Chen, his mother's age group of aunts, to wear, especially show temperament. Just these two, wrap them up for me, please. Kinzaofu, who took out his cell phone, scanned the code and paid, and spent a total of about 5,000 yuan. Chen Kai's father's suit is more expensive. After all, it's a branded suit, so the price will definitely be a little bit higher. As for the dress I bought for Chen Kai's mom, it's not unusual for the price to be a bit lower than that of a suit. After all, the prices of dresses and suits are definitely not in the same league in most cases. Fish. Don't you feel bad for spending so much money on a gift for my parents? After walking out of the mall, Chen Kai said. Kinzaofu shook her head. It doesn't hurt. What does it hurt, old Chen? You are my best brother. Didn't you say last time, we are brothers? Your mom is my mom. My mom is your mom. There is no distinction between you and me, mom, between brothers. Right, in that case, what's wrong with me buying a dress for my mom? Isn't that normal? Kinzaofu smiled cheekily. I just don't know if my aunt and uncle will like these two gifts. I'm kind of looking forward to seeing what they're going to do next. Old Chen, let's go home. I especially want to see. Uncle and aunt wear these two clothes how? Fit or not good look? Chen Kai replied, good, after a while. Chen Kai and Kinzaofu took a taxi and went home. After 10 minutes or so, I finally arrived at the door, open the door and walk into the living room. Lai Chunmei and Chen Hai are busy in the kitchen. Hubby, is it our son and daughter-in-law? Abba. Little fish is back. I guess so. I heard the door open. Go check it out. Lai Chunmei and Chen Hai came out from the kitchen. In the next second, he noticed Chen Kai and Kinzaofu, who had just returned to the living room from outside. I saw two of them holding 2 bags of merchandise in their hands. Are these two shopping? But Lai Chunmei didn't think much of it. And what she didn't expect was that one of the 2 bags of merchandise was for herself. Son, fish, you're finally back. Especially fishy. Auntie doesn't know what you like to eat yet. Tell Auntie. Is there anything you like better? Uncle and Auntie will go and make it for you later. Don't worry about the ingredients. Auntie and Uncle can buy a whole lot of ingredients when they pass by the supermarket on their way back. Lobsters, crabs, seafood, you name it. I've got it tonight. Say what you will about making a big dinner and celebrating. After all, it's nice to see a song written by my own son make such a splash on the internet. Lai Chunmei as a mother. I'm really proud of it. It's such an important day, so we have to celebrate it. On the other hand, treat the little fish well. Since little fish has been staying at their house for a few days, Lai Chunmei and Chen Hai have been unable to find the time to come back and cook dinner for their 2 children due to business at the store. I'm not happy about it. I'm taking this opportunity to make up for it. This is not just what Chen Mei thinks. It also includes Chen Kai. That's what the couple thinks. So I don't care if there's anyone in the store today. I just closed the door. Come home early and cook a big meal for both kids. Thanks, Auntie. I'll eat anything. I'm not picky, Qin Zhaofu said with a smile, in front of her future mother-in-law. Qin Zhaofu would definitely have to show her good side. But in fact, Qin Zhaofu is also very well behaved in private. It's just a bigger personality than that. In front of Chen Kai's mom and dad, especially after what happened that night, Qin Zhaofu is even more astringent. It's good that you're not picky about what you eat, now that living conditions are better. Kids of your age are picky eaters who won't eat this or that. I didn't think you'd be so good. Fish, Auntie is liking you more and more. Come on, come on. Sit with Auntie on the couch for a while so she can get a good look at you. Chen Mei smiled excitedly. The more he looked at Qin Zhaofu, the more he laughed. Then he took Qin Zhaofu's hand and sat down on the sofa, and was about to say something. Qin Zhaofu then replied, "By the way, Auntie, this gift in my hand is for you. The one in Lao Chen's hand is for Uncle. You take it. Is I and old Chen specially go to the mall to help you buy-o. See fit, you like it or not." After hearing Qin Zhaofu's words, Chen Mei's expression froze for a moment, and she almost didn't react. What? It's actually a gift for your aunt and uncle, Chen Mei just thought. Chen Kai and Qin Zhaofu, 2 people went shopping. It's a dress they bought on their own. I didn't realize that I had bought it for myself. Chen Mei didn't even look at it. She just said, "No, no, no, no. How can an auntie want something from her junior? It's inappropriate and unsuitable. Feshi, take it back or return it. Auntie can't have your stuff." Qin Zhaofu replied seriously, "Auntie, you'd better take it. This is something that old Chen and I picked out after half a day. If you don't take it, it will make me think that it's because I bought the gift so cheaply that you resent it." "Auntie?" Chen Mei replied. "No, no, of course not. Auntie, how can you dislike? Well, 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 then Auntie, take it. Thank you, little fish, ah." Then he called out to Chen Kai's father, "Husband, ah, come and get the gift that little fish bought for you." "What? I have a part in it too." Chen Hai was also a little excited. After looking at it, it is actually a suit. I really like the style and everything. Chen Mei took out a dress from the merchandise bag. Qin Zhaofu couldn't wait to ask, "How about it, Auntie? Do you like this dress? Love it. Especially love it." Chen Mei said, "Little fish. Auntie likes you so much. In the future. Ah, Auntie's home you come as you please and stay as long as you want. You know what? Make yourself at home." Qin Zhaofu nodded cheekily. "Uh-huh, Auntie. Then why don't you and Uncle go and try it on and see how it looks and fits?" Okay, Chen Mei and Chen Hai went back to the bedroom to try it on. Pretty good fit. I can't tell you how good it looks on you. Then immediately afterward, I changed and got ready to go back to the kitchen to continue cooking. The smell of grease in the kitchen is a bit stronger. You can't go to the kitchen and cook in these new clothes, so it was replaced. Seeing Chen Kai's mom and dad like the gifts they bought for them so much. Qin Zhaofu, who also heatedly smiled with a special sense of accomplishment. "Lao Chen, how is it? I just performed well in front of your mom and dad." "Right, by the looks of it. They love the gifts I gave them. That's great, in that case. My aunt and uncle's impression of me is beginning to change for the better." "That's right," Qin Zhaofu, who was sitting on the sofa, smiled triumphantly. The little expressions and gestures are silly and cute. Chen Kai was also helpless, then muttered in his mind. The 2 of them had a good impression of fish. Qin Zhaofu's worries are totally unnecessary. After 20 minutes or so, Chen Kai's parents were almost finished working in the kitchen. In no time, freshly baked crayfish and hairy crabs, as well as a variety of gourmet meals, were served. And then on the table, plate after plate, Chen Mei looked at Chen Kai and said, "Son, the drinks and cups are sitting over there. See, wash the glasses, pour a couple of drinks, and we're almost ready to eat. I'll go," before Chen Kai could say anything. Qin Zhaofu volunteered, then, without saying a word, Qin Zhaofu picked up a few cups on the table and washed them. "It's washed clean, so it's real. I'm kidding," in front of her future mother-in-law. Qin Zhaofu would of course have to behave herself. Show your future mother-in-law how capable you are. Qin Zhaofu's mind was racing. after rinsing the cups. Chen Zaifu began to screw the caps on the bottles. The problem came. Not enough strength is really screwed. Chen, you help me. I cannot screw ah. Chen Kai smiled. Yes. Then he unscrewed the cap for Chen Zaifu. Oh, Chen Zaifu poured a couple drinks in a short while. After the last dish was made, it was put on the table. Chen Kai's parents also sat down, ready to roll. Chen Kai's father then said, What's that, Your Honor? Today is a rare day when everyone is so happy. Let me have a drink. I'm a big old man. What's it look like to make me drink? No, Mom Lai Chun-mei said. Older or less drink it. To maintain a good body than anything strong. Okay. Chen Hai nodded and agreed without being stubborn or anything. I have to say, Chen Kai's mom and dad do have a pretty good relationship status and respect each other. They seldom fight or argue. Come on. Let's have a toast first, on the one hand. In the next 2 days, you two's college entrance examination results will be released. I wish you both a good score on the test in advance. Let's drink up first. Finish your drink in the cup. With another glass, Lai Chun-mei said, This second glass is to celebrate your son's online success, son. I heard that song of yours with your dad. Though we both don't know much about what's popular with you youngsters. Melodies and lyrics and all that. Your mom and I don't really get it. We're not professionals after all. All I can say is that I'm evaluating it from the standpoint of a listener. It does sound good. Right, hubby? Chen Hai nodded and replied, That's right. Worthy of being my son. That's amazing. Last night alone. Dad's phone was ringing off the hook with my coworkers, one by one. They're calling to ask me what's going on. Son, you know what? I've been alive for decades, and I've never been treated like this. But it's got me all riled up. Last night. That was kind of the highlight of Dad's day for me. After seeing the reaction of Chen Kai's mom and dad. Chen Zaifu, who was sitting next to Chen Kai, also smiled, then spoke quietly on Chen Kai's side. Old Chen, you see. Uncle and Auntie this time already happy for you like this. It's hard to imagine, later on, if the two of them know. You've struck a deal with Magic City Star Records, earning $5 million in royalties. I wonder how the uncles and aunts will react next. May I speak? Chen Zaifu looked at Chen Kai. Yes, go ahead. Chen Zaifu as the atmosphere of the group. The happy fruit. It was only fitting that Chen Zaifu, who should announce the news to Mom and Dad. Great. Chen Zaifu coughed twice, then said, Uncles and aunts, listen to me first. I have great news for you. Guaranteed you two will be very, very surprised when you hear this. Oh yeah. What's the good news? Chen Kai's parents looked at Chen Zaifu with some confusion. Chen Zaifu then replied, Uncle and Auntie, you two don't know yet. Do you? This afternoon I and old Chen what to go right. Lai Chun-mei stared blankly and asked, Didn't you two go shopping? Of course not. Chen Zaifu continued. This afternoon, Lao Chen and I went to meet a relatively large record company in Magic City. The name is Star Records, this company. A person called Yang Kai, in case you don't know. This guy is pretty high up on Star Records, created a variety of hits of the year, and he's trained a lot of singers and artists, and he's one of the best in the business. But the other guy, he personally drove his car to the north of our river, make an appointment to meet old Chen and talk about matters related to buying the rights to use his song. Finally, uncles and aunts, you can guess how much money old Chen earned this afternoon. Chen Zaifu a very proud look. Tell you, this afternoon the old Chen earned money. Can be much more, can be much more. Set out, you certainly do not dare to believe. Listening to what Chen Zaifu said, Chen Kai's parents became even more curious. How much? $100,000. Are you kidding? Lao Chen's song on the internet to become so hot. How can it be worth only $100,000? Not to mention the fact that there are several music record labels in the Magic City, and the competition is fierce. If you offer $100,000, someone else will offer $200,000. Forced inward rolls have to be taken down as well. Otherwise, it will be cheaper for rival companies. Just in case this song hits the internet, the share price of the other company will rise. It may even affect the share price of your own company, causing it to go down. This is also possible. After all, capital is profit-driven and will buy more shares of any company it sees as having greater future potential and prospects. If you feel that a company's future potential and trend will decline, you may sell. How much is that? Chen Kai's parents can't guess anymore. Qin Zhaofu stretched out his hand with 5 fingers. $500,000. Qin Zhaoyu shook his head. It's not $5 million, is it? That's right. It's $5 million. Chen Kai's parents' reaction cannot be described as shock. Little fish, are you telling the truth? It's not a joke with Uncle and Auntie. It's true, Uncle and Auntie. If you don't believe me, ask Lao Chen. Really made $5 million. Chen Kai also took out his cell phone to show his parents his account balance. It does show a balance of $5 million. And the record of the transfer was also called by Magic Star Records itself. All of them have transfer records. After seeing this, Lai Chunmei and Chen Hai were completely shocked. Oh my God, that's amazing. Our son is so productive. I just graduated from high school and wrote a song and made $5 million. If this is the future, what's the point? To see his son accomplish something. Parents are happy and excited from the bottom of their hearts. This meal took about an hour or so. Dinner was over in an hour or so. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, we talked about which school Chen Kai was going to apply for, and what specialty he was going to apply for when the scores came out. Wait till about 11:00 p.m. It's almost time for the announcement, and Chen Kai's parents are ready to go back to the store. I'm not going to stay home and be a light bulb for my 2 kids. I have to say, Chen Kai's old mom still understands it. Before Dad and Mom left, Chen Kai transferred $1 million to each of their cards, with the remaining $3 million. Chen Kai plans to do something to make more money. The wind is blowing this song. The next step is to release it as an official single. Naturally, some production costs are required, as well as costs for publicity and promotion. $3 million is definitely enough. Chen Hai's parents said, "Son, why did you transfer so much money to Mom and Dad? This money or you take it. You earned this. It has nothing to do with Mommy and Daddy. And you must have a lot of need for money now that you're doing music. Mommy and Daddy have money, not to mention that we're still young. So how can we take your money now?" Chen Kai's mom and dad said, but Chen Kai insisted, and there was nothing they could do. Then, well, son, then this $2 million Mom and Dad will first help you to keep, ready to give you to buy a sweet, the future to marry a small fish, to marry a daughter-in-law when the time to use. Chen Kai's mom almost said it again. Good. Chen Kai did not say anything more. Anyway, $2 million has been given to Mom and Dad. As to how this sum of money is to be spent, it is up to them to decide. However, when Chen Kai's business grows bigger and bigger, and he has more and more money in his hands, he will also transfer more money to his mom and dad. Let Mom and Dad have a good life a little bit earlier. It also makes up for the fact that in my previous life, when I was in my 40s and had made some achievements, my Mom and Dad were already old, and didn't enjoy their achievements for a few years, and left in a hurry. After Chen Kai's parents leave, Qin Zhaoyu opened his mouth and said, "Lao Chen, this meal tonight. I eat too much. I have to say, Lao Chen, your mom's handiwork is really good. Made a great meal that was so good. Compared to my mom and dad, it's a huge difference. I mean, my mom and dad are terrible, terrible cooks." Qin Zhaoyu said, "Old Chen, in the future, if anyone is your daughter-in-law, is not particularly happy." "What do you mean, old Chen, you think, You cook so delicious. Even your mom and dad's cooking smells so good. Then you say, whoever becomes your daughter-in-law will not die of happiness." Chen Kai smiled and replied. So to speak, Qin Zhaofu was a bit distracted at this time. There are already some images in my head. I was giggling in my head, but I couldn't hold back my giggles. "Fish, what are you doing? Why are you smiling? What's on your mind you're in?" Qin Zhaofu shook her head. "No, I was just thinking about the problem." "Think about what?" "I'm thinking. "Oh yes," Qin Zhaoyu said. "I was just thinking. Old Chen, you earned so much money this afternoon. The whole $5 million, Have you ever thought of treating your best brother, that is, Qin Zhaoyu, to a big meal?" "Still eating. Haven't you eaten enough tonight?" Qin Zhaoyu, who extended his index finger and waved it from side to side. No, it's not the same. Okay, tonight. It was my aunt and uncle who entertained me. Chen, tomorrow you take me to eat a big meal." "Okay, I know. Old Chen, you are the best. Please old Chan, in fact. What kind of meal to eat is secondary. Ken Zhaoyu mainly wants to spend more time with Chen Kai. Looking at Ken Zhaofu's pleading attitude, Chen Kai was about to reply when the system's electronic voice sounded. As for Ken Zhaofu's request, Chen Kai was supposed to answer it. However, there was a quest released at this time, TikTok, in response to Ken Zhaofu's request. I will take Zhaofu to a star restaurant in Zhongbei tomorrow to have a big meal and satisfy Ken Zhaofu. Let Ken Zhaofu have a surprise reaction. Upon completion of the mission, the host can receive an A-rank reward. Do you accept the assignment regarding the system's prompt? Chen Kai accepted it without hesitation. Are you kidding me? You're just taking fish to a big dinner. There's nothing to it. And it's also rewarded with an A rating. So Chen Kai accepted it, and this time Ken Zhaoyu blinked his eyes and asked curiously, Why, old Chen? What are you thinking about? Is it really so hard to buy me a big meal? Ken Zhaoyu saw that Chen Kai didn't answer at first. So he patted his chest. Forget it. Since the old Chen you are reluctant to say, then do not force it. Tomorrow I invite you. What do you want to eat? Who said that? Ken Zhaoyu. Is it in your eyes that I am stingy and stingy? No, of course not. Ken Zhaoyu shook her head. Mr. Chan is indeed not cheap. Just not too generous. Ken Zhaofu muttered mentally. Tonight. You are given the night to think about which restaurant you want to eat at tomorrow. If you don't think about it, listen to me. Go to that star hotel in the west end of the city, north of the river. Ken Zhaoyu froze for a moment. Old Chen, you want to take me to the star hotel. What do you want to do? We're brothers, you wouldn't want to. Chen Kai smiled helplessly. He lightly bounced a brain crash on top of Ken Zhaoyu's forehead. Ken Zhaoyu, what are you thinking about? Just taking you to dinner. Oh. That's right. Ken Zhaoyu then realized that she had misunderstood. It was too embarrassing. I told you. Old Chen, you are not that kind of person. How is it possible to take a brother to a hotel? Then it's a deal. Tomorrow at noon. Can't wait for the big meal. Looking at the time. It is not particularly late. Old Chan, just teach me to play the game for another hour. Okay, yes, Chen Kai agreed, then immediately afterward. Chen Kai and Ken Zhaoyu both played the game for an hour. Before I knew it, it was almost 12 o'clock in the evening. Ken Zhaoyu was already yawning. A bit sleepy, old Chen. Let's play here today. Tomorrow you accompany me to continue playing. It's already so late. It's time to wash up and go to bed. You'll have to get up early tomorrow. Ken Zhaoyu, who had already made plans in her mind. Tomorrow at noon, Lao Chen will take himself to a star hotel for a big meal. Then in return, should I also prepare a breakfast for Chen? Ken Zhaoyu, who has already made plans, get up early tomorrow and call your aunt. Let your aunt teach you how to make breakfast through video. He cooked a whole breakfast for old Chan. Let him taste it. Ken Zhaofu's cooking skills are really not very good. If at all, but it doesn't matter. I believe that with such a good teacher as Auntie, my own product should not be too bad. Ken Zhaofu thought in his heart. After washing up, I went back to my room to rest. Ken Zhaoyu was lying on the bed, ready to sleep, when he noticed Jia and Ranran sending messages in the group. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. But I'm going to be able to do it, he said. Fish, tomorrow's weather seems to be quite nice. Do you want to go out together? Not going. Ken Zhaofu refused. Not going. Little fish. Your refusal is too decisive, isn't it? We thought you'd say yes. Fish, but fish you surprisingly refused, and to reject it so readily. What's the situation? Do you have plans tomorrow? Fish, if you're going to the library. It's not too late to go the day after tomorrow. There's plenty of time to study during the 2 months of summer vacation anyway. Lai Ran just typed it and sent it to the group. Just a little bit by Wang Jia 8. I say Ran. Do you have to be so bad at reflexes and comprehension? What? Lai Ran didn't understand. Wang Jia typed, judging from my experience and intuition. You think Ken Zhaoyu is rejecting us and going out with us tomorrow? Is it really for studying? Analyze this matter with my keen judgment and sense of smell. If you ask me, Fish must have made a date with Chen Kai to do something tomorrow. That's why we were rejected. Lai Ran typed. Don't be silly. Fishy is not that kind of person. How could Fish be that kind of person who is more interested in sex than in friends? I don't believe it. What won't, Jia. You're just being petty. when Lai Ran said this. He immediately tweeted Kin Zayofu. Fish, come out and say something. Jia just said in the group that you've probably made an appointment with Chen Kai tomorrow. That's why you rejected us, but I don't believe it. Fish, you're definitely not the kind of person who favors sex over friends. Are you? Jia still calls herself your sister. She doesn't understand you at all. How could our little fish be that kind of person who favors women over friends? No way, right, little fish, after seeing Lai Ran's messages in the group. Kin Zayo was also embarrassed, but still typed quickly and gave a very solid reply. I'm sorry, Ranran. I do have a date with old Chen tomorrow for a big dinner. Because old Chen made a big fortune and wants to treat me to a nice meal. So tomorrow. No matter what you two have to do. Unless I'm missing an arm or a leg. I'm definitely not going to the conversation. Oh yes. Even if there are missing arms and legs. It is also necessary to wait for me and allow Chen to finish eating after dinner. And then go to clean up for you. Ken Zayofu said jokingly, seeing the message sent by Little Fish. Lai Ran was straight away not going to be able to get it right. Wang Jiajia was typing rapidly in the group, and then sent out some emoticons furiously. Ha ha ha. Laugh me to death, laugh me to death. Ran, you see, and you say I don't know our little fish. I know it too well. I guessed right, didn't I? Little Fish must have a date with their family's old Chen tomorrow. Otherwise, with Fish's lively and cheerful personality. If we ask her out, will she not go? It must be a date with Chen Kai. You don't even think about it. Lai Ran also sent a crying emoticon. Fish, this is too solid. Haha, that didn't work. The evening passed in a hurry. It was the morning of the second day of the fight. Early in the morning of the second day. Around 6 o'clock. Ken Zayofu woke up, although usually quite bedridden. Basically will not get up until the sun rises. But not today. Today is a very important day. Lao Chen has made a lot of money and is going to take himself out for a nice meal today. Around noon, then in return. Shouldn't I cook for myself this morning and give something back to old Chan? So, Kin Zayoyu took the liberty of making a video call to Chen Kai's mom. Soon the call came through. What's up, Fishy? What's wrong with calling your auntie so early? It's not possible. That brat Chen Kai bullied you. Right? Worthy of being my son. It seems that my wish to become a grandmother will soon be realized. Not, I mean, little fish. If that Chen Kai kid bullies you, you tell Auntie. Auntie does it for you. Chen Kai's mother, Lai Chunmei, almost said out of his heart, it's a big shock, after all. She is still a little girl. Saying that herself, it does not really fit. Kin Zioi replied, No, Auntie, don't misunderstand. Old Chen is very good to me, and at noon today. You're going to take me out for a stellar meal. Take me out for a delicious meal. That's why I thought I'd cook myself this morning and give old Chan a breakfast. For a while now. I've been going out for breakfast every day. And I'm getting tired of eating. That's why I'm calling you, Auntie. Just to let you guide me on the spot. May I? Auntie, you're not busy now, are you? If you're busy, then Auntie, go ahead and get busy. I'll just go check out the online tutorials myself. Ken Zayofu's words had just fallen. Lai Chunmei immediately replied, No, I'm not busy. Auntie is not busy. The store will only open later. Okay, then thank you, Auntie. Let's get started. Lai Chunmei is directing the whole process on the video side. It took about an hour for breakfast to be ready. 2 or 3 plates of dishes were stir-fried, though they were only very ordinary home-made dishes. Like scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and stir-fried pork with fungus. But it didn't work all at once. And it failed once or twice. It's a waste of ingredients, but that's okay. It's inevitable for beginners. But once you learn, nothing is a problem. The same mistake will certainly not be made again. I picked up the chopsticks and tasted a couple of bites. And it tasted pretty good. Auntie, thank you for teaching me. I'm going to go wake up old Chan for breakfast. Bye-bye, Lai Chunmei replied. Okay, you guys have breakfast. Auntie will hang up first, but fish. Auntie still has the same words. If that brat Chen Kai bullies you, just tell Auntie, don't worry Auntie. Old Chen won't bully me. He's so nice to me. Ken Zayoyu said naively, especially recently, emphasis added. Hearing Ken Zayoyu say that, Lai Chunmei is now 100 sure. The relationship between his son and Kin Zayofu is definitely not simple. After talking to Chen Kai's mom on the phone, Kenzaoyu went directly to the room where Chen Kai was sleeping, and then called him to get up. "Old Chen, wake up, it's time to get up and eat breakfast." After Chen Kai was woken up, he lifted up the quilt, and he was not wearing any clothes. "I took a shower last night before I went to bed. See that Chen Kai is naked." Kenzaoyu's face is red, immediately covered his eyes. "Old Chen, why you do not wear clothes? Hooliganism." "Huh, old Chen, you actually played tricks on your female brother. You are so perverted, old Chen." Seeing Kenzaoyu like this, Chen Kai didn't know whether to cry or laugh. "Kenzaoyu, you didn't knock on the door to enter my room in the morning. And you still blame me for not wearing clothes. I sleep at night. Why do I have to wear clothes?" Kenzaoyu nodded. "In that case too, blame me, blame me." A pair of hands covering the eyes, moved slightly and looked at the upper half of the old Chen. "I didn't see. Old Chen, you actually have such a good body." Chen Kai replied. "Kenzaoyu, I think you are only that pervert." "How could I?" Kenzaoyu quickly exited the door and walked out of Chen Kai's room. "Then what?" "Old Chen, you quickly put on clothes. Quickly come out to eat breakfast. I did it for a whole hour this morning. Hurry up. It'll get cold in a minute." Chen Kai got dressed in his room and walked out. Looking at the table, there were 2 plates of food. And there was hot millet porridge, which looked pretty good. Chen Kai, after going to wash his hands, just sat down at the table and looked at these on the table. He asked, surprised, "Kenzaoyu, did you do this?" Kenzaoyu patted his chest. "Right? How about it, old Chen? I'm great. Right? Exaggerate me, exaggerate me." Kenzaoyu's little expression is too naive. Chen Kaidu almost lost his grip. "I picked up the chopsticks and tasted it. But I didn't expect it to be quite good. How's it going? Chen, is my cooking good? Especially this fried pork with fungus. How does it taste? Tell me quickly." Kenzaoyu blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Chen Kai with a serious face. Would like to hear his comments. Chen Kai chewed a bit and savored the flavor. "Well, Kenzaoyu, you're not simple. The last time I cooked in the kitchen, I almost blew up my kitchen. What's the matter with you today? You're making a good one, an improvement, quite an improvement." Kenzaoyu was overjoyed after being praised by Chen Kai. "Ha ha ha, that's for sure. I'm making progress too. Okay, before was before, now is now, and those are 2 different things. You can't mix it up, however. The fact that you have such an appreciation ability, old Chen, means that you still have quite a level of appreciation. Not bad, not bad. Worthy of being my Kenzaoyu's good brother." Kenzaoyu was in a good mood. After hearing Chen Kai's praise of himself, his emotions rose rapidly. Drip. The host complimented Kenzaoyu's cooking is not bad. Kenzaoyu felt surprised and produced a surprise reaction. The host is awarded the scratch and win hand aura. Reward description. Hosts can get up to 2 sure wins when purchasing scratchers. After 2 uses, the aura will expire. The system is explained and described for this reward. Chen Kai is quite satisfied today. Chen Kai is going to take Kenzaoyu out to have a big meal together. Before a big meal, especially in the morning, consider taking Kenzaoyu with you to buy 2 scratchers for the lucky draw. You might even get some money for it, with Chen Kai's knowledge of Kenzaoyu, if he wins the grand prize. Kenzaoyu's character must have exploded with excitement. In that case, Chen Kai will be rewarded with another surprise response. Double the fun after breakfast. Kenzaoyu and Chen Kai cleaned up. Then we're ready to go. Lao Chen. There are still a few hours before noon. We go out so early. Go out and do something. Shopping or... Chen Kai replied, "Take you somewhere." "Where to?" Kenzaoyu asked with a silly face. "Go and you'll see." "Ooh, all right then. Go, go, go." Kenzaoyu followed Chen Kai out of the neighborhood. I took a taxi and went to a very busy shopping street. Then walked to a location. "This is a scratch and sniff store. Old Chen, why did you bring me here? You're not going to buy this scratch off. Are you, good guy, old Chen? You are now so rich. Several $1,000,000 in the remaining treasure. Can earn a lot of interest. You're still trying to do this. Besides, there's not much chance of winning this kind of scratchers or whatever." "No, it's not just not great. It's almost nothing," Kenzaoyu added, without saying a word. Chen Kai directly said to the boss, "Boss, buy one." "Okay, little homo," the boss nodded, then took out a few scratch-off lottery tickets and let Chen Kai pick them out. Chen Kai chose one of the pieces. He's almost randomly selected, because of the blessing of the aura of luck. So no matter which one Chen Kai picked, scratch out the jackpot is relatively large, of course. It's a small business in itself. The bonus is even bigger. It won't be much bigger, and in this kind of business, there are only 2 or 3 winners out of 100. The rest are just thanks for the favor. The boss is not stupid. Otherwise, it would have killed me. Then immediately afterward, Chen Kai paid for the raffle tickets for the scratch-off lottery. Then pick one. WTKNCO, standing next to the Kinzaioyu, then said, Lao Chen, I think this one does not feel right. Or choose the one next to it. At Kinzaioyu's words, Chen Kai also smiled, but didn't say much, and then it scrapes away. It says first prize, like 5,000 bucks. My mom, old Chen, your luck is too good, right? Come on and won the first prize. You're so lucky. That's amazing, worthy of you. Old Chan. The men and women around us are a little bit envious when they see this. They just bought a couple of them, but I didn't win. My luck stinks. I didn't realize that this young student has only bought the first one. I can't believe I won the first prize, 5,000 bucks. It's a lot of money. Then, immediately afterward, I noticed that my boss didn't look too good. But with so many people present, the boss couldn't say anything. Also congratulated Chen Kai. Congratulations to this young student who won the first prize. Then the boss took $5,000 from his bag and gave it to Chen Kai. Some of the men and women who came to buy raffle tickets were on the sidewalk. It's all a lot more. 2. Kin Zaiofu, who was standing by the side, was a bit envious when she saw this. Old Chen, you're so good at this. It makes me want to try it too. Chen Kai replied, It's okay. Little fish, you buy one too. But I'm not sure I can win the lottery. I'm sure my luck is not as good as yours. Mr. Chen Kai continued, Don't worry. It's okay, little fish. I'll tell you which one to buy. Kin Zaiofu nodded. Oh, okay. If that's the case, then no problem, boss. I want to buy one too, after paying the money. Kin Zaioyu said, Lao Chen. Tell me which one is better to buy. How about the one next to it, or the one that's more creased in the back? Chen Kai directly chose the one in the first row. It should be the most obvious one. Mr. Chen, are you sure you're right? You want me to buy that one? How can this one have a prize if it's placed so prominently? Not only Kin Zaiofu, but also the men and women around her. There were also a few middle-aged men who said the same thing. Yes, little brother. People's bosses aren't stupid. How could they put the ones with prizes in such a conspicuous place? It must be hidden in a corner we don't know about. I don't think this one is possible. Yes, that's right. This one's a no-brainer. Why don't you reconsider? Little fellow, otherwise, you're out of a ticket. The bright pendulum is swinging. The middle-aged men around us were kind enough to warn us. But Chen Kai still let Kin Zaiofu buy that one. Oh, that's fine, since you let me buy it. Lao Chen. Then I'll listen to you, boss. I want that one. Kin Zaioyu pointed at the scratch-off lottery ticket. The boss suddenly revealed an imperceptible smile. That one is definitely a no-go. How could one possibly put the prize in front of the others? So you're just waiting to be picked on, after a little bit of rushing around. It showed a second prize. $3,000 bonus. There was a gasp of surprise around the room. A lot of middle-aged men and women. I've just been talking to you, this time. The expressions are all surprised. Oh my God, you've got too much judgment for this little student. That's awesome. 2 consecutive purchases actually won. 1 first prize, 1 second prize, at this rate. There might be a third prize, which would be $500. I'll give you $500 for telling me where the third prize is. Okay, only $500. Why did they tell you? I'll give you $800. Little brother, you tell me. I'll give you $1,000. The older men around her were so pleasant and surprised. Chen Kai acted very blandly. It was Kin Zaiofu who had a look of surprise on her face. Oh my God. Old Chen, you are so uncomplicated. So powerful, in the morning I thought you were having a lucky break. So as soon as I got on, I bought the first prize. I didn't expect to pick the second prize now. You're too good at it. Old Chen. It doesn't matter if it's Kin Zaiofu or the surrounding men and women. They were all in awe, jaw dropping. But the boss's face was getting worse and worse. He's here to ruin the party. Isn't he? Out of the 100 tickets, only 3 will be rewarded. The result is this, little brother. You bought it twice and won it all. If you don't know, you'll think that this little brother has perspective. Either that, or you've got a great hand. It's unbelievable, seeing that the boss had such an ugly expression on his face. The people around him were in an uproar. In front of so many people, he was too embarrassed to be a rascal. In the end, he gave Qin Zhaofu $3,000. For a moment, Qin Zhaofu was so happy that he exploded. Wow, Chen, you're so great, so impressed. Although it is said that Qin Zhaofu's family is very rich. A mere $3,000 is certainly nothing to Qin Zhaofu. It's really no big deal, but the problem is, it was only bought for $12 or so, but I won $3,000. It doesn't mean the same thing. Okay, old Chen, you wouldn't have the ability to see through like in the movie, right? I'll have to watch out for you. You won't be able to see what color lingerie I'm wearing underneath, will you? As Qin Zhaoyu said that. She clasped her hands over her chest. It's like a gentleman's defense. Chen Kai helplessly smiled. This Qin Zhaoyu is worthy of being a silly simpleton. Imagination should not be so rich. Chen Kai only possessed the aura of luck twice. It's all gone now. It's almost time to go. Besides, there are so many people around. Who knows what Qin Zhaoyu? A silly person. We'll say later without thinking. It could be embarrassing. Fish, let's go. I'm a bit thirsty. Let's go over there and buy a cup of milk tea. Oh, okay. Qin Zhaofu nodded and agreed. Then he followed Chen Kai and walked in the direction of the milk tea store in front of him. And the middle-aged men around us are all trying to stay. Little brother, please tell us, which one is that third prize? I'll give you $1,200. Yeah, little brother. I'll give you $1,300. Roll it up. Chen Kai shook his hand and said nothing. He left with Qin Zhaofu directly. As for those middle-aged men in the morning, they are buying tickets one after another. I've been scraping and scraping and scraping and scraping, but thanks to the patronage, I haven't won. The more I think about it, the more I'm stifled. Why did he shave that little brother so accurately? Why do they themselves, after a dozen or so times, not get a single fart? Why is there such a big difference between people who are also human beings? Moreover, they have lived for several decades, but their judgment is not as accurate as that of a 17 or 18-year-old schoolmate. What a thing to say. The more they think about it, the more depressed they become. Then immediately after that, Chen Kai and Qin Zhaoyu came to the milk tea store in front of them, standing in line for milk tea. Qin Zhaofu looked at the $3,000 in cash in hand, excited and excited. Wow, old Chen, you know. I've bought these scratchers before, but I've never won a single prize. I didn't think you'd be so good at this. Chen, one guess is right on the money. That's amazing. Next time we go there, I think the boss is going to shut you down. If you say so, I'm going to die. Qin Zhaoyu couldn't help but snort with laughter. Lao Chen ah. I don't know if you have just noticed the expression of that boss. It's really too funny. The whole face went black on the spot. Ha ha ha. That contrast was too much. I can't. My stomach hurts a little from laughing. Qin Zhaoyu covered her stomach, then squatted on the ground. Tick-tock. Qin Zhaofu produces a surprise reaction, and for the time being, the behavior is more effective. The host is rewarded with a double shopping increase for 24 hours. Double shopping increase bonus. Chen Kai was slightly surprised by the system's rewards. Then let the system go over the rules for using this reward. The system is introduced. Double shopping increase bonus hosts will receive a double increase bonus for any purchases used for shopping within 24 hours. After the introduction of the system, it was instantly clear, that is to say, in the next 24 hours. No matter what Chen Kai buys, all of them can get double increase bonus, in addition to being able to purchase the item itself. You will also get double rewards. This is definitely a blood moneymaker. And Chen Kai has a bold idea to take fish shopping. In this way, you can get double the increase in reward. It also gives Qin Zhaoyu a surprise reaction and earns rewards until you can't get your hands dirty. That's great. Qin Zhaoyu stretched out her right hand, then waved it in front of Chen Kai's eyes. What are you doing? Old Chen, what are you staring at? What's on your mind? You're so absorbed. Chen Kai replied, nothing. Just got a little distracted. Come on, buy you a milk tea. Qin Ziyou asked half-heartedly, really? Old Chen, are you sure you want to treat me to milk tea? That day. The day we just finished our high school exams. Old Chen, you also said you would treat me to milk tea. But I paid for the milk tea at the end, didn't I? And you, Old Chan, snubbed me by saying that I should engage in some kind of friendly, brotherly greeting with you before I drink my milk tea. I asked Jia privately. Jia said, Old Chen, you are purely taking advantage of me. This is not a friendly greeting between brothers. Never seen such a greeting. Qin Ziyou looked at Chen Kai and said, Old Chen, you tell the truth. That day is not intentionally take advantage of me. Chen Kai just smiled, but didn't answer. Well then, in that case, Qin Ziyou, I'll buy you a few more cups today as compensation. Qin Ziyou QHMM's head. Okay, but milk tea is for milk tea. Old Chen, you still have to explain to me later. Did you take advantage of me that day, after waiting in line for a while? It's finally Chen Kai and Qin Ziyou's turn. It just so happens that we can also take this opportunity to simply try to see if we can really get a double increase bonus. Then Chen Kai ordered 5 cups of milk tea. They're the expensive ones, the ones that cost over $50 a cup. It cost about $300 in total. Seeing Qin Ziyou here, her expression was blank, and she was a bit stunned. Old Chen, I won't look at my eyes. It didn't used to be easy to get you to buy me a $10 glass of milk tea. What's wrong with today? The sun is really coming out of the west. How dare you buy me such expensive milk tea? You bought me so many cups of milk tea for $300, good guy, Old Chen. I knew you wouldn't forget your brother me when you made money. Qin Ziyou smiled cheekily. Although 5 cups of milk tea is a bit much to drink by yourself. But it's okay. You can drink it slowly. It's a whole day. After walking out of the milk tea store, Qin Ziyou drank the milk tea that Chen Kai bought for her along the way. Walking is a little bouncy. Lao Chen, I think how to say it. You let me think. Qin Ziyou thought for a moment. Then looked at Chen Kai. I think you're not doing well lately. Chen, something's wrong. Chen Kai laughed. Then asked rhetorically, Qin Ziyou, why am I not right? I cannot say, anyway. I feel that Old Chen, you are not right. Why are you suddenly so nice to me lately? Tell me, Chen. What are your plans, Enterprise? After hearing Qin Ziyou's words, Chen Kai deliberately said, Qin Ziyou, I didn't think that you would actually miss me so much. We are brothers. I am good to you. You even think I have plans for you. What could I possibly want? Qin Ziyou quickly explained. Lao Chen, you misunderstood. I do not mean this. My fault, Old Chen. It's just that you're suddenly being so nice to me. Which makes me think that the contrast is too great. Do not know thought. Old Chen, you like me. Qin Ziyou sipped her milk tea and deliberately flirted. And then he said, then Old Chen, we go now what? It's still early. Only less than 10 o'clock or so. It's a little early for a big meal. I'm not very hungry yet. Chen Kai replied. Take you to the shopping center across the street. The mall? What? Qin Ziyou instantly understood. I know, Old Chen. Just now you helped me earn $3,000. You want me to spit it out at once, right? Let me buy you clothes. I knew that you weren't that kind. Old Chen, Qin Ziyou skimmed his lips. Okay, no problem. Anyway, this $3,000 of prize money is also earned by you. Old Chen, for me, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made so much money. Let's go. After entering the mall. Old Chen, you see what clothes, feel free to choose. I buy the bill. Do not say within $3,000. Even if it is more than $3,000. Qin Ziyou said here, patted his chest, a very generous look. Your fish sister pays the bill. Sister Fish has money, I have to say. Qin Ziyou, who is really generous to herself. He is very willing to spend money on Chen Kai. So relative. It's okay to take Qin Ziyou for a little shopping later. Not to mention, double the increase bonus. Maybe Fishy will even have a surprise reaction. No matter how you think about it. It's all about blood money. Go. After arriving at the entrance of the mall, Chen Kai and Qin Ziyou walked in. But I didn't go to the men's section. Instead, I went to the women's section, which is on the 3rd floor. After coming to the women's clothing area, Qin Ziyou was surprised and asked, Lao Chen, You brought me to the mall. Don't you want me to buy clothes for you? Why did you come to the women's section, old Chen? How come I didn't realize before that you still have a fetish for wearing women's clothing? Although it's a bit hard to believe, but Lao Chen if you like to wear it. Buy women's clothing is also fine. Ken Zhaofu's brainwashed words. Chen Kai was also unable to cry or laugh. Ken Zhaofu, should your imagination be so rich? Who wears women's clothes? Ken Zhaofu asked curiously. Then why did you bring me to the women's specialized zone? Don't you want me to buy it for you? It can't be. Lao Chen, you have a girlfriend, right? Ken Zhaofu variously brainstormed. That won't do, old Chan. Ken Zhaofu instantly became anxious. If you have a girlfriend, you must tell me. And then there's the fact that you're the only one who gets to spend my money. Lao Chen, if you talk about your girlfriend. I can't buy clothes for your girlfriend. Get it straight, Lao Chen. My Ken Zhaofu's money is not for anyone to spend. Old Chen, what are you laughing at? I'm talking to you seriously. Ken Zhaofu's reaction made Chen Kai a bit amused. Ken Zhaofu fish, do you have to be so imaginative? What girlfriend? Where did I get a girlfriend? Ken Zhaofu stared wide-eyed. No girlfriend. Then old Chen, you bring me to the women's special zone, why? Chen Kai was a bit helpless. Ken Zhaofu, is there a possibility that I brought you to the women's section to buy you clothes? Huh? Ken Zhaofu froze. Really fake, old Chen. You're going to buy me clothes. Whoa, 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 whoa. Really fake, old Chen. You cannot lie to me, Ken Zhaofu is too excited this time. Old Chen, you've never bought me clothes before. I can't believe it for a second. Hearing these words from Ken Zhaofu, Chen Kai's brows frowned. Ken Zhaofu, don't be so heartless. I haven't bought you any clothes. Doesn't your conscience hurt when you say that? Who bought you a new outfit the last time you arrived home in the rain? Forgotten so soon. It cost me hundreds of dollars. Oh yes, 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 I almost forgot. The last time I wore that outfit. It was old Chen you bought it for me. However, with regard to what Chan Hoi has just said, Ken Zhaofu still instantly grasped the keywords. Lao Chen, what did you just say? You said you spent hundreds of dollars on that suit you bought me last time. That's strange. Didn't someone say it was a few dozen dollars at the stall? Old Chen, you just admit it. That dress you bought me was literally hundreds of dollars. It's not just a few dozen dollars. You old Chen. To me good to be more direct. Why embarrassed to admit it? Are you afraid that I'll misunderstand that you like me? Chen, old Chen, I think you're overthinking it. There's no way I'm going to mistake you for liking me. Ken Zhaofu said in the next second. You're obviously in love with me. It's fortunate that Chan Kai wasn't drinking milk tea. Otherwise, I would have been amused by Ken Zhaofu's words just now. You may spit out the milk tea in your mouth. They may even be choked. Old Chen, what are you laughing at? You still don't admit it. Old Chen, you this person. How to evaluate you? All body under the hardest place is the mouth. Hearing Ken Zhaofu's words, Chen Kai shook his head. Ken little fish, you're overthinking it then. What's wrong? Ken Zhaofu looked at him nervously. Is there a harder place to be besides your mouth? You'll see. What do you mean? Tell me now. Don't keep me in suspense. Ken Zhaofu asked in a naive manner. Then, Chen Kai took Ken Zhaofu to pick out some women's clothing. It's a big mall after all, and it's a women's section. Many of the clothes that girls wear should be available as much as possible. There are a lot of dresses, short-sleeved pants, and so on. Ken Zhaofu is a bit more petite. There are still a lot of clothes that fit Ken Zhaofu. One of the outfits is quite nice. Old Chen, what do you think of this suit? I feel like it still looks good on me. So why don't I go try it on? Hold the milk tea for me. I'll go inside and try it on. But old Chen, you cannot steal drink. I just drank it. If you drink it, then we'll be kissing each other. After Ken Zhaofu finished speaking, Chen Kai looked at Ken Zhaofu with a calm face. And then in front of Ken Zhaofu, take a sip. Chen Kai definitely doesn't care about what kind of kissing is going on. He was reborn after his return. Do you still regard Ken Zhaofu as a purely female brother, as you did in your previous life? I'm kidding, so don't even think about taking a sip of the milk tea Ken Zhaofu drank. He will have to do even bolder things in the future. This is bullshit. Ken Zhaofu felt some blush. Old Chen, you. I have said I drank. You still drink. So unseemly, then next time. Lao Chen, you drink milk tea. I'll drink yours too. Chen Kai thought Ken Zhaofu would say something else. The result was unexpected. Good man, it's a lever, okay. Next time I'll give you a drink of mine. It's settled. Kenzaoyu raised an eyebrow with a little smug expression. Old Chen, you can drink it, but you don't finish it for me, ah. That flavor of milk tea just bought a cup. Leave me some. I'm going to go inside and try to get dressed first. Kenzaofu went to the fitting room to try it on. After coming out, gave Chen Kai a look. Old Chen. This outfit on my body, how do you feel? Beautiful or not? Doesn't it seem like your best buddy is kinda hot? Do you think I'm pretty, old Chen? Not bragging with you. Your brother. I have a great face. Look at my body. Look at how thin my legs are, how white they are when we go to college. I think there will be a lot of people who like me. So, old Chen, you have to pay attention. Chen Kai deliberately asked. Pay attention to what, old Chen? Are you pretending with me that you don't understand? Kinzaoyu asked rhetorically. Listen, don't get it. Just pretend you don't know what you're talking about. Kinzaoyu hummed, but old Chen. Your face value is also quite high. I feel that if you go to college, the girls who like you should also be a lot of it. So, can I ask? Lao Chen, you go to college to have a relationship plans. Will you have a girl? And after college? Kenzaofu was curious. Chen Kai glanced at Kenzaoyu with a very lazy gaze, and then replied, It should. Probably will. Isn't it normal to fall in love in college? It's not like high school doesn't allow dating. Kenzaofu murmured mentally, then after college, I'll have to keep an eye on old Chen. Can't let another girl steal him away. The old statement is mine. My, Kinzaoyu continued to say. You old Chen. Just pull to wear. Say serious it. Do you think I look good in this outfit? If it looks good, why don't you take this set? I feel good too. Chen Kai looked at Kinzaoyu and said, Change out of these clothes, huh? Are you sorry? Mr. Chen, didn't you say you'd buy me a nice dress? And you're backing out so soon. I knew it. Old Chen, you fooled me again. I can't believe I believed you again. Chen Kai said directly, What I mean is, you change out of this one and go pick out 2 more. What? Kinzaoyu excited bad. Lao Chen, you are not teasing me. You want to buy me a few Buying 1 piece is fine. I, Kinzaoyu, am not a greedy person. Chen Kai couldn't help but reply. Kinzaoyu, if you feel reluctant, it's fine to buy 1. No. Old Chen, this is what you said, Then I will pick 2 more. It's rare for you to be so generous. Lao Chen, then Kinzaoyu picked out a few more clothes, skirts, short sleeves, and long pants, although Kinzaoyu doesn't wear much makeup. She looks good in plain color. But Chen Kai still bought several sets of cosmetics for little fish. The price is quite expensive, but it doesn't matter, after all. Chen Kai will get double the increase bonus later. It's not bad at all. Then it was time to pay the bill at the front desk, a total of 23. 000 is shown to be required. Good man, is it that expensive? Kinzaoyu also froze for a moment. Old Chen. We strolled around the mall for a bit. But we also spent too much money. Right? Although it is said that Chen Kai earned several $1,000,000 yesterday. But after all, that is the old Chen he earned money, and has nothing to do with himself. Kinzaoyu doesn't want to spend so much money on Chen Kai. Old Chen, I'll pay the bill. Kinzaoyu is a small rich woman. The hand of 10,000, 280,000 or have. Although the big money in hand has been taken to Chen Kai a piece to go to the investment to make money. Now Kinzaoyu has no money left. However, Kinzaofu's father opened a supplementary card for her. When you don't have money to spend, you can spend your dad's card. Kinzaoyu took out the supplementary card from her wallet and was about to pay by swiping it. Chen Kai took out his cell phone to scan the code and paid out 23. $0 directly, then right after that. Chen Kai received a reward alert from the system. Dripping. The host just brought Kinzaoyu to the shopping mall to shop and spend. This cumulative spending of 23. 000 yuan. Get double increase reward, a total of 46. 000 yuan. Currently credited to the host's bank card. Chen Kai looked at his cell phone balance. There is indeed a transfer of 46. $0. Not bad. Chen Kai has about $3 million on his card. and has transferred 1 million to each of his parents, the 10 million or so he had before. He also took it for investment. You will be able to see the return on your investment in 40 to 50 days, and it's definitely not a small gain by then. Now, this few $1,000s is nothing, but a mosquito leg is still meat, not to mention there are still 23 hours left before this 24-hour increase bonus expires. You can still make a lot of money, and just then, the system prompted again. Drip. Kin Zaofu produces a surprise reaction. Host gains him ceiling singing skill. Chen Kai is also very satisfied with this award. Top-notch vocal skills, which can't be bought for any amount of money. A lot of singer-songwriters and whatnot. It took more than 20 years of hard practice to get it right. But now, through the systematic approach, Chen Kai has the results of others who have been practicing for more than 20 years. I have to admit, the system is powerful. Chen Kai gave a satisfied smile. Then he took Kin Zaofu out of the mall and came to the outside of the shopping center. Breathe in the fresh air outside. Kin Zaoyu took a sip of milk tea and was in a happy mood. Old Chen, I found you. You are getting better and better to me, in the past, let alone buying me clothes. Even if you invited me to dinner. You had to fool me into paying the bill, but lately, that includes Congo. Old Chen, you're so mean. If you do that, I might fall in love with you. Chen, Kin Zaofu said half-jokingly, but old Chen, you do not think too much I just have feelings. It's hard to imagine what it would be like if we'd been heterosexual brothers for 3 years, and it really went that way. Don't dare think about it, don't dare think about it. Looking at the time, it's almost 11 o'clock. Lao Chen. I'm so hungry. It's almost 11 o'clock. Aren't you going to take me to a star-studded dinner? Let's go. Let's go. Let's eat a big meal. Chen Kai nodded. Okay, go. If I say I'll take you to a big meal, I'll take you to a big meal. When you arrive, order up. Wow, 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 wow. Lao Chen, you are so mean. Took a cab and went to the Star Hotel. When the two of them walked in, the front desk staff of the hotel immediately came to greet them. 2 young students. Are you here to get a room? The front desk staff also asked directly. After all, like Chen Kai and Kin Zaofu this age. High school graduates. Young couples come here to open room is also very normal. But Kin Zaofu's face instantly turned red. No, you've got the wrong idea. We're not here to get a room. We're here for lunch. The staff apologized and said, Oh yes, our dining area is over there. Let me take you there, but in my heart of hearts, I think the little girl is just shy. The two of them are most likely to be a young couple. Kin Zaoyu felt like she was going to be embarrassed to drill a hole in the ground. Walked beside Chen Kai, then quietly said to him, Old Chen, next time bring me to eat delicious food. Do not come to this kind of hotel, okay? It's so embarrassing that people think we're here to get a room. Next time just find a restaurant, not this kind of hotel. When Chen Kai saw how shy Kin Zaofu was, he couldn't help but cry and laugh. A girl like Kin Zaofu is usually a big-hearted person. It's the first time I've seen such a shy person. But it has to be recognized. Kin Zaofu's shy look is really quite cute. It's silly and cute, okay. Okay. Next time I'll take you to a restaurant. Not this kind of hotel restaurant all in one, okay. Kin Zaofu made an okay gesture. Soon after, the staff took the two of them to a private room upstairs. Then you start ordering. Chen Kai gave Kin Zaoyu the menu. Kin Zaoyu, what do you want to eat? Just order. The decision is yours. Kin Zaoyu nodded. Oh, great. Then I want to eat a lot of things. Old Chen, your wallet enough. It doesn't matter if you don't have enough. I have more, although it's a star hotel. It sure spends a lot. But it doesn't matter if I don't have enough money here. I can still swipe my dad's. Papa Chin, I really would appreciate it. Soon after, Kin Zaoyu ordered the dishes and said to the waitress, Sister, let's order these. There are only 2 of us. If we order too much, we won't be able to finish it. Okay, 2 young students. Then please wait a moment. I'll go up and arrange it for you right away. After the waitress came out of the private room, he went down to help them arrange the food. Kin Zaoyu looked around the private room and came to the window. Looked down a bit. Lao Chen, you do not say this star hotel location environment is not bad. Looking down from here, the whole city feels very small, and we're just an ordinary small city in Zhongbei. I don't know what it's going to be like in the future when we go to the Magic City. I've never been to Magic City. The Magic City is the largest city in the country, and the first in terms of GDP. The level of prosperity is definitely different from that of a small city like Jiangbei, and Kinzeo, who is already looking forward to it. Looking forward to college life now, old Chen, after the end of summer vacation to go to college, regardless of whether we are a major, whether it is a class, but you have to wait for me after class. You can meet me in our class, anyway. We're still doing the same thing we did for 3 years in high school. It has to be the same as 3 years of high school. Eat together, do everything together, okay? Kinzaoyu asked innocently. Chen Kai replied, that's good. But Kinzaoyu, with your grades, you'll have no problem getting into Peking University and Tsinghua University. Are you sure you want to go to the Magic City with me? No regrets? No regrets? Of course not. Mordor University is quite nice too. It's not as good as Tsinghua or Peking University. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what school you go to. As long as you study hard, you'll have a bright future, Kinzaoyu seriously said, not to mention that I intend to enroll in the finance profession. And the Magic City as the largest financial city. To go there to study finance. It does not seem to be worse than the North University Ah. What's more, old Chen, you go to Magic City. I definitely want to go with you Ah. Good buddy. You have to be on the same page everywhere. Old Chen, do you think I'm right? Chen Kai smiled and replied, right, right. Kinzeo, you are right. Hey, I'm good, right? Do not think I am quite good, for old Chen Yu. I even gave up the 2 best schools in the country. To the university after the old Chen, you have to treat me a little better, no. I must see you every day. Eat with me and share everything with me, if you like to play games, though I don't know how to play. I'll learn when you get to college. You can't make new friends and stop playing with me. You know that. Old Chan, otherwise, I'll be very, very sad. It's heartbreaking, heartbreaking, as Kinzeo you said this. She skimmed her mouth in a pitiful manner. It's kind of heartbreaking to see Chen Kai. He directly hugged Kinzaofu and rubbed his right hand behind Ziofu's head. Don't worry, Ziofu, it won't happen, never again. Kinzaofu almost didn't react. Why did you suddenly hug me? Chen, taking advantage of me. Ha. Kinzaoyu's big-hearted and naive character brought Chen Kai, who was originally quite involved. Back to reality, he's got the whole thing down to a T. Who's taking advantage of you? Can't a brother give you a hug? Why are you being so mean? Not that I can't, but you're hugging me too tight. Don't you think something's pinching you? Chen Kai thought back. It seems to be quite chalky. Hey, old man, now you know. Kinzaoyu patted his chest and said confidently, this shows that I have eaten papaya for such a long time in this week or so. Should I say it or not? It's actually still quite effective. Right? There's over a month left of summer vacation, and I'm eating every day. When the time comes, I'll make sure it's big enough to scare you to death. Ha ha ha. Kinzeo, you got carried away. But don't say that it is really quite effective. Not that Kinzaofu was bragging. Chen Kai noticed it too. It's so different from when the entrance exams were just over. Kinzaoyu then said, by the way, Lao Chen, I almost forgot to ask you last time. When we returned to Jiangbei at the end of the college entrance exams, didn't you trick me into hugging you with my chest pressed against my back? Say it. Honestly. You that time is not intentionally take advantage of me. Kinzaofu asked seriously, old Chen, you don't pretend. You must have intentionally taken advantage of me at that time. I'm not wrong, because I privately asked Jia. Jia said, old Chen, you are purely taking advantage of me. Because Jia said that boys express friendly greetings between brothers, by calling each other father and son. Not like this, unless they have a tendency to get gay and play fencing. Old Chen, you should not have that tendency. Right? Say it. Chen Kai did not think that Kinzao, who secretly has such a dog-headed military counselor, a poke at his own thoughts at the time. Chen Kai continued to flounder. Fish, I didn't think you'd think that way about me. I treat you like a brother, and you actually suspect me of taking advantage of you. How can that be? Don't listen to Jia. I didn't and won't try to take advantage of you. It's just a brotherly hug. Anyone who thinks this is taking advantage of us is simply insulting the purity of our friendship. Fish, what do you say? Kinzaoyu replied with a naive face. Old Chen, what you said seems to be quite reasonable. But there's always something wrong, right? Don't think too much. There's nothing wrong, really. Kinzaoyu looked at Chen Kai naively. Then the waiter came with the freshly ordered meal and put it on the table. 2 young classmates. The dishes you ordered have been served. Please enjoy your meal. If you don't have enough, feel free to order. We'll do it for you right here. Also, here are the room cards for both of you. Please keep it. The staff took out a card and handed it to Chen Kai. Although just downstairs, Kinzaoyu had already said that he and Lao Chen had come here for lunch. Not to get a room, but the staff thought that the young girl was embarrassed. After all, she followed her little boyfriend here to get a room. Girls are always embarrassed to talk about it. As a staff member, it is still very eye-catching. Very consciously opened the room, and then handed the room card to Chen Kai. Chen Kai was also a bit unprepared for this result. It doesn't matter. If you have a room, you can spend a little more money. It's not a bad idea to also get a double increase bonus. So he took it. Yes, the staff member nodded. I won't interrupt your meal then. After the staff had left, Kenzaofu stared with wide eyes, her little expression shocked. Old Chen, you several mean Didn't you say you bring me here to eat? Bring me here to eat good food. How come the room cards are out? What do you want? Chen, I treat you like a brother. And you tricked me into getting a room, Kinzaoyu said with a shocked look on her face. Chen Kai replied in a serious manner. Kinzaofu, what are you thinking about? Am I that kind of person? Think of me as evil. Then old Chen. Now this room card, how do you explain? It's not because of little fish you. Chen Kai stifled laughter in his heart, and then continued to fool around. Because of me. Kinzaoyu now heard confused. What does this have to do with me? It doesn't matter. Think about it. When we were downstairs and someone asked you if you were here to get a room. That was your reaction. I thought you were too embarrassed to admit it. So you only opened the room. But at that time, fish, if you tell people that we are purely brothers, will they still give us a room? Kinzaoyu listened carefully. Lao Chen's words seemed to be somewhat reasonable. Geez, I blame me. I was only denying that we weren't here to get a room. But forget about explaining our relationship. They thought I was too embarrassed to admit it. So they just got us a room. Kenzaofu's CPU is all dry and burnt, and he has been successfully lured in by Chen Kai. What should we do? Mr. Chen, why don't we return it to him? Chen Kai replied, It's all open, and you can't return it. But later you can go to your room and play some games or something. It's a star hotel after all. The room should be nice, and it's summer. It's hot, and there's air conditioning. It's nice to go inside and blow off some steam. It's better than being out in the heat and sweating. Feshi, you say yes. Kinzaoyu nodded naively. So it is, but old Chen, you do not want to use any crooked ideas, Kinzaoyu, what do you take me for? Am I that kind of person? Kinzaoyu thought carefully. Also right. Lao Chen, if you are that kind of person. I live in your house for such a long time. You must have already started. But I am still well now. So old Chen, I believe your character is still reliable. Never mind all that. Then I'm going to start eating big. Wow, these look delicious. Kinzaoyu didn't think much about it. Looking at this delicious and beautiful meal, fragrant and appetizing, and then I started eating. When Chen Kai saw how cute Kinzaofu was eating, he couldn't help but take a few pictures. There's nothing going on anyway. Just think of it as making a circle of friends to share. Lao Chen, what are you doing? Shooting me is not it. Don't shoot, don't shoot. I'm a terrible eater. And I'll be humiliated if you take a picture of this. The image of a beautiful woman must not be spoiled. Kinzaofu added, If you have to destroy it, that's fine. Remember to add a beautiful face for me. Chen Kai has just taken a sip of his drink and almost choked on it. Kinzaoyu, why are you so out of line? You'll never know what you're going to say next. Chen Kai mumbled to himself mentally. Took a few pictures and posted them as a friend. Soon enough, Jiang Ming and Wang Shuai, the 2 brothers, noticed it. Crouch. Old Chen, you kid can actually bring Kinzao fish to the hotel. What's the situation? That's why you lied to us that you 2 are brothers. Ever seen a bromance where you take your brother to a room? Old Chen, I really envy you. After all, it's still a good idea to lay hands on a brother. Looks like I'll have to guard against handsome from now on. Just in case one day he goes after me, I'll be in deep shit. Fuck off, you're a guy. What am I going to do to you? Do you think we 2, is the old Chen and Kinzaya. Ooh, that kind of male and female brotherhood. Old Chen. You wouldn't really have done anything to Kinzayoyu.